Each narrative style is distinct, transcending time and space. Chapter 1. Rebirth and Counterattack. Ugh, it's so hot. Lin Zhao reached for his collar, hoping to disperse the stifling heat. Yet, his hand was met with a sheen of sweat. Suddenly, clarity struck him, accompanied by bewilderment. He had clearly perished, so how could he still feel warmth? With a swift motion, Lin Zhao opened his eyes, and pink drapes greeted his gaze. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and a sense of dazed confusion enveloped him as he stared blankly ahead, his mind racing. What is happening? Where am I? As he turned to survey his surroundings, he noticed a royal enamel vase adorned with floral patterns resting on the table. Lowering his gaze to his attire, he murmured, "Isn't this the day I was drugged?" Moments later, the effects of the drug began to cloud his mind again. Lin Zhao strived to regain control, struggling to piece together the current situation. With determination, he yanked out the hairpin from his head and thrust it fiercely into his thigh. This jolt brought him back to lucidity for a fleeting moment. Before long, the intoxicated crown prince stumbled into the room. Upon seeing Lin Zhao, he was momentarily taken aback. "Are you a fairy? How can you be so beautiful?" The identical words transported Lin Zhao's thoughts back to his previous life. In his past, the prince had uttered these words before lunging at Lin Zhao. However, despite his impaired state, Lin Zhao understood the importance of preserving his integrity. He struggled to push the prince away, urgently explaining, "I am the son of a minister, not a fairy. I have merely stumbled into this place. Kindly release me." Even in such a state, you still wish to deny it? Which reputable young man would be in disarray like this? The prince scoffed, still trying to climb into bed. As he spoke, he began to make inappropriate advances. Lin Zhao pressed against the prince's shoulder, turning his head to evade the stench of alcohol on his lips. Seizing the opportunity to clarify, he insisted, "No, a maid from the princess's residence brought me here. You must let me go." Yet, the prince was unwilling to listen, firmly convinced that Lin Zhao was merely a seducer. "Do not worry. I will treat you well, so fear not." A drunken individual possesses greater strength than usual, and with Lin Zhao under the influence of drugs, after a fierce struggle, the effects had already taken root deep within him. Resistance became futile. Lin Zhao continued to plead his case, but all was in vain. Ultimately, he succumbed to the prince's advances. Reflecting on the aftermath of his own misery, Lin Zhao jabbed the hairpin into his leg once more, striving to remain alert. Since escape was impossible, he resolved that in this lifetime, the prince would experience the same fate. After all, what men possess, Lin Zhao too had, and he did not lag behind. As in his previous life, he began to explain himself. The prince's reaction mirrored that of the past. Lin Zhao ceased his explanations. Once the prince began to touch him, he no longer resisted fiercely, but rather conserved his strength. When the prince had fully relaxed his guard, Lin Zhao swiftly turned and overpowered him. This foolish prince had always lingered amidst flowers, lacking ambition. Though later he learned the prince merely sought to drink and listen to music, never indulging in promiscuity, he was still pampered and had never trained. Moreover, having consumed alcohol, he fought without strategy, merely exhibiting slightly greater strength than usual. Conversely, Lin Zhao had practiced martial arts since childhood, and having avoided vigorous resistance, he soon subdued the prince. At that moment, the prince remained oblivious. "How are you so strong? Do you wish to take charge?" "That's not out of the question." With that, the prince observed Lin Zhao with a nonchalant expression, as if to say, "Go ahead, show me what you can do." Lin Zhao ignored him, maintaining a stoic demeanor, gritting his teeth, and striving to suppress the effects of the drug within him. He flipped the prince over. Only then did the prince sense danger, his voice quivering with a hint of fear. What do you intend to do?" Irritation soon followed, and he began to struggle, attempting to see what this audacious individual planned for him. Lin Zhao chuckled softly, his voice seductive. A scream erupted abruptly. Yet it did not emanate from Lin Zhao. In his previous life, apart from the initial traumatic experience, Lin Zhao ultimately found pleasure in the subsequent encounters. As the sounds transformed, Lin Zhao gradually felt at ease. He focused intently on the task at hand. Lin Zhao's maternal relatives were robust, which contributed to their unpopularity, leaving their husbands feeling inferior. Initially, the prince had attempted to resist, hurling insults at Lin Zhao. He cursed him for his audacity, his insolence, and for overstepping boundaries. Yet the more he struggled, the more grotesque his expressions became, and his cries grew louder, indicating genuine pain. Eventually, realizing he could no longer resist, Lin Zhao adjusted his approach and began to cooperate. Primarily, he was simply fatigued and wished to make the experience more tolerable. The prince's weak voice emerged from below. Are you done? Almost, Lin Zhao replied dismissively. An hour later, the prince's voice had turned hoarse from crying. Lin Zhao observed the clear-eyed individual before him, shedding silent tears. His heart felt as if it had been gently scratched by a round, fluffy kitten, softening momentarily. Memories of the days following their marriage, when the prince had gone to great lengths to win his favor, surfaced in Lin Zhao's mind. Initially, he had felt a flutter in his heart, but alas, the prince, with his foolish mind, had been led astray by his half-sister's instigation, seeking out a boy who resembled Lin Zhao, parading him before Lin Zhao constantly. What a fool! Thinking of this, Lin Zhao could no longer feel soft-hearted. A new round of conquest commenced. It was unclear whether it was the lingering effects of the drug or simply his own nature. Lin Zhao found himself reluctant to part, captivated by the experience. Fortunately, his half-sister had not orchestrated any schemes to catch him in infidelity, allowing him to focus on the matter at hand. Lin Zhao could not fathom the thoughts in his half-sister's mind. She arranged for him to be delivered to the prince's chamber, while she herself climbed into the bed of a poor scholar. In the end, she suffered while seeking to harm him, utterly foolish. The more Lin Zhao pondered, the angrier he became. Suddenly, without warning. Later, the sound seemed to emerge from the very depths of the prince's throat. Like a wounded, dying creature, it seemed he had been thoroughly exhausted. Lin Zhao, too, was pulled back to his senses. He had changed positions and felt a surge of compassion. With reason returning, he regained clarity. Yet, to let the prince off the hook was out of the question. Chapter 2. Medicine and Memories. Half an hour later, witnessing the complete slumber of the individual beneath him, Lin Zhao finally displayed a rare act of mercy towards His Highness the Crown Prince. Observing the chaos surrounding him, Lin Zhao slowly retrieved his garments. Once he had composed himself, he meticulously examined Zhao Yuheng's condition and was met with a troubling sight. He was bleeding. Lin Zhao removed all valuable items from his person and turned to exit. As anticipated, the Crown Prince's servants lay unconscious at the door. However, Lin Yu, who had grown up attending to him, seemed to have been whisked away by them. Lin Zhao gave a gentle kick to one of the Crown Prince's servants, and upon seeing him remain unresponsive, he increased the force of his effort. The young attendant suddenly awoke, exclaiming, Who struck me? The Crown Prince requests you to fetch a basin of hot water and some medicinal ointment for that purpose, Lin Zhao instructed. The attendant, with a hint of caution, scrutinized Lin Zhao and inquired, Who are you? Where is the Crown Prince? Feigning fear, Lin Zhao squeezed out a few tears, lamenting, My young master, oh, my young master has been. He pretended to be overwhelmed with grief, unable to articulate his distress. Then he shifted the topic, urging, You must hurry, lest the Crown Prince's wrath befall you. You would certainly face punishment. The servant, suddenly enlightened, responded, Very well, I shall go at once. Fortunately, Lin Zhao's father was merely a minor official, unable to afford excessively luxurious garments. He had always favored simplicity, so the situation was not as dire as it could have been. The Crown Prince's servant, being of the royal household, had encountered all sorts of individuals. Before long, the servant returned, carrying water and medicine, eager to attend to the Crown Prince. Lin Zhao quickly intercepted him, asserting, Wait, my young master is still inside. Just hand them over to me. The attendant, with an apologetic smile, replied, Oh dear, my mind is a muddle. I appreciate your patience. Lin Zhao nodded with a smile, acknowledging that they were merely servants attending to their masters. He accepted the water and medicine and entered, closing the door behind him. Approaching Zhao Yuang, he used his handkerchief to gently cleanse his body. Lin Zhao resolved inwardly to be better prepared next time. He tenderly dabbed at the wounds, and the Crown Prince shuddered in pain, letting out a whimper. Lin Zhao softly reassured him, gently patting the trembling figure on the back. It's all right, you will feel better soon. With a swift motion, he increased his pace, believing that short-lived pain was preferable to prolonged suffering. He efficiently completed the task and applied the medicine. In his previous life, no one had tended to Lin Zhao in such a manner. He mused to himself, "Perhaps I am too soft-hearted." However, the physical condition of a man differed significantly from that of a boy, and Zhao Yuhing's state was far more dire than his own had been. Reflecting on this, Lin Zhao applied the ointment once more, covered him with a blanket, and then escaped through the window. The crown prince could remain overnight at the princess's residence, but Lin Zhao could not. In this lifetime, even if he were to marry the crown prince, it would not be under duress. In his previous life, Lin Zhao and his half-sister Lin Yu had both been defiled simultaneously by two individuals. Moreover, Lin Yu had previously shown Lin Zhao considerable respect, almost to the point of flattery, which had led him to never question her integrity. Later, when the crown prince regained consciousness, he would recall all that he had done. He was instantly captivated by Lin Zhao, initially believing her to be merely a servant, and contemplated taking her as a concubine. This, he thought, would elevate her status, and it was the utmost effort a young master could exert. However, upon uncovering Lin Zhao's true background, he realized her words were not mere fabrications. Her family lineage was of a higher caliber, which compelled him to marry her instead. In terms of social standing, Lin Zhao was unworthy of the young master, and her presence at the banquet was merely to add to the gaiety. The crown prince had lost his mother at a young age, and his father, the prince, had not remarried. Thus, he was the sole child in the grand estate. The prince doted on him excessively, granting him every whim. And by the time it became apparent that the young master was spoiled, it was too late. Furthermore, the young master was adept at charming his father, which rendered the prince unable to discipline him. Consequently, Zhao Yuheng developed a character that was both foolish and arrogant. Even the emperor, recognizing that he had only this one nephew, lavished affection upon him, often more so than on his own sons. This led the princes to accommodate him, portraying a facade of brotherly love before the emperor. The prince had initially intended for Lin Zhao to be a concubine, and allowing her that status was already a concession on his part. Yet, Zhao Yuheng refused to yield, and the prince was too fond to reprimand him. Thus, he did not lift a finger against the young master. Thus, Lin Zhao seamlessly entered the royal household. However, Lin Zhao harbored resentment towards the young master. Having lost her virtue before marriage, the blow was too great, and with the young master's notorious reputation, he was clearly not someone to whom she could entrust her life. Nonetheless, Lin Zhao, being an only child raised by her father in a manner akin to that of son and steward, was not overly restrained. She was acutely aware of the helplessness of women in the inner chambers, thus resolved to maintain a courteous distance from the young master. Yet after their marriage, Zhao Yuheng endeavored to win her affection, eager to capture her heart. Her heart was not made of stone, and she naturally felt his efforts. As days passed, Lin Zhao's heart softened, and she began to develop different feelings for Zhao Yuheng. Later, upon learning of her illness, she joyfully prepared to confess her feelings to Zhao Yuheng and share this delightful news with him. However, when she stepped out to greet him, she was taken aback to find the young master entering with a young man resembling him. Zhao Yuheng, upon seeing her, averted his gaze, unable to meet her eyes. It still uttered, "Young mistress, I wish to take him as my concubine." The very address turned unfamiliar and strained. Lin Zhao's heart trembled, as if plunged into an icy abyss. "Very well, congratulations on finding a paramour, young master." She heard her voice emanate from her body, as though she were a mere automaton returning to her chambers. From that moment on, Lin Zhao ceased to concern herself with the young master, focusing solely on nurturing her pregnancy. After all, she had already fallen ill, and in this royal estate's inner sanctum, she at least had some security. This continued until a month later when Lin Yu, under the pretense of missing her brother, infiltrated the palace and, during a moment of inattention, attempted to assassinate her. The thought of this cast a shadow over Lin Zhao's eyes, her nails instinctively digging into her palm. The words of Lin Yu during the attack echoed vividly in her mind. "Elder brother, why should you be the legitimate wife of the young master? Why does he still dote on you? My dear brother, Is the courtesan I painstakingly found not somewhat akin to you? Laughter echoed. Why do you live so well? From childhood, everything has always been the best for you. Only after you have chosen would it be my turn. Lin Zhao spat blood, tears streaming down his face as he trembled and uttered, "But I have given you everything you asked for." He truly could not comprehend why he was treated this way. He had always been there for Lin Yu, fulfilling her every request and caring for her deeply. Lin Yu screamed in anguish, "I do not covet your kindness." "So what? Everything I obtained was through my own efforts. I am unwilling to accept that your life is so fortunate. We are both children of the same father. Why is it that you excel in every aspect? Why does everyone favor you? It is utterly unfair." Lin Zhao was at his wit's end, still unable to grasp the situation, but Lin Yu interrupted him with a venomous tone. "Father may favor me, but everything was still chosen by you before it was left for me." Suddenly, Lin Yu glanced downward, as if spotting something amusing, and laughed maniacally. "Oh? So you are ill? How fortunate that I arrived in time. Otherwise, it would have been even more difficult to deal with you. Ha ha ha." Then, as if recalling something, she sneered, "Dear brother, the heir truly loves you. Yet he is so foolish. I merely suggested that he could incite your jealousy, and you would fall for him." And he readily agreed. "Ha ha ha ha, is he not foolish?" Lin Zhao stood there, as if struck by lightning, eyes wide with disbelief. "You." Lin Yu did not afford him the chance to interject, her excitement palpable. "Originally, I only came to witness your suffering. I had no intention of harming you. But look at you now. The air no longer revolves around you. Yet you continue to live so comfortably. But why? Why is it that you always fare so well? Why do I say always? Could it be that she has lived twice? Indeed, why else would she marry a poor scholar? Or perhaps she had initiated the liaison. Moreover, it was reported that the scholar had finished last in his examinations, failing even the imperial test. Lin Yu did not wish to accompany him to another region for an official position, instead returning home to beseech their father to secure a position for him in the capital. As twilight approached, Lin Zhao decided against searching for anyone further and retraced his steps toward the estate. On the way, he fortuitously encountered Lin Yu, who had come in search of him. Upon seeing him, Lin Yu hurriedly approached, breathless and anxiously inspecting whether anything had befallen his master. With a voice tinged with relief, he exclaimed, "Young master, I am so glad to find you. Are you unharmed?" Lin Zhao shook his head slightly. "I am fine. Let us return to the estate." After a moment's pause, he recalled something and instructed, "Lin Yu, please send word to my father to detain and question Lin Yu's maid." Lin Yu bowed in acknowledgement. "Yes, young master." Lin Zhao pondered silently. In the previous life, after Lin Yu was discovered, she had diverted their father's anger onto him, at a time when he was lost and despondent. He had unwittingly confessed. Not only did he fail to find the true culprit, but he was also punished to kneel in the ancestral hall, transcribing Buddhist scriptures. Even Lin Fulang's pleas on his behalf had proven futile. In this life, it was time for Lin Yu to bear some consequences. Upon arriving home, he found his father in a furious rage, just as in the previous life. The entire family was present, yet in this lifetime, Lin Zhao remained unscathed. That Cheng Yin was merely a lowly scholar, unworthy of your degradation, willingly offering yourself for his disdain. Lin's father was filled with disappointment. His marriage to Lin's mother was one of mutual respect, yet he favored his concubine more, for he had only fathered one son, while the concubine bore him a son and a daughter. Lin Yu, brimming with confidence, disagreed with her father's views. "Father, you must broaden your perspective. Although Cheng Yin is a mere scholar now, he will surely achieve greatness and become a prime minister," she vowed with unwavering conviction. It appeared she had no fortune to live a third life. Lin Zhao understood, vowing internally, "Lin Yu, live your life as you wish. I shall never grant you another opportunity to harm me." In a fit of rage, Lin's father smashed a teacup. "You are utterly unreasonable. If you genuinely wish to marry, we can propose to him, but how can you disgrace our family in such a manner?" Lin Zhao remained silent, quietly observing the quarrel from behind. Such a captivating scene was rare. Before long, Zhang Xiaonyang signaled Lin Yu with her eyes, and an ominous feeling washed over him. Indeed, in the next moment, Lin Yu turned her head. Upon seeing him return unscathed, her pupils dilated, her face a mask of disbelief. Instantly, her expression morphed into one of resentment. Having been scolded for her misdeeds, she sought to retaliate against Lin Zhao, who had been sent into the young lord's chamber by her. How could she allow Lin Zhao to witness her humiliation unscathed? "Father, well, my elder brother. He returned so late. Perhaps he has just emerged from some bed." Lin's father, breathless with anger, exclaimed, "You are beyond redemption." He then turned to Lin Zhao, demanding, "And you, Zhao, or why have you returned so late?" Lin Zhao scoffed inwardly, feigning sorrow, disappointment, and anger. His eyes glistened with tears as he defiantly gazed at his father, coldly reprimanding. "Father should question Lin Yu about why she sought to harm me, drugging me, and sending me into the young lord's chamber." Lin Yu momentarily froze, unable to comprehend how Lin Zhao knew it was her doing. Yet, her wits were intact. She would not accept the blame. With her head held high, her eyes wide with feigned innocence, she began to cry, "Brother, how could you say such things? I have always held you in high regard. How can you slander me so?" Lin's mother could bear no more and interjected, "Do you truly believe your actions are flawless, that no one can uncover the truth?" She then commanded, "Bring her forth." Two household servants brought Lin Yu's personal maid, Lin Lan, before them. As Lin Lan knelt, she began to plead, "Master, madam. It was the young lady who coerced me into this." It turned out the young lady had intended to send the eldest son to Cheng Yan's room. But for some unknown reason, she had changed her mind, leaving Lin Lan no choice but to seek Cheng Yan herself. "Spare me. I was merely following orders," she cried, weeping profusely and bowing in repentance. Zhang Xiaonyang, unable to bear the thought of her daughter being at a disadvantage, suddenly knelt on the ground, slightly tilting her head to expose her fair neck, allowing tears to cascade down her cheeks. She pleaded with Lin Fu, saying, "Master, Yue must have been manipulated. It is Lin Lan who has lied and slandered her. You must stand up for our daughter." Lin Zhao, having lived a second life, no longer adopted a hard stance. It was not only they, the mother and daughter, who could feign pity and beg. He too could play the part of the vulnerable one. "Father, you must advocate for me. Lin Lan is Lin Yuer's personal maid. I have always obliged her requests, yet she has treated me thus. My troubles are minor, but the disgrace to our Lin residence is a matter of great consequence. How will others perceive our family when a younger sister harms her elder brother, and a concubine's daughter undermines her legitimate brother?" Lin Fu's face turned a shade of green with fury. "Zhao, are you threatening your father?" Their family had already lost face to an extreme degree. Fortunately, the matter had not escalated, known only to the Lin family and Cheng Yan. Contemplating this, Lin Fu's expression darkened further. Lin Fulang observed the situation and interjected, "Master, Zhao is indeed considering the interests of our Lin family. We must be more attentive in the education of our children." Lin Fu's expression softened. He had to maintain some dignity for his wife. "You are right. Tomorrow I shall consult with the nursing matron to properly educate the children in our household, ensuring they understand propriety." Lin Fulang continued, "Now, it is my Zhao who has been wronged by Lin Yuer's schemes. You must provide justice for her." His tone carried an implicit threat. Observing the pallor on Lin Fulang's face, Lin Fu realized the gravity of the situation and declared, "Lin Yuer shall receive 20 strokes and kneel in the ancestral hall for 3 days, copying Buddhist scriptures, 2 books daily. If she does not complete them, she shall not be fed. As for Lin Lan, she shall be punished with death." Naturally, Lin Yuer protested, "Father, how can you treat me this way? I have secured a powerful ally for the Lin family." Zhang Xiaonyang cried to the point of fainting, "Master, how can Yuer endure 20 strokes?" Even the third brother, who had been silenced by Zhang Xiaonyang, could no longer restrain himself. "Father, sister cannot withstand this." Lin Zhao silently mocked. What a truly loving family they are. Suddenly, he felt a gaze upon him, and upon looking up, he saw Lin Fulang watching him with concern, an expression of comfort in his eyes. Lin Zhao subtly shook his head, indicating that he was unharmed. The only one consumed by wrath was Lin Lan, who, having followed orders, found herself bearing the blame and losing her life unjustly. She continued to knock her head against the ground, blood from her forehead trickling down her face. "Master, spare me. I was coerced," she pleaded, hoping for mercy. Lin Fu signaled to a servant, and Lin Lan was promptly gagged and dragged away. "Enough, this matter ends here," Lin Fu declared, throwing his sleeves aside as he strode out, his back exuding a sense of ruthless finality. Chapter 4. The Engagement Throughout the Journey. Lin Fu Lang hesitated to speak, aware that this was not the appropriate moment for inquiries. It was not until they entered Lin Zhao's room that he firmly closed the door, dispatching the personal matron and servants to guard outside, ensuring no one could approach. Only then did Lin Fu Lang ask Zhao, "Tell me, what exactly transpired? How is your health? Is there?" He could not bring himself to finish the sentence. Reflecting on the recent events, I gritted my teeth and muttered, "That wretched Lin Yu deserves to be thoroughly punished. Your father is insufferably biased. What purpose does she serve? Is it merely to torment my Zhao?" Lin Fulong, filled with sorrow, lamented, "It is my fault for not being able to bear you a brother. Otherwise, your father would never treat us in such a manner." Lin Zhao gently consoled Lin Fulong, saying, "Father, I am unscathed. This situation is not your fault. It is merely my misfortune for not being a son and your father's partiality." She reassured him, "Do not worry, I am perfectly fine." The true troubles did not lie with Lin Zhao. However, to prevent causing Lin Fulong further distress, she chose not to reveal the entire story. Meanwhile, within the prince's chambers and the princess's residence, Zhao Yuheng awoke, his eyes unfocused and void of life as he stared at the bed curtains above. He felt as though he had experienced death. His entire body ached, as if every bone within him had been shattered. He yearned for his soul to detach from his body, allowing it to heal autonomously before reuniting. Even the slightest movement caused his bones to creak painfully. After a prolonged moment of recovery, he laboriously sat up, quietly shedding tears for a while. Recalling Lin Zhao's earlier words, he pondered the possibility that she might not be just a mere servant. What kind of servant would dare to be so audacious? Fully aware of his status as the heir of the Chen Wang, yet treat him in such a manner? It was akin to courting death. In a fit of rage, Zhao Yuheng slammed his hand against the bed, wincing in pain. "The son of the Ministry of Works, is it? I shall not let you escape my wrath." Fearing that others would discover the embarrassing incident, he lay back down for a moment. Once he felt he could maintain a composed expression, he bellowed, "Zhao Shun, come in at once." Zhao Shun hurriedly crawled into the room, and upon noticing the emptiness around, he raised his eyebrows and asked, "My lord, why are you alone?" Zhao Yuheng, filled with a mix of anger and shame, retorted, "Silence. Quickly assist me in changing my attire." He bore a burden too heavy to articulate. Wishing to shed tears, yet finding none, he cared for his dignity. Such matters were ones he could only process in solitude. Upon returning home, he began to pester his father about a marriage proposal. He refused to believe that once Lin Zhao became his wife, he would not be able to reclaim his honor. Once they wed, he would ensure that Lin Zhao experienced the torment he had endured today. Upon hearing that Lin Zhao was merely the child of a lowly official, the prince firmly disapproved. Yet, he discreetly set out to investigate the son of the Ministry of Works, curious to discover what kind of individual could so thoroughly captivate his foolish son. However, the heir, Zhao Yuheng, was not one to wait patiently. Since childhood, he had demanded the stars, and the Chen Wang had obliged, meeting his every request within mere days. Zhao Yuheng trailed behind the Chen Wang daily, occasionally pointing out various matters and causing mischief. The Chen Wang, unwilling to chastise him, found his temper rising. After receiving reports from his subordinates, he felt a significant amount of hair had fallen out due to the stress, leaving him utterly exasperated with Zhao Yuheng. After perusing the documents, Prince Chen, addressing the casually seated Zhao Yuheng, sighed in resignation. "Given his lineage, he can only be your concubine. I reluctantly consent to elevate him to the status of secondary wife once he bears you a son." Zhao Yuheng, throwing a tantrum, insisted, "No, I wish to marry him as my wife. I will not take anyone else." He himself could not fathom the reasons behind his fervent desire to wed Lin Zhao. Perhaps it was simply his striking appearance. "Yuheng, you cannot," the prince cautioned. If you persist, I shall seek the emperor's intervention to arrange the marriage. Ultimately, Prince Chun, overwhelmed by his son's obstinacy, acquiesced. Very well, you may marry him, but under one condition. If he does not bear a son within 2 years, you must divorce him. Zhao Yuhang disregarded the stipulation, content that he had secured the answer he desired, readily agreeing, no problem. Besides, in 2 years' time, with my capabilities, he will surely bear a son. The following day, at the Lin residence, young master, Prince Chun and the heir have arrived, accompanied by a matchmaker. Bearing a plethora of betrothal gifts, Lin Yu rushed into the room, excitement evident in his voice. The young master, however, remained composed, seated by the window, engrossed in a book, his gaze unwavering. Yes, I am aware, he replied calmly. Lin Zhao was unperturbed. The proposal was entirely within his expectations. Internally, he mused, Zhao Yuhang, should you act foolishly in this lifetime, I will not spare you. In his previous life, Lin Zhao only came to realize after his demise that Zhao Yuhang had indeed reformed after marrying him, having merely feigned affection towards another. Following Lin Zhao's death, the heir dismissed that individual and, in a fit of despair, took Lin Yu's life, leading to a life of misery that saw him depart from this world before reaching 30. Young master, your husband has announced that your marriage to the heir is settled and requests you to accompany him around the estate. A servant's announcement broke Lin Zhao's reverie. He gently smoothed the book he had inadvertently wrinkled. Very well. Lin Zhao closed the book and placed it upon the desk before rising to exit, only to encounter Zhao Yuhang approaching him. Zhao Yuhang seethed, his teeth clenched, wishing he could devour Lin Zhao whole. Lin Zhao, with an air of composure, performed a respectful greeting, acknowledging the heir. Unyielding, he sincerely inquired, how is your health? Zhao Yuhang, incensed, pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao's expression remained inscrutable, his demeanor unyielding as he regarded him coolly. Zhao Yuhang quickly withdrew his finger, feeling belittled, and in a bid to reclaim his composure, clasped his hands behind his back, chin raised, eyes narrowed with a forced smile, retorting, thanks to you, this heir is quite well. Lin Zhao's expression remained unchanged as he calmly responded, meticulously observing etiquette. That is good to hear. Let us proceed. The more Zhao Yuhang beheld Lin Zhao's calm demeanor, the angrier he became, glaring menacingly. Lin Zhao, once we are wed, I shall not let you off easily. You had better prepare yourself. Lin Zhao gazed into his round, sparkling eyes, finding them somewhat endearing. Tilting his head and blinking innocently, he feigned confusion. What do you mean, my lord? Once we are married, you will be my husband. How could a husband not cherish his own spouse? Sharp-tongued, are you? Just wait and see. Zhao Yuhang finished speaking and turned to leave, wishing not to linger with Lin Zhao for even a moment, fearing it might drive him to madness. Chapter 5. Lin Yu leaves home. Lin Zhao observed Zhao Yuhang's furious retreat, a slight smile gracing his lips. He shook his head slightly, contemplating how marriage might restore his dignity. The young lord, with his foolishness, seemed rather endearing, especially with such a striking visage. The following day, Lin Yu remarked, young master, the servants from the front courtyard have delivered news that Chang Yin has come to propose, exuding an air of abject poverty. It is said he arrived empty-handed, without even a matchmaker. Lin Zhao raised his gaze slightly, intrigued. Upon noticing his master's interest, Lin Yu eagerly continued with the details. Initially, the master had no intention of allowing him to enter, but he brazenly threatened to publicize the scandal involving the daughter of the Ministry of Works at the Lin residence should he be denied entry. The master, trembling with rage, ultimately relented and permitted him inside. Lin Zhao arched an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. Oh, let's go witness this spectacle. As they proceeded halfway, Lin Zhao recalled something, scanning the vicinity to ensure no one was around. He whispered to Lin Yu, little fish, go find a few people like this. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu exclaimed excitedly, young master, you're truly clever. I shall attend to it at once. This life differs greatly from the last. In the previous existence, everyone believed the disgrace suffered by Lin Zhao and Lin Yu was merely an unfortunate accident. After all, It was the princess's household that led them astray, making it unfeasible to seek answers from her. Furthermore, given the incident's origins in the princess's residence, an inquiry would surely prompt her to investigate, which would not bode well for Lin Yu. Thus, in the last life, Lin Yu chose silence. Lin's father, being of low rank and averse to trouble, refrained from pursuing the matter, especially since it was inherently shameful. Moreover, it involved the crown prince's heir, a figure of such stature that even the emperor would tread carefully around him. As for Lin Yu, the situation was easily manageable. Cheng Yin was merely a scholar, and with threats and inducements, he would ultimately comply. Thus, Lin's father merely sent for Cheng Yin to propose, all the while remaining oblivious to the underlying circumstances. His fondness for Lin Yu, coupled with the belief that she had suffered injustice, led him to arrange everything with the intent of sparing her further distress. However, in this life, Lin's father was exceedingly furious, and with the crown prince and his heir having come to propose the previous day, he found himself in a position of elevated status with a newfound backing. In his elation, he likely cast this matter from his mind. Lin Fulong, overseeing household affairs, was aware of the situation, yet he remained simmering with indignation, resentful that Lin Yu had caused his son distress. Naturally, he refrained from alerting Lin's father. Lin Zhao concealed himself behind a screen in the front courtyard. Before long, Lin Yu arrived and nodded at him. Cheng Yin, after bowing respectfully, proclaimed in a clear voice, "Lord Lin, I have come to seek the hand of your second daughter." He presented himself with the demeanor of an elegant young gentleman. Lord Lin, who cherished his reputation, was reluctant to engage in verbal sparring with the youth. Lin Zhao's younger brother, Lin Yun, could contain his anger no longer and exclaimed, "Is this how you come to seek my sister's hand? With not a single matchmaker in sight, do you presume to marry her? You are unworthy." Cheng Yin bowed again and replied earnestly, "My lord, my family is impoverished, possessing naught but a meager existence, and I must prepare for the upcoming examinations in a month. There truly seems to be no other recourse. Initially, I intended to propose after the imperial examination, but considering the intimate relationship I already share with your daughter, I fear she may be with child, though I secretly disdain the notion that a lady of such stature would engage in such impropriety. It is indeed beneath my contempt. Yet, this is the best opportunity one can muster. Even in disdain, I must proceed with the marriage. My words not only elucidate the circumstances, but also assert my identity." Subtly laced with a veiled threat, the expression on Lin's father's face shifted between shades of blue and red, a mixture of anger and embarrassment. "Silence. How dare you slander my sister? It was you who, after consuming the herbal concoction, acted inappropriately towards her, yet you attempt to cast blame upon her. You are hardly worthy of being called a man. I spit upon you." Lin Yun would not allow this matter to be laid at his sister's feet and chastised Cheng Yin vociferously. "Master Lin, what is your perspective?" Cheng Yin, undeterred by Lin Yun's outburst, maintained his gaze upon Lin's father. "The esteemed scholar Cheng is a man of great promise, one whom my Lin family cannot aspire to. Someone, please escort our guest out." Lin's father, proud and haughty, felt utterly humiliated to be threatened by a mere scholar. Though his official title was modest, he believed he should not be intimidated by such a lowly candidate. "My daughter willingly devotes herself to the prayers for our nation, forever in the company of the ancient lamp and the Buddha." No sooner had he spoken than Lin Yu burst into the room, stumbling. Zhang Xiaonyang hastily followed, exclaiming, "Yeah, where are you headed? Slow down, you are still injured." "Yeah." Lin Zhao sidestepped, pondering at last. "She has arrived. Father still wishes to conceal this from Lin Yu. Dreaming in vain. Is it not your intent to marry Cheng Yin? Did you not resort to illicit actions for his sake? Today, I shall fulfill your desires." It would not be in vain for him to have discreetly informed Lin Yu of this news. Such excitement must not be missed. The performance is about to commence. "Who permitted your presence?" Lin's father seethed. "Someone take the young lady away." Lin Yu knelt, her eyes brimming with tears as she implored, "Father, I do not wish to be bound to the ancient lamp and Buddha. I desire to marry Cheng Yin." Lin's father clutched his chest. Taking a moment to regain his composure, he replied coldly, "If you are so obstinate and insist on marrying him, You shall no longer be my daughter. Master, Zhang Xiaonyang began to weep, feigning helplessness. Such words cannot be spoken. She is your own flesh and blood. Witnessing this, Lin Yun also interceded on behalf of his sister. Father, she did not act with intent. She was unaware of the circumstances. Family matters should not be aired publicly. Let us first see Cheng Yin depart. Lin Yun signaled to Lin Yu to apologize to their father, intending to resolve the matter afterward. Lin Zhao reflected inwardly. What a splendid scene. How moving. Truly, they're a loving family. Lin Yu, seemingly oblivious, resolutely stated, I wish to marry him. In this life, I will marry no one but him. You sister. You yeah. They all exclaimed in unison. Lin's father, in a fit of rage, responded, Very well, I shall grant you your wish. Go with him. Remember, once you step beyond this door, you shall never return. Lin Yun was taken aback. Father, Zhang Xiaonyang, was equally affected, her legs trembling as she struggled to remain upright. Master, Lin's father, his complexion ashen, remained unmoved, silence. Do you believe our Lin family has not suffered enough disgrace? Allow them to leave. Father, I shall not harbor any regrets. Lin Yu bowed 3 times to her father, then turned to Cheng Yin and said, Brother Yin, let us depart. To her father-in-law, she added, Your humble son-in-law takes his leave. With that, she turned and walked away, leaving no opportunity for Lin's father to respond. He fainted, utterly bewildered. Lin Yu, that foolish girl, cannot even manage a simple 3-on-1. In her past life, she came adorned with a substantial dowry. Yet she always made her father pave the way for Cheng Yin, resulting in a dismal fate, and now she seeks to end my life. In this lifetime, I am keen to observe how you will thrive. Chapter 6. The wedding night. Due to the events that transpired, Zhao Yuhang was eager to reclaim his dignity. And the wedding date, already close at hand, soon arrived, the day of Lin Zhao and Zhao Yuhang's grand union. The Lin residence and the Wang manor were adorned with crimson silk, echoing with laughter and joy. In Lin Zhao's chamber, Lin Yu pouted furiously, her lips almost resembling an oil jar, and indignantly remarked, Young master, the heir is being excessively domineering to the extent of sending a red veil. In contemporary weddings, the bride dons the veil while the groom fans it. If roles were reversed, it would signify disgrace. Lin Zhao's lips curved slightly, and she softly replied, Today is my wedding. Let us not squabble over trifles, for there is ample time ahead. Do not sulk. Lin Fulang, who had been entertaining guests outside, hurried in upon hearing the commotion. Tears welled in his eyes as he grasped Lin Zhao's hand with concern. Zhaoer, how could the heir treat you with such humiliation? How shall we navigate the days to come? Lin Zhao soothingly patted the back of her father's hand. Father, I'm fine, truly I am. Do you not trust me? I shall live splendidly. That foolish girl remains oblivious to the underlying circumstances. She is likely still seething, being incited by others to torment him further. Although Lin Fulang had faith in Lin Zhao, the fact remained that he was an heir on such a joyous occasion. He did not wish to add to Lin Zhao's woes, so he concealed his worries behind a facade of calm. Yet his heart was in turmoil. At the Wang manor, the Prince of Chun paced back and forth before the slouched Zhao Yuhang, sighing as he went. How could he have produced such an insensible son? The worry had seemingly turned his hair gray. Suddenly, he halted and earnestly addressed Zhao Yuhang. Why pursue a marriage with one you deem unworthy? If you must wed, why subject him to such humiliation? You must understand that he will one day be the prince's consort. How do you intend for our family to maintain its dignity? Zhao Yuhang, confused, tilted his head and frowned slightly. Huh? Who said I looked down on him? I merely wished to provoke him. Who has humiliated him? His gaze was clear, yet naive. The Prince of Chun felt as if he could hardly breathe, organizing his thoughts. It is my failure to have raised you properly. Do you not realize that when a man carries a red veil, everyone will assume he is scorned by his husband, allowing anyone to point fingers? Zhao Yuhang instantly straightened, his round eyes widening. This is what my brother told me. I thought it would irritate him. The young lord found himself taken aback by the turn of events. Quickly, Shunzi retrieved the items and returned the fan. This is a royal gift. The Prince of Chun lamented once more about his failure in parenting. Zhao Yuhang reclined in his chair, waving his hand dismissively. It's nothing, father, uncle the emperor will not mind. Noticing that Shunzi had yet to move, he called out loudly, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up. Shunzi immediately bowed his head, acknowledging, understood, I shall go at once. The young master pondered for a moment before adding, ensure everything is settled before I arrive. I understand, Shunzi replied. At the Lin residence. Lin Yushi beamed as he unfolded a fan before Lin Zhao. Young master. A servant from the royal manor has come to report that there was a mix-up with the items, and this fan has been exchanged. Lin Zhao raised his eyes, a smile illuminating his face. This was a gift from the emperor, previously displayed in the royal mansion. It seemed a fitting gesture from Zhao Yuhang, though he must tread lightly tonight. Suddenly, the sound of firecrackers erupted outside, accompanied by the clangor of drums. Young master, the heir has arrived. With the heir's wedding, none dared to obstruct. Zhao Yuhang burst into Lin Zhao's chamber before the fan could adequately conceal her. Their gazes locked. The heir, taken aback by Lin Zhao's breathtaking visage and her crimson attire, was momentarily entranced. Laughter erupted from those nearby. Look at the young master, he's spellbound. Shunzi quietly reminded him. Your Highness, regain your composure. Do not waste the auspicious moment. Zhao Yuhang blinked, all right. With that, he swept Lin Zhao into his arms and strode towards the exit. Your Highness, this is against propriety. Shunzi reached out in an attempt to intervene. Yet, who could hinder a man eager for his bridal chamber? Why are you so heavy? You look so slender, Zhao Yuhang murmured, feigning ease while quickening his pace, anxious not to drop Lin Zhao and face humiliation. Just set me down. Your Highness, Lin Zhao found the situation amusing, knowing her martial training had endowed her with a sturdy physique. After all, how else could she have overpowered Zhao Yuhang under the influence of traditional medicine? Zhao Yuhang stubbornly insisted, no need. After placing Lin Zhao into the bridal sedan, he discreetly pinched his own arm. Then, mounting his horse, he beamed with the triumph of a general returning from conquest. He declared, let us return home. They bowed to heaven and earth, then to their esteemed elders, and finally exchanged bows as husband and wife, joyfully completing the ceremony. Each guest harbored their own thoughts. Once the rites were concluded, they were escorted into the bridal chamber. Zhao Yuhang grasped Lin Zhao's hand, eager to enter, but the swift guests blocked their path. It's a day of great joy. Let us have a drink, they urged. Indeed, come, let us toast to the heir. Zhao Yuhang, unwilling to display displeasure, politely declined. On this joyous occasion, you all drink first. I shall retire to the bridal chamber, and I will have my royal brother drink with you. He awaited a chance to redeem himself. How could he indulge in wine? The price of his previous drunkenness had been far too steep. Zhao Yuhang turned to beckon his brothers. Elder brother, come quickly, drink with them. The crown prince spoke first. Very well. Let us join you. Do not trouble my brother. The other princes chimed in. Yes, indeed. We shall stay until we are inebriated. Instantly, the crowd fell silent, dispersing like birds and beasts. The young master was approachable and unpretentious, making him an easy target, but the princes were not so easily swayed. The crown prince was displeased. After all, he was a member of the royal family and should not be subjected to the whims of a group of frivolous young men. Where was his royal dignity? He interjected. Wait, do not leave. Let us drink. It is my brother's joyous occasion, and we shall not return until we are inebriated. The surrounding guests abruptly halted, and one hesitantly declared, allow me to toast the crown prince first. Indeed, let us all drink together. They chimed in unison. In another chamber, the heir apparent, Lin Zhao, had just taken his seat when a young lord rushed in with fervor. Gently removing his fan, he dreamily murmured, Lin Zhao, you are truly exquisite. A light laugh pulled Zhao Yuhang back to reality, and he awkwardly scratched his head. Lin Zhao sought to alleviate the awkwardness. My lord, it is time for us to partake in the cup of union. Yes, Zhao Yuhang responded, rising to fetch 2 glasses of wine. The two clinked their jade cups together, their flowing sleeves intertwining gracefully. After drinking, the young lord softly remarked, Darling, let us retire to our chamber. Very well. Lin Zhao replied obediently, a glimmer of mischief flashing in his eyes. Unbeknownst to Zhao Yuhang, He had no intention of regaining his composure. He simply wished to enact immediate justice. In a gentle tone, the young lord assured, "Do not worry. I shall ensure you have a delightful evening, certainly unlike your previous experiences." The atmosphere was thick with emotion. "Husband, do not fret, this time I will." Lin Zhao gazed tenderly at the startled Zhao Yuhang, who was unable to utter a word. "Let go of me," he stammered. Zhao Yuhang suddenly froze, then frantically attempted to push Lin Zhao away, trying to retreat. Lin Zhao observed his struggles calmly, stating flatly, "If you continue to resist, do not blame me." Zhao Yuhang trembled, his gaze flitting about, avoiding Lin Zhao's eyes. Suddenly, he caught sight of something out of the corner of his eye and ceased his struggles, recalling the dire consequences of his previous encounter. He could only look at Lin Zhao with wide, pleading eyes, hoping the aggressor would show mercy. Yet, he was unaware that his moist eyes, reminiscent of a frightened fawn, only made him appear more vulnerable. "Good boy," Lin Zhao whispered, leaning down to kiss Zhao Yuhang's forehead, between his brows, on his nose, and finally on his lips. He continued his tender ministrations as they commenced their wedding night. The moon, too, seemed shy and hid behind the clouds, while Zhao Yuhang succumbed to unconsciousness. Lin Zhao summoned someone to bring water, carefully washing and applying medicine to Zhao Yuhang. The slumbering figure exhibited signs of stress, his brow furrowed in discomfort. His voice slightly hoarse as he murmured, "It feels as though I have had a nightmare." Lin Zhao gently kissed his brow, reassuring him, "Do not fear. Once the medicine is applied, all will be well." Then, he embraced him and drifted into slumber. Chapter 7. Above Lin Yu approached the bedside, softly urging Lin Zhao, "My lord, it is time to rise and present tea." Lin Zhao opened his eyes, but disregarded Lin Yu's words. He gazed down at the sleeping Zhao Yuhang, who wore a frown, evidently displeased at being disturbed. Lin Zhao lifted his hand, and Lin Yu understood, stepping outside. Lin Zhao gently kissed Zhao Yuhang's forehead, then cautiously withdrew his hand from the nape of his neck. "Ugh, do not bother me." Indeed, it seemed that the pampered young lord had been roused from his slumber. Lin Zhao gently patted Zhao Yuhang's back, tucking his pillow into the young lord's embrace, soothing him as one would a child, until he finally drifted into slumber. Afterward, he stepped outside, instructing the servants not to disturb the young lord. Lin Yu bent low, acknowledging, "Yes, my lord." Lin Zhao pondered for a moment, deciding to address him as husband from now on. "Yes, husband." After freshening up, he led Lin Yu to the main hall. The scene was quite absurd. The young lord had yet to rise. "Bring that scoundrel to wake," the crown prince bellowed upon noticing Lin Zhao entering alone. Lin Zhao observed the crown prince's theatrical display, waiting patiently for him to finish before interjecting, "Perhaps the young lord is merely fatigued from yesterday's exertions. Father, let him rest." The crown prince, upon hearing this, chose not to press further. He was well aware that Zhao Yuhang typically rose late, and he secretly relished the idea of his son enjoying a few more moments of rest. In a brief while, a servant arrived bearing a tray with tea and a delicately crafted cup. Lin Zhao knelt respectfully, presenting the tea. "Father, please enjoy this." The crown prince nodded with satisfaction, saying, "Very well, this is a gift for you. Yuhang will require your care henceforth." Lin Zhao obediently accepted the gift with both hands, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, father. Rest assured, this is my duty, and I shall care for the young lord diligently." As he held the key to the inner chambers of the palace, Lin Zhao mused that the crown prince seemed pleased with him. Previously, the inner quarters had been unattended, managed by the steward of the outer court. Now that a master was in residence, the crown prince had relinquished control. After a few more instructions regarding the palace staff, the crown prince dismissed Lin Zhao. Returning to their residence, Yuheng Courtyard, Lin Zhao found the courtyard enveloped in an almost eerie silence. "Is the young lord still asleep?" he inquired of a maid who was tidying up. "Yes, my lord. The young lord has yet to awaken," she replied. Lin Zhao nodded, deciding to check on him. As he entered, he noticed Zhao Yuhang, whose eyelids fluttered restlessly. A smile crept across Lin Zhao's face as he sat by the bedside, gently caressing Zhao Yuhang's cheek. "Enough of this charade. No one else knows the matters of our chamber, so rest assured." At his words, Zhao Yuhang opened his eyes, filled with indignation. He glared at Lin Zhao, asserting, "You are my husband, and this is a betrayal of our bond. Do you not understand the principles of marriage?" As Lin Zhao's expression darkened, Zhao Yuhang's voice grew softer, tears beginning to trickle down his cheeks. With a quivering voice, he lamented, "Oh, the principles are not upheld. I fear I shall have no descendants. How wretched is my plight." Hearing this, Lin Zhao suddenly recalled the child they had lost in a previous life. Calculating the time, he realized there was still a year remaining. With a sigh, he spoke, "Enough of the tears. If you behave well, I shall bear you children and ensure your lineage continues." Zhao Yuhang, having abruptly halted his sobbing, let out a surprised hiccup, his eyes glimmering with hope. "Really?" Lin Zhao affirmed, "Indeed, I promise, and in public, you shall always be my husband. I shall heed your wishes." Instantly, Zhao Yuhang regained his pride, huffing, "Well, at least you understand your place." Lin Zhao, exasperated, shot him a sidelong glance. "You crybaby. When will you consider your behavior satisfactory?" Zhao Yuhang seemed to ponder something before speaking again. Lin Zhao raised an eyebrow, asserting that he must heed his words. Zhao Yuhang immediately protested, questioning what would happen if his words held no weight, as there were no standards to adhere to, and what if Lin Zhao continued to disagree with him. By the end, his lips had formed a pout, on the verge of tears. Lin Zhao quickly embraced him, promising that by the end of the stipulated year, he would surely fulfill his wishes, or else he would leave it to Zhao Yuhang to decide the consequences. In a place where Lin Zhao could not see, Zhao Yuhang smiled, agreeing that it was settled. Lin Zhao took a small step back and kissed him gently. "A gentleman's word is his bond. 3 days hence." During the return visit, he would accompany Lin Zhao. Zhao Yuhang nodded, acknowledging the arrangement. Lin Yu entered the room, her expression rather grim. "Husband, news has come from the Lin residence. Lin Yu has secretly returned home today and was denied entry through the main gate." She revealed that Lin Yu had sneaked in through the back door and had sought out a young lady and the third young master. It was said that she left with a large bundle. Lin Zhao, while trimming flower branches, replied nonchalantly, "She brought this upon herself. I suspect she has returned to fetch money. How could she possibly endure a life of hardship? We need not concern ourselves with her. Let us remain vigilant regarding Cheng Yin and their movements." Lin Yu nodded in agreement. "Yes, husband." She continued, a hint of schadenfreude in her tone. "Our informants have discovered that the Cheng family once had a talented young lady. She used to live with Cheng Yin, but is now residing alone in the outer city, seemingly with child." At this, Lin Zhao's brow furrowed slightly as he set down his scissors, instructing to keep a close watch on her to ensure her and the child's safety. Lin Yu affirmed, "Yes, husband," and added with a smirk, "I wonder what she is plotting, going through all this trouble to marry a poor scholar with a concubine. And now, before even marrying, she is to become a mother." Sitting on a stool, Lin Zhao picked up a cup of tea, blew gently across its surface, and replied lightly, "She is merely placing her bets early. What if Cheng Yin were to become a top scholar? What if he were to rise to the position of prime minister in the future?" Lin Yu widened her eyes, as if recalling something. "Husband, Cheng Yin was merely fortunate to pass the imperial examination." Lin Zhao raised his gaze. "Oh." With great enthusiasm, Lin Yu explained, during that examination, the weather suddenly turned hot, and many candidates' food went bad. Most suffered from stomach ailments due to the spoiled food. Only Cheng Yin was unaffected, as his family had been in dire straits, with his father gambling away their fortune, leaving them in a state of hunger. He was accustomed to such hardship. Lin Zhao nodded, understanding the situation. No wonder he was so eager, willing to send his pregnant cousin away just to marry an official's daughter. Lin Yu sighed. Indeed, he was the last among the successful candidates. Many wealthy merchants doubted his abilities, and he had only recently managed to settle his father's gambling debts. Lin Zhao shot him a glance. "Very well, everyone has their fate. We must keep an eye on him." "Yes, husband." Lin Yu understood that he and his young master were of one mind. He would not act contrary to his master's interests. Just as Lin Yu was about to turn to relay instructions, he heard his master inquire, "By the way, have the gifts for the return visit been prepared?" Lin Yu looked up. "Husband, they are ready. The young master has personally checked several times. No one would dare take it lightly." "Very well, I understand. Where is the young master now?" Lin Zhao felt a ripple of emotions within, her voice laced with mirth. Observing this, Lin Yu chuckled and remarked, "The young master is in the study," insisting he should not be disturbed. Lin Zhao's smile deepened with meaning. "Oh, let's go take a look. Is it truly a rare sight to find him content in the study?" With a glance, Lin Zhao halted the servant who was about to announce their arrival to the young master. At the study door, just as she was about to knock, laughter erupted from within. "Ha ha ha, Shunzi, you've lost. Hand over the money, and let us have another round." The young master was in high spirits. A resigned voice responded, "Young master, this month's allowance has already been claimed by you. Have mercy, please." Lin Zhao abruptly flung open the door, startling both the young master and his servant. Zhao Shun immediately bowed, greeting Lin Zhao respectfully. Lin Zhao's gaze swept the room, pausing momentarily at the gambling table. She nodded slightly. "Rise. You may leave now, and ensure no one approaches the study." Lin Yu and Zhao Shun complied, hastily exiting the room and closing the door behind them. In an instant, only the two of them remained in the study, and Zhao Yuheng sensed an ominous shift. He forced a trivial smile. Zhao, what's the matter? I've asked about the return visit multiple times. There is nothing to worry about. I've been home and haven't tea gone out." It was as if he wanted to proclaim, "See how well-behaved I am." Observing the young master's obsequious demeanor, Lin Zhao reflected, Zhao Yuheng is already a young master. The prince has but one child. Why make his life difficult? Moreover, Zhao Yuheng had been pampered since childhood, doted upon even by the emperor. It sufficed that he would smoothly inherit the royal estate. Let him enjoy life to the fullest without undue concern. Seeing Lin Zhao lost in thought, Zhao Yuheng felt a pang of unease and cautiously called out, "Zhao." Lin Zhao came to her senses, turning to him. "It's nothing. I was merely contemplating. I won't press you too hard. Just refrain from visiting brothels or gambling houses in the future. However, do indulge in your studies occasionally. In the future, if you play games with the servants, let the stakes be reciting passages. Do you understand?" "Oh." Zhao Yuheng's face fell instantly, responding weakly. Seeing the young master's swift change in demeanor, Lin Zhao smiled slyly. "Do strive to improve, will you?" "I understand." Zhao Yuheng nodded earnestly. Lin Zhao, considering her next move, resolved to offer him a sweet reward. "Perform well during the return visit tomorrow, and I shall allow you to be on top." "Really?" Zhao Yuheng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked up abruptly. Lin Zhao nodded, "Of course. Have I ever deceived you?" Zhao Yuheng puffed out his chest, proclaiming, "Rest assured, I will perform exceptionally well." Chapter 8. The Deceiver. Lin Fu and Lin Furlong awaited at the entrance of Lin Mansion for the young mistress's return visit. Upon seeing the young master and Lin Zhao approach together, the family greeted them with respect. "Greetings, young master, young mistress." Zhao Yuheng raised a hand. "No need for formalities, rise." One of his finest traits developed from a young age was his regal demeanor in critical moments. Remembering his promises, Zhao Yuheng decided to show respect to Lin Zhao's family, bowing slightly to Lin Fu and Lin Furlong. "Greetings, father-in-law and mother-in-law." Lin Fu and Lin Fulang hurriedly evaded the situation. "Quickly, let us enter and discuss this," he urged. In the midst of the crowd, Lin Fu feared he might be reprimanded the following day. He discreetly signaled Lin Zhao with a glance. Lin Zhao, taken aback by the heir's unexpected behavior, noted that he only performed such gestures of respect in the presence of the esteemed Chen Wang. Nevertheless, he resolved to remind the heir of proper decorum in the future. As they entered the main hall and had yet to take their seats, a servant arrived with news. "Master, Fu Lang, the second young lady seeks an audience outside." Lin Fu waved his hand dismissively. "Do not let her in. Tell her to leave." He found the servant's lack of discernment infuriating and shot a glance at the steward. To his surprise, the servant hesitated, stammering, but Lin Fu's patience was wearing thin. "What a fool!" "Dad!" came Lin Yu's voice from outside, filled with urgency. The heir, puzzled, remarked, "Let her in. Is this not your second young lady?" He was the only one still unaware of the unfolding drama. Lin Zhao did not intervene. Rather, he anticipated the unfolding spectacle with delight. Who would have thought that returning home would provide such entertainment? After the heir made his remark, Lin Zhao quietly explained the situation, gesturing for him to remain discreet. As Lin Yu entered, she began to wail, "Father, I am your own flesh and blood. Even if broken, the bone remains connected to the sinew. How could you truly turn your back on me?" Lin Fu felt his reputation slipping away. He was a man who valued his honor above all. "Be silent. The last time you came seeking money from your stepmother and brother, did you think I was unaware? What? Have you squandered your funds so soon?" Lin Yu disregarded his words. Obtaining money was her priority. She had deliberately chosen the day of Lin Zhao's return. Knowing her father's obsession with face, she believed that if she pleaded in front of the heir, he would inevitably relent. "Father," she lamented, "why must your words be so harsh? I have neither a wedding nor a dowry. My stepmother and brother, seeing my plight, have given me some possessions. But Cheng Yin is about to take the imperial examination. He urgently needs funds. Trust me, Father, he is destined for greatness. Consider this in advance on your support." With fervent assurance, she vowed, "Father, he will surely assist us in the future." Lin Fu's face turned ashen, his finger trembling as he pointed at Lin Yu in anger. "You have truly lost your senses. I made my stance exceedingly clear. If you insist on marrying him, the Lin family will no longer acknowledge you as a daughter. You chose this path yourself. Later, when you returned seeking money from your stepmother, I turned a blind eye and allowed her to assist you. I believe I have been more than generous." Lin Yu certainly knew how to pick her moments. How would the Chun Wang perceive this? She possessed no sense at all. How could I have produced such a fool? Lin Yu knelt on the ground, her tear-filled eyes gazing at Lin Fu. She wept pitifully, tears streaming down her face. "Father, do you truly wish to abandon your daughter? I have missed you dearly during these days away from home. Yet, fearing your ire, I have not dared to see you and could only inquire about your well-being through my stepmother." Lin Zhao and the heir sipped their tea, thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama. The heir mused, if force does not work, then perhaps gentleness will suffice. This Lin Yu is indeed adaptable, a true talent. "Mr." Lin was infuriated, his blood boiling as he caught sight of the crown prince and Lin Zhao quietly sipping tea, seemingly entertained by the commotion. In an instant, he felt a surge of anger, as if he might succumb to it. He clenched his teeth, wishing only to dismiss the matter swiftly. With a thunderous voice, he declared, "Enough. This ends here. Steward, give her 100 taels of silver and send her away." Yet his heart softened. After all, she was his only daughter. Thus, this farce came to an abrupt conclusion. Among all present, only His Highness the Crown Prince expressed that he had learned something valuable, a blend of softness and firmness. He resolved to employ this method in the future, determined to gain control over Lin Zhao. Had Lin Zhao been aware of his intentions, she would have commended his audacity. As for the likelihood of success, Lin Zhao, concealing her gaze behind her teacup, harbored a flicker of coldness in her eyes, silently contemplating. "Lin Yu, this is merely the beginning. Your days of weeping are yet to come." "Forgive me for the embarrassment," Mr. Lin said awkwardly. The Crown Prince waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Not at all. We are, after all, one family, are we not? Family members do not speak as if they are strangers." He relished the unfolding drama, finding it more captivating than the performances on stage. The previously silent Mr. Lin's husband interjected, "It's noon. Shall we proceed to lunch?" The Crown Prince, displaying great enthusiasm towards Mr. Lin's husband, agreed, "Indeed, I am quite hungry." During the meal, Mr. Lin intentionally poured wine for the Crown Prince, who graciously accepted. Since his marriage, he had abstained from alcohol, but today, the temptation proved too great, and he indulged in several cups. Lin Zhao clenched her teeth in disapproval, whispering, "Father, the Crown Prince is already intoxicated. I shall assist him to rest. You should refrain from drinking as well and take care of your health." Zhao Yuheng abruptly lifted his head, full of vigor. "No, A sharp pain shot through his waist, and he quickly amended, "Yes, I am drunk. I can't drink anymore. I need to rest." He looked at Lin Zhao with a pleading expression. This person was quite ruthless, not releasing the pinch on that tender spot of flesh at his side. Lin Zhao finally relented, warning him softly, "Behave yourself." Zhao Yuheng nodded, discreetly massaging the sore area. Mr. Lin, feeling a bit tipsy himself, said, "Very well, You may go. My husband will make the necessary arrangements. In Lin Zhao's room. After ensuring the crown prince was settled, the father and daughter shared intimate words. Mr. Lin's eyes glistened with tears as he smiled, saying, Zhao Zhao, as long as the crown prince treats you well, I will be at ease. Lin Zhao patted his hand reassuringly. Father, you need not worry. The crown prince listens to me. There will be no troubles between us. Do you not trust my capabilities? Mr. Lin hesitated. Of course I trust you. But we must be cautious regarding heirs. I'm mindful. Father, please do not fret. I'm doing well. Very well. Meanwhile, upon learning of the day's events, Zhang Xiaonyang sought out Mr. Lin, saying, Master, she is still our daughter. Can we truly disregard her? Mr. Lin sighed. When you provided money last time, did I voice any objections? We can always support her, but now that Zhao Zhao is married to the crown prince, we must maintain our dignity. Otherwise, it will reflect poorly on everyone. His voice trailed off, imbued with gravity. Zhang Xiaonyang understood the veiled message from Mr. Lin, replying, I comprehend, master. On the way home, Zhao Yuheng eagerly remarked, Did I not perform admirably today? Lin Zhao raised an eyebrow with mischievous intent and remarked, Rest assured, I shall keep my word. Tonight, you will undoubtedly be the one on top. The naive young master was oblivious to her meaning, simply reveling in his delight. Later that evening, in the young master's chambers, he lamented, But you promised me. The foolish young master was on the verge of tears, regretting his earlier decisions. Lin Zhao smirked and teased, Are you not here? What is the matter? Feeling unwell? The moon, bashful, hid behind the clouds. Chapter 9. I'll love you on the day of the exam results. Lin Yu cheerfully announced, Husband, Cheng Yin has failed. The gambling house has barred him from leaving home and is demanding payment. Lin Yu's plans have been utterly thwarted. He gleefully declared, He truly deserves it. He once schemed against the young master, and now he has received his comeuppance. Lin Zhao ignored Lin Yu's taunts and inquired, Where's the young master? Lin Yu replied, He is lost at gambling and is currently in his study, memorizing texts. After pondering for a moment, Lin Zhao decided to summon him, saying she would take him to see a performance. The young master will certainly be thrilled, Lin Yu added with a smile. Wow, why are you so kind today? The young master was unusually excited, chattering incessantly in the carriage while hugging Lin Zhao. She leaned closer and whispered in his ear, Continue this ruckus, and you'll regret it. The young master stiffened and ceased his antics, sitting quietly as they arrived at the residence near Cheng Yan's home. Cheng Jiren, how do you intend to repay this debt? Lin Yu, still in the dark, questioned her husband. The leader of the group tilted his head, saying, It seems you are not aware. Your esteemed husband owes my gambling house 5,000 taels of silver. What? So much? Lin Yu gazed incredulously at Cheng Yan. Cheng Yan avoided her gaze, unable to meet her eyes. No, this cannot be. You have been focused on your studies for the imperial examinations, haven't you? You may not know, but your husband did not pass, he laughed. How can this be? It shouldn't be. Lin Yu was unable to accept this outcome. Enough of this madness. How will you repay the money? Speak. He raised an axe threateningly towards Cheng Yan. Ask her for it. She is my wife. The daughter of the Minister of Works. She must have the means, Cheng Yan blurted out without thinking. What? Lin Yu could hardly believe her ears. What did you say, Cheng Yan? I endure hardship with you. And you ask my family for money? You cannot concentrate on your studies and instead gamble. And now you dare to shift the blame onto me? Cheng Yan retorted, We are one, so my debt becomes yours. I have no money. It falls to you to repay it. Furthermore, it was you who insisted on marrying me. I never begged you to. Onlookers began to murmur and point fingers. So, this is the kind of person Lin Yu is. No wonder they didn't hold a wedding. The daughter of the Minister of Works has debased herself so. How absurd. The surrounding voices drowned Lin Yu's protests. In a fit of anger, she shouted, We shall part ways. You will repay your gambling debts. They have nothing to do with me. Suddenly, she recalled something and said to Cheng Yan, By the way, we have yet to register at the government office. I am not your wife. You can be pursued, but I am the daughter of the Minister of Works, and you cannot touch me. How could Cheng Yan possibly let her go? You and I share a bond of intimacy. You are inherently my woman. The unity of husband and wife is a fundamental truth. Do you truly wish to marry another? Lin Yu felt a surge of despair. You shouldn't be like this. How could Cheng Yin be such a person? The leader of the group cleared his ears and retorted, Enough. We are not here to listen to your theatrics. Speak quickly about how this will be resolved. If you cannot find a solution, then Cheng Jiren shall suffer some physical punishment today. Cheng Yin trembled and stepped back. No. She has money. You should ask her for it. If all else fails, I will sell her to you. Lin Yu rushed forward, striking Cheng Yin. Shut your mouth. Cheng Yin, you unfaithful scoundrel. Dare to lay a finger on me, and I will have you know my brother is the only son of the Minister of Works. He will not let you off easily. The leader scoffed. Paying debts is a matter of principle. Not even the king himself can intervene. Go. Sever a finger from Cheng Yin. Consider it interest. Yes. A scream erupted from Cheng Yin. Search the house. Take everything of value. Lin Yu shouted in defiance. No. This is all my money. It does not belong to him. The leader clicked his tongue. Miss Lin, we are sparing you this time out of respect for your father and the Wang family connection. Do not mistake our leniency for fear of your father. If you do not step aside, we will chop you up too. Search. Wait, my elder brother is the wife of the heir. You cannot harm me. This is my money. The leader curled his finger dismissively. Truly foolish. Chop. Another agonizing scream echoed, blood spilling across the floor. You think we are unaware of the poor relationship you have with your brother? Where does your confidence stem from? Lin Yu declared with venom. I will not let you off. Just wait. Truly lacking in wit, chop again. On my hand. The cries of pain continued, and the young master couldn't help but rub his arms. How is it? Do you pity her? Not at all. She deserves this. She brought it upon herself. The young master replied with a smile. Lin Zhao remained non-committal. Once they leave, we should take a look. After the voices faded, Lin Zhao stood up. It was you. You caused my brother's downfall, didn't you? You lured Cheng Yin into gambling. Upon seeing Lin Zhao, Lin Yu shouted vehemently. Fool! What difference would it make if I did it again? You only know how to rely on others and have no sense of self-reliance. You lack any intellect. Lin Zhao mocked. Lin Yu wailed, don't you? You have lived again. Haven to you? Aha! I am unwilling. Why is it that you always fare so well? Why does everyone adore you? Lin Zhao scoffed. So foolish. Of course I figured it out. Ever since the last incident with the herbal medicine, I have had people watching your every move. However, Lin Zhao now recalled his previous life. After the lack of choices, he had made an agreement with Cheng Yin. Unfortunately, Lin Yu died too soon. Otherwise, she would have discovered that Cheng Yin, having gained power, would betray Lin Zhao. Cheng Yin desired to eliminate Lin Zhao to place her cousin in power. Most importantly, every time he saw Lin Zhao, he was reminded of his past failures. Everything he possessed now was thanks to Lin Zhao's guidance, managing affairs, and maintaining connections. Fortunately, he encountered Zhao Yuhang along the way. Zhao Yuhang saved him, and through the young master's influence, he managed to bring Cheng Yin down. In their companionship, affection blossomed between them, and the prince cleared the courtyard. They would grow old together. Fortunately, although the beginning was flawed, the conclusion was just. Lin Zhao gazed tenderly at Zhao Yuhang, his eyes brimming with love, unwilling to squander any more time with the fool. He remarked, his cousin is already 6 months pregnant. Guess whose child it is? With that, he took the prince by the hand and turned to leave. Let them tear each other apart. On their way back, seeing the prince's indecisive demeanor, Lin Zhao spoke up. If you wish to say something, then say it. You are truly remarkable, Zhao Zhao. Zhao Yuhang managed after a long pause. Observing his reaction, Lin Zhao felt elated. Rest assured, as long as you do not betray me, I shall not employ those tactics against you. Of course, I am yours in life and yours in death. The prince hurriedly pledged his loyalty. Lin Zhao chuckled. Enough of your jesting. I trust you. Hee hee, you silly thing. 11 months later. Zhao Zhao, have I been good lately? Zhao Yuhang asked, nuzzling Lin Zhao's neck. Well, I suppose, Lin Zhao nodded, a glint of amusement flickering in his eyes. What about the promise you made? The prince hinted persistently. What promise? Lin Zhao feigned ignorance. Zhao Zhao, the prince whined. All right, tonight for sure. Rest easy. When have I ever gone back on my word? Hee hee, you're the best, Zhao Zhao. 10 months later. Congratulations, Your Highness. Best wishes. Your Highness. Congratulations, young master. After this, Zhao Yuhang, filled with joy, sought to turn the situation in his favor, but never succeeded again. Zhao Yuhang, I love you. Zhao Zhao, I love you too. Chapter 10. Side Story 1. 3 years later, in spring. Lin Zhao, sensing the splendid weather, wished to take the prince and their son out for a spring outing. As it was a spontaneous decision, he instructed the servants to prepare the necessities while he gathered items suitable for Jing Yin. Zhao Jingyin, their son, was already 3 years old, the sole heir of the Chun Wangfu, and was cherished even more than Zhao Yuhang had been in his youth. Fortunately, Lin Zhao was not one to indulge his child excessively. The young master had impeccable character, though his temperament was another matter. Recalling the little rascal's antics made Lin Zhao's head spin. Setting aside the unsightly scrawl he had been laboring over, he turned to Lin Yu and inquired, "Where's the child?" Over the past few years, as Lin Zhao managed the Chun Wangfu, his aura had grown increasingly noble and commanding. Lin Yu respectfully replied, "Reporting to you, my lord, the young master has taken the young prince to climb trees and forage for bird nests." Lin Zhao could only feel 3 dark lines forming on his forehead. How old were they to still be playing around like that? He grew concerned for their safety, pondering whether they might fall from the trees, as Zhao Yuhang's skills were hardly commendable. With this thought, his tone shifted to seriousness. "This is nonsense. Is no one stopping them?" Lin Zhao was aware that he was misplacing his anger, for it was unreasonable to expect servants to manage their masters. Lin Yu sighed inwardly, understanding that his master was merely flustered with concern, and reassured him the servants could not dissuade them. "But they have laid blankets at the base of the tree, and a group is surrounding them, so there will be no accidents." Lin Zhao, feeling uneasy, decided to take a look, instructing Lin Yu to keep an eye on their belongings and to meet them afterwards. Lin Yu nodded and replied, "Yes, my lord." Lin Zhao casually gestured for a maid to guide him while inquiring about the situation, replying to "my lord, it is the young prince who has never seen a bird's egg or a newly hatched chick." Upon hearing the young master mention that there are newly born birds in our backyard, he insisted on having a look. Coincidentally, the young master also felt it had been a while since he had engaged in any activity, wishing to showcase his prowess before the young prince. Thus, their mutual enthusiasm truly astounded Lin Zhao. Since the birth of the royal heir, Lin Zhao's standing within the palace had risen significantly. In recent years, the Prince of Chun had become increasingly indulgent, preferring to revel in the joys of grandparenthood rather than manage affairs. The young master, however, was not particularly dependable. Consequently, the prince began to familiarize Lin Zhao with various matters of the palace, intending to have the young master merely serve as a figurehead in the future. Lin Zhao excelled in his role, much to the prince's satisfaction, which led to the gradual delegation of responsibilities to him. Lin Zhao relished the feeling of wielding power, resulting in him becoming increasingly occupied, thereby spending less time with the father and son duo. Whenever an opportunity arose, he would take them out for leisure. At times, Lin Zhao found himself envious of Zhao Yuan. The young master seemed to remain perpetually carefree, his greatest concern being how to turn over in bed. Lin Zhao admired the young master's perseverance. After 3 years, he still contemplated regaining his authority, which compelled Lin Zhao to remain diligent, dedicating time each day to martial arts practice to prevent the day he might unwittingly be overturned by the young master. This thought amused Lin Zhao, recalling how the young master had made considerable efforts to master the art of martial combat, training under Lin Zhao for merely 2 days, the latter being motivated by Lin Zhao's teasing. The pampered young master was accustomed to comfort and could hardly endure hardship. Upon reflection, it was evident that Zhao Yuheng was indeed fortunate. "My lord, we have arrived." Lin Zhao snapped back to reality, responding, You may go down first." He refrained from approaching the tree or making any noise, fearing he might startle the father and son. Instead, watching from a distance as they leaned over a branch to observe the newly hatched birds. The nest was devoid of any adult birds, likely out hunting. The striking resemblance between the father and son was almost uncanny as they beamed at the chicks, chattering animatedly in an incomprehensible manner. Zhao Jingyan, ever the lively one, was quick to notice Lin Zhao, his small hands waving enthusiastically in greeting. "Father," he exclaimed excitedly, and upon seeing Lin Zhao reciprocate the greeting, he turned to Zhao Yuheng, saying, "Father, look. Father is watching us." At the sound of Zhao Jingyan's exuberant call, Zhao Yuheng was startled, instinctively avoiding eye contact. Now, his son had inadvertently revealed the situation, leaving him no choice but to acknowledge it. He turned back, chuckling awkwardly. "Zhao Zhao, what a coincidence." Lin Zhao found the display amusing, bemused by the bashfulness of the young master. Choosing to speak gently to avoid startling them, he asked, "Had you been enjoying yourselves?" "I had intended to venture out for a leisurely stroll in the greenery shortly, as the servants had almost finished tidying up. Shall we go?" "Yes, yes," Zhao Jingyan exclaimed. "Father, father, I want to go down." He immediately began to descend. The branches quivered under his weight, prompting Zhao Yuheng to hastily restrain the eager young one. Calm down, I will take you down. Stay still, or you might fall," he reassured. Lin Zhao, noticing the branches stir, felt a wave of concern wash over him. He hastened towards the base of the tree, urging, "Be patient, listen to your father, don't move. If you fall, we want to be able to take you out to play." In the harmonious exchange between the couple, Zhao Jingyan finally quieted, though he continued to murmur, "Father, father, take me down quickly." Understood, Zhao Yuheng thought of giving the little one a light smack. After all, what was so fascinating about those little birds? At that moment, the young lord felt a tinge of sorrow. Would he enjoy a peaceful night? Once they safely descended, Lin Zhao's demeanor shifted entirely, no longer embodying the gentleness of before. He called over a servant to escort Zhao Jingyan to change clothes. Only then did Zhao Jingyan realize the gravity of the situation. His father was angry, addressing him by his full name. He obediently followed the servant's lead. The others, perceptively, gathered the items from beneath the tree and left, allowing the couple a moment of privacy. Seeing that everyone had departed, Zhao Yuheng grasped Lin Zhao's hand, shaking it gently. "Zhao Zhao, I was wrong. It won't happen again." Lin Zhao had grown weary of hearing this phrase over the years. "What do you mean wrong, young master? It was merely climbing a tree. You could do anything, even unroofing a house, and it would be justified." Zhao Yuheng felt the tension rise within him, quickly resorting to a playful tone. "Zhao Zhao, please don't be like this. I truly understand my mistake." His voice trembled slightly. Whenever Lin Zhao was angry, he could expect to remain in bed the following day. Sensing Zhao Yuheng's trepidation, Lin Zhao refrained from further admonishment and led him towards Yuheng courtyard. They still planned to venture out later, and Lin Zhao did not wish to dampen his mood. Zhao Yuheng, feeling uneasy, dared not speak again and simply followed along. Chapter 11. Extra 2. The journey back was silent, and upon reaching their chamber, Lin Zhao handed him the prepared garments. These were identical to what he wore, as well as those for their son, meant to be a surprise during their outing. Little did they know, they had already received an unexpected surprise. "Go change your clothes," Lin Zhao said, his tone neither warm nor cold. Zhao Yuheng received the clothing, but did not leave, gazing longingly at Lin Zhao. Zhao Zhao, seeing him in such a state, stirred an indescribable ache within Lin Zhao. When he spoke again, his voice softened considerably. "All right, go change. Don't keep our son waiting." He wished to see what further antics Zhao Yuheng would conjure up that day. If he continued to disregard his own safety, there would be consequences. Upon hearing Lin Zhao's words, Zhao Yuheng felt a slight relief, signifying a chance for reconciliation. With a beaming smile, he replied, "I shall go at once." He swiftly changed his attire, and when he emerged, Zhao Jingyan was already dressed and waiting in the room. Upon seeing him emerge, Zhao Jingyan exclaimed with excitement, "Father, we have been waiting for you." Lin Yu had already informed Lin Zhao that everything was packed and ready for departure. Zhao Jingyan, who was nearby, overheard this. Zhao Yuheng took Zhao Jingyan's small hand and cheerfully declared, "Let us set forth." With his other hand, he discreetly reached for Lin Zhao's, first gauging her reaction. To his delight, she showed no resistance. Successfully clasping her hand, Zhao Yuheng's eyes sparkled with joy, and his smile became genuinely warm. Fortunately, his backside remained intact. Zhao Jingyan, brimming with excitement, began to run, urging quickly, "Father, let us hurry." Lin Zhao, catching the infectious enthusiasm, smiled and replied, "What is the rush? We have an entire day ahead of us. Their destination was a newly purchased estate in the countryside, which had recently completed renovations. Serendipitously, they arrived just as the repairs were finished. Upon reaching the estate, Lin Zhao first greeted the servants, providing them with guidance. Subsequently, he took Zhao Yuheng and their son to enjoy the surroundings. The estate boasted a stretch of grassland and a lotus pond, and the weather was perfect with a gentle breeze, ideal for flying kites. The family of three took to the grassy expanse to launch their kites. "Father, look, my kite is the highest," exclaimed Zhao Jingyan, who was still quite young and shared the experience of kite flying with Lin Zhao. Zhao Yuheng, flying a larger kite alone, interjected, "It is not solely your achievement. Your father assisted." Zhao Jingyan stuck out his tongue and shouted, "But it is still my kite." Unable to contain himself, Zhao Yuheng teased, "You little rascal, here, take this." Zhao Shun received the kite, responding, "Yes, your highness." Observing this, Zhao Jingyan dashed off, shouting, "Ah, father is coming to catch me. Do not even think about escaping." Zhao Yuheng swiftly caught up to the 3-year-old, playfully tickling him. Instantly, the child's laughter rang out like silver bells. "Ha! That tickles. Father, stop. Help me, father." Lin Zhao stood by, holding the kite, smiling at the playful exchange between the father and son, choosing not to interfere. Zhao Yuheng quickened his pace, teasing, "Oh, so you dare to plead with your father?" Before long, Zhao Jingyan could no longer endure and cried for mercy. "Ha ha! Father, I was wrong. Please let me go." Seeing the situation escalate, Zhao Yuheng realized that if he continued, the little one would surely cry. Thus, he released Zhao Jingyan and, with a twinkle in his eye, suggested, "How about we go fishing at the lotus pond?" The curious child, always eager to explore, responded enthusiastically, "Yes, yes." Lin Zhao handed the kite to Lin Yu and addressed the father and son. "Shall we have grilled fish for lunch?" Zhao Yuheng readily agreed, thumping his chest, "Rest assured, I shall take care of your lunch." Lin Zhao raised an eyebrow. "Very well." The little one, eager to match his father's bravado, lifted his chin and mimicked the gesture, declaring, "I will take care of lunch." Lin Zhao couldn't help but chuckle at the adorable display. As for Zhao Yuheng, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. His hearty laughter echoed around him, prompting those nearby to join in. The little one, still quite young, was puzzled by their amusement and asked, "Father, what are you laughing at?" Zhao Yuheng quickly silenced himself, saying, "You are simply adorable. We shall rely on you for lunch." "Father, rest assured, I will not let you go hungry," the child declared. Lin Zhao, unable to contain himself, chuckled softly. "Indeed, our little one is remarkable." He had already instructed the servants to prepare various meats and vegetables suitable for grilling. Relying on this father-son duo, one could expect to go hungry. As noon approached, they had managed to catch only 3 small fish, 2 of which were reeled in by the child. "Ha ha ha, father, I have caught more than you." Zhao Yuheng felt a twinge of embarrassment, but bravely replied, "It is still early. I am certain I will catch more." Lin Zhao brought them some fruit, suggesting, "Let's take a break and enjoy some fruit. Soon we shall have lunch." The cook at the estate was already grilling meat beneath the trees, and the aroma would soon waft their way. Zhao Jingyan scampered over to Lin Zhao, eagerly grabbing some fruit to eat. Zhao Yuheng remained focused on fishing, calling out, "Zhou Zhou, ah," waiting for Lin Zhao to offer him some food. Before Lin Zhao could respond, the little one, unable to contain his excitement, pressed one small hand against his face and exclaimed, "Father, shy face. Go on, what do you know?" "Ha ha, father, that is called being angry out of embarrassment." Seizing the moment while the child was distracted, Lin Zhao fed Zhao Yuheng some fruit and then turned to Jingyan, saying, "You are wonderful. You even know idioms now." Unfortunately, Zhao Yuheng, wanting to show off, was caught by the little one's watchful eyes. Zhao Jingyan quickly pounced, exclaiming, "Ah, Daddy, I want to feed him too." "No, this is for my husband. He can only be fed by me. You are old enough to do it yourself." Lin Zhao shot a warning glance at Zhao Yuheng. "Father, shy, this is my daddy. I want daddy to feed me. You go ask your daddy to feed you." At these words, Lin Zhao felt a sense of foreboding. Indeed, the smile on Zhao Yuheng's face had vanished. The little one was too young to comprehend the gravity of his words. Lin Zhao quickly signaled to the child, "Jingyan, come." Let's eat some fruit. The child was too young to be reprimanded today. Lin Zhao planned to explain the situation to him later that evening. Coming. After feeding the little one, Lin Zhao called Lin Yu over, instructing him to take Jingnian to play nearby. He then offered Zhao Yuhang another piece of fruit. Zhao Yuhang had already regained his composure. Being of a certain age, he would not hold a grudge against his son. Yet, he could still indulge in some playful affection. Leaning against Lin Zhao's waist, murmuring, "Zhao Zhao." Lin Zhao caressed Zhao Yuhang's face, gently lifting his chin, and leaned down to kiss him. Under the blue sky, with white clouds and a gentle breeze, the two became lost in their kiss. Volume 2, The Fire Pit of Pursuing My Wife. What did I do? Modern, Chapter 1, The Wedding Crashers. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the largest yet most understated estate in S City, Yunshi, was ablaze with lights. On the lawn, the elegantly dressed crowd stood in hushed silence, all eyes drawn in unison to the two individuals at the center of the meticulously arranged scene, one standing, the other kneeling on one knee. Today marks the day when Jin Sun, the son of the wealthiest man in S City, proposes to Shu, the executive president of the Jin Group. Will you marry me? Jin Sun's gaze is earnest, fixed intently on Shu as he holds up the ring, exuding an air of determination. Before Shu can utter a word, a resounding and resolute voice interrupts from behind. No. The crowd turns to see a disheveled figure, breathless and in disarray, rushing in. Whispers ripple through the onlookers, punctuated by gasps of surprise. After being enlightened about the relationships among the three, they cannot help but draw in sharp breaths. Yet their innate curiosity prevails, and they murmur quietly, eagerly anticipating the unfolding events. Jin Sun rises, his eyes narrowing, projecting an intimidating presence. Xiao Yao, I don't recall sending you an invitation. Tonight, he has reserved the entire manor, making Xiao Yao's presence unwelcome. Xiao Yao, however, does not respond to Jin Sun's words. Instead, he rushes to Shu and embraces him tightly. The security personnel arrive belatedly, apologizing, "We couldn't stop him. He is just too formidable." Xiao Yao, the heir of the wealthiest family in a city and the sole heir of the Xiao Group, has a long-standing feud with the Jin Group over a project in G City. Their rivalry has been exacerbated by their mutual affection for the same individual. Though the chaos has been instigated solely by Xiao Yao, Jin Sun merely capitalizes on the situation. He is not the only son of Director Jin and lacks the resources to compete with Xiao Yao. Unfortunately, Xiao Yao's unrequited love for Shu has led him to alienate himself completely, and Jin Sun's timely intervention serves as a lifeline for Shu. Thus, in their confrontations, Xiao Yao invariably emerges as the loser. Let go. Release him. The voices of two individuals resonate simultaneously. Young Master Xiao, this is not a city. Jin Sun's mocking tone cuts through the tension. Here is not your place to speak. Who are you to Shu? Can you act on his behalf? Xiao Yao, undeterred by Jin Sun's sarcasm, clings to Shu, insisting you cannot marry him. Shu does not struggle, but furrows his brow slightly, indicating his displeasure. What does it matter to you? His voice is cold, causing Xiao Yao's heart to chill. He deeply regrets his foolish actions, burying his head in the crook of Shu's neck to hide his reddened eyes, fearing that tears may betray him. You absolutely cannot marry him, he adds, his voice thick with emotion. Jin Sun scoffs, so what? If you cannot marry me, can you marry him? It is evident that Shu would never consider a relationship with Xiao Yao. He would rather see him perish. After all, were it not for Xiao Yao's considerable family fortune, he should be imprisoned at this very moment. Xiao Yao continues to disregard Jin Sun, holding Shu tightly. I have crucial news to share with you. Come with me, and you will surely decide against marrying him. Ignored once more, Jin Sun can no longer maintain his composure. He steps forward, grasping Xiao Yao. If you wish to go mad, return to a city. Young Master Xiao, did you sneak back to the country without your parents' knowledge? Only then does Xiao Yao release Shu, shaking off Jin Sun's grip. Don't touch me. After speaking, he gazed at Shu with longing, hoping she would leave with him. Although Shu was reluctant to acquiesce to Jin Sun, she also did not wish to fulfill Xiao Yao's desires. After all, who would consent to a rapist? Each time, Shu witnessed the humiliated expression on Xiao Yao's face. It brought her a sense of satisfaction. Young Master Xiao, it appears that our affairs have little to do with you, does it not? The bond between them was one that Xiao Yao had personally shattered. Yet now he chose to adopt such a posture for whom? Shu disregarded the subtle emotions stirring within her. Jin Sun wore his usual victorious expression, looking disdainfully at Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao felt as though his heart had turned to ash. It was always like this, no matter what transpired. Shu never stood by his side. His eyes brimmed with unshed tears, knowing it was his fault. Yet, Shu was incredibly difficult to pursue. He truly did not know how to apologize further or rectify his mistakes. In a bid for redemption, he had once jumped into a river before Shu, but she merely stood on the bank, expression unchanging, before turning and walking away. Xiao Yao fell into utter despair, relinquishing his will to save himself, feeling that death would be preferable. Ultimately, it was a passerby who rescued him, but this time felt different. Memories of the report hidden in his pocket flooded his mind as he grasped Shu's hand and moved toward a secluded area. Xiao Yao, let go of Shu. Jin Sun shouted, turning to the security personnel. Why haven't you thrown him out yet? Xiao Yao felt unwell. He knew he could not engage in physical confrontation with them any longer. I just want to say a few words. Jin Sun, do you not have faith in yourself? Shu offered no resistance, fully aware of Xiao Yao's strength and capabilities. She was curious to see what he would dare to say. Jin Sun paused, not believing that a few words from Xiao Yao could influence Shu in any manner. He had witnessed Xiao Yao's tragic downfall too many times. The security guards also halted, knowing they could not overpower Xiao Yao and dared not use excessive force. Why expend effort for no reward? What do you wish to say? The disdain in his voice was laced with barely detectable animosity. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Xiao Yao's face as he clutched Shu tightly. Sorry. I truly understand my mistakes. Shu replied. If that is all you have to say, we need not waste time here. Since that incident, Shu had not afforded Xiao Yao a single favorable glance. She had no desire to see him again. Xiao Yao sniffled. I am unwell. Shu found it laughable. Oh, young Master Xiao, perhaps you should see a doctor. Xiao Yao abruptly raised his head, hastily explaining, it's true. He pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket and unfolded it before Shu. Look, I am not lying. This is real. Shu swatted the paper away. Enough. Even if you are mad, there should be limits. What man falls ill like this? Especially when he hasn't even been violated. More tears cascaded down Xiao Yao's face as he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Slowly, he crouched down to pick up the report. Shu, this is true. If you don't believe me, we can go to the hospital for a checkup. Shu furrowed her brow tighter, sensing that Xiao Yao was not lying, but the notion was absurd. As Xiao Yao noticed Shu's silence, he felt a surge of anxiety within him. He did not possess absolute certainty that Shu would choose to be with him, yet he found himself with no alternative but to take a gamble. Shu was an individual of great responsibility, and he wagered on Shu's sense of duty. Chapter 2. To the hospital cost was a secondary concern. He was not lacking in financial resources. What mattered most was that Shu would likely accompany him, right? Xiao Yao had entirely lost faith in Shu, as all his confidence had been shattered by him. Before Shu, he felt stripped of all dignity, especially after enduring mockery from the despicable Jin Sun. Tears welled in Xiao Yao's eyes as he softly uttered, "It hurts so much. Please take me to the hospital." To appear convincing, he slightly hunched his body. The hand that had supported Shu now feigned support, as he could not bear to burden Shu. Shu frowned deeply but extended his hand to assist Xiao Yao, recognizing the pretense in his demeanor. The warmth of Shu's arm brought a flicker of joy to Xiao Yao's heart, his pupils narrowing slightly. It appeared to be effective. However, in the next moment, despair washed over him again. He had employed similar tactics before, even more severe ones, but regrettably, Shu's heart was as hard as iron. His mood grew heavier. Yet Xiao Yao quickly reassured himself that a good beginning was half the battle won. At least Shu cared for him, something Jin Sun could never hope to rival. Proximity to opportunity often yields favorable outcomes. Before he could fully lift his spirits, he was met with a disheartening delay in Shi Shu's response. Xiao Yao felt as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant, slowly raising his gaze to cautiously observe Shi Shu's expression. At 28, Shi Shu was no longer the 18-year-old easily manipulated. He now wielded power decisively, exuding an aura that was anything but approachable. Only in Xiao Yao's presence did Shi Shu's indifferent eyes reflect a simmering resentment. Hatred. Shi Shu harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Xiao Yao, wishing nothing more than for his demise. Xiao Yao had ruined his life, and he would never forget the reasons that brought him to S City, nor the whispers and pointed fingers of those around him. Look, he's the one from that video. I have seen him in his most vulnerable state. TSK, just a mirror. He had endured countless jabs of derision. Had it not been for the protection of Jin Sun's parents, the chairman of the Jin Corporation, he would never have attained his current standing. Thus, he refrained from humiliating Jin Sun in public, ensuring that he would not be put in a difficult position, provided that Jin Sun did not impose difficulties upon him. This proposal clearly fell outside of that boundary. Suddenly, Xiao Yao felt an intense wave of pain. Unable to restrain himself, he leaned half his body against Shi Shu, clutching his collar with urgency. Hurry, take me to the hospital. This was his only chance. He had questioned himself before, yet he had consulted numerous doctors, even esteemed specialists abroad. His parents had been alerted, leading him to return home. They initially took him to their own hospital for an examination, but unfortunately, their facility lacked expertise in this area. His parents, unable to relinquish their concerns for their son, sought trusted specialists within the country for further evaluations. Yet each time, the conclusion remained the same. Surgery was not advisable due to the risk to his life. It was only later that he contemplated whether he could seize this opportunity to win back Shi Shu. As Shi Shu witnessed the situation, his composure began to wane. The truth would be revealed at the hospital. He had faith that Xiao Yao no longer possessed the audacity to deceive him. Shi Shu initially intended to lift him up in a princess carry, but regrettably, the other party was unwilling to be treated that way. Fearing he might inadvertently drop Xiao Yao, he resorted to a half-embrace, half-push to guide him into his car. Shi Shu. Jin Sun would never allow Shi Shu to leave unchallenged. Are you really going to follow him? Have you forgotten how he treated you? Each word was a piercing inquiry, causing Xiao Yao's complexion to grow increasingly pale. He tightened his grip on Shi Shu's clothing, uncertain of how Shi Shu would respond. The past was immutable, and he acknowledged his wrongdoings. Yet, he could not relinquish Shi Shu. His love for him was insurmountable. Ah Shu. Shi Shu's voice remained devoid of emotion. Jin Sun, do not attempt to remind me of my past experiences to control me. I am no longer the fragile person I once was. I possess the judgment to govern my own life now. With that, he denied Jin Sun any further opportunity to speak, taking the driver's seat, shutting the door, and starting the engine. Xiao Yao managed a quiet smile, though he quickly smoothed his lips into a straight line as Shi Shu glanced his way. Can you hold on? He nodded slowly, affirming, I can, his voice faint. Shi Shu's palms began to sweat slightly as he silently accelerated. Would there finally be someone in this world who would love him wholeheartedly? With a stepmother would come a stepfather. Shi Shu had lived with his grandfather since childhood, but sadly, his grandfather passed away when he was in middle school. Thereafter, he had to fend for himself, relying on his own earnings for tuition and living expenses. Despite his excellent academic performance, he was destined for a brighter future, all of which was tragically shattered by Xiao Yao. He had once regarded Xiao Yao as his closest friend, even pondering whether he had been too harsh after rejecting him. Would anyone genuinely care for him? The only person who truly loved him was his grandfather. Everyone else seemed to toy with his emotions. He had few friends and cherished his bond with Xiao Yao, who would stand up for him, make excuses to treat him to meals, and buy him clothes and school supplies, most of which he had declined. Nevertheless, Xiao Yao remained the best person in his academic journey until everything changed after his confession was rejected. He began to bully him, behaving like those who had tormented him, vandalizing his desk, scribbling in his books, and tearing them apart. He even cornered him after school, forcibly kissing him and preventing anyone from getting too close, although few dared to approach him. During that time, He harbored a deep-seated hatred for Xiao Yao, wishing for his demise. "Ah Shu, the light is green." The weak voice pulled Shu back from his reverie. Shu furrowed his brow again, realizing he had been reckless. There was a patient in the car. How could he let his mind wander? He dismissed the memories of that tragic past, pressing the accelerator as he headed toward the nearest hospital. Xiao Yao sensed they were going in the wrong direction and reminded Shu, "Ah Shu, go to Hung and was their family hospital," ensuring a degree of privacy. Shu glanced at him, adjusted the steering wheel, and acknowledged the direction. Xiao Yao felt a shiver run down his spine under that piercing gaze. Could it be that he suspected the hospital of deceiving him? Mustering his courage, he explained, "Ah Shu, I assure you, I am not lying. It's just that my situation is not one I wish to disclose. Soon, I must travel abroad." He had never considered that Chu would remain by his side. Rather, he contemplated the potential for something more between them. Chu was a person of strong responsibility. Had he not known about Jin Sun's marriage proposal, he would have already departed for foreign shores. Chapter 3. Examination. At this moment, Xiao Yao's mind raced, yet his discomfort hindered him from articulating anything substantial. "If you truly doubt me, you may consult a doctor you trust," he stammered. Chu calmly interrupted his flustered explanation, neither affirming nor denying his disbelief. Given his own mental limitations, he found that racking his brain only rendered him more foolish. Upon hearing Chu's words, Xiao Yao's eyes widened in surprise, momentarily speechless. "Oh, as long as you believe me, that's enough." Alas, what nonsense was he uttering? He wished he could vanish into thin air. Through the rearview mirror, Chu glanced at the person feigning ignorance. The gravity of the illness had struck him hard, and he had yet to devise a suitable approach to handle the situation. For a decade, they had been entangled. Xiao Yao's journey from pride to humility, from bullying him to seeking his approval. In his quest to win Chu's favor, he had committed many foolish acts, even placing his life in jeopardy. Regrettably, Chu harbored nothing but resentment toward Xiao Yao. Twice, only twice, had they shared a bed. Once, it had led to Xiao Yao's disgrace, and the other time, it had resulted in an unexpected complication. Chu couldn't help but reflect on the cruel twists of fate that bound him to Xiao Yao. He, a man of skepticism towards destiny, felt that his connection with Xiao Yao was indeed a tragic fate. The first incident involved a drug administered by Xiao Yao's so-called brother, who believed that Chu was unworthy and that Xiao Yao was living too well. The various means of pursuit were orchestrated by this brother. Thus, when Xiao Yao revealed the identity of the perpetrator, Chu promptly ensured the individual faced justice. Retribution, after all, demanded a personal touch, and the same applied to Xiao Yao. Consequently, Chu treated Xiao Yao with indifference. On one hand, he loathed the instigator, and on the other, he desired to render Xiao Yao miserable, ensuring he could never attain what he sought. The second incident occurred 3 months prior. He had investigated the matter, and by a stroke of misfortune, he had mistakenly taken the wrong cup. Meanwhile, Xiao Dezhong was ensnared by a rising star, rendered unconscious. Had he been sober, Chu was certain he would never have dared to act in such a manner. Ultimately, that starlet also faced consequences. After all, not just anyone could ensnare Xiao Dezhong. Chu drove swiftly, and soon they arrived at Hung'an Hospital. The director of the branch awaited them in the underground garage. The illness of the Xiao family's youngest heir was a significant news story. This matter must be kept under wraps, naturally, and not many could be privy to it. Fortunately, the branch director had previously belonged to the relevant department, making him well suited for the task. This also explained why Xiao's parents permitted Xiao Yao to travel alone to S City. Moreover, no one dared openly mistreat Xiao Yao at this juncture. Xiao Yao had become noticeably more polite, greeting, "Hello, Uncle Li. I apologize for the trouble this time." The once imperious Xiao Yao had long been tempered into submission by Shu. Of course, this could not be attributed to Shu. It was entirely Xiao Yao's fault, and he deserved it. The most significant aspect was his love for Shu, which compelled him to chase after him relentlessly. He simply could not bear to be apart from him. Consequently, he could only endure the disappointment of repeated cold encounters. Shu maintained a composed exterior, yet internally he was taken aback. It was the first time he had witnessed Xiao Yao behaving so obediently in front of others. Dean waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, "Oh, what are you saying, little Yao? Just call me uncle. It's hardly a bother. Let us proceed upstairs." He took the lead, opening the elevator that led directly to their destination. While explaining, "The personnel above have already cleared the area. Today it will just be me conducting your examination, ensuring that no one else will be privy to this." He made no acknowledgement of the individual accompanying Xiao Yao. For the young master's decade-long pursuit of a single person was widely known. He would inquire about what needed to be asked, while refraining from prying into Dean Li's personal affairs. Xiao Yao followed Shu closely, nodding in agreement as he said, "I certainly trust Uncle Li. Thank you for your concern. He was of utmost importance." Dean Li replied, "It is merely my duty. There is no need for such politeness between us. It is entirely normal for me to conduct business for a fee." Up to this point, he had only met Xiao Yao twice, the last time being when his father summoned him to City A. The transformation was remarkable. During their previous encounter, Xiao Yao had been rather reluctant to stay. In the examination room, Dean Li applied a coupling agent to Xiao Yao. This room had been specially reserved for the young master, equipped with all necessary machinery, with the elevator conveniently located just to the left upon exiting, ensuring maximum confidentiality. While Xiao Yao lay on the bed, out of sight, Shu could see him clearly. At that moment, Shu felt as though an electric current coursed through him, an indescribable emotion swirling within his heart. Dean Li meticulously checked all indicators and declared, "You are quite healthy. Your discomfort this time is due to significant emotional fluctuations. The physical responses differ between genders, Xiao Yao, so you must be especially cautious." Xiao Yao, lost in a daze as he gazed at Shu, snapped back to reality when he heard his name. "Understood. Uncle Li, I will be careful." Dean Li continued, "During this initial phase, you need ample rest. You exceeded your physical limits today, did you not?" Upon hearing this, Shu's mind conjured images of the moment he encountered Xiao Yao, his disheveled state, and the security personnel trailing behind him, leaving him with an inexplicable sense of dread. Xiao Yao stammered, "I understand. It won't happen again." Alas, he did not wish to leave. What a splendid opportunity it was to be near Shu. No, to be close to him. Xiao Yao envisioned himself lingering at Shu's doorstep, with Shu inviting him inside out of concern, ultimately sharing the same bed out of worry for his well-being. Dean Li, perplexed, asked, "Little Yao, what is it that you find so amusing? Is what I said truly that funny?" Shu then realized he had inadvertently laughed aloud, his mind occupied with visions he so ardently desired. "I feel joy when I think of health," he replied. Dean Li, unable to fathom the youthful thought process, concluded, "Very well then, rise and clean yourself up. Remember to pay attention to your health and maintain a balanced diet." At this moment, Xiao Yao felt completely at ease. He sat up, accepted the tissue offered by Director Li, and casually remarked, "I understand, Uncle Li, I will." Disposing of the tissue in the trash, Xiao Yao stood and said, "Well then, Uncle Li, we shall take our leave." After bidding farewell to Director Li, he took the silent Shu by the hand and headed towards the elevator. The journey was marked by silence, and once inside the car, the atmosphere remained equally quiet. Xiao Yao felt an increasing sense of unease. He dreaded Shu's impassive demeanor and silence, as he found it impossible to decipher Shu's thoughts, whether those of the 18-year-old or the 28-year-old version. Xiao Yao was at a loss for words, unsure of how to confront Shu. What if Shu was indifferent? What if his resentment led him to harbor lasting dislike? Chapter 4. Entanglement. Shu interrupted his spiraling thoughts before he could stammer out an excuse. "Where are you staying now?" Xiao Yao adjusted his seatbelt as a form of distraction. The hotel. The Xiao Yao Hotel, a subsidiary of the Xiao Group, was established in the year of Xiao Yao's birth, boasting high standards and currently situated only in a few first-tier cities. Each location had reserved a presidential suite for him. Naturally, the Xiao Group also operated ordinary chain hotels spread across the nation, ensuring that no matter where he found himself, Xiao Yao would always have a comfortable place to rest. Shu gently pressed the accelerator, driving towards the Xiaoyao Hotel at a leisurely pace. Xiaoyao's parents were genuinely wonderful, though it was unfortunate that kindness sometimes begets misfortune. Following the incident, Xiao's father and mother approached him, humbly apologizing and leveraging all their connections to remove the video, presenting him with a compensatory check. They even sent Xiao Yao abroad. They inquired if he wished to join them overseas, promising to do everything possible to make amends, suggesting that with time, the incident would fade, and he could return to his homeland. Such devotion from parents was indeed rare. Their understanding was profound, yet at that time, he was unwilling to accept any goodwill associated with Xiao Yao. The roads were largely empty, illuminated only by the sporadic streetlights. Xiao Yao, whose tension had persisted throughout the day, found the steady speed of the car lulling him towards slumber. Eventually, he succumbed to the fatigue of both body and mind. Drifting into sleep, Shu, catching a glimpse of Xiao Yao's peaceful profile, adjusted the air conditioning. The car was enveloped in silence, so profound that he could even hear Xiao Yao's gentle, elongated breaths, resembling a delicate brush softly caressing the edge of his eardrums, and perhaps brushing against his heart. Was this the reason for his heightened attention toward Xiao Yao? Shu's thoughts were tumultuous. He still had not resolved how to navigate their relationship. He envisioned a scene in which a small child, with a sweet voice, called him daddy and found his lips involuntarily curving into a smile. Suddenly, he felt as though someone was grasping his heart. In that moment, he realized he might indeed yearn for such a connection. But what of Xiao Yao? What should he do now? Perhaps he should make an effort, and as for Xiao Yao, he would simply have to wait and see. Shu had never fathomed that someone could love him so deeply. Was it love? To bully him, to torment him, to ruin him, only to later recognize their mistakes and seek to make amends. It struck Shu as absurd. Yet, the intensity of this affection was something he had only ever witnessed in Xiao Yao. Now, Xiao Yao is engulfed in fear of him, utterly submissive to his whims. Perhaps, Shu takes a deep breath, uncertain and at a loss for what to do. He closes his eyes, yet decides to follow his instincts. The hotel is not far. Even if Shu drives slowly, they will arrive. He gradually parks the car beside the hotel, waiting for Xiao Yao to awaken. An hour passes, and there are no signs of Xiao Yao stirring. Concerned that he might be uncomfortable in the car, Shu gently rouses him. Xiao Yao awakens in a daze, his gaze blank, but upon seeing Shu, a smile suddenly brightens his face. "Ah, Shu, I adore you so much. You were so gentle in my dreams." He pouts, adding, "But in reality, you're so fierce and don't love me. Woe is me." Shu feels a surge of frustration, but recalls the doctor's admonitions about keeping emotions stable. "Wake up." Weavy arrived at the hotel, he states in a matter-of-fact tone. Xiao Yao's eyes widen, instantly alert. He recalls the foolish things he has done. How could he have uttered such words? It was all his own doing, yet he feels a twinge of grievance. He does not fathom the origins of these emotions. Perhaps it is due to his illness. Yes, that must be it. Resolving this, he straightens his back and mumbles, I didn't mean to." Shu, unable to bear the sight, retorts, "Let us not dwell on your foolishness. We're at the hotel. Get out." Xiao Yao's resolve weakens, and he groans, unfastening his seatbelt with reluctance. Today he feels he has committed too many blunders. Even the seatbelt buckle seems to resist him. He fumbles, growing increasingly flustered. Yet the more anxious he becomes, the more difficult it is to free himself. His face flushes crimson as he repeats, I didn't do it on purpose." Shu, exasperated, reaches over to assist him. The warmth of Shu's presence sends a jolt through Xiao Yao, rendering him breathless. This is the first time Shu has drawn close to him. His heart races uncontrollably. The silence is palpable, and Shu can even hear the frantic beating of Xiao Yao's heart. Leaving him puzzled, does he truly harbor such affection for him? Soon, the scent of lemons fades as Xiao Yao remains lost in the lingering atmosphere. It is not until his eyes grow dry that he blinks and regains his composure. Xiao Yao yearns to plead his case. Would you like to join me?" His voice diminishes, growing softer, and he lowers his head, unable to meet Shu's gaze. He dreads encountering the look of disdain Shu often casts upon him. Yes, he thinks it's all because of the disruption he has caused. Otherwise, Shu's attention would be a blessing. Xiao Yao often fantasizes about being reborn like in a novel. If only he could, he would never torment Shu again. And perhaps they might have a chance. A cool voice cuts through from the left. No. The anticipated reply leaves Xiao Yao feeling disheartened, and he nods listlessly. Oh. Suddenly, his intelligence surged, and he softly inquired. At that moment, Shu did not wish to provoke someone unwell, especially one just discharged from the hospital. He decided to postpone the conversation until tomorrow. Xiao Yao abruptly lifted his head, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. All right, then we shall meet tomorrow. Oh my. He would be able to see Shu again the following day. Shu had voluntarily suggested a meeting. Noticing that Shu offered him not a single glance, Xiao Yao, perceptive as ever, discreetly pushed open the door and exited the car. After closing the door, he watched as Shu drove away, only turning to walk slowly towards the hotel once the vehicle was out of sight. Unbeknownst to him, the familiar car made a turn and returned. Shu, uneasy about leaving someone recently hospitalized alone, wished to conceal his concerns from Xiao Yao. He did not want Xiao Yao to know that such thoughts would soften his heart. Xiao Yao was the sort of person who would take advantage of any opportunity. As Shu watched Xiao Yao's silhouette vanish into the hotel, he breathed a sigh of relief and leaned back against the chair. His right index finger incessantly tapped the steering wheel, pondering how he ought to engage with this individual. Shu turned the steering wheel and returned to his empty room. Chapter 5. Shu's decision. This was a residence he purchased outright after commencing his career, spanning over 200 square meters. However, engrossed in work, he had not acquired many possessions. He disliked having others in his home, so the only visitors were the cleaning lady who came once a week to tidy up and replenish groceries. Yet, the majority of the items would either spoil or expire, necessitating her removal. Even so, he would occasionally check the surveillance to monitor the lady's actions. Perhaps it was a case of once bitten, twice shy. Shu harbored fears of unwelcome items infiltrating his sanctuary. Human nature was unpredictable, and his life was meant to be dictated by his own choices, no longer subject to the whims of others. Since childhood, Shu had dreamt of owning his own home. After his grandfather's passing, he had not experienced the comfort of a complete room. He had continuously lived with Gong, his nominal father, sharing a balcony that merely contained a makeshift bed of wooden boards. Additionally, he was burdened with the responsibility of earning a living and managing household chores. He did not even possess a key to that home. If he missed the designated time, he was left with nowhere to go. In that house, no one cared for him. Nevertheless, Shu adhered to the rules, only to find himself increasingly unable to return home due to Xiao Yao's bullying. This predicament exacerbated his expenses, as medical care required funds, and neglecting his health hindered his ability to study and earn a living. This was the singular path of his existence. Shu opened the refrigerator and retrieved a bottle of wine, opting not to sit on the sofa, but rather on the floor, pouring the wine into his mouth. The news of Xiao Yao's illness greatly impacted him. Perhaps he had indulged in too much wine that evening. As he reflected on the past, questioning whether he had been overly proud, too insistent on his own dignity. Had he been a bit more tactful in rejecting Xiao Yao, or perhaps agreed to his propositions and utilized him, would they not have reached such a critical juncture? Or had Xiao Yao apologized and ceased his bullying from the outset? Might he have developed feelings for him? At that time, he was unclear about his emotions. Now, upon reflection, he recognized that he had considered Xiao Yao his closest friend. As he slumbered, Xiao Yao would be reminded by his companion to pay heed to his teachers, guiding him in his studies and fostering his progress, allowing Xiao Yao to drape his arm across his shoulders. He had enabled Xiao Yao to accomplish numerous feats that others would never be able to replicate. Shu took another sip of his drink, feeling the movement of his Adam's apple, pondering whether the alcohol had gone stale, for it tasted quite bitter. He closed his eyes, reclining on the sofa. The small joys he experienced were utterly overshadowed by the malevolence Xiao Yao had inflicted upon him. He He was acutely aware that his reflections this evening served merely as a pretext to justify his acceptance of Xiao Yao's actions. He vividly recalled the disarray of his departure from his hometown, a moment fraught with scorn. Yet, Shu could not deny that amidst the entanglement of the past decade, none had shown him affection as profound as Xiao Yao, despite the aversion it stirred within him. For the first time, he had been drugged while Xiao Yao remained conscious, fully capable of escorting him to the hospital. Yet, he chose not to, surrendering instead to his own impulses. Shu recoiled from uttering those two words, unwilling to revisit that scene, recognizing it as an irrevocable truth that would only exacerbate his anguish. He straightened his posture and resumed drinking. Soon, he would be departing for overseas. Suddenly, the words Xiao Yao had spoken echoed in his mind. If he desired him, then he must accompany him abroad. His index finger tapped against his knee. Over the years, he had generated substantial profits for the Jin family enterprise and owed them nothing. His investments in several small companies were now thriving, and his savings were adequate for a lifetime of comfort. Calculating the expenses of supporting another, he squinted, deliberating over his stocks and funds. Shu concluded that it was sufficient. He could indeed afford it. It was time to resign, taking advantage of this opportunity to pursue further education abroad. He was ready to establish his own company. Not one to linger in indecision, he unsteadily rose to his feet, opened his computer, and drafted his resignation notice, scheduling it for automatic dispatch. In a month, regardless of his superior's consent, he would be free. This month would afford him ample time to arrange his affairs. Shu was fully aware that Jin Sun would not permit his departure, nor would the Jin family. The profits he generated annually were irreplaceable. Yet, what did that matter to him? Over the years, out of respect for the Jin family's protection, he had diligently borne the harassment from several young masters and the moral coercion from Jin Sun's parents. That was enough. At 18, he had lacked the capability, but now, at 28, he should no longer be constrained by others. After clicking confirm, Shu closed his laptop, rubbed his temples, and staggered to the bathroom for a shower. The warm water cascading over his face brought clarity. He inhaled deeply, unregretful of his decision. Tomorrow, he would apply to schools. With his qualifications, he believed no institution would refuse him. It would serve to fulfill the regret of his previous inability to pursue advanced studies. Meanwhile, at the Xiaoyao Hotel, Xiao Yao was restless, tossing and turning, filled with a mix of excitement and trepidation at Shu's words. He feared that Shu might reject him. Yet he eagerly anticipated their meeting the following day. It was neither a tense standoff nor an indifferent gaze, neither dismissive contempt nor a furrowed brow. It was a meeting, a conversation, a discussion, all for the sake of one individual. Shu gently caressed his flat abdomen, grateful for the peculiarities of his body. Perhaps this was a gift bestowed upon him by fate, unable to bear witness to his plight. Suddenly, he sighed, murmuring to himself, "Do you think he will accompany us abroad?" Xiao Yao, lost in thought, slightly furrowed his brow. Recalling Dean Li's admonitions, Xiao Yao relaxed his brow, opened his phone, and selected a soothing melody. He slowly drifted into slumber, though his sleep was somewhat troubled. Meanwhile, Shu, having finished his bath, lay down to rest as well. After coming to terms with everything, he quickly fell asleep and dreamt. In his dream, he envisioned the very scene he had imagined during the day. A chubby little child appeared before him, tugging at his pants and calling out "Daddy" in a sweet voice. Shu bent down to lift him up, unable to resist planting a kiss on his cheek. The sound of laughter, like silver bells, rang out in an instant. Shu wished to examine the child's features closely, leaning back slightly when, suddenly, he felt something soft brush against his face. In that moment, his heart melted. He thought to himself that he was willing to resign, willing to travel abroad, willing to accompany Xiao Yao, willing to grant Xiao Yao a chance. Chapter 6. Confrontation with the Jin family. The next day, at 9:05, Shu was awakened by the incessant ringing of his phone. Perhaps due to the excess of alcohol consumed the previous night, he felt a splitting headache and instinctively pressed his forehead. Scenes from the previous evening played back in his mind. He didn't even need to check his phone and know that it was Jin Sun on the other end. He could imagine the fury boiling within him upon hearing the news of Shi Shu's resignation. A faint smile escaped Shi Shu's lips. He had always despised interference in his life. Yet Jin Sun dared to attempt to control him. He closed his eyes, lying on his pillow, waiting for the ringing to subside, partly to alleviate his discomfort. Not long after the ringing ceased, it rang again, provoking a sense of irritation within him. How oblivious this person was, lacking any sense of propriety. Impatiently, he opened his eyes, sat up, and reached for his phone on the bedside table. Indeed, it was Jin Sun. Shi Shu, devoid of patience, answered the call and switched to speaker mode. Instantly, a furious voice erupted from the other end, devoid of its former gentleness. Why do you want to resign? Is it for Xiao Yao? Don't forget how he treated you in the beginning. And how did you end up in this situation? I assure you, I will not permit your resignation. Shi Shu's gaze sharpened at once. When it came to moral coercion and the expectation of gratitude, Jin Sun was still lacking. If Jin Sun wasn't one of the more upright members of the Jin family, he wouldn't waste his time on him. Shi Shu's voice turned cold. Do you need a consent? How did you ascend to your current status? If it weren't for him, how would you possess your current standing in the Jin family? Jin Sun fell momentarily silent, his voice returning to its previous calm, though the suppressed fury was unmistakable. Apologies, I was momentarily overwhelmed. Shi Shu, my father would never consent to your resignation. My mother mentioned that she would like to invite you to dinner tonight to discuss our marriage. Upon hearing the names of Jin's parents, Shi Shu's expression softened considerably. However, my decision remains unchanged. I have matters to attend to today and will not be visiting the Jin family. As for the marriage, that was your unilateral decision. You may handle it yourself. Jin Sun became increasingly agitated, exclaiming, Shi Shu, after all these years, you surely know how I have treated you. I have held feelings for you for such a long time. Why can't you grant me an opportunity? Shi Shu frowned slightly and replied coolly. I made my rejection clear from the beginning. In terms of duration, you cannot compare to Xiao Yao. Their relationship was purely professional. In that moment, the carefully constructed restraint in Jin Sun's mind shattered, and he shouted, You dare compare me to him? Do not forget, who was it that prevented you from being treated like a stray dog? Without me, how could you have become the president of the Jin group? The moment those words left his lips, Jin Sun fell silent, realizing that he had irrevocably damaged their relationship. The phone remained silent, and Jin Sun quickly apologized. Sorry, Shi Shu. I simply cannot accept being compared to Xiao Yao. That was not my intention. Shi Shu felt that he had indulged in too much alcohol, and his head throbbed painfully. He did not wish to endure any further denigration from Jin Sun. His tone growing even colder as he replied, Have you finished? Each word dripped with frost, rendering him even more aloof. A brief silence ensued before Shi Shu continued, enunciating deliberately, In my eyes, your affection pales in comparison to that of Xiao Yao. Without waiting for Jin Sun's response, he hung up the phone. After all, he was merely a few years older than Xiao Yao and more adept at masquerading his true self. He scorned such affection. At this point in his life, Shi Shu had numerous admirers, yet most were motivated by self-interest. The several brothers of the Jin family were no exception. Their affections were merely a means to acquire a larger share of the family fortune, cloaked in grandiloquent rhetoric. Jin Sun, despite his genuine feelings, sought only to control him, wishing for him to be a docile companion. Unable to uncover Shi Shu's vulnerabilities, he resorted to incessantly reminding him of his past. Shi Shu scoffed, discarding his phone and preparing himself. Just then, the phone rang again, and he returned to his room to answer it. The caller ID displayed Jin Mother. Shi Shu clicked his tongue, and any remaining fondness for Jin Sun evaporated. The true opportunist had arrived. Shi Shu thought, let this be their last chance. He answered the call before the ringing ceased. Good day, Aunt, he greeted. Jin Mother's gentle voice responded, Shi Shu, I've heard that Jin Sun proposed to you. How splendid. We were all overjoyed upon hearing the news. Please join us for dinner tonight. Your uncle wishes to discuss the wedding arrangements with you. Shi Shu furrowed his brow. He did not believe for a moment that Jin Mother was unaware of the earlier events. The Jin family had always relied on her to play the role of the benevolent mediator. Indeed, over the years, they had grown accustomed to disregarding his opinions. Shu had no desire to engage in further pretense with them. To Mrs. Jean, he spoke with a somewhat gentler tone. "Auntie, I did not accept his proposal, nor do I have any intention of marrying." Mrs. Jean, a woman well acquainted with the intricacies of life, sighed. "Oh dear, you are both of an age. Shu, Jing's son is already in his 30s. We have observed how he feels about you over the years, and you two seemed quite well before, did you not?" Shu laid her cards on the table. "Auntie, I believe you should respect my decision. I have already turned him down. Feel free to inquire for yourself." Mrs. Jean faltered for a moment. "Oh, my dear child, let's not dwell on this matter. How about we share a meal together tonight? It will just be a family gathering with no one else present." Shu took a deep breath. "Annie, I have other commitments today. Perhaps another time." The tone of Mrs. Jin's voice twisted slightly. "My dear, you do not have work today. What could possibly be so pressing?" Shu interrupted her performance, replying calmly. "Personal matters." Mrs. Jean, repeatedly rebuffed by the younger generation, wore a sullen expression, feeling somewhat embarrassed. She assumed the demeanor of a family elder. Shu, what could be more important than family? After all these years, you know well how your uncle and I have treated you. It is merely a meal. Must you be so evasive? Shu chuckled softly. "Annie, I believe I have made myself quite clear. Would you speak to your own family in such a manner? There is no need for pretense. I have already declined Jing Sun's advances, and I trust you are aware of this. Furthermore, regarding my resignation, I assume you have been informed. Once I make a decision, I do not waver. You know my character well." Xiao Yao is a prime example. Shu was momentarily taken aback, realizing that he had mentioned Xiao Yao several times since last night. His influence on her was evidently profound. After a prolonged silence on her phone, Shu concluded, "Auntie, if there is nothing else, I shall hang up now." She wished to see him. "Shu, you have truly grown up. Your wings have strengthened." A deep voice resonated from a phone. Chapter 7. The meeting. Shu grew increasingly exasperated. Dealing with the older generation as well as the younger, this family was indeed a handful. They were insatiable. Shu slightly parted her lips. "Tofu." Those brief 2 syllables left Mr. Jean astounded. He had never anticipated that Shu would address him in such a manner. Mr. Jin's temper flared immediately as he struck the floor with his cane. "Do you even comprehend what you are saying?" Shu replied with an icy demeanor. "I do." Mr. Jean was momentarily speechless, his anger intensifying. "Shu, do not forget how you came to be in this position." Shu found conversing with them exhausting. Settling onto the sofa in the living room. "I will not forget. How I came to be here is undoubtedly due to my own merit." Indeed, Mr. Jean had granted him an opportunity, but it was only after recognizing his capabilities that he did so. Given his initial grades and skills, he could have pursued studies abroad and fought for success overseas. Returning afterward would have been equally viable, albeit with a longer timeline. Shu appreciated Mr. Jean for the chance he provided, but would not allow him to use it as leverage against her. As Mother Jean observed Father Jean rendered speechless by anger, she hastily intervened. "Shu, you are well aware that both your uncle and I regard you as our own child. Your uncle is merely upset. Do not hold it against him." Shu let out a derisive laugh, choosing not to engage. It was truly absurd. She never expected him to repeat such words. Father Jean, further provoked by Shu's demeanor, cast aside any pretense. "You and Xiao Yao made quite the spectacle of things back then. Now you still wish to be with him?" Shu rubbed her temples, responding dismissively, "That is my affair." Father Jin's complexion darkened, his tone growing increasingly stern. "Are you truly willing to sever ties with our Jean family for him?" Shu smiled sweetly, yet her words contradicted her expression. "Why not?" Once again, Father Jean was left speechless, his chest heaving with indignation. "How dare he?" "Alas, my child," Mother Jean attempted to lighten the atmosphere, her voice softening. "What sort of talk is this? Our bond is not something that can simply be severed." The couple exchanged their theatrics. Shu chuckled, realizing they were merely performing for her benefit. Leaning against the sofa, she activated the speakerphone on her mobile and tossed it onto the coffee table. Upon hearing Shu's laughter, Mother Jean assumed there was hope and continued, "We merely worry for you. You know how that boy, Xiao Yao, treated you before. Our concern arises from fear for your well-being." Shu promptly interrupted, "I am an adult. I possess my own discernment. I shall determine the course of my life." Father Jean, seemingly calming down, adopted a more measured tone. The Jean and Xiao families have always been at odds. As the president of Jean Corporation, how can you maintain close ties with the Xiao family? Shu felt exasperated. Why did they always selectively forget? She had already submitted her resignation notice, emphasizing the word notice. Father Jin's hard-won calmness erupted into fury once more. "I will not consent to your resignation." Shu felt a sense of relief in her decision, nonchalantly replying, "It matters not. It is merely for a month." Mother Jean, no longer the gentle figure she had been moments ago, pressed, "Shu, must you truly be so heartless?" Heartless? Huh. What did they consider her to be? It now appeared she was merely a tool for generating income, completely disregarded as an autonomous individual. Shu curled her lips in a smirk, her eyes glinting with sarcasm. "My ties with the Jean family end here." She no longer allowed the couple a moment to respond, abruptly terminating the call. It was a sheer waste of her time. Thank goodness she had not gone to the Jean residence. One could only speculate whether she would have been able to leave. Shu removed Xiao Yao from her blacklist, awaiting his addition on WeChat. Subsequently, she drove to find him at the Xiao Yao Hotel. Despite having slept poorly, Xiao Yao rose later than usual. Upon opening his eyes, he immediately checked his phone, fearful of missing Shu's call. At 9:36 a.m., anxiety began to swell within him. They had not set a meeting time the previous day, and he was uncertain whether Shu still remembered their agreement. He paced back and forth in his room, feeling like an ant on a hot pan, fretting over matters that bore no fruit. With his intelligence already lacking, his frantic state left him preoccupied with thoughts of whether Shu might have changed her mind. He even forgot to wash up or get dressed. It was only at 10 a.m., when room service inquired whether he required housekeeping, that Xiao Yao finally regained his senses. After initially refusing, he finally decided to tidy himself up only after breakfast was brought to him. Breakfast was essential. It was his sole bargaining chip. As he walked, he muttered to himself, "Have they drained my intelligence? Please refrain from siphoning off my wits again. I have so few to spare. Better to draw from Shu's intellect. He is clever and possesses ample intelligence." Xiao Yao did not attempt to contact Shu, not because he had forgotten, but because Shu had blocked all means of communication. He was utterly unable to reach Shu. Their only form of interaction was Xiao Yao's direct presence before him. There were no other channels of communication. Shu harbored a disdain for him, leaving no room for any outreach. After finishing his breakfast, Xiao Yao resumed staring at his phone, anxiously awaiting a message from Shu. At that moment, he was unaware that he had been removed from Shu's blacklist. As time wore on, Xiao Yao's anxiety grew, and he began to feel unwell. Truly, it was a matter of emotional turmoil. He touched himself, wishing he could settle down, feeling quite uncomfortable. Once again, he began to murmur, "Could you please make it easier for him? Or better yet, let him appear soon." He could not bear to see Shu suffer. To distract himself from his discomfort, Xiao Yao sought ways to shift his focus. However, before he could devise a suitable plan, there was a knock at the door. He found it puzzling that his hotel was bustling with activity. Nevertheless, he decided to open the door, as he was quite idle. Upon seeing the visitor, his eyes lit up. Xiao Yao could not contain his excitement and rushed forward, enveloping Shu in an embrace. Shu furrowed his brow, attempting to push him away, wary of crossing boundaries. On the other hand, he felt a flicker of annoyance at Xiao Yao's impulsiveness. "Let go." The two words, devoid of emotion, held a formidable authority over Xiao Yao. It was as though every utterance from Shu had become a decree he was compelled to obey. Reflexively, he released his hold, respectfully inviting Shu into the room. He chided himself for his overzealousness. No, it was his uncontrollable excitement upon seeing Shu that had to be the case. Xiao Yao's voice betrayed his uncontainable enthusiasm. "Ah, Shu, please sit." Would you like something to drink? He guided Shu to the sofa before dashing to the kitchen. Opening the refrigerator, it seemed he could produce whatever Shu desired to drink. Shu's frown deepened. Could a sick person consume cold beverages? Just warm water will suffice. Chapter 8. Would you like to join me? Xiao Yao paused, grabbing a bottle of ice-cold cola for himself. All right. He then closed the refrigerator door and poured a glass of warm water for Shu. Balancing a glass of warm water in one hand and a cold cola in the other, he confidently approached Shu. He placed the warm water before Shu and opened the cola, the sound of fizzing filling the air. Shu emanated an aura of displeasure. Xiao Yao was acutely aware of Shu's emotions. For a moment, he felt a chill run down his spine. What's wrong? Why is Shu unhappy? I haven't done anything yet. Xiao Yao felt that the atmosphere was rather unfriendly, prompting him to seek a topic of conversation. He awkwardly tapped his fingers against the bottle. Stammering, I'm sorry about earlier. I should have hugged you without your consent. His habitual gestures towards Shu were now ingrained in him, having become instinctual. Consequently, Xiao Yao's voice grew softer, his gaze lowered, and his heart felt increasingly uncertain. He could not assure himself that he wouldn't act inappropriately again. After a brief silence, Xiao Yao cautiously lifted his head, observing Shu's expression. He noticed that Shu seemed to be fixated on the cola in his hand. If he wasn't mistaken, Xiao Yao mused. Did Shu want some cola? Had he failed to bring the drink that Shu preferred? But Shu was not the type to make a fuss over such things. Yet, he couldn't dwell on it too long. Xiao Yao placed the warm cola in front of Shu and tentatively asked, Hey Shu, would you like some cola? Shu simply replied with a soft He offered no further explanation. This was preferable, as it alleviated Xiao Yao's worry about drinking it himself. Instantly relieved, Xiao Yao smiled. Then wait a moment, I'll get you another cup. He stood up to fetch a chilled cola. Sit down. The abrupt command froze Xiao Yao in his tracks. Startled, he stammered, what's wrong? He dared not defy Shu's words, especially since they felt like an order. Trembling, Xiao Yao sat back down. His eyes slightly closed as he glanced at Shu, his eyelashes fluttering, his gaze wavering. He wanted to hide, yet he lacked the courage. He felt as though he might faint from fear. Why is there a commotion at this moment? Can't you see I'm on the verge of panic? Xiao Yao muttered internally, his hands nervously rubbing his uncomfortable abdomen. In the next moment, a warm breath brushed against him. Are you all right? The gentle voice was so close it made Xiao Yao's heart ache. It had been 10 years since he had heard Shu speak to him in such a manner. Truly remarkable, adept at seizing the moment. He would surely be very clever in the future, just like Shu. Xiao Yao's eyes grew misty, and he sniffled, gazing earnestly at Shu. Believing that Xiao Yao was now too pained to articulate his feelings, Shu inquired, What's wrong? Should we go to the hospital? His concern reflected a hint of urgency. He regretted his earlier impulsiveness. Now, he had frightened Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao gently shook his head, and no, it's fine. I'll be okay soon. Shu handed him the warm water he had previously offered, saying, Then you should drink some warm water first. Surprised by the kindness, Xiao Yao replied, Okay, thank you. He took the cup with both hands, but, in his haste, accidentally enveloped Shu's hand as well, quickly apologizing as sorry. He felt as though he had lost his senses. No, he was entranced, or perhaps he was utterly captivated by Shu. He couldn't believe that Shu was sitting beside him. Shu, he had taken the initiative to sit next to him. Suddenly, Xiao Yao felt as if he were floating in bliss. Shu observed Xiao Yao's startled reactions with quiet amusement. Was he truly that intimidating? Maintaining a composed expression, he replied evenly, It's nothing. If Xiao Yao were aware of his thoughts, he would undoubtedly exclaim, What do you think? His current situation is entirely attributable to his own actions, and, indeed, he bears the brunt of the consequences of his missteps. Xiao Yao continuously sips the warm water in his hand, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Why does the water taste so sweet today? Reflecting on the recent tactile sensations, he finds himself secretly delighted. The two fell into a profound silence. After a while, Xiao Yao grew restless, finding the atmosphere excruciating. Although he relished the company of Shu, The ambience pierced his heart like a myriad of sharp rays, both prickling and painful. He gently set down his empty cup. About what you mentioned yesterday. Xiao Yao stammered, searching for a topic. Whether life ends early or late, death is inevitable. He still yearned to comprehend Shi Shu's thoughts and how he would respond to them. Shi Shu grasped the unspoken words lingering in Xiao Yao's mind and calmly articulated, "Yes, I have made my decision. I desire it." He had never envisioned establishing a family. Anyone entangled with a man would hardly contemplate marriage, especially since he was attracted solely to men. Most importantly, he could not deceive himself regarding his sexual orientation. A marriage of convenience was beyond his capabilities. As for surrogacy, he found that equally untenable. Women should not be reduced to mere vessels for reproduction, nor should they be subjected to deceit. Therefore, he would not have biological children. The only feasible option would be to adopt. For him, this would be a serendipitous gift, an unexpected delight. This child would be the only being in the world who would not betray him, the only one who would not seek to control him, and likewise, the only one who would rely on him. He eagerly anticipated the arrival of this gift. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yao's eyes instantly sparkled with joy. His heart blossomed with elation. This might be the most enchanting declaration of affection in existence. Indeed, it was a declaration meant for him. It signified that he still had a chance to atone for his past mistakes and to be with Shi Shu. The thought that Xiao Yao could still be with Shi Shu filled him with an overwhelming desire to proclaim their bond to the world. His mind was consumed with the notion that Shi Shu wished to be with him. Xiao Yao's eyes glimmered, unblinking as he gazed at Shi Shu, hesitant to articulate his feelings, fearing a rejection from Shi Shu. Since that incident, Shi Shu had not witnessed such brightness in Xiao Yao's gaze. The dazzling, fervent, rebellious, and spirited youth had completely vanished before him. Now, only a humble, lost, anxious, and timid Xiao Yao remained. Yet he felt no joy, no satisfaction from avenging past grievances. Next month, I will return abroad for further studies. The school has been decided. HF school in the United States. Xiao Yao's eyes grew even more intense. My home is not far from there. He licked his dry lips. Would you like to accompany me? He was unwilling to give up and asked once more. Chapter 9. In critical moments, depend on each other at this moment, Xiao Yao had begun a tempest of thoughts, racking his brain for additional reasons that could persuade Shi Shu to live with him. He sought to make his case. After all, proximity often yields the sweetest fruit. Xiao Yao pressed her lips together, expressing her predicament. I can't leave because of my parents' situation back home. It's not something I can let too many people know about. And I'm living there all alone. Alone. It's perilous. Internally, Xiao Yao incessantly apologized to her mother. Ms. Meng, I am truly sorry. For the sake of your son's happiness, I can only impose upon you. Shi Shu immediately recognized the deceit in Xiao Yao's words. What reason could there be for his father's inability to leave, yet his mother's? Such devoted parents, rare in this world, had once humbled themselves to apologize for their son. Now, with their child unwell, could they truly be at ease with him alone abroad? Shi Shu remained silent, curious to see what further fabrications Xiao Yao might conjure. Sure enough, Xiao Yao's lips moved hesitantly, and another excuse emerged. I still need to undergo a checkup. Don't you want to see that? There was a palpable unease in her voice, stumbling over her words. Noticing Shi Shu's calm demeanor only heightened her anxiety. At 28, Shi Shu seemed as elusive as the moon among the clouds. Xiao Yao simply could not decipher his intentions. Fearful of rejection, Xiao Yao hastily added, besides I can't cook, and I might easily end up malnourished. Shi Shu's dark eyes deepened as he lightly interjected, I cannot cook either. This was a falsehood, having performed household chores since childhood. He was quite adept in the kitchen. In fact, his culinary skills were commendable, for any inadequacy would invite reprimands from Shurgang and scorn from his stepmother, berating him for being wasteful, ungrateful, and a burden, especially in front of Shurgang, which only led to harsher punishment. Yet, Xiao Yao would remain oblivious to these dynamics. Just as he had once carelessly engaged in activities he deemed playful, unaware of the tempest it would unleash in Shi Shu's life. The Shu of the past had been too ashamed to speak of his struggles, while the present Shu dismissed the idea of revealing his traumatic history. His current achievements were the fruits of relentless effort, instilling in him a confidence that was unshakable. Xiaoyao's gaze dimmed momentarily, and she stammered. Then, I do not know what else to do. A hint of frustration crept in as she lowered her head, murmuring, I'll learn to cook for you. With this thought, Xiaoyao seemed to gain a semblance of courage, though still unable to meet Shu's eyes. Her voice rose slightly. The food abroad really doesn't suit the Chinese palate. Your stomach isn't well to begin with. If I learn to cook, I can take care of your needs. Shu raised an eyebrow. Was this truly her desire to live together? Observing the figure mumbling to herself, he felt an inexplicable tug at his heart. However, he was reluctant to let Xiaoyao off the hook so easily. I have the means, he countered. Not only could he hire a chef, but he could also employ a housekeeper whose skills would far surpass those of Xiaoyao. The light in Xiaoyao's eyes extinguished entirely, her spirit crushed. Time and again, she had faced failure in Shu's presence. Every response from him was a resounding no, save for his desire for that gift. Xiaoyao fell silent, her despondent aura betraying her helplessness. The atmosphere seemed to resonate with her sorrow, the host responding to her emotional distress, manifesting its presence as she lamented. Xiaoyao covered his face, suddenly recalling something. With his head still bowed, he took a desperate plunge and murmured in a heavy tone, If anything were to happen to me, no one would know. He was truly at his wit's end. If this were ineffective, then he could not possibly remain with Shu. However, it mattered not, for he could seek out Shu as he had done for the past decade. Perhaps in the future, he could rely on gifts to travel with Shu. Xiaoyao continuously reassured himself that other opportunities would arise. For now, the paramount concern was safety. Were it not for Xiaoyao's pallid complexion, Shu might have doubted his sincerity. When one is discontented, the body suffers. This was not merely a problem. It was an emotional ailment. Nevertheless, he must seriously consider the safety issue. What if Xiaoyao, in his desire to be with him, truly wished for solitude in his room? Should something untoward occur, there would be no time for regret. Furthermore, Xiaoyao had acted in such a manner before. Shu vividly recalled the resolute glint in Xiaoyao's eyes when he leaped into the river. At that moment, he genuinely wished for Xiaoyao's demise, which is why he neglected to intervene and simply turned away. Yet, once he reached a place where Xiaoyao could not see him, he halted, feeling as though his feet were burdened by 1,000 pounds, unable to take another step. Taking a deep breath, he turned a corner and entered a blind spot from which he could witness a passerby rescuing Xiaoyao. A wave of relief washed over him. He both wished for Xiaoyao's end and feared it. Regaining his composure, Shu resolved that once a decision was made, he would not waver. If he desired this, he must also accept its consequences. Shu extended a hand to gently lift Xiaoyao's chin, raising his drooping head. Xiaoyao's pupils constricted, uncertain of Shu's intentions. His heart racing with anxiety. Shu observed the myriad of emotions flickering in Xiaoyao's eyes, seeing his own reflection therein. He spoke with calm assurance, I promise you. Xiaoyao's eyes widened in astonishment. Had he truly heard correctly? Was it real? Shu wished to live with him. Shu wanted to live with him. As he beheld the sparkle in Xiaoyao's eyes, Shu continued. However, Xiaoyao's heart leapt. However, what did that entail? He gazed at Shu with an expression full of confusion and compliance. Shu, unhurried, stated, You must listen to me. Xiaoyao exhaled in relief. Of course. Why had he ever dared to disregard Shu's words? His lessons had been sufficiently taught. He could no longer act recklessly in Shu's presence. Nodding vigorously, fearful of Shu's potential change of heart, he replied, Yes, I will heed your words. A subtle smile curled on Shu's lips, and Xiaoyao's heart raced once more. He had truly come to fear Shu. What more could there be? Whatever it was, he would comply. He gazed at Shu with pitiful eyes, akin to a beggar dog seeking scraps. Shu chuckled softly, his smile reminiscent of a glacier melting or a gentle breeze passing. In that instant, Xiaoyao was taken aback. He had scarcely seen Shu smile over the past decade. He had never witnessed such a smile, not even a decade ago, 10 years prior. Shu Jinshin's smile had been far more exuberant, unlike the reserved demeanor she exuded now. He found himself absent-mindedly repeating Shu's earlier words. What else? Shu released Xiao Yao's chin. What else? There was nothing more. It was merely a fleeting whim, a moment of playfulness aimed at a certain little dog. Shu smiled silently. Xiao Yao, now enlightened, felt his eyes sparkle with realization. Unable to contain his eagerness, he gently embraced Shu, quickly relinquishing her as he dared not overstep. His eyes glistened with unshed tears. Thank you, Shu. Shu offered no response to his gratitude, instead reaching out to lightly caress Xiao Yao's abdomen. Is it still uncomfortable? Xiao Yao, taken aback by the affection, glanced down at the sensation on his belly, placing his hand lightly atop Shu's. He then shook his head, assuring her it's no longer uncomfortable. He wished to alleviate her concerns. Shu, feeling somewhat awkward, withdrew her hand to her side, discreetly fidgeting with her fingers. It seemed to her that she had sensed a warmth beyond the ordinary. Was it him? Xiao Yao, akin to a bee intoxicated by nectar, radiated joy. Indifferent to Shu's retracted hand, resting his own on the spot she had just touched. He couldn't help but reflect on the importance of gifts at crucial moments. He again stroked his belly, as if to commend himself. Chapter 10. I truly like you. Indeed, as he had stated, Jin Fu did not acquiesce to Shu's resignation. Jin Mu incessantly called, urging Shu to return to the Jin household for a proper discussion. Yet Shu consistently declined. The Jin parents, valuing their reputation, would not visit Shu. But Jin Sun was a different matter. He would frequently appear at Shu's doorstep, though she had never once allowed him entry. Undeterred, he remained like a sentinel, standing guard at her door almost every evening. On one occasion, he even encountered Xiao Yao, who was delivering dinner to Shu. Xiao Yao was taken aback, astonished to find someone standing at Shu's door at such a late hour. He had been cheerfully carrying a meal prepared by his family's cook, intending to share with Shu. Indeed, it was his family's cook. After realizing that Shu could not cook, he had called his parents late at night, requesting Lima to look after him. Naturally, his indulgent parents had readily agreed. As Xiao Yao approached, he recognized the figure standing there was Jin Sun, who strutted before him like a victor, head held high. He felt emboldened, conjecturing that Jin Sun was oblivious to why Shu had chosen him. Ha ha ha! He halted before Jin Sun, squinting slightly. Oh, young Master Jin, have you recently taken up a position as a security guard? Xiao Yao stood 5 centimeters taller than Jin Sun, and from this vantage point, it felt decidedly provocative. Jin Sun let out a cold snort. What's wrong? If young Master Xiao can switch to being a nanny, why can't I be a security guard? Xiao Yao clasped his hands behind his back. But you are mistaken. My nanny doesn't have to work and still earns a salary. I'm the one who gets to dine with Shu. Moreover, Shu attends to him, never allowing him to engage in any labor. Envy all you want. Xiao Yao gazes at this oblivious individual with a twinge of pity. Jin Sun is seething with anger. Do you think that by employing some underhanded tactics to gain entry, you can win Shu's heart? Let us not forget who forced Shu into such a predicament. You ought to be keenly aware of what you did to him. He has turned the entire city upside down, investigating Xiao Yao multiple times. Yet, he remains utterly baffled about what has transpired with Shu. How he could suddenly be with this foolish Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao feels a wave of discouragement. The past looms as a barrier between him and Shu. However, it matters not, for he now possesses a talisman for survival, one that can transform into a ladder, bridging the gap between himself and Shu. This is something Jin Sun will never achieve in his lifetime. With this thought, he lifts his head high, shaking it at Jin Sun, indicating that he has said all he can. From this point onward, his words shall be futile. Jin Sun is perplexed. What is the matter with this person? His previously infallible tactics seem to have lost their efficacy. Moreover, Xiao Yao, who is clearly disheartened, appears to have regained his spirits. Why does he regard him in such a manner? Has Shu truly forgiven him? It should not be the case. Shu is not the type to easily forgive. Jin Sun is filled with frustration and raises his voice sharply. Xiao Yao hisses, "Do not disturb the peace, Jean. I must enter to have dinner with Sure Shu. I cannot let a Shu go hungry. You keep your post well." With that, he raises his hand and knocks on the door. "Ah, I overestimated you. You do not even possess the key to Sure Shu's home, and yet dare to hope for his forgiveness?" Xiao Yao has no desire to stoop to the level of a failure. He does not need a key, for he knows the password to Sure Shu's home, merely wishing to keep it from Jin Sun's sight. After a moment of silence, no one answers the door, prompting Xiao Yao to send a message to Sure Shu. Observing this, Jin Sun scoffs mockingly. "You claim to have gained entry, yet it seems you are merely embellishing your own reputation." The next moment, a faint creaking sound is heard. A handsome young man with refined features steps out, smiling slightly. "Did you not know the password? Why must I open the door?" Xiao Yao immediately pouts, his brows furrowed, unwilling to reveal the household password to an irrelevant party. Sure Shu, understanding, replies, "I shall hand you a key later." Seeing this, he knows that Xiao Yao has been mocked once more. Sure Shu is aware that due to him, Xiao Yao has always appeared as a defeated rooster in Jin Sun's presence, enduring humiliation because of him. Previously, he found pleasure in this, but the circumstances have changed. He will not allow any mistakes now. As the two are about to enter, Jin Sun can no longer contain himself. These two have completely disregarded him. He steps forward, blocking the door from closing. "Sure Shu, have you truly forgiven him?" Sure Shu does not respond to this inquiry. Instead, he turns to Xiao Yao, instructing him to enter and take a seat while he has a word with Jin Sun. "I refuse," Xiao Yao states emphatically, his hand subtly resting on his abdomen. Subtly threatening. "Be obedient." Sure Shu's expression softens as he fears this person may genuinely feel unwell, moderating his tone. "I will join you shortly." Xiao Yao was enveloped in a cloud of melancholy, hesitant to provoke anyone's ire, and thus nodded in acquiescence. Sure Shu closed the door, his gaze fixed intently on Jin Sun, declaring that his stance was unmistakably clear. A palpable tension radiated from him, signaling to those around that his mood was decidedly foul. Jin Sun approached, reaching out to grasp Sure Shu's arm, only to be rebuffed. Although Sure Shu appeared slender, he had learned his lesson from past events. The very first thing he did upon acquiring wealth was to hire a trainer to bolster his physical prowess. While he may not yet rival Xiao Yao in strength, he was more than capable of blocking Jin Sun's advances. This was not to suggest that Jin Sun was weak, but rather that, when compared to the peculiarities of Xiao Yao, they simply paled in comparison. Jin Sun's expression bore the weight of disappointment. "Sure Shu, after all these years, you must understand how I have treated you. I have loved you for so long, even if you do not reciprocate my feelings. Surely you should not be with that scoundrel Xiao Yao? This is my affair. Whom I choose to love, whom I decide to be with, is entirely my prerogative." Sure Shu replied, his voice laced with impatience. "Moreover, do not seek to leverage our past to gain Xiao Yao's attention. He is the only one I permit to torment me." Sure Shu. Jin Sun could not accept this response. Why? The confusion was palpable. Sure Shu felt no obligation to divulge his private matters to anyone. He remained tight-lipped. Jin Sun, however, was unable to comprehend that reality. In a state of despair, Jin Sun exclaimed, "I truly care for you." Yet Sure Shu remained unmoved. Many harbored affections for him. "Thank you," he replied calmly, "but I have made my feelings clear from the outset. I do not like you." It seemed he was oblivious to the hurt his words inflicted upon others, yet he remained indifferent. For Jin Sun was equally unconcerned about the turmoil he brought into Sure Shu's life. As Jin Sun struggled to contain his emotions, he retorted, "But you do not care for Xiao Yao either. He treats you poorly. Do you not despise him?" "That is my concern," Sure Shu explained, seeing Jin Sun's relentless pursuit of clarity. "Do you genuinely love me? Or is it merely the allure of unrequited affection that captivates you? You know the truth within your heart." Chapter 11. A stranger that struck a chord within Jin Sun. He indeed had feelings for Sure Shu. Yet, his affections were contingent upon Sure Shu's beauty, intellect, and capability. Sure Shu was acutely aware of this fact. In the past, they had often found themselves in fierce competition in their careers, with Jin Sun ultimately conceding after Sure Shu had relentlessly pressed him. This dynamic was exhausting. Jin Sun was the type who wished to keep capable individuals confined at home, like a pampered cat, ensuring they remained dependent on him. However, relationships with such individuals often ended in tragedy, transforming a wild cat into a domesticated one, a hunter into a beggar. Once the domestic cat lost its charm, what then became of it? Moreover, he could never become such a cat. He would never submit. Even when faced with dire circumstances in the past, he had remained resolute. As for the future, that resolve would only strengthen. Rendered speechless, Jin Sun cast one last glance at Shu before departing, his spirit seemingly shattered. Though his steps remained firm, his one straight back began to bow slightly under the weight of despair. He trudged onward, eventually reaching his vehicle. Upon settling into his seat, Jin Sun could no longer contain himself. He leaned against the steering wheel, his shoulders trembling slightly. After a considerable moment, he lifted his head, revealing only the faint redness at the corners of his eyes. To him, career held paramount importance, while love was merely a delightful embellishment, indifferent to its presence or absence. Only his fingers trembled unnaturally. When Shu observed Jin Sun turn away, he returned home quietly. He made no significant noise, yet it was not completely silent. The figure seated on the sofa remained motionless, seemingly oblivious, with a lowered head and lips pressed into a straight line, lost in thought, emanating an aura of sorrow and despondency. Shu questioned himself, believing he had been sufficiently kind to Xiao Yao in recent days, wondering what whim he was indulging in now. Disregarding the isolated individual, he turned towards the kitchen and poured himself a glass of water. After briefly contemplating, he decided to pour a cup of warm water for someone else. It was a pity to let anyone suffer. Such was Shu's consolation. With a soft click, Xiao Yao finally lifted his head, noticing the glass of water before him. Following the sound, he saw Shu sitting firmly on the sofa, sipping water without any inclination to engage him. Xiao Yao's eyes grew redder, mist forming over his irises as he fixated intensely on Shu. Shu sighed, setting down his cup and softly inquired, "What's wrong?" Recently, Xiao Yao had become increasingly demanding, indulging in his privileges with a heightened emotional volatility, tears falling at will. Yet, he recognized his own role in this. His tolerance for Xiao Yao had only grown. Xiao Yao sniffled, muttering, "It's nothing, let us eat." Shu raised an eyebrow. "All right." Xiao Yao, feeling self-aware, stood and placed the lunchbox he had brought on the dining table. Each motion became increasingly forceful, the sounds louder. The smile on Shu's face widened as he approached the table leisurely, pulled out a chair, and sat down. He then picked up a bowl and chopsticks, proceeding to serve himself. Xiao Yao, feeling increasingly stifled, ultimately could not restrain his tears, which fell onto the table. Surely, there were other reasons for his sorrow. He was not one to weep easily. Recently, he had absorbed a wealth of knowledge, and experiencing heightened emotions was only natural, ignored by those around him. Xiao Yao dragged his chair, producing a loud noise. Startled by the sound, he cautiously glanced at Shu, who continued to eat as if nothing had occurred, deepening his sense of grievance. With a sulky demeanor, Xiao Yao sat down, poking at his food with indifference, his appetite entirely diminished. Suddenly, a piece of meat appeared in his bowl. He looked up sharply, his eyes lighting up instantaneously. Ecstatic, Xiao Yao devoured the meat, regaining his vitality. "Shu, eat this. It's delicious." He offered Shu a piece of rib, and seeing him consume it without a change in expression, Xiao Yao felt invigorated and added more dishes to Shu's plate. His chatter was ceaseless. Shu, this is tasty, try this one. And this one too." Shu's brows softened, a hint of helplessness in his demeanor. This person was indeed easy to please. A touch of color could open a dye house. "Very well, do indulge yourself a bit more." Shu's face lit up with a smile. "Oh, splendid." Shu is genuinely concerned about him. Time flies. Shu has been studying abroad for a month now, and his company is gradually finding its footing. However, it is merely in comparison to his previous state. Xiao Yao has managed his physique remarkably well. Now clad in loose garments, one can hardly discern any changes, with only a fleeting impression of a beer belly. On this particular day, with a break from school, Shu was summoned to address an unexpected issue at his company. Xiao Yao, feeling increasingly stifled at home, particularly in Shu's absence, decided to venture out in his comfortable attire. By the time he resolved the company's matters, it was already 4 in the afternoon, and the crispness of late autumn enveloped the evening. As Shu drove home, he began to grasp the essence of what home truly meant. He reflected on his early days abroad when Xiao Yao diligently endeavored to learn cooking for him, clanging pots and pans and inadvertently sustaining a few minor injuries in the process. Thus, Shu had ceased to encourage him in culinary pursuits. For a while, Xiao Yao felt quite guilty about this, constantly gauging Shu's mood, fearing his departure. This discomfort lingered for some time. Eventually, due to various circumstances and considerations, Shu took over the kitchen. What choice did they have, considering one party was suffering from nutritional deficiencies? With a palate inclined towards traditional Chinese cuisine, Xiao Yao found little enjoyment in foreign fare. Nevertheless, he still endeavored to make all arrangements for Shu, such as preparing ingredients in advance and washing dishes. Although they possessed a dishwasher, his role merely involved placing dishes inside and removing them afterward. Regardless, he relished every opportunity to assist Shu. Even when they had a cleaning service come weekly, Shu's demeanor softened, a gentle smile gracing his lips without him realizing it. While driving, he passed by a bakery and purchased some pastries, having recently developed a fondness for sweet flavors. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and he brought the car to a halt. A frown creased Shu's forehead as he observed Xiao Yao animatedly conversing with a tall, handsome stranger, making their way to their home. His fingers tightened around the steering wheel, turning pale. He witnessed Xiao Yao smiling as he exchanged words with a man, who gestured with his hand before departing, an apparent invitation for him to enter, inviting a stranger into their home. A dangerous smirk curled at the corners of Shu's mouth. Chapter 12. His luck is quite extraordinary. Shu parked the car at the doorstep and stepped out, striding towards them. His dark eyes remained inscrutable as he fixed his gaze upon Xiao Yao, smiling as he inquired, "What seems to be the matter?" In response to Shu's smile, Xiao Yao did not reflect his usual delight. Instead, he sensed an ominous presence. A chill ran down his spine, and he hastily explained, "Oh, I almost tripped just now, and he helped me up, so I thought to invite him over for dinner." This embarrassing incident was something he had not intended to disclose to Shu, fearing it would tarnish his formidable image. Although he was uncertain why he felt ill, he was still the dominant partner. Such a situation could not possibly hinder him. Otherwise, he would not have been so slow to react. Regrettably, he always harbored the notion that should he dare to lie, his fate would be sealed. Nonetheless, he made a slight adjustment to his demeanor. As fortune would have it, Xiao Yao had intended to venture out today, for his current state of affairs had rendered him unable to frequent his usual haunts at the bar. He could not indulge in alcohol either. Their residence was not far from HF school, and Xiao Yao resolved to walk over and observe Shu's institution. Previously, he had only visited to seek out Shu, and to avoid causing any disturbance, Xiao Yao had seldom made the trip, and when he did, it was always in haste. Xiao Yao was in no rush. Whenever fatigue set in, he would rest on a nearby bench or simply sit on the ground. He soon arrived at the school, yet he held no interest in the curriculum. The bane of a poor student was indeed the act of studying. As he passed the classrooms and approached the sports field, he was captivated by the myriad of athletic activities unfolding before him. However, he was acutely aware of his own limitations, so after a brief glance, he intended to find another location. After all, in this area where various ball games were played, one could easily be struck by an errant projectile. To his dismay, just as he was preparing to leave, he was struck by a basketball that had come hurtling his way. The culprit was none other than Joran, a native of M country, who had come to retrieve him. At just 19 years of age, he was still a somewhat naive university student. Upon realizing he had hit someone, Joran rushed to help Xiao Yao to his feet, profusely apologizing. Although momentarily stunned by the impact, Xiao Yao was unharmed and offered no indication of his feelings. He waved his hand dismissively, reflecting internally on his ill fortune and pondering whether he should consult an astrologer before venturing out in the future. He contemplated returning home, but the university student insisted on accompanying him to the hospital for a checkup. Xiao Yao, not daring to agree, compromised by allowing Joran to escort him home. He had become quite astute regarding interpersonal relationships, and, as he had no allies within the school, he was aware that Shi Shu was a prominent figure there. Surprisingly, Joran had some knowledge about Shi Shu, prompting Xiao Yao to consider inviting him for a meal, hoping to glean more information about the school. He had assumed that Shi Shu would return quite late. Little did he know, fate had other plans. After a brief exchange, Xiao Yao felt a twinge of guilt, attempting to signal Joran discreetly, only to forget that he had just spoken to Shi Shu in Chinese, a language Joran did not comprehend. With a sigh, he closed his eyes, thinking to himself, what a disaster. Upon hearing this, Shi Shu's expression softened considerably as he addressed Joran in country language, saying, "Thank you for helping him. Allow us to treat you to a meal?" Joran, unaware of the unfolding situation, remained honest and replied, "No need. It was my fault for hitting him. I truly apologize, but I must be off." With that, he turned and hurried away, despite his inability to understand Chinese. He could certainly read facial expressions and sense the atmosphere between the two, which clearly indicated that he should not intrude. Xiao Yao felt a wave of despair wash over him. He offered a sheepish grin to Shi Shu, who regarded him with a bemused expression, asking, "Didn't you almost fall?" Xiao Yao, with wide eyes reminiscent of a puppy, replied playfully, "Haha," something like that. Shi Shu chose not to comment further and walked into the room. Xiao Yao watched his retreating figure, gave the air a couple of light taps, sighed heavily, and let his expression droop in disappointment. Following closely behind, he entered the room and gently closed the door. There sat Shi Shu, imposing and formidable, on the sofa, gazing at him with an air of authority. He lifted his chin, gesturing toward the opposite sofa, indicating for him to take a seat. It was a clear stance of interrogation. Xiao Yao's legs involuntarily buckled slightly as he hesitantly approached the indicated sofa, taking his time to sit down. He maintained a somewhat ingratiating smile. Shi Shu, with his right hand resting on the armrest of the sofa, slowly tapped his index finger, his tone icy as he spoke. His expression remained inscrutable, seemingly oblivious to Xiao Yao's plea for mercy. Xiao Yao had no choice but to recount the entire incident, explaining that he was simply too bored and, coincidentally, found himself near the school, so he decided to take a look around. He paused, gauging Shi Shu's reaction. Shi Shu remained still, responding with a non-committal as if urging him to continue. Seeing this, Xiao Yao steeled himself and disclosed the subsequent events, stating, "As you know, I have little interest in studying. I merely wish to catch a glimpse. Who could have foreseen such misfortune?" Shi Shu's finger came to a halt. The surge of unacknowledged anger that had ignited within him at Xiao Yao's mention of being assisted by another had already dissipated. He pondered how Xiao Yao ought to manage the situation, considering there were still 4 months left. It was impractical for him to remain cooped up at home. What if incidents like today's occurred again, especially in solitude, or if the offender had fled? It was far too perilous. After all, this was not their homeland. Shi Shu exhaled softly, contemplating whether he should take him along. Xiao Yao would undoubtedly relish the opportunity. Yet, what did he truly feel upon witnessing Xiao Yao's laughter and camaraderie with others? What were his genuine sentiments toward Xiao Yao? Shi Shu mused. Perhaps it was time to cease deceiving himself. His own emotions deserved recognition. To be overly cautious after a prior setback was the mark of a coward. Confronting his choices with equanimity was what he ought to do. Regardless of the outcome, he could shoulder the consequences, could he not? He looked at Xiao Yao, his gaze softening. "How about we check things out tomorrow?" Xiao Yao's eyes widened in surprise, unsure if he had heard correctly. He quickly nodded. "Sure, that sounds great." Although it was not yet time for a checkup, this was Shi Shu's display of concern. Moreover, he would be able to spend time with Shi Shu. No longer would he simply wait for Shi Shu to return. Human nature is insatiable. He had previously wished only for Shi Shu's company in their living arrangements. Now, he yearned for Shi Shu to be with him every day. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Shi Shu's eyes. "I brought some dessert. It's in the car. Go fetch it yourself." He was pleased with Xiao Yao's enthusiastic response, considering it a reward. Watching Xiao Yao hurriedly scurry away, Shu shook his head slightly and made his way to the kitchen. It was time to prepare dinner. They could not afford to go hungry. Xiao Yao, savoring the dessert, followed the bustling figure in the kitchen with his eyes. Humming an off-key tune, he felt a surge of joy, convinced that today was a fortuitous day. His luck was undeniably exceptional. Shu had not held him accountable for anything. Chapter 13. Midnight Intrusion. After finishing dinner, the two completed their evening routines and retired to their respective rooms for the night. Shu lay in bed, experiencing a touch of insomnia. The image of Xiao Yao's radiant smile towards Xiao Lun often lingers in his mind. That exuberant and bright smile, which he has not encountered in the past decade, starkly contrasts with the majority of Xiao Yao's expressions before him, mostly ingratiating smiles, and even the genuine ones are tinged with a hint of caution. How wonderful it would be if Xiao Yao were entirely wicked. Then he could harbor a complete hatred and justifiably dismiss him. Yet the second encounter was purely accidental, perhaps even a case of him mistakenly entering the wrong room. How cruel fate can be. Why must he be so inexorably entangled with Xiao Yao? Why does Xiao Yao relentlessly pursue him? Why of all things has Xiao Yao fallen ill? Shu lay supine, basking in the moonlight filtering through the curtain's gap, gazing at the barren ceiling. With a soft click, he shut his eyes. The visitor appeared to be barefoot, their presence silent. Moments later, a rustling sound emerged from beside the bed. Shu remained still, curious about Xiao Yao's intentions. The bed dipped slightly as the covers were nudged aside. With a slight opening of his eyes, Shu caught sight of the figure lingering by the bed, motionless. His brow furrowed. A mere shift could send him tumbling down. No longer feigning sleep, he stirred slightly. As anticipated, the person beside the bed tensed, even halting their breath. Shu genuinely feared that he might startle Xiao Yao. Yet he was surprised by the latter's unpredictable courage. To call him timid would be an understatement, considering he dared to climb in a bed at this hour. Conversely, to label him bold seemed contradictory, given how easily he was startled into stillness. Shu ceased his pretense, opened his eyes, and sat up, activating the room's soft night light. He did not intend to confront the intruder, but rather inquired gently, his voice slightly hoarse from lying down for too long. "What brings you here?" Xiao Yao trembled, stammering. I had a cramp in my leg, it hurts." Shu looked down from his elevated position, scrutinizing the one who was weaving a tale. Perhaps it was not entirely a fabrication, yet such a minor discomfort could hardly justify his nocturnal visit. Shu granted him a moment to concoct an excuse. Xiao Yao remained tense, his eyes glistening with moisture, blinking rapidly as he confessed, I wanted you to help me, massage it." His guilt was palpable. Having spoken, his gaze flitted away, unable to meet Shu's eyes. In a surprisingly good-natured tone, Shu asked, "Then why didn't you wake me?" Xiao Yao instinctively mumbled, "I couldn't bear to." Realizing his slip, he quickly corrected himself. I was afraid of waking you." Raising an eyebrow, Shu queried, "Then why come here at all?" Shu's eyes locked onto Xiao Yao, noticing the blanket shift as he breathed. "What happened just now?" Xiao Yao's eyes darted, "Right? I had to come find you." Shu instinctively softened his breathing, scrutinizing closely, dismissing Xiao Yao's nonsensical ramblings. With the company in its nascent stages and academic obligations demanding his time, moments spent with Xiao Yao were fleeting. He lamented inwardly, reflecting on how he could have missed such an opportunity. He gave his full attention, fearing the loss of even the slightest detail. Alas, had they not already crossed paths? Xiao Yao was still lost in his performance. This was not unfamiliar to Shu, despite his laziness. Indeed, he must be a fortuitous star, for he always seemed to rescue Shu from dire straits. Xiao Yao silently scoffed, truly an excessive compliment. Shu's eyes softened as he reached out to pull back Xiao Yao's blanket. Upon noticing that the buttons of his nightwear had been undone, Xiao Yao's throat involuntarily tightened. What was happening? He might not have had enough time lately. In the next moment, his eyes widened in surprise as Shu's fair, jade-like hand approached. Xiao Yao felt a rush of blood and instinctively shifted his legs, tugging the blanket closer. Help! Where did this enchantress come from? A surge of electricity coursed from Shu's palm to his heart. He remained oblivious to Xiao Yao's furtive movements. Observing this tender scene, Xiao Yao felt a warm current flow through him, dispersing the chaotic thoughts in his mind. He once again affirmed his own discerning eye in choosing Shu. How fortunate he was! Ha ha ha! He had struck gold. This was a feat he had not accomplished in 10 years, yet he achieved it in just 2 months. The room was enveloped in silence as Shu patiently waited. He carefully fastened the buttons on Xiao Yao's attire and tucked the blanket around him. After completing these tasks, he turned his gaze back to Xiao Yao, the fondness in his eyes still evident. In that moment, Xiao Yao felt as if he were being cherished by Shu, the mist of emotion gradually crystallizing. Words hidden deep within him slipped out. "Shu, I love you so much." This time, Shu did not regard him with disdain nor ignore him. He simply replied, Xiao Yao's pupils dilated, and tears fell instantaneously. His heart trembled as if shaken by an earthquake. Shu actually said was he on the verge of marrying Shu? He was so excited that he stumbled over his words. "Shu, have you forgiven me?" He dared not utter the word love. "No." Xiao Yao was incredulous. His eyelids drooped. It was only natural he hadn't forgiven him, for he had committed many wrongs. After that incident, he had even monitored Shu, planting spies. Although it was merely to learn about Shu's well-being and ensure he was happy, yet he had indeed erred. And there was no distinction between that and being a stalker. He had failed to be a proper lover. Shu's cold voice continued, "I will never forgive you for the past." Xiao Yao felt as though he were plunged into an ice pit. But then, Xiao Yao suddenly looked up, his heart racing. Shu smiled at him. "I am willing to give you a chance. A chance to occupy his heart." One sentence plunged Xiao Yao into despair, while another lifted him to the heavens. His tears flowed uncontrollably, and he sobbed into Shu's shoulder, gasping for breath. Chapter 14. President Shu, your persona has collapsed. Both were momentarily frozen in place. Xiao Yao halted abruptly, sniffling as he buried his head into Shu's shoulder, unwilling to face the situation. "Help! Which partner cries like this? How embarrassing!" But Shu had agreed to give him a chance. What did that imply? It signified that Shu was willing to marry him. Ha 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 ha! Xiao Yao was overwhelmed with joy. The mere thought of his impending marriage to Shu brought an uncontrollable smile to his face. Sensing the vibrations in his shoulder and the faint laughter, Shu, with a hint of exasperation, inquired, "What is there to laugh about?" He hesitated to push Xiao Yao away, having previously dismissed any notion of confrontation. Now, however, he found himself reluctant to act. With the hostage in hand, one could easily manipulate the ruler to command the lords. Having just shed tears, Xiao Yao's voice was hoarse, yet he was unwilling to leave Shu's embrace. "I am elated. I have long awaited this day for a decade." His voice, muffled and raspy, was far from pleasant. Shu, reflecting on the past, still felt a twinge of anger. Who could he blame? However, this time his tone bore no emotional weight. He chose to let go, primarily for his own sake. His splendid life should not be shackled by memories of the past, but rather should embrace the present and the future. Xiao Yao fell silent, fearing Shu's wrath. He acknowledged his past misdeeds, having been a cad who committed numerous wrongs. Gently loosening his hold, he stammered, "It's my fault. I'm sorry. I was truly reckless." Pausing to gather his resolve, he lifted his gaze to meet Shu's eyes and declared with unwavering conviction, "From now on, I will spend my life making amends." Shu felt a flicker of emotion at Xiao Yao's solemn promise. Just a flicker, for making amends was something Xiao Yao ought to do. His trust in Xiao Yao would never be absolute, as the latter had erred before. Nevertheless, he believed in himself, in his own abilities and judgment. Thus, he was willing to grant Xiao Yao a chance, and in doing so, an opportunity for them both. Ultimately, gratitude was in order. Xiao Yao should be thankful for his health issues, for otherwise, given his temperament, they might have ended up estranged for life. The night passed in tranquility as Xiao Yao held Shu close, and they gradually succumbed to slumber. The following day, Shu had to return to work. Having adjusted his biological clock to rise early to care for Shu, Xiao Yao awoke first. He gently extricated his hand and proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. Gazing into the mirror, he noted his swollen, reddened eyes from the previous night's tears. Splashing cool water on his face, he attempted to invigorate himself. As was his routine, he squeezed toothpaste on Shu's toothbrush and laid out the clothes Shu would wear. Then, he ventured into the kitchen, where he heated 2 cups of milk in the microwave and toasted several slices of bread. In high spirits, he hummed a tune as he spread butter on the bread, adding lettuce, tomatoes, and bacon. Once everything was prepared, he ascended the stairs to awaken Shu, a step that had not been part of his previous routine. However, since Shu had granted him another chance, he was determined to make a good impression. Having gone to bed late, Shu was still asleep. Xiao Yao gently leaned in and placed a soft kiss on the corner of Shu's slightly parted lips. Shu, rise and shine. Breakfast is ready, he murmured, as if fearing to disturb the slumbering prince. Shu slowly opened his eyes, still not fully awake, his gaze somewhat dazed. Only upon seeing the enlarged visage before him did he fully rouse. He reached out to push Xiao Yao away, then got out of bed, washed up, and proceeded to breakfast, with Xiao Yao tailing closely behind. As Shu's brows relaxed, he sipped on warm milk and addressed Xiao Yao, who was retrieving a sandwich from the thermal box. Shall we go to the office together today? It was a statement, as he doubted Xiao Yao would decline. Indeed, Xiao Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Absolutely. It seemed as if a large tail was wagging energetically behind him. Shu could sense the sweet aura radiating from Xiao Yao. After their meal, Xiao Yao eagerly ascended the stairs to change his attire. This time, he aimed to assert his claim, while subtly admonishing any potential rivals. Half an hour later, a vibrant youth emerged, clad in casual attire that exuded a youthful charm. Shu felt a vain throb on his forehead. He could instantly discern Xiao Yao's intentions. Nevertheless, he raised an eyebrow, acknowledging that the outfit was not much different from what a young man might wear. Especially with those naive, clear-eyed glances, Xiao Yao endeavored to restrain himself, approaching Shu with a demeanor of maturity and composure. Yet, he was not entirely satisfied. Dressed like this, he felt akin to a kept man by Shu, lamenting that he could not don the garments that would accentuate his status. Thus, he settled for attire that conveyed youthfulness. If he must be kept, at least he would do so with some semblance of identity. He believed that with his looks, he could deter any ill-intentioned individuals. With a cheerful disposition, Xiao Yao exclaimed, "Shu, let us depart." Shu found it difficult to articulate his feelings. Very well. Soon they arrived at the office, where Xiao Yao expressed a desire to explore the premises. You go ahead and work, I'll wander a bit. He intended to assess the extent of any illicit feelings towards Shu. Concerned for his safety, Shu hesitated, although the company was on the right track. The workload remained somewhat hectic, and he feared someone might collide with him. His assistant approached. "Mr. Shu, there's a meeting in 10 minutes. Xiao Yao waved his hand dismissively. You go ahead. Yet, Shu remained uneasy and unable to extricate himself. Let He Mingzhi accompany you. He instructed his assistant. Do not follow me for now. Instead, take Xiao Yao around the office and ensure no one bumps into him. He emphasized the last sentence. Knowing Xiao Yao was now quite precious and must be protected from any mishaps. This served as an introduction of sorts for the two. He Mingzhi's expression became oddly peculiar. Yet he complied. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yao felt elated, his heart sweet as honey, assuring Shu, I will be careful. This declaration only heightened Shu's concern. He did not wish to confine Xiao Yao within the office, so he acquiesced to his wishes, though he reiterated his cautions to He Mingzhi. The latter's expression twisted slightly. It was the first time he had witnessed Shu so loquacious, and for a man, no less. A towering man who must not be touched. Good heavens! Was Mr. Shu truly of such a nature? Mr. Shu, your image is crumbling. He had always perceived Shu as aloof and refined, someone who floated above the mundane world, untouched by earthly affairs. However, it is not entirely unattached. It is merely that he has already acquired his own leaves. Chapter 15. The end of this part. Xiao Yao raised his head and puffed out his chest, exuding the charisma of a runway model as he inspected the company. He Mingzhi followed closely behind, feeling constrained, akin to a eunuch of ancient times, always mindful of anyone who might inadvertently bump into Xiao Yao. Shu watched their departing figures, his brow still furrowed with concern. He remained uneasy. He glanced at the time again and opted to gather materials in preparation for the upcoming meeting. In 2 months, Xiao Yao would undoubtedly be reluctant to venture outside, so he needed to arrange the company's affairs and carve out time to accompany Xiao Yao. Emotional fluctuations could lead to depression, and with no trustworthy individuals nearby, he felt it imperative to look after him more closely. Xiao Yao's parents entrusted him to accompany their son, and he certainly could not let them down. Moreover, having promised Xiao Yao the opportunity as a partner, he had an even greater responsibility to care for him. This is the most fundamental duty a man should undertake. Xiao Yao led He Mingzhi on a tour around the company, yet he did not encounter any suspicious characters. However, he was quite pleased to overhear their gossip. Who is that? Oh, why is Assistant He following him? Isn't President Shi in a meeting? Usually, at this time, Assistant He is also attending the meeting. You may not know, but he came with President Shi, and the way Shu looks at him is quite tender. Really? Is it true? But he looks so young. Does President Shi fancy this type? Perhaps he is a kept man, young and handsome, naturally capturing President Shi's heart. The break room was indeed a hub for gossip, and he felt justified in having searched beforehand. Xiao Yao and He Mingzhi concealed themselves nearby, listening to their chatter. He Mingzhi's expression was inscrutable. He must inform President Shi about this. When had he ever endured such indignities? Sneaking around like a thief. By the way, does this mean President One has no chance? Xiao Yao's expression froze instantly. President One? It turned out there were unseemly intentions present, just ones he had not yet witnessed. Xiao Yao cast a questioning glance at He Mingzhi, who seemed poised to explain, but Xiao Yao swiftly covered his mouth, signaling for silence. He needed to listen further. The eyes of the people are astute. When has President One ever had a chance? It's merely unrequited love. Indeed, comparing the two, President One is far from it. Besides, our President Shi is not lacking in wealth. That is true. What are you doing? A cold voice resonated from behind. Xiao Yao's body stiffened instantaneously, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could a meeting have ended so swiftly? Don't meetings typically last a long time? His father would not emerge from a meeting in less than 2 hours. Was it only an hour? Xiao Yao had squatted for too long, and his legs felt numb. He trembled as he stood. As his legs weakened, he was about to collide with the corner of a low table. This is it. Shu rushed forward to catch him just before he fell, breaking into a cold sweat. He shot a fierce glare at Xiao Yao, his heart racing with fear. After a careful examination of Xiao Yao, and finding him untroubled, he cast a knowing glance at He Mingzhi, who stood dazedly nearby. He Mingzhi shivered, realizing with dread that his job was at stake. What could happen to a grown man from a simple fall? Was his worth truly so fragile? The scourge of workplace bullying and greedy capitalists. By the time Shu had raised his voice, those in the break room had already fallen silent, and the astute ones had quietly slipped away through another exit. This was not a place for interrogation. Shu led Xiao Yao to his office, while He Mingzhi returned to his own desk. Inside the office, the two men sat facing each other. Xiao Yao held a cup of hot water that Shu had poured for him. Overwhelmed by the oppressive atmosphere of questioning, he took the initiative. Who is this manager One? They say he sends you flowers and gifts daily. We're gifts, after all. I could do that too. However, back when their relationship was not as amicable, he had attempted similar gestures, only to be rebuffed. Thus, he now refrained from taking any impulsive actions. Xiao Yao mumbled his inquiries, his demeanor timid. Hearing this, Shu smirked, reclining comfortably against the back of the sofa. Well, he is a partner. I mentioned an opportunity for you. I didn't say others wouldn't have chances either. Xiao Yao felt a crack in his composure. Is that so? Is this right? His eyes reddened, and he lamented, my stomach hurts. His heart ached even more. It was clear he was feigning distress. Shu pretended to be anxious. What's wrong? Do you need to go to the hospital? Yet, his fingers remained unmoved. Never mind. Xiao Yao immersed himself in his performance. I just want you to not give others a chance, and then I wouldn't hurt. Shu elongated his tone. Is that so? He shifted into a more comfortable position, a smile hidden in his eyes. Then endure your pain. Now, Xiao Yao genuinely felt like crying. It was hopeless. Nothing seemed to work. He sniffed and humbly apologized. I'm sorry, Shu. I should have eavesdropped on their conversation. Is that all? Shu inquired. Xiao Yao looked perplexed. What more was there? Recognizing the absurdity of waiting for Xiao Yao to come to his own conclusions, Shu directly asked, What did you promise me? Instantly, realization dawned on Xiao Yao, and a smile brightened his face. I shouldn't have neglected my health. With a playful grin, Shu chose not to engage further, lest he be the only one exasperated. As Xiao Yao observed his expression, he subtly inched closer. Shu, I genuinely understand my mistake. There will be no next time. However, the delicate bond between them must not fray. Oh, by the way, gifts, he declared, determined to fend off all suitors. In the following period, Shu found himself receiving gifts and flowers in the most unexpected places, sometimes hidden in his clothing, other times tucked away in his office drawers, or suddenly appearing before him, all signed by the duo of father and son. Shu graciously accepted these tokens, as if welcoming their affection. The office ceased to buzz with gossip about the president, and any whispers that did circulate sang praises of the love between Shu and Xiao Yao. The most prevalent rumor suggested that a certain assistant had issued a warning. Of course, the mastermind behind it all remained unspoken. The company offers such generous benefits that the employees have no desire to resign. Beginning in July, Shu transitioned to remote and online work, only going to the office for matters that required his personal attention. By September, Shu, with a grand gesture, granted himself an extended vacation. Xiao's parents, unable to suppress their concerns for their son, traveled abroad and settled near his residence. Xiao Yao worried that Shu might feel uncomfortable and was reluctant to have his parents living together with him. His doting parents readily agreed and were pleased with the arrangement, yet they still kept a watchful eye on Xiao Yao during the day. As the situation was merely an exception, and they could not fully relax. Everyone has moments of oversight. Thus, amidst the love and anticipation of his family, Shu Yiheng arrived at the Xiao household. The surname Shu was chosen by Xiao Yao, as he wished to strengthen the bond between himself and Shu. Naturally, Xiao's parents had no objections, for he was their grandchild, regardless of the surname. Shu felt immense gratitude for being able to have a family. It was a rare blessing. Now, he had not only received gifts, but also the love of his lifelong partner and parents. Chapter 16 Extra 1 and in a bowl of water balanced evenly a month later. Due to work commitments, Xiao's father had to return home. However, Xiao's mother, reluctant to leave and concerned that Xiao Yao and his partner might not take proper care of themselves, stubbornly decided to stay, despite her husband's wistful gaze. Naturally, it would be inappropriate for her to remain alone in the adjacent house, so she opted to live with Xiao Yao and his partner. However, Xiao Yao was keen on ensuring that she did not interfere with the blossoming relationship between him and Shu, asking her to feign ignorance during the evenings. Xiao's mother, fully aware of her son's feelings, was perceptive enough to quietly retreat whenever Shu was present. It was only when Shu had work commitments or pressing matters at school that she would approach her eldest grandson. She was unable to hold him enough. Yet she could not neglect her own son. Xiao's mother found it perplexing how she could have given birth to such a foolish child. Shu had been involved in every moment of Anne's upbringing, and it was the affectionate nickname he gave to Shu Yiheng. Although common, it was imbued with Shu's heartfelt blessings. He wished for nothing more than peace and joy for his son. He changed Ann's diapers, fed him, burped him, and even woke at night at the slightest sound from a baby. Xiao Yao had once suggested that Xiao's mother take care of An at night to avoid disturbing Shu's sleep, but he had firmly declined. Shu witnessed An's first awakening, his first smile, and his first cries. He could not get enough of such an adorable little being. Xiao Yao had teased him more than once, claiming that he was utterly blinded by paternal love, lost in his affections. When An first arrived at the Xiao household, he was not particularly attractive, leading Shu to briefly wonder if the child had been switched at birth. Yet, Shu was captivated, enduring until the baby's first month before reluctantly returning to work. At that moment, he pondered why he had established the company. For his wealth was sufficient to last a lifetime. Not only that, But Shu also took away a pair of little socks belonging to an, and Xiao Yao remarked, "A shoe, perhaps you should take him to work with you. He is too small, it's unsafe." It seemed he genuinely entertained such an idea. Xiao Yao found it difficult to admit that he felt a twinge of jealousy over a little child. After all, this was his son, yet it was undeniable that, at that moment, he felt a pang of sadness, and then received all of Shu's affection. But he wondered when he would ever hear the words "I love you" from Shu. However, this feeling was fleeting, as his son grew more handsome. How could he not love him? When, and in turn one, Xiao's father flew in from abroad, and they held a grand celebration for An's first birthday, attended solely by family. It was an elaborate affair, personally orchestrated by Shu, who oversaw every detail. During the traditional zhou ceremony, and it surprised everyone by packing the cloth beneath him and, with great effort, handing it to Xiao Yao. Here you go." Xiao Yao's eyes brimmed with tears. How could his son be so well-behaved? "Thank you, my darling." He scooped him into his arms and showered him with kisses. And then, however, wriggled free from Xiao Yao's embrace and wiped his face, eliciting laughter from the crowd, except from the one person who felt slighted. That person exclaimed, and then, "You little ungrateful child, how dare you reject your father?" And then turned and leaped into Shu's arms. "Good boy." Shu's voice was as gentle as a soothing stream. Any lingering imbalance in his heart was now completely filled by An. Both were exceedingly pleased with An's actions. By that time, An was already calling out for Daddy and Grandma, which made Xiao's father feel a pang of heartache, and had yet to call him Grandpa. When it was time to leave, Xiao's father could no longer bear to be apart from Xiao's mother, and with a mix of coaxing and deception, he brought her back home. Through his persistent guidance, he eventually heard An call him Grandpa. Overjoyed, Xiao's father promptly transferred shares to An. At merely 1 year old, An possessed houses, cars, and substantial wealth, coupled with an abundance of love. Xiao Yao had initially intended to give him a nickname, Duo, as he wished for him to have plenty of love, ample wealth, and boundless freedom. In short, he hoped for An to have an abundance of all good things. Yet, Shu had beaten him to it. Nevertheless, Pingshilu was also quite wonderful. When An turned 3, the family returned to their homeland. The constant traveling had become inconvenient, and Xiao's parents were genuinely eager to see their grandson. Moreover, Xiao's father longed for the joy of having his grandchildren surround him, making it impossible for Shu to refuse. Upon returning to the country, Xiao's father handed over the position of president of the Xiao Corporation to Shu and retired. The shares were also transferred, equal to those of Xiao Yao, though less than those of An. Shu intended to decline the offer but was unsuccessful, as someone took advantage of the situation. Xiao Yao successfully became Shu's assistant, landing the job he had always yearned for. Meanwhile, their little one An had begun attending preschool. When not in school, he accompanied them to work, and it had now become the beloved assistant and of the company, affectionately referred to by the employees. Assistant and was dedicated and diligent, far surpassing the capabilities of any other assistant, even thoughtfully bringing water to his working father. Holding a water cup larger than his own hands, he walked unsteadily, causing Shu's heart to melt. He would gently cover his slumbering father with a small blanket during work hours. The old father was truly asleep. Whenever someone entered Shu's office, they instinctively lowered their voices, lest they disturb the napping figure. Of course, a louder noise wouldn't result in serious consequences. It would merely subject them to a barrage of cold air during meetings. Afterward, when the old father learned of An's actions, he showered him with affectionate kisses, much to An's chagrin. An would respond to questions from employees with a childish yet self-proclaimed serious tone. "Assistant An, would you like some candy?" No snacks during work, he would firmly decline, though the sound of his swallowing would betray him. Occasionally, serious inquiries would arise. "Assistant An, where is Shu?" In the conference room, followed by muffled laughter. This would leave assistant and feeling a touch despondent, prompting him to seek comfort from his father. As for approaching Shu, I believe his father should not be disturbed during work. At that moment, the old father, wishing to console An, would not only offer him candy, but also sweet drinks, which were even more delightful than those given by the employees, and he would not be scolded. Upon discovering the situation, Shi commanded the staff to cease their teasing of Anan. He was well aware of his child's antics. Understanding that Anan was merely scheming to deceive Xiao Yao to obtain what he desired. However, Shi did not mind. He felt his son's actions were commendable, albeit the amount of candy Anan received would be slightly reduced for the week. Meanwhile, a certain idle assistant would receive a reprimand from Shi late at night, when all was quiet. Chapter 17. Side Story 2. Shi, do you love me? Upon taking control of the Xiao Corporation, Shi inevitably encountered the long-standing rival, the Jin family. Despite Xiao Yao and An's vigilant defenses, Jin Sun managed to find a breakthrough. One day, Shi felt it was unwise to keep An confined to the company. After all, children needed playtime. An disagreed with this notion but failed to persuade his father. Xiao Yao, the old father, had to concede, taking it into the mall to play in a ball pit. He believed that Shi was currently disregarding the child's words and would certainly ignore his own. For over 3 years, Xiao Yao still felt that Shi had not fallen in love with him, even though they shared a bed. Sleep was merely a verb. Even though Shi remembered to gift him on their wedding anniversary, he had no excuse to offer. Xiao Yao dared not ask, fearing that should he inquire, Shi might retract the gift. Conversely, Shi found amusement in Xiao Yao's foolish demeanor. The hesitant expression on Xiao Yao's face captivated him, perfectly satisfying his desire for control. At that moment, Xiao Yao's lips were slightly pursed, his brow furrowed, and his beautiful, dog-like eyes sparkled with anticipation. He always yearned to hear sweet words from Shi. Yet Shi remained unyielding, often responding coldly with what's wrong, or, at times, offering no reply at all. Xiao Yao dared not inquire further. His expressive eyes drooped, resembling a small puppy deprived of meat, embodying a pitiful demeanor. This sight would often evoke a sense of compassion in Shi Shu, prompting him to acquiesce to some of Xiao Yao's excessive requests. Yet afterward, as he touched his waist, he would regret it, silently gritting his teeth. For he was well aware that he was dealing with a wolf dog. At times, Shi Shu questioned whether Xiao Yao was feigning such vulnerability, but the clarity and innocence of his gaze were undeniably genuine. Alas, the most lamentable aspect for Xiao Yao was that, regardless of their actions, they had to take precautions. Shi Shu accepted this reality well, often feeling quite satisfied. He had contemplated it, yet he believed it essential to respect Xiao Yao's wishes, and the inherent dangers caused him concern. In any case, everyone recognized Shi Shu's affections for Xiao Yao. Even little Anan, barely 3 years old, could discern how exceptionally well his father treated him, even better than he did himself. It was the parties involved who remained oblivious, and no one thought to offer a reminder. Xiao's parents felt exasperated by their foolish son, but were nonetheless pleased, as long as Shi Shu cared for their son. It was merely Shi Shu's peculiar amusement, a playful dynamic between the two. Most importantly, their focus had shifted to their adorable and understanding grandson. Thus, when Xiao Yao received a letter from a colleague, he immediately panicked. Anan, come out, we're going back. Anan had just entered and was making friends, reluctant to heed his father's call. Shi hung. The power of that name was boundless. Anan calmly bid farewell to his newfound friend and hurriedly sought his bewildered father. Dad, what happened? Sitting on a small chair, he laboriously put on his little shoes, asking leisurely. Xiao Yao thought him slow and swiftly donned the shoes for him. He scooped up Anan and headed toward the company, explaining, "There's a person that Daddy finds extremely unpleasant at the office, and we cannot leave them alone." Oh, Anan nodded his little head. Is it the rival uncle? Xiao Yao was taken aback that a child of under 3 could comprehend so much. Anan, how can you be so polite? Daddy really dislikes him. Remember, we are on the same team. He emphasized, Daddy abhors him very much. Got it, Daddy, and inside like a little adult. Ultimately, it was his duty to protect this home. With his little chest puffed out in his father's embrace, Anan declared, "Don't worry, Daddy. I won't let him get close to the manager." The shopping center was conveniently close to the company, and they walked there instead of driving. On their return, Xiao Yao could no longer contain himself and boarded the bus waiting nearby, heading to the Xiao group. The driver glanced at him, then at the adjacent building, pondering the peculiarities of the wealthy, which he did not comprehend. All right. 2 minutes later, they arrived at the Xiao group. Xiao Yao hurriedly strode off, tossing 100 yuan at the driver. Ignoring the driver's calls from behind, he entered the company, cradling Unin in his arms. The driver took a direct route to a milk tea shop, leading to an unexpected delight as he could now sell milk tea for his daughter. Assistant Xiao and assistant and maintained their composure, nodding in unison. A front desk employee, unable to contain their excitement, discreetly captured a snapshot and shared it in their private gossip group. Upon the image's release, several idle colleagues emerged, commenting on the charming synchronicity of the father-son duo. Our young master Xiao is increasingly embodying the essence of a family man, one remarked. Wait, didn't they just step out? Has it been an hour? Another questioned, to which a whisper circulated about their superior's ex being in the vicinity. How thrilling! Are there any insiders around? Came the anxious inquiries. Who would dare? Are they out of their minds? Meanwhile, while they indulged in their private gossip, Xiao Yao and it had already reached the top floor. A colleague had come to relay the latest news. They were now in the conference room. All right, Xiao Yao instructed everyone to leave, ensuring no one approached the top floor. We cannot allow others to see us falter. We must accomplish our task. Once everyone had departed, Xiao Yao turned to Anin, saying, Darling, it's your turn. Anin mimicked the uncle from earlier, declaring, I will ensure the task is completed. He dashed through the door and leaped into Shu's embrace. Daddy, I missed you so much. Xiao Yao leisurely followed behind. Upon seeing the two, Shu immediately understood the situation, a mix of irritation and amusement bubbling within him. However, he stifled his laughter, unwilling to let Jin Sun witness Xiao Yao's embarrassment. I missed you too, sweetheart, he replied. Jin Sun frowned in displeasure, unable to contain his voice. Is this your son? Yes, Xiao Yao affirmed. Shu had little desire to engage with him, already intending to dismiss him. Who could have predicted the rapid return of this father-son duo? Xiao Yao's weekly offerings of coffee and snacks were evidently not in vain. Jin Sun smirked. Xiao Yao, how generous of you. Who would have thought you could have a child? And in understanding the implication, chimed in, I am their child. Jin Sun scoffed, unwilling to engage with a child, dismissing it as mere playful banter. Anin's eyes glistened with uncertainty as he glanced toward Xiao Yao. Instantly regretting involving a child in adult matters, Xiao Yao shot a fierce glare at Jin Sun, commanding him to silence. Turning back to Anin, he noticed the child's change in expression and urged, Anin, come here, let's go with Daddy. Ignore his nonsense. You are our treasure. Let me handle him. He scooped Anin up and left, not sparing a glance at Shu. Shu's brow furrowed. Allowing Jin Sun to enter had been a grave error. Chapter 18. Extra 2 Shu, do you love me? Anin was still young, and they had yet to explain the rules of the world to him. Unaware of his differences from others, they planned to discuss this when he started kindergarten. Mr. Jin, I shall not see you out, he declared, feeling no obligation to explain himself to an outsider. Is it because he found someone to bear your child? Jin Sun seethed, having never felt such humiliation before Xiao Yao. That expression was one he had only ever directed at Xiao Yao. Why should Xiao Yao look down upon me? If you desire a child, just say so. There are countless ways. When Shu glanced back at Jin Sun, his gaze was devoid of emotion. Please leave, Mr. Jin. Surrogacy is illegal. If you have the capability, bear one yourself. Jin Sun felt as if she had plunged into an ice cellar. Her gaze, once reserved for Xiao Yao, now bore a chill even greater than that. In the past, her eyes had been tinged with a resentment she herself was unaware of when looking at him. Yet now, her expression mirrored that of a stranger. Ha ha, who would have thought Jin Sun would find herself in such a predicament? She reined in her emotions, refusing to linger. She was not Xiao Yao and could never resort to such relentless pursuit. We shall meet again, she acknowledged with a nod, as rivals. That was already a generous appraisal of him. Her fingers idly traced the watch face as her thoughts were consumed with how to console, and then Jin Sun paused momentarily, as if caught in a fleeting illusion. In the office, and was heard saying, Don't cry. That uncle knows nothing. You are our child. Upon entering, Shu's heart sank at those words. He was uncertain whether Xiao Yao would wish for anyone to know how Anin came into the world. You too. You have a mother, Xiao Yao uttered, his voice tinged with a hint of shame. Yet, for Anin's sake, he persevered. But this shall remain a secret between us. You must not tell anyone, not even your father. Understood? Shi Shu's eyes sparkled with amusement as he gestured for silence to an end. And then, not comprehending his father's gesture, blinked, but Daddy is right behind. Xiao Yao froze. Thanks to a certain person's orders, the upper floor was currently deserted. Shi Shu locked the door, approached Xiao Yao, and took it into his arms. Your father is right. We cannot divulge this to anyone. Just remember, you are our child. We will clarify the specifics when you are older, all right? And he nodded vigorously. Okay, I trust you. Deep within Xiao Yao's heart lay an unremitting thorn. Yet he felt too timid to inquire. He sensed he had erred again, and coupled with recent conversations, he dared not meet Shi Shu's gaze. Let us go, Shi Shu prompted. Huh? Xiao Yao finally turned to face him. Let's take it out to play. Oh, that sounds wonderful, and it will be the happiest. After their outing, they dined together before returning home. Shi Shu suggested and then spend the night with his grandparents, and he took Xiao Yao back to their villa. Instantly, the tension in Xiao Yao's mind tightened. It was the moment of reckoning. He mechanically followed Shi Shu's lead, changing shoes and removing his outer coat. As Shi Shu settled onto the sofa, leisurely loosening his tie, unbuttoning the top 2 buttons of his shirt, and rolling up his sleeves. Each movement quickened Xiao Yao's heartbeat. Observing the occasional glimpse of Shi Shu's fair neck, collarbone, and chest, Xiao Yao swallowed hard, feeling parched. Yet, he was filled with a clandestine desire, yet lacked the courage to act. Shi Shu caught every nuance of his gaze, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Well, speak up. What? Xiao Yao stammered. What do you think? I realize my mistake. He practically yearned to plead with Shi Shu for forgiveness. Do you have any grievances against me? None. Xiao Yao responded swiftly, absolutely not. Oh, Shi Shu nodded. So you don't trust me? Not at all. Xiao Yao shook his head vigorously. Then why did you bring it into the conference room? And I mentioned that he missed you. Xiao Yao. Sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have lied. Xiao Yao closed his eyes, steeling himself. I don't believe in myself. His voice dwindled. You are so wonderful, and so many adore you yet I... Shi Shu gently interrupted him. They cannot. His heart ached faintly. Ever since he decided to give Xiao Yao a chance, his heart had been gradually filled by Xiao Yao. Now, he could hardly bear to see Xiao Yao belittle himself. Xiao Yao's face flushed instantly. But do you like me? His voice was barely above a whisper, and he lowered his head. He was both terrified and hopeful for the answer. Xiao Yao suddenly lifted his head, and Shi Shu said, Seizing the moment, he pressed on, then, Do you love me? Shi Shu replied. Let us go. It's time for a shower and sleep. He did not answer that foolish question. Xiao Yao felt a twinge of discontent. Oh, but he lacked the courage. His heart felt like a swarm of ants scratching away, discomforting him. He followed behind Shi Shu, sullen, until they entered the bathroom. I'm sorry, I'll step out now. They hadn't done anything before finishing their shower. He thought about it, yet he couldn't muster the bravery. Just as he turned, he felt resistance at the back of his collar. Xiao Yao's eyes brightened as he closed the door. Then he stood up, seeking a kiss. Suddenly emboldened, he asked, Shu, do you love me? Sure, Shu. Do you love me? Shu, I love you so much. Volume 3. Can Alphas 2? ABO Genre. Chapter 1. Captivity. Chui Hengyi felt his entire body numb, wanting to stretch his limbs, only to discover he couldn't move at all. A jolt of alarm surged within him, and he abruptly opened his eyes, only to find darkness enveloping him. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Who? Awake? The voice was languid. General? The person referred to as the general appeared momentarily puzzled. Then understanding dawned. You heard me? Of course. You made no effort to conceal your voice. Chui Hengyi refrained from voicing this thought. Moreover, Chu Lingchuan was the Empire's only Omega general, an object of admiration and reverence among young Alphas and Omegas across the Empire. He was bewildered by the current situation. General, what is happening to me? As Chu Lingchuan approached, a gust of wind enveloped him, sending a chill down his spine. Am I naked? Good heavens. Clearly, you've been kidnapped. Chu Lingchuan's voice carried a distinct hint of amusement. General, Chui Hengyi thought Chu Lingchuan was jesting, but this was no laughing matter. How could the Empire's idol and protector engage in such antics? From the tone of that voice, Cui Hengyi surmised that Chu Lingchuan must have been propping his chin while speaking. The sound of a belt, or perhaps the belt brushing against the chair surface, echoed softly. "Now, you are my captive," he said, his tone lingering with a playful lilt. "It would be wise to be compliant and speak respectfully." Although Chu Lingchuan did not vocalize these words, Cui Heng immediately discerned the underlying threat within his tone. He instinctively racked his brain for any offense he may have committed against Chu Lingchuan, only to conclude, after thorough reflection, that he had none. Cui Heng cautiously licked his parched lips and inquired, "General, have I erred in some way?" The air was punctuated by a gentle chuckle. "Not at all." The atmosphere was filled with a rustling sound, as Chu Lingchuan seemed to shift his position. "Do not be afraid. I will not harm you." Cui Heng felt a twinge of exasperation. Who could remain unafraid in such circumstances? "General, could you please turn on the light?" Another soft laugh followed, causing Cui Heng's eyelashes to flutter. "Ah, how endearing you are." Cui Heng silently rolled his eyes. How could an alpha be described as cute? "You're the cute one. Your entire family is adorable." Another laugh rang out. Cui Heng inwardly cursed. What is there to laugh about? With his eyes rolling about, he finally realized that they were covered. Upon hearing this, Cui Heng carefully assessed his face. To his astonishment, it was indeed true. He had been so preoccupied with the discomfort coursing through his limbs that he had failed to notice the only part of him that felt comfortable, his face. So, Chu Lingchuan had been laughing because all his actions were under his scrutiny? Oh heavens! "General, I'm feeling rather unwell. Could you release me?" It appeared that Cui Heng's plea amused Chu Lingchuan, who laughed heartily. "Ah, why have you yet to grasp your reality?" Cui Heng felt heat rise to his cheeks. It was only now that he fully comprehended he had been abducted. He, Cui Heng, an esteemed mecha designer from a prominent enterprise in the Empire, had been kidnapped? He shook his head in disbelief. Surely, this must be a dream. Not a dream, my dear. You must accept the truth. You will be here for some time. No need for confusion. Your thoughts were unspoken, yet I guessed them. Apparently, my deductions are quite accurate. Military training does serve a purpose. Indeed, it is rather effective. Faced with such circumstances, one must acquiesce. Cui Heng then lowered his tone. "General, your actions are unlawful. Please, release me, and I shall not report you." After a brief silence, Cui Heng could only hear footsteps, followed by a faint sound of something slicing through the air. Instinctively, he closed his eyes and recoiled, but alas, he was firmly bound to the broad chair, with the cold wooden surface at his back leaving him with no retreat. Was Chu Lingchuan intending to strike him? This would be an act of private punishment, and it is indeed illegal. In the next moment, the covering over Cui Heng's face was removed, allowing him to exhale in relief. As his eyes adjusted to the light, he slowly opened them and discerned that Chu Lingchuan was toying with a black silk ribbon that had obscured his vision. "True nation express de surprise. Ah, this still holds your warmth." As Cui Heng gazed at the black ribbon entwined around Chu Lingchuan's left wrist, he silently gritted his teeth. Pervert! With the hand adorned by the ribbon, Chu Lingchuan pinched Cui Heng's chin, lifting his face to meet his gaze, feigning a sense of grievance. "Come on. Don't always curse me in your heart. I haven't done anything to you." Cui Heng glanced at his own body, bound tightly, and then turned his eyes back to Chu Lingchuan. He remained silent, yet his eyes brimmed with fury, had eyes been capable of emitting flames. Chu Lingchuan would have surely been scorched by now. This was what he meant by not doing anything. Cui Heng took a deep breath, striving for calmness. For it was only through composure that one could resolve issues. Chu Lingchuan shrugged his shoulders, exuding a sense of helplessness. During extraordinary times, one must employ extraordinary measures. Cui Heng furrowed his brow, gazing at Chu Lingchuan with confusion. What extraordinary times? Observing Cui Heng's bewilderment, Chu Lingchuan shook his head. "Darling, you are not being honest. Didn't your mother call you yesterday, urging you to go on a blind date?" Cui Heng was utterly perplexed. "So what? I never agreed." Chu Lingchuan chuckled softly. "You can refuse once, twice, but eventually you'll yield. After all, she is your mother." Suddenly, a light flickered in Cui Heng's mind. "You like me?" "Indeed," Chu Lingchuan admitted without hesitation. "Then we can simply spend time together. Chui Heng's eyes sparkled with excitement. He insisted, "There is no need for such extreme measures. You are so outstanding, so handsome, so intelligent that I am bound to come to like you. Who would a good person kidnap someone? How frightening." Chu Lingchuan observed the brightness in Chui Heng's eyes, bending down to draw nearer, their breaths mingling as their noses almost touched. Chui Heng's eyelashes fluttered, his pupils constricting, instinctively softening his breath. Noticing this, Chu Lingchuan slightly withdrew, chuckling, "Darling, are you employing a delaying tactic? What else could I do?" Chui Heng felt a twinge of frustration at his lack of composure. How could he have faltered so easily, especially with Chu Lingchuan noticing? Alas, truly a guardian of the empire. "General, how many days do you intend to keep me here?" Chui Heng sighed, asking with resignation. Chu Lingchuan raised an eyebrow. "What is the matter? Have you not yet grasped the reality? Are you planning to confine me for a lifetime?" Kui Yang exclaimed in astonishment. Chu Lingchuan reclined onto the couch, which Chui Heng perceived as exceedingly soft, resting his hands on the armrests and languidly replied, "Is that not permissible?" Chui Heng felt a rush of heat, as if the blood in his veins had ceased to flow. His eyes reddened slightly, his voice tinged with grievance. "General, I still have work. My mother will worry about me." Chapter 2. He resembled a fish on the brink of death. "Do not worry about your mother," Chu Lingchuan remarked, once again toying with a pure black leather belt, a subtle smile playing upon his lips. Chui Heng's eyes brimmed with hope. Chu Lingchuan chuckled softly, gradually saying, "Darling, you should be more concerned about yourself." With that, he flung the belt towards him. Swish! Chui Heng shut his eyes, tilted his head, and let out a scream in one breath. Feeling no immediate pain, he cautiously opened his eyes, slowly lifting his gaze, and watched Chu Lingchuan's expression with trepidation. At this moment, Chu Lingchuan wore a faint smile on his face, yet his aura unmistakably conveyed a profound displeasure. Chui Heng couldn't help but think how intimidating he appeared. "Darling," Chu Lingchuan lamented, "you truly wound my heart. How could you harbor such distrust in me?" Chui Heng's eye twitched slightly. What a nauseating term of endearment. Besides, he was the one who had been abducted. How could he be expected to trust a kidnapper? However, in an effort to foster trust between them, Chu Lingchuan casually toyed with the hefty belt in his hands and said, "Shall we play a little game, my dear? Could you refrain from calling me that?" Chui Heng mumbled, his toes curling in embarrassment, his cheeks flushed. This was truly humiliating. "Sweetheart," Chu Lingchuan smoothly adjusted his term of endearment, observing Chui Heng's expression with mild surprise. "Is that truly your primary concern right now? Would you then release me?" Kui Yinji asked earnestly. Chu Lingchuan simply closed his mouth and replied coolly, "Not a chance." The moment Chui Heng saw the look in Chu Lingchuan's eyes, it was as if he were being regarded as a fool, as if to say, "Isn't that obvious?" With the belt, Chu Lingchuan lifted Chui Heng's chin, a smirk playing on his lips. "Sweetheart, your attitude is quite commendable." Straightening his posture, he continued with a sincerity that surpassed Chui Heng's own. "I hope your disposition remains this splendid." Chui Heng's eyelashes fluttered momentarily, eliciting another chuckle from Chu Lingchuan. "Sweetheart, I had thought you would not be afraid." Summoning his courage, Chui Heng looked directly at Chu Lingchuan and said, "General, your actions will not endear you to me." Chu Lingchuan laughed at this remark. "Sweetheart, why you consistently utter such naive things?" Chui Heng's expression shifted to one of indignation, his gaze dropping, yet he remained silent. Chu Lingchuan again used the belt to raise his head, locking eyes with him. "Darling, if you choose not to speak, I shall take it as your consent." Kui Yinji appeared utterly perplexed. "Consent to what?" "To the little game designed to enhance our trust," Chu Lingchuan patiently clarified, adding a cautionary note. "Failed to perform well, and you may endure some discomfort." "General," Chui Heng exclaimed, suddenly agitated, "did you not say you would not harm me?" "Indeed," Chu Lingchuan replied, trailing the belt across Chui Heng's lips and lightly tapping them, "but only if you behave, dear." Chui Heng's indignation grew, his eyes reddening as he choked out two words. "Liar." Chu Lingchuan regarded Chui Heng with an amused interest. "Darling, you are quite the character." This was the first time he witnessed someone so composed even after being kidnapped. Moreover, The words and expression he wore were akin to an accusation of him being a scoundrel who had deceived Chui Hengyi's affections. Chui Hengyi turned his face away, unwilling to cast another glance at Chu Lingchuan, his heart fluttering with anxiety. Had he overplayed his hand? There was no time to dwell on that. Avoiding punishment was paramount. Chu Lingchuan, however, would not allow him to evade. He forcefully redirected his attention, asserting that this game was not optional. He emphasized the word "do" with a weight that suggested something far more sinister lay ahead. Chui Heng felt unable to resist any longer, glaring at Chu Lingchuan. "You," Chu Lingchuan replied coolly. "Darling, think carefully before you speak." Frustration bubbled within Chui Heng, yet he ultimately fell silent. Chu Lingjun, unput seemed to conclude that his darling had resigned to fate. To prevent any potential rebellion, a disguise was in order. Chui Heng caught a glimpse of Chu Lingchuan producing a syringe, his pupils dilating in alarm. "What is that?" "Don't worry, darling," Chu Lingchuan reassured him casually, injecting the liquid into Chui Heng's arm. "It won't cause any permanent harm to your body. You are aware of the terrifying nature of pheromones. Although I have taken precautions, it is better to be safe than sorry." Chu Lingchuan lifted his chin slightly, glancing at the suppressive patch on the nape of Chui Heng's neck. The concept of mark was dreadfully intimidating for an Omega, particularly given their instinctive tendency to obey an Alpha's commands. Chui Heng furrowed his brow tightly, although he felt no pain. The sudden injection of an unfamiliar substance left him unsettled. He watched as Chu Lingchuan completed the injection and approached the wall, pressing an inconspicuous button that revealed an array of toys. Standing before the wall, Chu Lingchuan scrutinized the selection, as if contemplating which items to choose. Chui Heng's face paled instantaneously, and he began to struggle. General, you cannot treat me this way. This is illegal." Chu Lingchuan remained silent, not even stirring a hair. After a moment, he selected several toys and turned, advancing towards Chui Heng step by step, each footfall echoing in Chui Heng's heart. Chui Heng shook his head fervently, tears welling in his eyes, his lips trembling. "Please, General, trust me. I will surely come to like you. Don't do this to me, I beg you. I believe you will come to like me." Chu Lingchuan spoke softly, his gaze filled with tenderness, yet his actions were starkly contrary. In the next moment, Chui Heng found himself unable to utter another word. Only the fury and anguish in his eyes remained apparent. In the next instant, the black silk from Chu Lingchuan's hand returned to cover Chui Heng's eyes, bearing the warmth of its master. After adorning Chui Heng with the chosen items, Chu Lingchuan untied his restraints. Chui Heng's immediate reaction was to flee, to tear away the blindfold. "Chu Lingjun wachet silenti." And just as Chui Heng was on the brink of success, he chuckled. "Darling, you are being disobedient." With that, Chui Heng collapsed to the ground. "Darling, the game has begun." Chu Lingchuan approached him deliberately, observing the increasing tremors coursing through Chui Heng. He articulated each word with clarity. "I believe you do not wish to discover what the punishment entails." Kuyang quickly crawled backward, shaking his head in fervent supplication for mercy from the instigator of his plight. "Don't move." Naturally, Chui Heng could not simply comply with Chu Lingchuan's command and quicken his pace. But in the next moment, he resembled a fish gasping for air. Chapter 3. How? In less than an hour, Chui Heng had become exceedingly obedient. Chu Lingchuan's brow relaxed, appearing quite pleased with the situation at hand. He casually took a couple of steps and crouched down before Chui Hengyi, lifting the strands of black silk that obstructed his view. Gazing into Chui Hengyi's moist, terrified eyes, which bore a hint of exhaustion, Chu Lingchuan felt a palpable stir in his heart. "My dear, wouldn't it have been better to be obedient from the start?" He clearly perceived the flicker of resentment in Chui Hengyi's eyes, which soon transformed into compliance, prompting him to smile nonchalantly. "Isn't this far more interesting? We have plenty of time ahead. One day, you shall come to like me." After a prolonged silence, without hearing a word from Chui Hengyi, Chu Lingchuan tapped his own head and chuckled. "Look at me, dear. Do you wish to speak? If so, simply nod twice." Chui Hengyi quickly nodded twice, fearing he might miss this opportunity. His entire being was in discomfort. Not only was he unable to speak, but even his breathing felt constricted. Chu Lingchuan leisurely extended his hand, as if engaged in a delicate craft, peeling away the layers of what troubled Sui Hengyi. Sui Hengyi urged impatiently. No need to rush, darling, Chu Lingchuan replied, maintaining his leisurely pace, reminding him that haste does not yield the best results. With a mischievous gesture, he pressed against Sui Hengyi's throat, eliciting a glare of fury from him. Apologies, I did not mean to, he said, though only he believed his own words. Given the look of seething hatred in Sui Hengyi's eyes, Chu Lingchuan chuckled again, ceasing his peculiar antics, and solemnly began to reveal the bindings, as if he were a noble savior rescuing a wayward youth. As soon as the bindings were undone, Sui Hengyi gasped for breath. Observing this, Chu Lingchuan assured him, "My dear, this is my first time doing such a thing. I may not be very skilled yet, but rest assured I will improve in due course." Sui Hengyi's furious gaze was now laced with fear, his eyes reddening as he pleaded, "General, please do not treat me this way. Just tell me what you desire, and I shall comply. I will give you anything, I swear." By the end of his declaration, Sui Hengyi's tone had turned desperate. "My dear," Chu Lingchuan gently patted Sui Hengyi's face. "In our ranks, we believe in taking what we want. I have no interest in gifts offered willingly." Sui Hengyi's eyes dimmed instantly, as he pondered what further means he might employ to persuade Chu Lingchuan to release him. "Oh dear, poor thing," Chu Lingchuan remarked with a smile. "Do not display such a look. I fear I might inadvertently break you." "Pervert," Sui Hengyi thought, inwardly cursing him once more. Lowering his gaze, he adopted a posture of resignation. "What is it, my dear?" Chu Lingchuan grasped Sui Hengyi's chin, lifting his head. "Do you wish to continue our little game?" Sui Hengyi felt utterly trapped, pondering what was expected of him. Compliance seemed futile, yet defiance was equally perilous. "How unfortunate that your obedience is merely an act." Chu Lingchuan scoffed. Then, shifting the topic, he proposed, "My dear, although the alpha reproductive system has regressed, it is not entirely absent. How about you bear me a child? If you do, I shall trust you." Chui Heng was taken aback, pleading, "General, I do not wish to bear children. An omega not bearing offspring. Allowing an alpha to do so, that was not within his control." Chu Lingchuan stood tall, a brilliant idea forming in his mind. He retrieved toiletries from the adjacent wall, pulling Chui Heng into the bathroom. He intended to ensure that Chui Heng was thoroughly cleansed inside and out. Naturally, Chui Heng resisted vehemently, protesting, "Stop it, General. Let me go. I refuse to enter." Shortly thereafter, Chui Heng found himself pushed down beside the bathtub, his waist and abdomen trapped against its edge. Chu Lingchuan picked up the relevant items, a mischievous glint in his eyes, saying, "Darling, you must endure." Before Chu Lingchuan's hand could even graze Chui Heng's skin, Chui Heng was already shrieking like a slaughtered pig. "Ah, it hurts. General, I am an alpha. Please release me." Chu Lingchuan, somewhat bemused, replied, "I have yet to even touch you." Chui Heng paid no heed, shouting, "General." "Ah," Chu Lingchuan, exasperated, remarked, "If you scream one more time, I shall silence you." In that moment of frantic struggle, Chui Heng paused, his glistening eyes locked onto Chu Lingchuan's. "General, I am afraid. Please do not treat me this way." Chu Lingchuan, intrigued by the vulnerable Chui Heng, responded, "But this is precisely what I desire. Is it not because of this that you doubt my words and refuse to relent?" Chui Heng blinked, a tear escaping his eye, falling upon Chu Lingchuan's heart. Indeed, for reasons unknown, Chu Lingchuan instinctively laid bare his thoughts. In this world, no alpha willingly submits to an omega. Even his subordinates are tamed by his own hand. Similarly, his partner must also be subdued by him. Chui Heng's eyelashes fluttered as he sniffled. "General, could you grant me a little more time? I promise to satisfy you afterwards, I beg you." Chu Lingchuan raised an eyebrow. "What benefit would that provide me?" Chui Heng gritted his teeth. "Surely, General does not desire a lifeless body?" Chu Lingchuan shrugged, "Yet, I possess a means to compel your cooperation." Chui Heng's throat tightened, his voice softening. "General." He thought that since Chu Lingchuan was willing to converse with him, there must be hope. "Very well, darling," Chu Lingchuan replied, weariness evident in his tone, as if to say, "What can I do with you? What will you offer in exchange?" Chu Lingchuan casually inquired, his hand resting on Chui Heng's back, slowly moving. Almost in the next instant, Chui Heng found himself sliding down to his knees on the cold floor. "General," Chui Heng softly pleaded, "what would you have me exchange?" Chu Lingchuan chuckled lightly, "Darling. Becoming clever, are we?" He placed his previously withdrawn hand on Chui Heng's neck, his fingers gently resting on Chui Heng's Adam's apple, feeling the subtle tremor beneath. "Do not be anxious. I shall not sever your neck." For but a fleeting moment, Chu Lingchuan reached out to caress the colorless lips of Chui Heng. "How does this feel? I shall not restrain you. You must find a way to please me." He gazed into Chui Heng's slightly dazed eyes. "If you manage to bring me joy, I shall grant you this one reprieve. What say you?" Chapter 4. How can it be sent out? Chui Heng's eyelashes fluttered gently as he murmured, "All right." Satisfied with this response, Chu Lingchuan straightened his posture. "Let's commence, then." Suddenly, Chu Lingchuan stepped back. "I command you, do not make a move." He paused, then added, "My dear, should there be a next time, I shall not be so lenient in reminding you." Kuyenji simply replied, "Emem." He understood the implications of Chu Lingchuan's words. He was uncertain whether Chu Lingchuan would permit him to rise. Yet he had no desire to test the boundaries of Chu Lingchuan's patience. It is better to avoid unnecessary complications. Though Chu Lingchuan frowned, he did not voice further objections. For it was merely a few steps after all. The author has gone mad. Indeed, the scent of an omega's sweat is imbued with pheromones. Alas, how bothersome! Chui Heng felt as if he had lost his mind. It bore a fragrance reminiscent of grapefruit, indescribable in its essence. It was something he cherished. Chui Heng's demeanor was reverent, as if he were offering homage to a beloved object. Yet, Chu Lingchuan was not entirely satisfied. "My dear, must it be so meticulous?" It was precisely this remark that led Chui Heng to endure considerable hardship. Acceptable at best was Chu Lingchuan's evaluation. "This time, I shall let you off. However, my dear, what shall you propose for the next occasion?" Cough, cough. Chui Heng thought, considering the present predicament, how could there even be a next time? One must confront challenges as they arise. He found himself slightly choking and softly inquired of the instigator, "Could you provide me with some water?" This elicited a meaningful glance from Chu Lingchuan. "Of course, my dear, but I hope you can restrain yourself." "What?" Chui Heng furrowed his brow, perplexed by the implication. What must he endure now? Nothing to worry about, Chu Lingchuan replied with a smile. He rose to pour a glass of warm water and handed it to Chui Heng. Perhaps it was late, or perhaps Chu Lingchuan's benevolence had surged, for Chui Heng contemplated this while bathing in the warm water. However, upon emerging, he discovered he had overthought the matter. Chui Heng, frowning, pleaded, "General, could you refrain from binding me? I cannot escape regardless." "That will not do," Chu Lingchuan said with a playful shake of his head. He aimed to make Chui Heng realize that the happiest moments are those spent in his presence. Upon hearing this, Chui Heng's eyes immediately reddened, mist clouding his vision. He lamented, "But this way, I cannot move at all. My blood circulation is stifled. It is quite uncomfortable." "My dear." A fleeting pang of tenderness gripped Chu Lingchuan's heart as he relented, saying, "Then let us allow you to rest this time." Chui Heng's eyes sparkled with delight. "Thank you, General." A smile curled at the corners of Chu Lingchuan's lips, hoping that this expression of gratitude would endure until the morrow. Once everything was prepared, Chu Lingchuan returned to his chamber. The room, approximately 100 square meters, boasted a full wall of floor-to-ceiling windows, currently obscured by curtains. The sparse and tidy furnishings rendered the space somewhat desolate. However, the wall opposite the bed was entirely adorned with electronic screens, displaying various images. After completing his ablutions, Chu Lingchuan sat on the bed for a moment of contemplation. At the center of it all was a monitor tracking Chui Heng's physical condition. After all, he desired a beloved, not a lifeless body. In the dead of night, Chui Heng awoke, awakened by the pressing need to relieve himself. The surrounding darkness enveloped him, and he could not suppress a curse. Despite his eyes being unobstructed this time, it felt no different from before. He closed his eyes internally cursing Chu Lingchuan. That damn pervert. Damn it. He wondered why Chu Lingchuan had been so kind as to let him be. It turned out he had merely been waiting for him. Chu Lingchuan, merely a wall away, was aware of Chui Hengyi's awakening, and he certainly did not miss the expletive that escaped Chui Hengyi's lips. Little deceiver. Chu Lingchuan chuckled softly, finding amusement in his antics. A spark of mischief ignited within him, compelling him to reveal to Chui Hengyi that he could see and hear all that he was doing. What would be Chui Hengyi's reaction, he pondered. My dear, I can hear you, he thought. In the next moment, Chu Lingchuan beheld a startled little deer with those wet, pleading eyes, imploring, General, I feel unwell and wish to go to the restroom. Could you assist me? Ah. Chu Lingchuan curved his lips into a smirk, lightly chiding, little deceiver. Yet, he kept this remark to himself, and instead replied, That won't do, my dear. I am quite tired today, and you ought to rest as well. Please refrain from disturbing me further. He added, feigning distress, Otherwise I might think you wish to play games again. Although I am weary, I could manage to endure a game with you. Chui Hengyi cursed inwardly once more, yet dared not show a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. General, he pleaded, his voice quivering, I beg you, save me. I truly feel dreadful. General, I implore you. Chu Lingchuan sensed a persistent buzzing near him. Though it was a beloved annoyance, he asked, My dear, do you truly wish to continue playing games? He could no longer bear it. In an instant, Chui Hengyi fell silent, realizing that further protests would be futile. Tears of frustration streamed down his face. It was the first time he understood how one could be driven to madness by their own torment. He mentally cursed, Damn Chu Lingchuan. Do not let him seize this opportunity. Chui Hengyi remained awake for the rest of the night, though he spoke not a word, his voice never ceasing. Since Chu Lingchuan could hear him, he resolved that if he was to suffer, then Chu Lingchuan would not find peace either. Fortunately, Chu Lingchuan remained silent. That night, he slept soundly, while the discomforting sounds in Chui Hengyi's ears were, for him, nothing but harmonious melodies. Upon opening his eyes, he glanced at Chui Hengyi's physical condition. Satisfied that there was no harm done, he turned his attention to Chui Hengyi himself, from the neck to the cheeks to the corners of his eyes. A flush of crimson spread, mingling sweat and tears upon his face. His hair was dampened, the source uncertain, whether from perspiration or weeping. His eyes were red and swollen, with unshed tears lingering in the sockets. Suddenly, Chu Lingchuan's gaze sharpened, his brow furrowing. Chui Hengyi had bitten his own lip, drawing blood. Darling. He spoke with a calm tone that belied a hint of barely perceptible anger. It was my mistake to indulge you. Chui Hengyi blinked, his eyes clouded with confusion, uncertain of this man's latest affliction. After all, he had not uttered a word. Chu Lingchuan, with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, remarked, I should not have allowed you the opportunity to harm yourself. Chui Hengyi promptly released his lips. This felt unjust. What was he to do? He was in distress and could not find a distraction. Chapter 5. May I at least get some sleep? Chui Hengyi was not the type to swallow his grievances silently. He protested, but I have no other choice. You want to let me speak, so I must find my own ways to divert my attention. Moreover, I cannot move. That wretched rope is constricting my abdomen. I haven't slept a wink all night. If this continues, I shall surely collapse. Chu Lingchuan let out a derisive laugh, interrupting the incessant chatter. Darling, how about we save that for daytime? Consider it your work hours. He found his suggestion rather clever. I could align with your working hours. Rest assured, I shall never repeat this mistake, and I will not allow you the chance to inflict harm upon yourself. Chui Hengyi choked on his words, his throat tightening as he struggled to adjust his tone, stammering, General, that is not what I meant. Yes, I understand. Chu Lingchuan nodded through the screen. Though Chui Hengyi could not see him, but I do. Kuyenji cursed silently. He bit his tongue to refrain from voicing his frustrations, tears streaming down his face. General, I am frightened, he sobbed, striving to control his expression, hoping to appear both beautiful and broken, evoking sympathy and a desire to protect, especially from this man. Chu Lingchuan pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth, clicking in mild disapproval before turning away to wash up. Little trickster, truly adept at pretending. After finishing his routine, he poured himself a cup of coffee and stood before the screen, sipping while watching. It was not until the green dot in the center of the screen flickered that Chu Lingchuan leisurely set down his cup and walked toward another room. He turned on the light. The brightness was blinding, particularly for someone in darkness. Cui Hengyi abruptly shut his eyes, then slowly reopened them. "General," he began, hesitant in his speech. Chu Lingchuan responded with a non-committal. Then, he methodically untied the ropes. Cui Hengyi sprang from the bed, only to find his legs faltering upon contact with the ground, nearly collapsing. Chu Lingchuan swiftly caught him, and without a moment's thought, Cui Hengyi stumbled toward the bathroom. In no time, he began to curse under his breath. "Damn, is this thing truly that intelligent?" As the rhythmic sound echoed, Cui Hengyi turned to see Chu Lingchuan smiling, leaning against the bathroom doorframe, observing him intently. Tears welled up, and he pleaded, "Please, spare me just this once." "Will it be detrimental?" Chu Lingchuan's lips curved slightly. "Will you argue next time? Detrimental?" Huh. He was well aware of the time constraints. Those who understand the situation are truly wise. Cui Hengyi immediately shook his head, insisting, No, I will certainly heed the general's words. If you say east, I shall not go west." The mirth in Chu Lingchuan's eyes deepened. "Good." Cui Hengyi, noticing that Chu Lingchuan had made no move, grew anxious. "General, Chu Lingchuan's gaze sharpened. Cui Hengyi's tone softened, almost pleading. "I truly cannot hold on any longer. It will explode." Chu Lingchuan shifted his position, resting against the doorframe. "Darling, why not give it a try?" Cui Hengyi furrowed his brow. Though confused, he complied. "Damn, it can actually be done this way." The audacity of the situation left him astonished. After fulfilling his physiological need, he suddenly realized his state. His face flushed crimson, and he instinctively shielded himself. Hearing Chu Lingchuan chuckle lightly pulled him back to reality. It was all rather redundant, as everything that needed to be seen had been seen. With this thought, Cui Hengyi lowered his hands and stood confidently. He fixed his gaze on Chu Lingchuan, contemplating the possibility of overpowering him. Relying on brute force would certainly not work. What about pheromones? Yet, it was said that the military underwent rigorous pheromone training. Cui Hengyi dismissed his own thoughts, deciding it was better to wait for Chu Lingchuan's moment of weakness. A steady approach would ensure his innocence remained intact. He vowed to keep his purity intact in this world. What nefarious thoughts were drifting through his mind? Suddenly jolted back to reality, Cui Hengyi instinctively took a step back, perplexed at how Chu Lingchuan had approached him. He shook his head. "No, General, do not slander me." Chu Lingchuan chuckled. "You best quell any improper thoughts. Or else, of course, I assure you." Cui Hengyi hastily interrupted, not wishing to discover what the or else entailed. In the next moment, he furrowed his brow again, gazing up at Chu Lingchuan with pleading eyes. "General, may I please rest for today?" Chu Lingchuan reached out to pat Cui Hengyi's face, teasing, "Darling, you truly know how to push your luck." Cui Hengyi did not flinch, but gazed at Chu Lingchuan with hope. "Is it possible?" Not today, darling." "Oh," Cui Hengyi replied, feeling despondent. Not possible indicated he would have to endure hardship. Yet despite this, he remained all smiles. There was something wrong with him. Finding Cui Hengyi's changing expressions amusing, Chu Lingchuan suppressed a laugh and added, However, Cui Hengyi's eyes brightened instantly. "What do you mean?" "Chu Lingchuan Juke. If you are willing to continue what we began yesterday, I might allow you a day of rest." The ground felt like it was collapsing. Cui Hengyi's eyes dimmed. "General, I am an alpha. Why must you fixate on the firm backside of an alpha? Why not change your focus?" Cui Hengyi felt a chill run through him. Chu Lingchuan retorted, "What of being an alpha? What being an omega? Isn't our bodily structure identical? After all, we possess all the necessary components. Certainly it differs." Observing the pallor of Chu Lingchuan's complexion, Cui Hengyi lowered his voice and retorted, "Post-differentiation, certain functions inevitably regress. A sweet pastry is far more endearing than a pestle. Why must one gnaw at hard bones?" Chu Lingchuan interjected, As you mentioned, it is merely a regression of function, not a complete absence." "General, let us step outside." Cui Hengyi hastily redirected the conversation, feeling it rather peculiar to converse in such a manner here. "Who speaks in the restroom at home?" Following Cui Hengyi's lead, Chu Lingchuan stepped outside, eager to discern how Cui Hengyi intended to persuade him. Once outside, Cui Hengyi immediately released his grip on Chu Lingchuan and hurried to the sofa he had long coveted, as if pursued by a relentless hound. Ah, what bliss! Cui Hengyi closed his eyes, his entire being unfurling, reflecting on the absurdity of his day. Get up. Within a minute, an insistent voice interrupted his revelry. Reluctant, Cui Hengyi slightly opened his eyes and mumbled, "General, I am so sleepy. May I indulge in a brief slumber?" "Yes, daytime is rather pleasant," Chu Lingchuan replied nonchalantly. A jolt of surprise coursed through Cui Hengyi. What bizarre notion was this man concocting? Yet, he maintained an expression of drowsiness, resembling a puppy that had received its owner's permission to rest its eyes. In the next moment, the sofa beside him suddenly sank, the warmth of another body seeping through the fabric and into his skin. Cui ngesse furbristolt instinctively. He knew he had not overthought this. Given that Chu Lingchuan had opted for abduction and confinement, how could he possibly afford such leniency, especially after Cui Hengyi had rebuffed his advances? Little trickster, cease your pretense. Cui ngi instinctively recoiled. My ears are so itchy. Why so sensitive? Cui Hengyi could no longer maintain his facade and reluctantly opened his eyes, displaying a look of surrender as he lightly grasped the wrist of the hand that was carelessly toying with his ear. "General, I truly am very sleepy." Chu Lingchuan raised an eyebrow, not withdrawing his hand. No more pretense. Instead, he held on to Cui Hengyi's hand in that position, his index finger gently grazing the palm. Cui Hengyi discreetly retracted his hand, rubbing his eyes. "General, what are you saying? I cannot comprehend. I am so sleepy." With a light chuckle, Chu Lingchuan mused, "If you wish to sleep, you may, but you must do so with me." The thought of the pestle and garlic juice sent a shiver down Cui Hengyi's spine. Chu Lingchuan's voice was soft yet laced with seduction. "What are you afraid of? I shall be gentle and meticulous." Cui Hengyi protested. "Could we not change it up a bit? Must it be so topsy-turvy, so utterly reversed? For heaven's sake, it is quite painful." Tears welled in his eyes as he pleaded, "General, please refrain from employing such methods. I am willing to acquiesce to your demands. Any position will suffice. But that truly hurts, I implore you." Leaning back, Chu Lingchuan wore a bemused expression. "If I were amenable to that method, would I go to such lengths to confine you? Wouldn't it be far simpler to pursue you openly? The love between AO and its counterpart is indeed a match made in heaven. There is no need for such elaborate machinations. Furthermore, he is a general, the Empire's sole Omega general, with admirers circling the planet thrice over." Cui Hengyi opened his round, sparkling eyes and suggested, "General, why not overcome this? You are a general after all, the only Omega general in the Empire, having endured the brutalities of the battlefield. Surely you wouldn't be troubled by something as trivial as sleep." Chu Lingchuan observed the glimmering orbs of the other spinning around in thought, resulting in such a claim. He could not help but chuckle in exasperation. "I have become a general, having navigated through the struggles and bloodshed of the battlefield. Must I still endure?" Cui Hengyi felt a twinge of guilt. Nonetheless, he was resolute in his stance, for this entailed a genuine price he must pay. There was no way they could be conflated. After all, the upper and lower realms were indeed equivalent. Cui Hengyi racked his brain and finally devised a clever retort. Blinking innocently, "I have already given you that. Does that not count?" Chu Lingchuan smirked. "If I recall correctly, I mentioned wanting you to bear me a child. Did I not?" He leaned back against the sofa, his gaze enveloping Cui Hengyi as if to ensnare him. The overwhelming pressure caused Cui Hengyi to instinctively shrink back. Chu Lingchuan lowered his body, fixing his gaze upon Cui Hengyi's eyes, a mischievous glint in his expression. "If you could bear me a child under such circumstances, I would relent to you. What does that sound?" Cui Hengyi's lips twitched. Not at all. It was hardly feasible for a person to conceive merely from sentiment, was it? Shifting the focus, he pouted, "General, I do not even like children. Whether we have a child or not makes no difference. My affection will solely be for you." Chu Lingchuan, however, was adamant in his desires. "But I do enjoy the thought. I long to relish the joy of family and the laughter of grandchildren." Cui Hengyi's mind raced faster. We could adopt a child. Although the empire thrived, wars with the insectoid species frequently erupted, resulting in countless casualties. While the empire had comprehensive and stable policies for orphans of the deceased, these children still lacked parents. The atmosphere grew denser, and Chui Hongyi felt his body shiver. He maintained his composure and murmured, "One is not enough. We could adopt two." His voice was barely audible. The moment he uttered those calm, 3 words, a chill ran down his spine, despite the soft sofa beneath him. He felt as though his very bones were trembling. A soft sigh emerged from above. "Darling, speaking like this only makes me feel too benevolent toward you." Chu Lingchuan observed Chui Hongyi's every movement. The one he deeply cherished appeared so fearful. How could he remain unaffected? Chui Hongyi silently cursed himself. What a coward. Although he was terrified, he found his cheeks flush at the term of endearment. What was this? A harsh stick followed by a sweet date? Chu Lingchuan subtly raised the temperature of the space. "Darling, sleep well. Rest properly. We shall meet again tonight." This would become the most comfortable day Chui Hongyi would experience for a while. Chu Lingchuan sighed once more, realizing he was indeed too soft-hearted. "General? Only for tonight?" Chui Hongyi gazed longingly at Chu Lingchuan, only to see the latter's expression suddenly darken, prompting him to promptly close his mouth. Well, the daytime is rather pleasant. After Chu Lingchuan departed, the space was once again enveloped in darkness. Chui Hongyi exhaled a sigh of relief. The relaxation that followed swiftly gave rise to an overwhelming sense of fatigue, and he soon succumbed to slumber. After extinguishing the lights, Chu Lingchuan retreated to his own room. Standing before the screen and contemplating the serene visage of Chui Hongyi as he slept. Not a single strategy he had initially considered felt worthy of being employed against Chui Hongyi. Yet if he were to yield to Chui Hongyi's desires, all his efforts would be in vain. He feared being left with nothing but losses. After dressing, he descended the stairs. Had Chui Hongyi been able to see, he would have realized the extent of Chu Lingchuan's influence. The latter had directly arranged for him to reside on the 3rd floor of the villa where Chu Lingchuan normally lived. The 1st floor housed a chef and various staff members. In this age of advanced technology, domestic chores were predominantly managed by robots, with human labor being exorbitantly priced. Moreover, the villa district where Chu Lingchuan resided was surrounded by military and political elites. In such an environment, Chui Hongyi was brought to this place with ostentation. Yet no one dared to utter a word. "Sir, breakfast is ready." "Yes, Uncle Zhang. Please prepare an extra meal for dinner." At this moment, Chu Lingchuan stood tall and straight, his steps measured and powerful, nearly soundless. "Of course, sir." Uncle Zhang, whom Chu Lingchuan addressed, was the family butler, Zhang Jinyuan, a figure who had watched him grow. When he moved out from the family estate, his parents, concerned for his well-being, insisted that Zhang Jinyuan accompany him. Although Chu Lingchuan was somewhat reluctant, he acquiesced, largely because Zhang Uncle was a man of few words. Chapter 7. He is determined now. The reticent Zhang Jinyuan stood by, poised to speak but hesitating. Chu Lingchuan feigned ignorance. Zhang Jinyuan opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately fell silent. There was little he could do. His master was resolute, and even the elders of the family could not sway him. Just after moving out, he had already changed his address, forbidding anyone from calling him young master. Chu Lingchuan concluded his meal with quiet elegance and speed. Anyone under the watchful gaze of familiar eyes, particularly those of an elder, would find it difficult to savor their food. He rose and ascended to the 3rd floor. "Sir," Zhang Jinyuan finally spoke again. Chu Lingchuan closed his eyes momentarily and replied, "No." An overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped him. The words Zhang Jinyuan had nearly spoken were swallowed back as he shifted his response. "The lady from the old residence called. She expressed that she misses you and would like you to attend the family banquet tonight. I am unavailable." With those 2 curt words, Chu Lingchuan vanished from sight. He did not return to his own room, but instead quietly approached Chui Hongyi's chamber, standing silently before the sprawled figure of Chui Hongyi, who lay asleep. He parted his lips, yet no sound emerged. After a pause, a sigh hung in the air. "What am I to do with you?" Chui Hongyi's eyes fluttered slightly, though it was uncertain if he had awakened. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The moment Chui Heng opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of Chu Lingchuan. He mumbled, "General." Chu Lingchuan's eyes sparkled with amusement as he replied, "Did you sleep well?" "Yes." Just as Chui Heng intended to turn away, he realized he was bound once more, not on a soft sofa, but on that cold, hard chair he despised. He gasped in surprise. "General?" Chu Lingchuan lounged on the sofa, propping his head on one hand. "You should remember what I said, right?" A sense of foreboding washed over Chui Heng. "General," he hesitated. "Perhaps a different title?" Chu Lingchuan expressed his dissatisfaction. "What do you mean?" Chui Heng was perplexed. He contemplated calling him husband, but would Chu Lingchuan dare to respond? Ultimately, he settled on a compromise. "Husband, madam?" Chu Lingchuan chuckled. "Oh, my dear, you truly possess a bold spirit. I underestimated you." A chill ran down Chui Heng's spine. He forced a smile and promptly replied, "General, I was wrong." Chu Lingchuan regarded him with a cryptic snicker before speaking. "Since you are unwilling to concede, neither shall I. Moreover, I do not wish to make things difficult for you. After careful consideration, I propose a month. If you can endure this month without begging for mercy, I shall relent. How does that sound?" Kuyenges pupils dilated in shock. Had he heard correctly? Was Chu Lingchuan truly compromising? Chu Lingchuan continued, "Of course, if you disagree." Chui Heng interrupted, stating earnestly, "All right." Upon hearing this, Chu Lingchuan laughed again. "You truly are a little trickster, having deceived me for so long." "Just hold on for a month," Chu Lingchuan advised. A month can feel both long and short. Chui Heng persevered until the final day, but on that very day, he suddenly felt a wave of pain coursing through him. He had an ominous premonition that if he disregarded it, he would regret it for a lifetime. Furrowing his brow, Chui Heng exclaimed, "General, I'm in pain." Chu Lingchuan observed him with keen interest. "What? Are you begging for mercy?" Fortunately, it was the last day. He had feared he was about to lose. "General, quickly, fetch a doctor." Kuyang urged relentlessly. Chu Lingchuan's heart raced as he noticed Chui Heng's pale face and the blood on the floor, sensing something was amiss. Just then, his communicator beeped urgently. Chu Lingchuan's expression darkened, and he hastily summoned the family doctor. The doctor entered the chaotic room with an impassive demeanor, but after a thorough examination, his expression shifted. "What's going on?" "Chu Lingchuan demanded con li." The doctor stammered, overwhelmed by the general's intensity, and wiped the sweat from his brow. "General, you should take him to the hospital for further examination." "What?" Chu Lingchuan's face darkened instantly. After spending so much on the family doctor over the year, this was the conclusion? "Clarify your statement." The elderly doctor trembled as he spoke. "You will understand better with a hospital examination." "What?" Both men exclaimed in unison. Seeing the doctor's resolute expression, Chu Lingchuan dared not delay any longer and immediately carried Chui Heng to the hospital. Had he truly spoken the ominous truth? Chui Heng was momentarily taken aback. After all, he was an alpha. The establishment they found themselves in was not merely a hospital, but rather a sanatorium constructed by Chu Lingchuan's father, Chu Xingzhou, for his wife, Tang Qingyuan. It was within these very walls that Chu Lingchuan was born, his mother being a woman indeed, and they had spent 2 months here. Chu Xingzhou insisted that Tang Qingyuan observe a full postpartum confinement. Subsequently, various ladies of high society sought to utilize this exceptional facility, which boasted unmatched hardware and software amenities within the empire. Although Chu Xingzhou was reluctant, he yielded to the incessant requests from his father, who inundated him with calls pleading for favors on behalf of his comrades' daughters-in-law, ultimately granting access through the back door. Thus, the sanatorium was officially transformed into a hospital, albeit one that served only those within their elite circle. Upon their arrival, the director was already waiting at the entrance, accompanied by several specialists. As Chu Lingchuan emerged, cradling Chui Heng, he was met with this scene and furrowed his brow, admonishing, "What are you all standing around for? Show some initiative." The director, with a forced smile, ushered them into the examination room. Before the examination could conclude, Chu Xingzhou and his wife had already arrived at the doorway. Both were impeccably dressed, though the slight disarray of their hair betrayed their haste. With a grave tone, Chu Xingzhou inquired what transpired. His eyes sparkled with an uncontainable joy. However, Tang Qingyuan's countenance was less than favorable as she scolded, "Chuaner, how could you let things come to this? Is this how one pursues someone? An Omega has managed to ensnare an Alpha." She could scarcely voice her embarrassment. Chu Lingchuan, preoccupied with the doctor's actions, was indifferent to his parents' admonishments. Nor did he care to ponder how they had come by this information. He asserted that he had no idea if they would believe him. By heaven's grace, he had not done anything to Cui Hongyi, not even a mere touch. Cui Hongyi felt a twinge of nervousness upon encountering his future father-in-law and mother-in-law. For a moment, he forgot about his discomfort. Once Chu Lingchuan's parents ceased their chatter, he tilted his head and greeted uncle, aunt. Although somewhat impolite, he simply couldn't muster the energy to be more formal. "Oh, dear child," Tang Xingyan immediately softened her demeanor. "You've truly suffered." We had no inkling that Lingchuan could be capable of such behavior. Cui Hongyi managed to accept this with a semblance of belief, realizing that, regardless of the circumstances, he had firmly established himself in this role. As the 8th chapter unfolded, foreboding clouds loomed overhead. Shortly thereafter, the examination report was ready. The doctor, holding the report, first addressed the foremost concerns of Chu's parents. However, he began, "But what?" Tang Qingyun interjected, furrowing her brow with urgency. Chu Lingchuan clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixated on the doctor. Chu Xingzhou remained silent, yet the aura of authority surrounding him was palpable. The doctor took a discreet breath, feeling the dampness of sweat on his back. "Patient," Chu Lingchuan forced a smile. "What did you say?" Tang Qingyun lightly chastised her son, urging him to show respect for the doctor. "Doctor, please go on." "Oh no." The doctor abruptly changed his tone. "Mr. Cui has recently been suffering from sleep deprivation and malnutrition. Thus he requires nutritional supplementation, correct?" Chu Xingzhou interjected. Tang Qingyuan shot Chu Xingzhou a glare and exclaimed, "What is wrong with both of you? Are you in such a hurry that you cannot allow the doctor to finish his words? Are you the doctor, or is he?" Chu Xingzhou hurriedly approached to soothe his wife, saying, "I've been through this. I have experience." The doctor lowered his head further, realizing he should not be witnessing this scene. The director quickly intervened, stating, "Yes, Mr. Chu is correct. Not only must we ensure nutritional supplementation, but we must also attend to Mr. Cui's mental well-being. His emotional comfort is paramount for everyone involved." Chu Lingchuan nodded in acknowledgement and added, "Please send me all the precautions. Remember, every detail is important." "Rest assured," the director assured, "I will keep a close eye on them." Cui Hongyi lay there, watching the amusing spectacle of the Chu father and son, feeling secure as no one dared to lay a finger on him now. After listening, Chu Lingchuan nodded, approached the bedside, and lifted Cui Hongyi, stating, "We shall take our leave now." Uncertain of whom this notification was intended for, he pressed on. However, Tang Qingyuan was evidently dissatisfied, saying, "You can't even take care of him. Let him stay here. That little villa next door is where your father and I lived in our younger years. You two are to remain here, nowhere else." If Chu Lingchuan were inclined to heed his mother's words, he would not have moved out of the ancestral home. Without a backward glance, he carried Cui Hongyi away. Tang Qingyuan, seething with anger, exclaimed, "Look at you! What sort of son have you raised?" Chu Xingzhou immediately attempted to placate her, saying, "Yes, yes, this troublesome boy is too disobedient. I shall find a way to correct him." He was met with an eye roll. "And how do you intend to correct him?" Chu Xingzhou replied, "He has always been this way. Chu Lingchuan has always been headstrong, and his wife cannot rein him in, nor can she bear to let him be controlled. Fortunately, that rascal Lingchuan has not gone astray." Chu Xingzhou quickly diverted the topic, saying, Yuan, let us discuss this at home. We'll talk about it at home." Tang Qingyan, now realizing they were still in the hospital, cleared her throat and said, "Let us go." Meanwhile, Chu Lingchuan had already placed Cui Hongyi in the passenger seat. Cui Hongyi, gazing at the person within reach, inquired, "General, do your words still hold true?" Chu Lingchuan turned, their breaths mingling. Although Chu Lingchuan wished to deny it, he could not refute his words. As a general, he held integrity in the highest regard. After fastening his seatbelt, Chu Lingchuan made his way to the driver's seat. Upon returning to the residence of Chu Lingchuan, Chui Hengyi's eyes widened slightly. General, are you truly confining me here? Is no one attending to me? Chu Lingchuan, unfazed, replied nonchalantly. Indeed, no one dares to inquire. Once inside the villa, Chui Hengyi's emotions were still unsettled. The disparity between them was indeed vast. Thankfully, he was not the one beneath. Otherwise, he would have suffered greatly. General, where will I stay? You will reside with me on the 3rd floor. I shall lead you there. Chu Lingchuan took Chui Hengyi's hand, noticing the dark circles under his eyes, and carried him until they reached his room. Throughout the entire process, Chu Lingchuan remained composed, his heart racing despite his calm demeanor. He gently placed the individual on his bed. Chui Hengyi, upon gazing at the vast wall of screens, was rendered speechless. He had grossly underestimated the eccentricity of his general. General, that screen is excessively large. It makes me uncomfortable, he remarked. Chu Lingchuan did not disagree. Very well, I shall have the butler address it shortly. It had only been installed recently, and now, despite the individual's reluctance, he found himself entangled in the situation. Chui Hengyi nodded in satisfaction, surveying the surroundings. General, this place feels rather empty. Is this the only room on the 3rd floor? With that, Chu Lingchuan cast a deep glance at him. There's one more. Chui Hengyi, curious, inquired, what is it? The study, replied Chu Lingchuan. However, upon turning, Chui Hengyi spotted Chu Lingchuan's desk, exclaiming, Isn't this it? No. Chu Lingchuan corrective. It was only recently moved in. If you are so curious, perhaps you should explore it yourself once you are feeling better. After saying this, Chu Lingchuan poured a cup of warm water and approached the bedside, offering it to Chui Hengyi. Take a sip first. I will have someone bring you food. Is there anything you desire? He needed to hasten the restoration of the study to its original state. Chui Hengyi pondered for a moment, longing for hot pot. Hot pot. Barbecue, hamburgers, cake. He craved junk food, which was utterly tantalizing. Chu Lingchuan hesitated for a brief moment. I shall consult the doctor. Kuyenji retorted. The doctor said I should be mentally and physically at ease. Chu Lingchuan conceded. Very well, but you must refrain from spicy hot pot. Kuyenji, somevat reluctantly, replied. A tomato hot pot will suffice, right? Good. Now you should rest for a while. Chu Lingchuan tucked the blankets around Chui Hengyi before descending the stairs. Zhang Jingyuan was directing a thorough cleaning when he spotted Chu Lingchuan coming down and promptly approached him. Sir, Uncle Zhang, dismantle the screen in the room on the 3rd floor, keeping it to a normal size. Also, restore the study to its original condition. Understood, sir. Furthermore, Chui Hengyi wishes to have hot pot. Prepare a tomato hot pot for him, and do not allow him any spicy dishes. Of course, Zhang Jingyuan was already aware of the situation. Now, Chui Hengyi was the most significant presence in the household. He was currently in a state of mental and physical tranquility. At last, they could expect a change in atmosphere. However, it remained uncertain how well this future head of the family would get along with his wife. Zhang Jingyuan hoped she would not be as challenging as Chu Lingchuan. Reflecting on this, he concluded that no one could be more demanding than Chu Lingchuan himself. Uncle Zhang, Chu Lingchuan called. What is it, sir? He responded, meeting Chu Lingchuan's steady gaze. Zhang Jingyuan quickly understood. Nodding, I will arrange it immediately. Chu Lingchuan acknowledged with a nod, satisfied with the response. Otherwise, he would have to consider whether the butler was becoming too old and forgetful, perhaps even nearing retirement. Chapter 9. The demeanor of a matriarch at that moment. As Chu Lingchuan closed the door on the 3rd floor, Chui Hengyi opened his eyes. He certainly did not miss the general's hesitating glance. Once he rose from the bed, he cautiously pushed open the door and peered outside, finding no one. The entire 3rd floor consisted of only 2 rooms, and he quickly located the entrance. With a faint click, he realized it was not locked. As Chui Hengyi contemplated, he recalled Chu Lingchuan's words about curiosity and decided to take a look. Thus, he strode in with an air of confidence. Just a glance was enough to make him gasp. The decor was all too familiar. After all, he had spent an entire month and a day there. What a perverse situation. Kuyenji cursed silently. As he turned to leave, he unexpectedly collided with a warm body. Startled, his legs turned to jelly, and just as he was about to fall, he was caught by Chu Lingchuan. Their breaths mingled. And a sense of fear enveloped Chui Hongyi as he wriggled free from Chu Lingchuan's embrace, stepping back. "Ji General, good evening," he stammered, laughing awkwardly. Once Chu Lingchuan released his grip, he lightly squeezed his hand, as if savoring the residual warmth. He was aware that Chui Hongyi was feigning composure, but there was undeniably an element of truth beneath that facade. He remembered well how he had treated Chui Hongyi over the past month. Chu Lingchuan also understood that Chui Hongyi harbored feelings for him. Otherwise, he would be contemplating ways to eliminate him instead. His brows slightly furrowed, he remarked, "Did I not suggest your rest?" At this, Chui Hongyi's eyes widened slightly. "Did you not say that curiosity permits me to see for myself?" Chu Lingchuan remained noncommittal. "Are you satisfied with what you have seen?" Chui Hongyi evaded the question, instead challenging, "Did you intend for me to wait until I was well rested before witnessing this? Are you planning to erase all traces?" A light laugh escaped Chu Lingchuan. Indeed, his response was delivered with an air of calm, as if the urgency of restoring the study were non-existent. A thought crossed Chui Hongyi's mind on how to deal with Chu Lingchuan. "You mustn't change anything. I shall forever remember how you have treated me." "Huh." The tides of fortune shift. Chu Lingchuan, you could never have anticipated that such a day would come. With a twitch of his right eyelid, Chu Lingchuan acquiesced. "Very well, I shall heed your wishes." At this, Chui Hongyi relaxed entirely, a sudden pang of hunger surfacing. He lifted his chin. "Where's the food?" "I'm famished." Chu Lingchuan inquired, "Would you not like to rest a while?" Kuyenji stepped closer. Wrapping his arms around Chu Lingchuan's neck, "Hold me. I do not wish to move." Like a child, Chu Lingchuan lifted him effortlessly. Chui Hongyi was dissatisfied with the manner of his hold. "Do you take me for a child?" With good humor, Chu Lingchuan adjusted him into a more comfortable position. His voice was as gentle as flowing water. "Shall we go eat now?" "Yes," Chui Hongyi mumbled, resting his chin on Chu Lingchuan's shoulder. His mind swirled with images of various culinary delights, and a smile crept onto his lips. Noticing the tremor in his body, Chu Lingchuan, thinking something was amiss, asked anxiously, "What is it?" Chui Hongyi shook his head. "Nothing, I just wish to eat hot pot." Upon hearing this, Chu Lingchuan quickened his pace. On the first floor, they coincidentally encountered a servant delivering food. "Sir," the servant greeted. Chu Lingchuan nodded. "Please place on the small dining table." He did not miss the astonishment in the servant's eyes, but he remained unfazed. Throughout the journey, Chui Hongyi stifled several yawns, feeling drowsy. Chu Lingchuan's steadiness was commendable. He truly was a general. However, the aroma of the tomato hot pot soon revitalized him. He tapped Chu Lingchuan, signaling for him to set him down. Yet, as if he had not heard, Chu Lingchuan simply sat down while still cradling him. Observing the situation, it was evident that he was to be fed. In a fleeting moment, Chui Hongyi felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, especially with the busy servants nearby. The general, Chu Lingchuan, noticed the furrowed brow and pale cheeks of the other and, recalling something, gently set him down. To ensure Chui Hongyi's comfort was conducive to his recovery. Seeing this, Chui Hongyi bestowed upon Chu Lingchuan an appreciative glance, then proceeded to indulge in his meal. Chu Lingchuan stood by, blanching vegetables and placing them in the bowl once prepared. Throughout the entire dining experience, Chui Hongyi did not lift his head even once. After satiating his hunger, he was carried to the third floor for washing up and sleep. When Chui Hongyi next opened his eyes, the vast screen had vanished, yet the desk remained in its place. Chu Lingchuan was seated behind it, engrossed in his light brain, seemingly occupied with some task. "Awake?" Chui Hongyi buried his head in the pillow for a moment longer before rising and entering the bathroom. The toothpaste was already on the toothbrush, and he smiled. The general was indeed thoughtful. Chu Lingchuan followed him in, catching sight of Chui Hongyi's smile. "What brings you joy?" Chui Hongyi huffed. "I'm simply happy." Chu Lingchuan, puzzled yet content, asked, "Is there anything special you wish to eat this morning?" As Chui Hongyi brushed his teeth, his dark eyes met Chu Lingchuan's reflection in the mirror. Chu Lingchuan found it amusing, thinking that waiting a little longer was inconsequential. After all, he had waited 20 years. Chui Hongyi gazed at the fogged mirror, obscured by steam, and was inspired. He traced the outline of a bun on the surface. Do you wish for buns? Chu Lingchuan in Guit. Chui Hingyi shook his head. Before he could draw further, Chu Lingchuan continued, how about soup dumplings? Chui Hingyi smiled and nodded. Chu Lingchuan sent a message. Once Chui Hengyi completed his washing up, he was shown to his wardrobe. All of these clothes and accessories belong to you. Chui Hengyi marveled at the rows of exquisite garments, shoes, and dazzling brooches, cufflinks, and watches. Have I married into a wealthy family? After their meal, Chu Lingchuan intended for Chui Hengyi to rest a while longer. There's no rush. Summon everyone in the household. Chu Lingchuan raised an eyebrow and called for Uncle Zhang, who complied without hesitation. Leaning close to Chui Hengyi, he whispered in his ear, are you so eager to take charge? What he truly meant was that he was eager to exercise the rights of the matriarch. Chui Hengyi reclined in his chair and retorted, what? Is that not permissible? Chu Lingchuan chuckled softly, of course it is. Moments later, Uncle Zhang arrived with a multitude of servants standing before them. Sir, madam. Chu Lingchuan's lips curled into a subtle smile, not contesting the title. Chui Hengyi accepted it with composure, responding, hello, everyone. The group exchanged glances. Greetings, madam. Zhang Jingyuan's eyes sparkled with mirth. Chu Lingchuan returned from the kitchen with a cup of warm milk, wishing not to delay madam's address. Chui Hengyi had nearly finished speaking, taking a sip from the milk offered by Chu Lingchuan. General, who will hold the authority in this household henceforth? Chu Lingchuan replied with a smile. Naturally, it is you. Will they all heed my words? Chu Lingchuan nodded. I will heed your words. But what if our opinions diverge? No worries, I will follow your lead. Chui Heng cast a fleeting glance at the onlookers, pondering what to do if someone disobeyed him. Chu Lingchuan's voice held a hint of coldness. Then you may handle it as you wish. Zhang Jinyuan's smile nearly overflowed, assuring, rest assured, madam. We shall all comply with your wishes. With a dismissive wave, Chui Heng sent everyone away. He turned to Chu Lingchuan. You will also listen to me? Yes. I will heed your words. You must remember that. Indeed, I shall remember. Chapter 10. The canaries yearned to fly. Chui Heng recuperated for nearly half a month before restoring his health to its former state. During this period, he frequently tested the servants to gauge their loyalty, resulting in his satisfaction. Chu Lingchuan was equally pleased. He had finally gained some weight. Struggling to rise from Chu Lingchuan's embrace, Chui Heng's expression darkened. Is this how one weighs themselves? He nearly suffered a heart attack, feeling utterly weightless. Just a moment earlier, Chui Heng had been engrossed in tending to the flowers and plants in the garden. As a mecha designer, he possessed a unique aesthetic appreciation for drawing and style. In contrast, Chu Lingchuan cared little for domestic affairs or the garden's flora, leaving such tasks to Steward Zhang. With nothing pressing to do and Chu Lingchuan occupied with work, Chui Heng took it upon himself to prune the plants. With an air of nonchalance, Chu Lingchuan remarked, darling, the scale is not as accurate as I am. He gently set aside the scissors from Chui Heng's hands. Chui Heng found it futile to argue with this brazen individual. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, and he softened his tone. General, I wish to return to work. From what he had gathered over the past few weeks, he knew that Chu Lingchuan would not enter a state of weakness for another 2 months. However, by that time, he would be stronger, making it more advantageous to act. No way. As soon as Chu Lingchuan uttered his refusal, Chui Heng's tears began to cascade down his cheeks. Let me rephrase. Chu Lingchuan quickly modified his stance. I shall consult the doctor. If the doctor agrees, you may go. It's not a problem, since he's our family doctor. Chui Heng effortlessly brushed away his tears. Thank you, General. The little general was adept at manipulation. The traces of his earlier tears vanished, prompting Chu Lingchuan to sigh. Your acting skills continue to improve. Chui Heng shook his head, feigning a delicate demeanor as he leaned against Chu Lingchuan, tracing circles on his chest muscles. Not at all. It is merely that the general has grown increasingly fond of me, pitying a man cursed with misfortune for a lifetime. General, you shall not escape my grasp. Yet, his words belied the commanding tone. General, you must consult the doctor at once. Chu Lingchuan's voice turned icy. Do you doubt me? Despite his words, he He tightened his grip around Chui Hung's waist. Chui Hung murmured, "It hurts," laced with a hint of deceit. "Forgive me." Chu Lingchuan immediately withdrew his hand. Fully aware that this little trickster was not sincere, yet he could not afford to be careless in this matter. Chui Hung let out a light hum, expressing his understanding of the general's intentions, yet lamented his overwhelming boredom. The general has his daily duties to attend to, while I languish in idleness. Over time, this becomes quite anxiety-inducing. Will the general truly confine me? After all, the promises made to me remain unfulfilled, and now you wish to imprison me? Oh, general, I am so frightened. As he spoke, tears brimmed in Chui Heng's eyes, envisioning a dismal fate, making even him nearly believe it. Yet, he was met only with a soft chuckle from Chu Lingchuan. Chui Heng's face flushed crimson. The tears momentarily halted as he gazed at Chu Lingchuan with teary eyes. His voice slightly hoarse. "General, what is it that you find amusing?" Before Chu Lingchuan could respond, Chui Hung lowered his head, burying it in the crook of Chu Lingchuan's shoulder, mocking himself. Am I truly that ridiculous? In the general's eyes, I am but a pet, summoned at will, confined when desired, and teased as it pleases. Chu Lingchuan felt a slight tremor in Chui Heng's body. Just as he was about to speak, Zhang Jingyuan happened to pass by, his expression bearing a mixture of helplessness and reproach. "General, the doctor advised that the lady should be at ease. How could you provoke her to tears?" Chui Heng's body trembled even more. Chu Lingchuan opened his mouth, exerting a gentle force to push Chui Heng away, allowing Zhang Jingyuan to see Chui Heng's face, which bore no trace of tears, the smile unmasked. "I apologize for the interruption. Mr. and Mrs. Please continue." Watching Zhang Jingyuan leave with an awkward gait, Chui Heng silently uttered an apology, unable to suppress a laugh. He could still hear Zhang Jingyuan's mutterings. This couple certainly knows how to have fun. Am I merely a pawn in their game? Sigh, why must we trouble the elderly? Chui Heng's face reddened further as he shot a glare at Chu Lingchuan, thinking, did you not promise to heed my words? Chu Lingchuan calmly nodded, indeed. I shall follow your lead. Then why did you push me away? Chui Heng sighed. It seems you do not truly care. Why expose him? How will I face Butler Zhang in the future? The ever-innocent Chu Lingchuan sighed as well, contemplating, is this truly amusing? What are you saying, General? Kuyang gefiend ignorante. Helpless against Chui Heng's antics, Chu Lingchuan decided, I will call the doctor now. After all, it is his own company, so it matters not. Chu Lingchuan inquired about Chui Heng's health and his capacity to work. General, Mr. Chui's health has largely recovered. He is fit for work, but must avoid strenuous activities and excessive workloads. His condition does not compare to an Omega's, necessitating careful consideration in all aspects. Understood, Chu Lingchuan replied before ending the call. Did you hear that? Chui Heng nodded obediently, hope gleaming in his eyes. I heard you, General. Am I allowed to return to work? Chu Lingchuan, note that. Be mindful of your limits. I will speak with your superiors to adjust your duties. Why? The designer was not inherently burdened by excessive work intensity. Under the piercing gaze of Chu Lingchuan, Chui Heng's voice dwindled to a whisper until it was rendered utterly silent. Chu Lingchuan's tone was grave. Chui Heng, none of your endeavors can elude my scrutiny. Do you presume I remain oblivious to your late-night sketching and relentless research on mecha performance? Those words were not loud. They reverberated with deafening clarity. A warmth enveloped Chui Heng's heart, yet his tongue remained unyielding, muttering, the general is quite insufferable. How can he monitor me so closely? Chu Lingchuan replied coolly. Care to repeat that? The trepidation stifled Chui Heng's voice, leaving him at a loss for words when a voice chimed in beside him. Sir, it is time for the lady to have her nutritious meal. Chui Heng quickly directed a look of appreciation towards Li Xiao, who arrived just in time. General, I shall step away for some soup. The so-called nutritious meal was, in fact, a restorative broth tailored specifically to address Chui Heng's deficiencies. She left behind a cheerful silhouette as she departed. Chu Lingchuan sighed in resignation. Do take your time. There is no need to rush. Once out of his line of sight, Chui Heng remarked, Thank you. Without you, I felt I might freeze under Chu Lingchuan's gaze. Li Xiao gestured towards the butler Zhang, You need not thank me. It was Mr. Zhang's suggestion. Cui Hengyi looked up to see Zhang Zhengyuan smiling at him. How delightful it was to have a butler who bore no grudges. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. Chapter 11. Flowers blooming amidst manure after lunch. Cui Hengyi cautiously approached Chu Lingchuan. General, may I have my light brain back now? Chu Lingchuan simply uttered Uncle Zhang. Ah, madam, the sir has long prepared the light brain for you. He specifically instructed me to procure the latest model. Zhang Jingyuan promptly produced a box from seemingly nowhere, opening it to reveal a device before Cui Hengyi. Behold, it matches the Sir S, a couple's edition. Cui Hengyi instinctively glanced at Zhang Jingyuan, whose wrinkled visage bore an expression of understanding. Chuckling awkwardly, Cui Hengyi thought to himself, was he now perceived as infatuated in the butler's eyes? What a predicament! Zhang Jingyuan, ever perceptive, chose that moment to gracefully withdraw, leaving behind a flustered Cui Hengyi and the inscrutable Chu Lingchuan, who sipped his tea with an air of mystery. Ultimately, it was Cui Hengyi who shattered the silence. Thank you, General. Came the curt reply from Chu Lingchuan. Cui Hengyi rolled his eyes internally. What sort of response was that? Sooner or later, that mouth would utter the words he longed to hear. He added, then, General, I shall call my mother. He could only imagine the worry she would harbor for him. Cui Hengyi had always been inseparable from his mother. His father, a mecha designer for the military, dedicated his life to his craft, laboring tirelessly until he collapsed at a desk cluttered with design schematics. Cui Hengyi harbored no particular feelings regarding his father, who had scarcely existed in his life. His mother wept whenever his father was mentioned, lamenting her own poor judgment in choosing such an irresponsible man, and mourning the absence of a worthy father for Cui Hengyi. Fortunately, the empire provides generous benefits. His father's pension ensures that both he and his mother can live without worry for a lifetime, sparing him from a fate of neglect. When his mother, Ms. Lu Qingyun, discovered his passion for mecha design, she vehemently opposed it, even proclaiming that should he dare to join the military, she would take her own life. Yet, she could see her son's longing for mechas and ultimately acquiesced to Cui Hengyi's request to become a mecha designer. Mother, you still know how to call, she exclaimed. What did I say back then? Do you intend to be as irresponsible as your father, neglecting the family for that wretched mecha? Lu Qingyun offered no opportunity for Cui Hengyi to interject. Indeed, you are noble, willing to sacrifice everything for mechas, completely disregarding the feelings of those of us who are your family. Do you have any idea how worried I've been during this silence? I dread the thought of you ending up like your father, dead at a desk while I remain oblivious, only to receive a notice. Her voice choked with emotion. Cui Hengyi cast a wistful glance at Chu Lingchuan, uncertain of how he had addressed his mother. Chu Lingchuan, unusually awkward, had heard everything, yet the reality was far from his expectations. Cui Hengyi could only attempt to soothe his mother. Mother, please don't cry. I'm fine, aren't I? Lu Qingyun wiped her tears and continued her tirade. Yes, you've grown up and achieved success. Why must you not say a word? You only have your colleagues inform me, and I can't even reach you. What enchantment do mechas possess that you would attend those secretive meetings? Has the mecha been designed? Have you suddenly remembered your mother? Cui Hengyi timidly interjected, Mother, hoping to invoke her maternal affection. What mother? Do you even know? No, you don't. If I were to die, you wouldn't even know. Kui Yanji replied. If it weren't for Xiao Chuan calling me recently to check on my health and send me supplements, I would have forgotten I even had a son. He glanced again at the introspective Chu Lingchuan, warmth flooding through him. He had not misjudged his character. What use is a son if he disappears when needed? Cui Hengyi could only humbly apologize. Mother, I'm sorry. I was wrong. It won't happen again. Lu Qingyun shifted her focus. How'd you come to know Xiao Chuan? Though he hasn't said it, I can tell he likes you. Otherwise, why would a general take the time to visit me? Sighing, she continued. How do you deserve him? A general has time to accompany me, while you... Not a single message in 1 or 2 months. Such a wonderful child. How could he have fallen for you? It's truly a case of flowers blooming in cow dung. Kui Yenji, flustered, retorted, mother. Lu Qingyun shot back, what mother? Who is your mother? Cui Hengyi glared at the averted Chu Lingchuan. On the other end, Lu Qingyan added, "No wonder I suggested blind dates and you refused. It turns out you already have someone. Why would you hide such a good person?" Xiao Chuan even said he feared I would disapprove of him. What right do I have to disapprove of an Omega like him? I would cherish him. As she spoke, Lu Qingyun's voice rose in pitch. "You have no idea. When Xiao Chuan first came to our house, I was utterly terrified. I thought you had gotten yourself into some serious trouble. Even the generals from the army were dispatched." Her words carried a hint of lingering fear. At that moment, I even contemplated fleeing. Cui Hengyi interjected, "If that day ever comes, do you think you could escape?" Lu Qingyun continued, "But that child arrived and immediately called me Annie, saying he couldn't find you. This only infuriated me more. You are just like your irresponsible father, going off to romance without so much as a word of notification." She commanded, "Let me tell you, if you dare to betray him and toy with his feelings, don't expect me to treat you kindly." Cui Hengyi retorted, "Isn't it clearly Chu Lingxuan who is toying with his feelings?" Lu Qingyun sighed deeply, alas. "How pitiful we are, my son and I, encountering you two irresponsible fathers." Cui Hengyi grimaced, "I understand, Mom. I'll hang up now." Lu Qingyun called after him, "Wait a moment. After such a long time apart, don't you miss me? Tomorrow, bring Xiao Chuan back. We shall have dinner together." Mom. "That one tea be necessary. I still have work." Lu Qingyun immediately scolded, "What work? That dreadful job of yours after 2 months. You still can't take a day off? Do you believe I one tea go to your company tomorrow and demand an explanation from your boss?" Without waiting for Cui Hengyi to respond, Lu Qingyun continued, "Moreover, he brings gifts and accompanies you for meals, doing better than a biological son. Now that you, the legitimate son, have finally appeared, shouldn't you treat him to a meal?" Cui Hengyi pinched the bridge of his nose. All right, I understand, Mom. We will have lunch together tomorrow." Lu Qingyun's voice took on a note of delight. "Excellent. I shall arrange the restaurant, and you take it upon yourself to bring him back." She thought to herself, "I can handle this boy." Chapter 12. Indeed, I love you after hanging up. Cui Hengyi sat beside Chu Lingxuan, his eyes filled with melancholy, and softly said, "General." Chu Lingxuan swallowed uncomfortably and cleared his throat, setting down his teacup. "Kui Yinji I did. I had no idea you had accomplished so much in recent days." Chu Lingxuan recognized that imprisoning Cui Hengyi was a mistake, yet he genuinely harbored feelings for him. Feelings that had been burgeoning for quite some time. Thus, he feared that Cui Hengyi might not reciprocate his affections, or worse, come to despise him. When Cui Hengyi assured him that he would eventually grow to like him, he could not deny the flutter in his heart at that moment. However, what was done, and no amount of halting would elevate him in the eyes of others. It was better to tread the dark path to its end. Moreover, Cui Hengyi was the true alpha. If he did not tame him from the outset, the only outcome could be his own subjugation. Just like Cui Hengyi, Chu Lingxuan harbored a deep disdain for being beneath an alpha. From a young age, Chu Lingxuan was driven. From birth, he was destined to evolve into a top-tier alpha, raised as such and excelling in all aspects. Everyone revolved around him, adoring and envying him, until the day he transformed into an Omega. The transformation into an Omega was not a choice he made. It was an inevitability he could not escape. Yet, after the metamorphosis, sharp words assailed him from all directions like blades. Do you know? The pride of the Chu family, their esteemed heir, has transformed into an Omega. How amusing. Indeed, this is monumental news. My parents have advised me to cultivate a good relationship with him. Perhaps one day I may marry him, and our family would soar to new heights. How ridiculous! Have you even considered your own worth? To aspire to associate with him is mere folly. Families like ours are far from his reach. The likes of the Li, Jiang, and Shun families are all waiting in the wings. TSK. I wonder what Chu Lingxuan will be like during his vulnerable phase, having once been a proud scion of a prestigious lineage, now reduced to this fate. Chu Lingxuan's gaze darkened, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. In the next moment, a warm sensation enveloped his hand. It was being grasped. "General, what troubles you?" He looked up and found himself locked in the concerned gaze of Cui Hengyi. His eyelashes fluttered slightly. Little did Cui Hengyi know how deeply he was cherished. Those remarks were merely the fanciful musings of classmates, causing him no harm. He had endured far harsher words long before. Even his parents sighed in resignation. Of course, Chu Lingchuan was not one to be toyed with. Just as he prepared to confront those who dared speak ill of him with his strength, a gust of wind swept past, Cui Hongyi the youth. At that moment, Chu Lingchuan did not recognize him, for Cui Hongyi was unremarkable then, lacking any distinguishing features. So, you dare to speak? He watched Cui Hongyi single-handedly take on 3 adversaries, an embellished sight indeed. Cui Hongyi could hardly match their strength, yet he fought back fiercely, like an enraged lion, striking and being struck while hurling curses. How dare you fantasize about him, you bunch of beasts? Clean up your mouths, or I shall strike you every time I encounter you. No matter what he transformed into, Chu Lingchuan remained Chu Lingchuan, an existence far beyond your reach. His words were like a spark igniting a fire in an icy cavern, warming Chu Lingchuan's heart. Indeed, no matter what he became, he was still Chu Lingchuan. What did it matter if he was an Omega or an Alpha? He would surpass them all. From that day forth, he began to take notice of Cui Hongyi. He observed as Cui Hongyi stood up for him, time and again engaging in fights, enduring blows in the process. In the following 2 months, Cui Hongyi bore injuries that never fully healed, each layer only adding to the last. Each time, Chu Lingchuan watched from a distance, wanting to say, "Fool, why bother?" Those individuals were insignificant compared to him. Yet, he remained silent, never approaching Cui Hongyi. He was determined to grow stronger than anyone else. He yearned to prove that he was neither an Alpha nor an Omega. He was simply himself, Chu Lingchuan. General? The call pulled Chu Lingchuan back to reality. I am well. No sooner had he spoken than he realized he was in Cui Hongyi's embrace. Chu Lingchuan discreetly extricated himself from Cui Hongyi's hold. Yet, he heard Cui Hongyi softly remark, "It is one thing for the general not to respond to my words, but to be lost in thought is another matter entirely. I wonder what elusive person occupies his mind. Alas, I am merely a canary, perhaps even a stand-in for someone else. Who knows, one day, both my father and I might be cast aside by the general to make way for his beloved." Chu Lingchuan interjected. There is no need for such exceptional acting. He understood that Cui Hongyi was attempting to comfort him. Even without knowing the cause of his distress, Cui Hongyi's first instinct was to offer him solace. Reflecting on it now, perhaps Cui Hongyi harbored feelings for him, perhaps since his youth. Or perhaps it was not love, but rather a protective instinct towards the eldest. Yet, he dared not inquire, nor could he fully believe it, for they had never truly known each other. How could he not seize this opportunity with Cui Hongyi? Upon receiving the marriage proposal call from Lu Qingyun, he resolutely chose this path. He desired Cui Hongyi to depend on him, to be unable to live without him. Most importantly, he wished for Cui Hongyi to love him, love Chu Lingchuan. With earnestness, Chu Lingchuan declared, "No, you are neither a stand-in nor a canary. You are my beloved, my cherished moonlight." Perhaps it was the fervor in Chu Lingchuan's gaze that caused Cui Hongyi to avert his eyes uncomfortably. "Then I am." Chu Lingchuan replied decisively, "You are mine, which is why I will accompany your mother. Your colleagues merely believe you have been selected for a confidential project." A faint blush crept across Cui Hongyi's face as he playfully retorted, "What do you mean, mine? Who belongs to you? You can't even articulate your words properly. No wonder you're single." Chu Lingchuan responded, "Indeed, I love you." In that instant, Cui Hongyi's mind exploded like fireworks, leaving him dazed. What? Chu Lingchuan loves him? What a monumental stroke of luck. Ha ha ha, a pie has fallen from the sky. Straightening his posture, Cui Hongyi cleared his throat. "General, could you repeat that? I didn't quite catch it." Chu Lingchuan shot him a glance. "Did you not hear? Then let it be. Consider it as if I never said it." Instantly, Cui Hongyi perched himself on Chu Lingchuan's lap, wrapping his arms around his neck. No, General, please say it again." Chu Lingchuan allowed Cui Hongyi to indulge in his playful antics. Noticing that Chu Lingchuan remained unfazed, Cui Hongyi nuzzled against his neck, whispering in a muddled manner, "General, I beg you, please say it once more." Chapter 13. Shall I assist you? In the end, Chu Lingchuan did not fulfill Cui Hongyi's wish. He believed the three words, "I love you," should be expressed in a more fitting context. Nevertheless, he was curious as to why Chui Hongyi seemed to harbor no resentment towards him. He had tracked him, surveilled him, imprisoned him, and even toyed with him. This person appeared to genuinely care for him. Seated behind his desk, Chu Lingchuan's pen left a long mark on the document. Love? He murmured to himself. Yet, he could not fathom it. Had there truly been any other intersections between them? Why did the youthful Chui Hongyi fight for him? And why did the adult Chui Hongyi indulge him so? Yes, it could indeed be termed indulgence. Zhu Lingjun Bunda, as he had already instructed someone to investigate when Chui Hongyi fought others on his behalf. They had, without a doubt, shared no intersections. Knock, knock, knock. General, it's time for dinner. Chu Lingchuan glanced up to see Chui Hongyi leaning against the doorframe, a smile illuminating his face. Discarding all his concerns, he closed the documents, rose from his seat, and replied, "All right." The two descended the stairs side by side. Zhang Jingyuan stood at the bottom of the staircase, looking at them with a sense of satisfaction. "Chu Lingchuan," Chui Hongyi called out. Chu Lingchuan rubbed his temples and said, "Uncle Zhang, let's go eat. If you keep looking at us like that, we won't be able to enjoy our meal." Chui Hongyi nodded in agreement, adding, "Yes, Uncle Zhang, you must eat on time. Otherwise, people outside might think we are mistreating you." Zhang Jingyuan chuckled, the creases on his face deepening with joy. All right, I'll head there now." "What s with the commotion?" Chu Lingchuan instructed. "By the way, Uncle Zhang, please ensure the elevator is installed by tomorrow." Zhang Jingyuan nodded. "Understood, sir." "Good," Chu Lingchuan affirmed. Pleased. This only intensified the look of satisfaction on Zhang Jingyuan's face. "Is it such a big deal?" "It's merely an elevator," Chu Lingchuan remarked. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Jingyuan was simply gratified that Chu Lingchuan had learned to care for others appropriately. Previously, the villa had been designed with an elevator shaft, but Chu Lingchuan had halted its installation, providing a lofty excuse. More exercise is beneficial for health. It was no detriment to Chu Lingchuan, but it certainly was for the elderly Zhang. Thanks to Chui Hongyi, who had become a significant benefactor of the Chu family. They had once feared that Chu Lingchuan's temperament would leave him alone for life. Yet, here he was, mere months away from fatherhood. Truly, a victor in life. Kuyenji, unaware of these nuances, noticed Zhang Jingyuan's grateful expression and inquired, "Uncle Zhang, what troubles you? What are you thinking?" Chu Lingchuan pulled Chui Hongyi along towards the dining room, saying, "Pay him no mind. Uncle Zhang is getting on in years. Let us eat first. He mustn't go hungry." Zhang Jingyuan's mouth twitched. "What of age?" "I am in fine health." The following morning, when Chui Hongyi awoke, he found Chu Lingchuan's side of the bed empty. He reached out, feeling the coolness of the sheets, indicating that Chu had likely risen early. Slipping on his light brain device, he noted it was 9 o'clock. He had not had the chance to check if any colleagues had messaged him yesterday. This was the perfect opportunity. So he sat up in bed and began to sift through his messages. The first to catch his eye was a message from his mother, Mrs. Liu, regarding restaurant reservations. He clicked on it and scrolled through the previous messages. "You little rascal, who told you to attend that ridiculous confidential meeting? Just like your father. Why aren't you back yet? Can't you even send a message? Are you still alive?" Chui Hongyi felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth upon reading these messages. His mother truly had high expectations of him. If it weren't for her persistent matchmaking, would it have come to this? Soon, Chui Hongyi finished reading the messages sent by his mother, which began with her scolding him and his superior, transitioned to her expressing concern for his safety, and ultimately culminated in her urging him to message her back promptly. Sighing deeply, Chui Hongyi exited the chat and opened messages from others. Initially, a few colleagues inquired after him, but soon it was only his friend He Ming who occasionally sent messages. He Ming, a fellow university classmate and roommate, was also an alpha. After graduating, he joined the same company, thus maintaining a closer relationship. Chui Hongyi's enrollment in his high school was influenced by his father, resulting in a lack of friends and a somewhat indifferent rapport with his classmates, a rather mild description of his situation. He entered He Ming's chat window. "I'm back. I'll be at work tomorrow," He Ming replied. "Did the confidential project dumbfound you? Tomorrow is Saturday." Chui Hongyi glanced again at the date, realizing it was indeed Friday. Goodness, Ms. Lu Qingyun had granted him a 3-day holiday. He Ming continued, Shall we gather tomorrow? Chui Hingyi raised an eyebrow, surprised. Though they were close, they had rarely gone out alone. The notion of two alphas dining together felt rather peculiar. The last time had been when Ming was heartbroken and invited him for drinks, which he attended out of sympathy, of course. Ming drank while he merely observed. After that night, Chui Hingyi vowed never to accompany a heartbroken friend for drinks again, having endured a night of lamentations and ultimately having to drag the inebriated friend home. Kui Yinji replied, "Oh, Ming, just thought it'd be nice to catch up. Chui Hingyi, were you dumb again?" The next moment, he noticed the chat box indicating that the other party was typing. 10 minutes later, Ming sent, "Chui Hingyi, no, I have plans tomorrow." He reasonably suspected that Ming had typed something profane, only to delete it before sending a mere symbol. Ming, are we still brothers? Chui Hingyi, we could be anything but that. Ming sent a long voice message, but Chui Hingyi did not listen. He turned off his device, knowing full well that the message would not be pleasant. He then lifted his gaze to the entrance, where a tall figure stood, poised and elegant, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted. Even the strands of hair appeared meticulously arranged. Chui Hingyi found it difficult to tear his eyes away. He tightened the blanket, subtly slowing his breath, attempting to regain his composure. At this juncture, as spring transitioned to summer, Chu Lingchuan donned casual attire, the light filtering through his simple white t-shirt, outlining his physique. Such a slender waist. It was the second word that surfaced in Chui Hengyi's mind, perhaps indicative of the subtle influence of differentiation into omega concerning Chu Lingchuan. With a gentle voice, devoid of reproach, Chu Lingchuan inquired, "Awake, yet you're not heading to eat?" Chui Hengyi, regaining his rationality, promptly moved. He threw off the blanket and rushed to the bathroom. In a few strides, Chu Lingchuan blocked the bathroom door. A hint of amusement in his expression. "Shall I assist you?" Chapter 14. Oh, it hurts so much. Chui Hengyi raised an eyebrow, thinking it was quite all right. After all, the one at a disadvantage was not him. He could not have wished for anything more. The two individuals indulged in reckless abandon in the bathroom for nearly an hour, only for Chu Lingchuan to remember that they were dining with Lu Qingyan today, prompting him to release Chui Hengyi. Chui Hengyi was filled with regret. Impulsiveness can be a devil. He wished he could strike down the person who had just uttered the word "sounds good." Chu Lingchuan was quite the master, but then again, he had tormented him for a month and a day. The means employed were unimaginably perverse. He had never granted him a moment of ease. Oh, the pain was unbearable. Yet, there was an odd sense of pleasure. Could it be that he too had turned deviant? As Chu Lingchuan observed Chui Hengyi's return to reality, adorned with an expression of mortified fury, he found it somewhat endearing. Thus, it was only fitting that he should play the role of the dominant one. How unfortunate, sigh, that anything can happen in this world. After changing their attire, the pair hastily descended the stairs, nearly 10:30. Upon seeing the car full of gifts, Chui Hengyi suddenly felt the weight of Lu Qingyun's words. He truly ought to express his gratitude to Chu Lingchuan. Turning to him, he exclaimed, "General, this is quite excessive. Isn't it? Surely you don't bring this many gifts every time you visit?" Chu Lingchuan seemed to read his thoughts, responding, "No. This is the first time I've brought so many gifts." He stated with righteous conviction, "It is only proper to be cautious on the first occasion of meeting the parents." The phrase "meeting the parents" made Chui Hengyi's heart swell with sweetness, as if he had consumed honey. He began calculating his savings, pondering whether he could afford matching rings. However, upon concluding his calculations, his spirits plummeted. The amount he could spend on rings was hardly worthy of Chu Lingchuan. Perhaps he should craft a pair himself, thereby infusing them with his boundless affection. A soft sigh escaped from his left, snapping Chui Hengyi from his reverie. He turned to see the helplessness in Chu Lingchuan's gaze. "What are you daydreaming about?" he inquired. Chui Hengyi leaned in to plant a kiss on Chu Lingchuan's cheek, which moved the general profoundly. Fortunately, he was slightly taller than Chu Lingchuan, making this gesture relatively effortless. However, he had never voiced such sentiments before, for he knew that Chu Lingchuan would undoubtedly insist on measuring their heights. Due to the constraints of differentiation, Chu Lingchuan had endured much suffering in his quest for height, striving to excel in every aspect. Height, being readily apparent, was a realm where he could not afford to lag behind. He consumed various nutritional supplements, milk, and protein until he would vomit, only to repeat the cycle. Tang Qingyuan wept for him, asking through her tears, "What harm is there in being shorter? Why must you, an Omega, be so competitive? Our family can provide you with a comfortable life for generations. Why put yourself through such hardship?" Chu Xingzhou sighed alongside her, feeling a mix of sorrow and a touch of consolation. Yet, Chu Lingchuan merely pushed his mother away and continued to consume everything put before him. His relationship with his parents had deteriorated sharply since his differentiation into an Omega. He could still vividly recall their first reaction upon learning of his change. As they walked, Chu Xingzhou questioned the doctor. Surely there has been a mistake? He was tested as a top-tier alpha. How has he become an Omega now? Meanwhile, Tang Qingyuan wept incessantly at his side. The doctor shook his head and said, "There is no mistake. This is already the third examination, and you have inquired thrice." Tang Qingyuan, unable to believe it, asked, "What shall we do? Is there no possibility of secondary differentiation?" The doctor sighed, "Madam, the likelihood is virtually non-existent, and the young master is a top-tier Omega. He shall not be inferior to others in the future." Tang Qingyuan shrieked, "How can that be the same? Who can endure the frailty of an Omega? He will inevitably be at the mercy of others." Chu Xingzhou reassured Tang Qingyuan, "Let us seek further examinations at other hospitals. There must be a solution." They subsequently took Chu Lingchuan to numerous hospitals for assessments until he became utterly exasperated, declaring, "I refuse to go. What if I am an Omega? I will not be inferior to them." Thereafter, the Chu family embarked on a new venture, investing a substantial portion of their resources to focus on researching treatments for the frailty period of Omegas. Upon learning about the military's rigorous pheromone resistance training, Chu Lingchuan resolutely applied to join the army. The swiftest way to prove himself was through remarkable military achievements. He became the first Omega general, yet he would certainly not be the last. "General, why do I sense you are somewhat anxious?" Chu Lingchuan looked up. "Am I?" Kuyenji, Supresingalaf, gestured towards the tablet and remarked, "Well, your tablet has gone black." He was somewhat curious. "Haven't you seen it many times already? Why still nerves?" Chu Lingchuan replied calmly, "It is different." His expression remained natural, completely devoid of any embarrassment from being caught off guard. Cui Hengyi admired his composure, wondering what was so different. Before Chu Lingchuan could respond, he asked, "Is this your first time meeting the parents?" "Indeed." Cui Hengyi could not contain his laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha." The vein on Chu Lingchuan's temple throbbed as he gritted his teeth. "Sit tight." Cui Hengyi instantly stifled his laughter. "Oh, I'm already in the back seat with my seatbelt fastened. It's all good." What kind of good person sits in the back and fastens their seatbelt? Chu Lingchuan was utterly astonished. Unfortunately, his resistance was futile. To ensure he buckled up, Chu Lingchuan secured his own belt as well. Chu Lingchuan fell silent, and Cui Hengyi, sensing the moment, decided not to press further. He would not argue with someone anxious. Half an hour later, they arrived at Cui Hengyi's residence. Thanks to the advanced technology of hover cars, which could reach speeds of up to 1,000 kilometers per hour. Otherwise, given their playful antics, they would not have arrived at the Cui household before lunch. Upon arrival, Lu Qingyun seized Cui Hengyi by the ear, questioning, "Did you oversleep? Just look at the time." Cui Hengyi pleaded, "Oh, Mom, good meals are worth the wait. Please don't scold me. The general is right behind." Lu Qingyun's expression instantly softened, smiling warmly. "Little Chuan is here. Why hasn't he come in yet?" Cui Hengyi rubbed his ear. "He is bringing the gifts." Lu Qingyun playfully smacked Cui Hengyi on the shoulder. "Why didn't you help carry them? You're an alpha, after all." Cui Hengyi exclaimed, "By heaven's conscience, he insisted on carrying them." But Chu Lingchuan would not allow it. In his eyes, "I am fragile porcelain, far too precious. He wouldn't relent even after I begged this morning." "Humph." Cui Hengyi silently accepted the blame, saying, "I will go right away." Before he could make a move, Chu Lingchuan had already entered, burdened with numerous bags. Two drivers followed closely behind, equally laden, creating a rather comical scene. Lu Qingyun and Cui Hengyi couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 15. The diary after their laughter subsided. Lu Qingyun hurried to assist with the bags. "Oh dear, Xiao Chuan, why did you bring so much?" Chu Lingchuan handed the lighter gifts to Lu Qingyun, placing the rest in the room. Come in and sit, Lu Qingyun instructed as she set the gifts on the coffee table. She then turned to the dazed Shui Hengyi, saying, pour the tea. Chu Lingchuan immediately interjected. Annie, there's no need to trouble him. I can manage myself. That simply won't do. It's improper to let a guest serve themselves. Lu Qingyun shot a reproachful glance at Shui Hengyi, whispering, go on. Chu Lingchuan regarded him with a heavy gaze. Shui Hengyi felt overwhelmed, caught between his wife and mother. Offending either was out of the question. He truly struggled with the dynamics of mother-in-law relationships. Reluctantly, he shuffled to the kitchen, ultimately siding with his mother. After all, Chu Lingchuan held certain leverage over him. Chu Lingchuan smiled at Lu Qingyun, saying, Annie, I'll go assist him. Lu Qingyun waved her hand. No need, let him handle it. Come, let us sit and chat. With no other option, Chu Lingchuan reluctantly signaled to the driver. The attentive driver nodded and entered the kitchen. Madam, I'll take care of it, he assured. And as they exited, Chu Lingchuan had successfully captured Lu Qingyun's attention. When she returned her focus, tea had already been served, and the driver had left. Xiao Chuan, I must thank you for your help during this time, Lu Qingyun expressed gratefully. Of course, Auntie, Chu Lingchuan replied. Lu Qingyun playfully slapped Shui Hengyi on the thigh. How is it that you have such good fortune? Shui Hengyi rubbed his thigh, Mom. Chu Lingchuan raised his hand in protest. Annie, seeing this, Lu Qingyun felt increasingly pleased with Chu Lingchuan. He truly cared for Shui Hengyi. She smiled and declared, well then, it's about time we head out for dinner. The driver awaited outside. At the restaurant, Shui Hengyi and Chu Lingchuan sat together, with Lu Qingyun opposite them. Midway through their meal, Lu Qingyun, having attempted several times to serve Shui Hengyi, suddenly asked, when are you two getting married? Chu Lingchuan promptly patted his back. Take your time here. Have some water. Afterward, he turned to Lu Qingyun. Auntie, I haven't proposed yet. How can you propose if you haven't even taken the initiative? Shui Hengyi. Did you hear that? Lu Qingyun added, you scoundrel, you better seize this opportunity. Once this chance passes, it will be hard to find someone as wonderful as her. Shui Hengyi waved his hand dismissively. I know. Lu Qingyun, incensed by his nonchalance, retorted, you better take this seriously, or you will regret it. She recalled how it was his father who had taken the initiative when they were together. This scoundrel clearly took after someone. Chu Lingchuan is indifferent to whether Lu Qingyun holds any affection for him. His primary concern lies with Shui Hengyi's feelings. His regard for Lu Qingyun is merely one of respect. Yet in this moment, Chu Lingchuan feels a warmth enveloping him. He has been preparing for the proposal, and this visit to Lu Qingyun serves merely to clarify matters. After their meal, Chu Lingchuan excuses himself, recognizing that it has been a long time since the mother and son had a chance to be alone together. Lu Qingyun inquires, you are preparing for the proposal, aren't you? Shui Hengyi nods affirmatively, of course. Oh, mother, do not fret. In a few months, you shall be at ease receiving gifts. Lu Qingyun is taken aback. What? You should have informed me about such a significant matter, and yet you allow him to cater to you. She gasps, struggling to find her breath. You. Shui Hengyi responds, could it not be a gift from your son to you? The conventional wisdom of people can be quite vexing. Kuyenji, feeling somevat exasperated, adds, I understand. You are aware of his identity and his family circumstances. My visit would indeed be akin to entering through the back door. Lu Qingyun shoots him a disapproving glance. That is your fortune. Others would desire it and find it unattainable. Shui Hengyi continues, indeed, you know he is quite ambitious. In due time, you may video call us. Once the gifts arrive, we shall meet again. That is simply unacceptable. Lu Qingyun immediately counters. How can I not make an appearance? Shui Hengyi reassures her. Mother, he is a general. For an Omega to attain such a rank, he has faced innumerable challenges. You should be able to comprehend his sentiments. He would rather not see you during that time. It would be quite awkward. A look of disappointment crosses Lu Qingyun's face. I understand. She hesitates before asking, I shall defer to your wishes, but what about Xiao Chuan's parents? Shui Hengyi provides a boost of confidence. His parents are also aware. They are quite open-minded and have not opposed it. They will not be visiting during that period, so please do not hinder me. Instantly revitalized. Lu Qingyun assures, rest assured, I shall not be a hindrance. She retrieves a card from her pocket. I know he lacks for nothing. Yet we ought to make some gesture, should we not? Cui Hengyi replies, Mother, why not present it to him personally? Lu Qingyun chuckles softly. This life is for the two of you. I shall not interfere. Just ensure you both are well. She then queries, what about the wedding? Before Cui Hengyi can respond, she continues in a hushed tone, do not think I am unaware. You have liked him since childhood. In the adjacent room, Zhu Lingchuan is momentarily taken aback. Since childhood? How young? Lu Qingyun's voice persists. That evening you locked yourself in your room, after which you declared your intent to attend first high school, even utilizing your father's connections for it. You previously detested mentioning him. Cui Hengyi interjects, Mother, why do you bring this up? He is baffled by her knowledge. Lu Qingyun glares at him. Of course I know. You are my son. When you pout, I could discern your thoughts. Kuyenji blashes, mother. How can you be so crude? Fortunately, they are alone. Lu Qingyun reminds him, that room of yours, I'm the one who cleans it. Cui Hengyi, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Mother, you have invaded my privacy. Who told you not to keep it safe? Do you think I wanted to see it? That diary was sprawled out in plain sight. It was impossible not to glance at it. Lu Qingyun curled her lips, remarking, how sour that sounds. On that particular night, I encountered light. Cui Hengyi's face turned crimson, extending to his neck, as he, in a fit of embarrassment and anger, retorted, Mother, help! How could he have been so reckless in his youth? Who pens such trivial diaries? What respectable person writes a diary? Lu Qingyun nonchalantly replied, You should thank me. I didn't expose you in front of Xiao Chuan. Cui Hengyi could no longer tolerate it, exclaiming, Mother, please stop. Who can bear the thought of their personal diary being seen by their own mother? Who can? Chapter 16. The young girl moreover. Cui Hengyi's right index finger traced along the sleek surface of a light brain on his left wrist. At that moment, Chu Lingchuan must already be aware. Even when he had purchased the light brain himself, Lu Qingyun's marriage prodding had reached Chu Lingchuan, not to mention this particular device, which he had personally arranged to acquire. Or perhaps it was not merely a purchase, but rather a custom-made item. Lu Qingyun generously decided to let her son off the hook, saying, All right, I won't mention it anymore. Why hasn't Xiao Chuan arrived yet? Should you go check? No need. You should be here shortly. No sooner had Cui Hengyi finished speaking than a faint sound of footsteps echoed, and Chu Lingchuan entered. Auntie, shall we leave? Lu Qingyun, even more enthusiastic than before, replied, Oh, indeed. She did not forget to pull Cui Hengyi up, saying, You too? Let us go. Haha, Xiao Chuan. Please take care of your health, ensure a balanced diet, and rest well. Let this little rascal handle everything. Her words bordered on flattery. Chu Lingchuan cast a faint glance at the blushing Cui Hengyi, responding with a smile. Thank you, Auntie, for your concern. The two first escorted Lu Qingyun home. Subsequently, the driver who had been following them approached and lowered the partition. Chu Lingchuan inquired, Is there nothing you wish to discuss with me? Cui Hengyi retrieved a card and said, Here, my mother asked me to give this to you. Chu Lingchuan silently accepted it, continuing to gaze at Cui Hengyi. Cui Hengyi could no longer endure that penetrating gaze, as if subjected to a laser scan, feeling entirely exposed. He turned his attention to the trees whizzing past outside the window. Chu Lingchuan sighed. Why must it be perceived as a gift from me? Regarding the diary matter, he intended to reflect on it alone. Recalling it himself felt far more sincere than inquiring about it. Kuyenji whispered, because I wish to keep it a secret from others. He then asked, Can you also keep it from the general? Chu Lingchuan nodded, assuring, Rest easy. If you wish for it to remain unknown, no one shall discover it. He continued, Only Uncle Zhang is privy to it at home. My parents are informed, and I have ensured that the hospital staff has signed a confidentiality agreement. Cui Hengyi felt a sense of relief. He was willing to present a gift to Chu Lingchuan, as he had contributed little compared to him. Being with Chu Lingchuan was, in every aspect, a stroke of fortune for him. It felt like he was the one who had climbed higher. Thus, he welcomed the opportunity to bear certain burdens for Chu Lingchuan. Furthermore, it was precisely due to this gift that he secured his position as the suitor. Otherwise, He dared to believe that Chu Lingchuan would undoubtedly keep his word. More importantly, he himself could not endure for long, not physically, but psychologically, as he loved Chu Lingchuan and would ultimately overcome it. Compared to Cui Hengyi, Chu Lingchuan's tenacity had persisted for over 20 years. They were both 29 this year. The lofty and proud son of heaven, having briefly mourned the issue of differentiation. Either did so for a fleeting moment or perhaps not at all, quickly transforming into an unattainable figure in the eyes of others, leaving only admiration in his wake. Within the villa, as soon as Cui Hengyi stepped inside, he was called away by Zhang Jinyuan, who informed him that the nutritional meal was ready. Fortunately, Chu Lingchuan's chef possessed remarkable culinary skills, ensuring a delightful variety of dishes. Otherwise, Cui Hengyi would have surely been nauseated. Chu Lingchuan, on the other hand, retreated to his room, meticulously recalling when he had first encountered Cui Hengyi. In his youth, he had seldom met anyone of Cui Hengyi's prestigious background. Since Cui Hengyi maintained a diary, it indicated that he had already begun his schooling at that time, during which he was always driven to and from school. As Chu Lingchuan pondered, he remembered that evening when Lu Qingyun had mentioned the night. It seemed he had only ventured out that one time, which was around the time of the third year of junior high, after a heated argument with his parents regarding his schooling location. Indeed, his parents wished for him to study abroad, believing there was no need to partake in such utilitarian examinations as those of the empire. Chu Lingchuan vividly recalled his parents' words. Chu Xingzhou, with earnest persuasion, stated, "You are already exceptional. Engaging in this only serves to increase your stress without any substantial benefit." Tang Qingyuan promptly followed. "Yes, Xiao Chuan, wouldn't it be better to take it easy? Studying abroad for a period and then returning to take over the family business is a fine path." Naturally, Chu Lingchuan was reluctant. He had always been at the top of his class, and such a choice would only signify to others that he had succumbed to fear. "No, I possess the capability, and I willingly choose this path." At that time, he was not the taciturn individual he had become. After a fierce argument with his parents, he had run away. Unfortunately, his home was far from the school, and it was nearly evening by the time he arrived. Moreover, he had a habit of wearing his light brain only after finishing his meal. After the quarrel, he had forgotten all about it, and, not wanting to be found by his parents, he took a small path to flee. He had forgotten his light brain, was penniless, and was ravenously hungry. The school was still a wrong choice. Chu Lingchuan cursed internally, as he truly did not wish to expend energy on grievances. While he was unfamiliar with that wretched school and was contemplating finding a random place to spend the night, he heard some commotion. Out of curiosity, he approached to take a look. A group was bullying a young girl, and he could not stand idly by. Chu Lingchuan picked up a brick and kicked a stone toward them. "Hey, what are you doing?" "I've called the police. They'll be here soon." In his state of hunger and fatigue, he certainly was not a match for 7 or 8 individuals, so he had no choice but to bluff for the time being. The leader, smoking a cigarette, instantly exploded in anger. "Who the hell are you? Mind your own business." Chu Lingchuan shrugged. "What can I do? I've already reported it." "Maybe you should run first?" The man spat out his cigarette. "Damn it, the police won't arrive for a while. Brothers, let us give him a beating." Chu Lingchuan picked up a brick and advanced. "You've brought this upon yourselves." In this empire, the Chu family stood unrivaled. Even if he committed murder, he would not face the penalties of imperial law. At worst, his parents would scold him. In less than 10 minutes, 8 men lay incapacitated on the ground. Chu Lingchuan scoffed. "Pa, truly pathetic. Had I known, I would have mentioned calling the police." He went slightly in pain. Approaching one of the fallen, he lifted him slightly. "You attempted a sneak attack?" I was wrong. Don't hit me. The police are coming soon. Please stop." Chu Lingchuan smirked wickedly. "I was just fooling you. I didn't call the police." Chu Lingchuan continued to vent his frustration until the leader could bear it no longer. I'll call the police. Just wait." Chu Lingchuan retorted. "What? Can't handle it?" He stepped forward and kicked the man again. Grabbing a nearby girl, he fled. He had no desire to visit the police station. The young master of the Chu family had sustained injuries while facing off against 8 ruffians. What a disgrace it would be if word got out. Chapter 17. Next time we meet, you must recognize me. Puffing, Chu Lingchuan dragged her to a crowded area before stopping. "Hey, where do you live?" Throughout this, Cui Hengyi remained silent, only managing to catch her breath. Chu Lingchuan felt quite valiant at that moment. Don't be afraid. I've driven them off. They were no match for me. Kui Yinji silently shid Dios. Chu Lingchuan, with his hands in his pockets, appeared somewhat cool, yet at a loss. Stop crying. My name is Chu Lingchuan. If anyone bullies you again, just say you're under my protection, or tell me, and I'll help you fight back. Oh, by the way, I'm from the first high school of the Empire. I'm already in my 3rd year junior high and will soon attend the first high school. Cui Hengyi continued to cry, only occasionally emitting soft sobs. Chu Lingchuan racked his brain to offer comfort. Are you hurt? He inspected her, but she was unscathed. Chu Lingchuan's hands fumbled in his pockets, feeling helpless. And he stammered, Don't be scared. That group only bullies the weak. If you act fearless, they will be frightened. Or just focus your energy on one target. Kick, bite, whatever you can think of, just unleash it on that one person, and the others will also be intimidated. Oh, please stop crying. From now on, I will protect you. Feeling fatigued, he plopped down beside the girl. What is your name? Which school was that? I'll come back in a few days to help you deal with them again. I promise they won't dare to bully you next time. Cui Hengyi finally uttered, Thank you. Chu Lingchuan chuckled. No need for thanks. I'm glad you're willing to talk to me now. What is your name? Another silence ensued. He chuckled again. All right, it's good to be cautious. Next time we meet, you must tell me your name. Kui Yinji nodded slightly. Her long hair cascaded down, preventing Chu Lingchuan from seeing her face clearly. He inquired once more, Where do you live? Shall I escort you home? Kui Yinji nodded, then shook her head. Zhu Lingchuan, aware of Cui Hengyi's trepidation, proposed, How about I escort you to a nearby place? It wouldn't be prudent for you to venture out alone at this hour. This time, Cui Hengyi nodded slightly. As Zhu Lingchuan reached out to inquire about the girl's name, he suddenly felt a rush of embarrassment and remained silent. A flurry of rustling sounds ensued, and Cui Hengyi's soft voice emerged. Here. At that moment, Cui Hengyi's voice had yet to deepen, sweet and innocent, akin to a delightful pastry that Zhu Lingchuan found utterly delectable. Upon escorting her to a nearby location and contemplating further assistance, his bodyguard approached. Young master, we've finally located you. The sir and madam are frantic. Your mother is nearly in tears. Please return with us at once. Cui Hengyi released Zhu Lingchuan's hand, saying, Brother, you may go back now. Thank you. Zhu Lingchuan, feeling anxious, protested. No, we agreed that I would see you home. The bodyguard interjected. Shall I arrange for someone to take her back? With arms crossed defiantly, Zhu Lingchuan replied, Absolutely not. As tensions escalated, a distant female voice called out, Where are you? Why haven't you returned yet? Cui Hengyi responded, Thank you, brother. My mother has come to find me. With that, she turned and dashed away. Hey! The bodyguard seized Zhu Lingchuan, who was intent on pursuing her. Young master, let's return swiftly. Zhu Lingchuan kicked in protest. Release me. Unable to extricate himself, he shouted. When we meet again, you must remember me. From the air came a bright response. All right. Thus, Zhu Lingchuan was taken home, though from afar. He noticed a woman tightly embracing Yi. At that moment, he mused, What a lovely name. However, upon returning, he faced his father's wrath, while matters concerning those individuals were left to the security personnel. Subsequently, Zhu Xingzhou adopted another approach, taking Tang Qingyuan along, and Zhu Lingchuan traversed various international schools under the guise of a family vacation. Feeling deceived, he vehemently opposed this, only for his parents to relent just before the academic year commenced, allowing him to attend first high school. This uproar, coupled with the rigorous demands of high school studies, alongside managing the family business, came at a price, the cost of remaining in the country. Thus, Zhu Lingchuan forgot a little girl named Yi. Was it truly Yi? What a remarkable coincidence. No wonder Cui Hengyi was so protective of him, even willing to confront those who mocked him. It was also no surprise that Cui Hengyi could recognize him. So, was that greeting in fact a salutation? General? Cui Hengyi entered the room, carrying a tray of fruits. Assuming Zhu Lingchuan was engrossed in work, he was taken aback to find him lost in thought. Zhu Lingchuan snapped back to reality. Why did you not tell me? What? Kui Yinji responded, astonished. This was because Zhu Lingchuan had never recognized him before. Zhu Lingchuan opened his mouth to speak. Why did you not share your name with me? Was it not agreed that upon our next meeting, you would tell me your name? With a loud crash, the fruit tray shattered, scattering fruits across the floor. Zhu Lingchuan hurried to Cui Hengyi's side, asking, "Are you hurt?" As he spoke, he gently laid the person down by the bedside and went to fetch the medicine box. Cui Heng hesitantly remarked, "General, did you not already learn my name? What difference does it make now?" Zhu Lingchuan, with an enigmatic expression, responded, "Yet you have failed to uphold our agreement. Do we not agree that if someone bullied you, you would come to me?" Cui Heng lowered his voice, stating, "I never consented, and besides, no one is bullying me. They were the ones who initiated the violence." With a hint of grievance, he added, "And at that moment, weren't you watching?" Feeling guilty, Zhu Lingchuan replied, "I apologize, I did not recognize you." Who would have imagined that the delicate, gentle girl would transform into such a tall and formidable alpha? Moreover, with such prowess that even a multitude could not best him. How could I associate him with the E? It's all right. Cui Heng shook his head, "And you did provide me with ointment, did you not?" After every altercation, there would be bandaging supplies in my backpack, or along the path I took, or even at the alley's entrance. Curious, Zhu Lingchuan inquired, "Has anyone bullied you since that incident?" Cui Heng shook his head. "No, they all fear me now." He could vividly recall the words of those who had confronted him. They had recently emerged from the police station, not specifically looking for him, but he happened to cross paths with them, noting their battered appearance. "You become quite skilled. How did you manage to gather so many allies, and yet dare to threaten me with, if you bully me once, I will retaliate? Consider yourself fortunate. Just wait. They will forget eventually, and when that day comes." By then, Cui Heng had already cut his hair short, transformed into an alpha, and taken up martial arts. Though his skills were rudimentary, he remembered Zhu Lingchuan's words, to focus on striking one adversary. Ultimately, no one dared provoke him again. Chapter 18. Registration. Zhu Lingchuan remarked, "Indeed, we are quite remarkable." Cui Heng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, wishing he could bury his toes in the ground. Must he express such sentiments with such an impassive demeanor? It felt akin to pacifying a child. Zhu Lingchuan meticulously tended to Cui Heng's wound, but did not rise. Instead, he knelt quietly, gazing intently at Cui Heng as if trying to see through him. He then asked, "What is this about a diary?" Cui Heng's face flushed instantly. It was all Ms. Lu Qingyun's fault. "Why bring up the diary?" He stammered, "It's nothing much." Zhu Lingchuan, understanding, knew he could always extract information from Cui Heng's home. "But you don't wish to share it with me?" He relished in observing Cui Heng's flustered expression, the blush at the corners of his eyes making him appear even more alluring, inciting a desire to tease him further. Having endured that month and a day, Cui Heng was acutely aware of Zhu Lingchuan's intentions. He realized that the general was becoming increasingly eccentric. He silently encouraged himself, just a little longer. Soon it would be Zhu Lingchuan's vulnerable period, and he would have the chance to vindicate himself. Besides, by then his own body would be more stable, and Zhu Lingchuan would not dare to resist. Zhu Lingchuan's forehead throbbed with tension. "What are you thinking about? Your smile is quite lewd." Cui Heng immediately straightened his expression. "It's nothing, General. Shall we go and register?" His thoughts, of course, were beyond description. Zhu Lingchuan cast a penetrating glance at him, making Cui Heng feel utterly exposed, as if his innermost thoughts were laid bare before Zhu Lingchuan, basking in the light. He spoke with conviction. "All right." The two promptly gathered their identification and proceeded to the Imperial Marriage Registration Office. Along the way, Cui Heng assessed their matching couples' outfits. "General, to speak candidly, have you been preparing for this for quite some time?" Their attire shared the same color scheme and style, differing only in subtle details that reflected their individual personalities. Just a moment before stepping out, Cui Heng suddenly pondered whether they should truly go to register like this. He was dressed in casual wear, his hair unkempt and somewhat long. He cautiously smiled at Zhu Lingchuan. "General, perhaps we should postpone this?" Zhu Lingchuan gave him a nonchalant glance. "What is the matter?" Cui Heng, feeling guilty, realized that his spontaneous thoughts were rather inappropriate. "Look, we haven't even changed our clothes or tidied our hair." It wouldn't be presentable to register like this. Chu Lingchuan simply replied, "Wait." At that moment, only 2 hours remained before the marriage registration office closed, with the journey taking over half an hour and the procedure itself also requiring more than half an hour. The staff at the registration office would cease their work approximately half an hour in advance to prepare reports on their day's activities. Chui Hengyi's heart raced. Surely a haircut and styling would take at least half an hour. Unexpectedly, 10 minutes later, the styling team arrived. Within 20 minutes, they were both impeccably dressed and groomed, receiving countless compliments along the way. Chu Lingchuan responded with a simple, The driver, Chung Su, was Chu Lingchuan's aide, summoned at the last minute. He mused internally. Not just for a while. The proposal planning was nearly complete, and now everything is thrown into disarray. Simultaneously, he was overseeing the preparations for the proposal ceremony, having arranged every detail. Fortunately, Chu Lingchuan had asked him to accompany his Omega, thus granting him paid leave for a special task, making him more than willing to assist. The journey turned out to be astonishingly brief, just 23 minutes. Chui Hengyi gazed at Chung Su in astonishment. "You are quite impressive." Chung Su waved his hand dismissively. "Ha, brother and sister-in-law. It's the car that's remarkable. What are you looking at me for, General? Can't I just call you brother-in-law?" Clearly, that was not an option. Chu Lingchuan shifted his gaze back to Chui Hengyi. "Let us go." Chung Su watched their departing figures, messaging his Omega. "Our mission might be in jeopardy. Is there still a need for a proposal? However, it seems we might be able to take on a new task. A wedding ceremony must still take place." He could still hear Chui Hengyi's voice. "General, is there something special about this car? The difference is significant. This is a vehicle of the Imperial Army." And he was driving cautiously. It was unclear why Chu Lingchuan insisted on driving so slowly, as if there was something precious and fragile within the car. Chu Lingchuan offered a brief explanation. Chui Hengyi smiled and inquired, "General, could this be considered an abuse of power?" Chu Lingchuan replied, "Not at all. This is merely the treatment I am entitled to. It's just that I have never utilized it before." Kuiyang nodded slightly, reflecting on the stark differences between generals and their subordinates. Surely, these years must have been exhausting for him. He could only imagine the extent of effort Chu Lingchuan had exerted to surpass not only the Alpha, but also the Alphas within the military. Each time he witnessed the dedication of Omegas in the workplace, he was reminded of Chu Lingchuan in the army. The thought pierced his heart, causing a pang of pain akin to a needle's prick. Chu Lingchuan gazed at Chui Heng, noticing the overwhelming sorrow evident in his eyes, which stirred a warm current within his own heart. "Number 52, please proceed to counter 2 to complete your business." Thankfully, Chu Lingchuan remarked casually, "It's our turn now. Let us go register." Chui Heng nodded, apprehensive that speaking would cause his voice to falter with emotion. 15 minutes later, the registration was complete. Chu Lingchuan sent the first message from his personal account, "Married." Accompanying it was a picture of their marriage certificate. The military, along with the Chu family's enterprises, promptly shared and congratulated them, followed by friends of Chu Lingchuan and associates of the Chu family, leading to an explosive reaction from countless netizens. Shocked, the Empire's sole Omega general registered his marriage today. Congratulations. National idol Chu Lingchuan announces his marriage. Explosive Omega General Chu Lingchuan. Who is the lucky man? Chui Heng muttered to himself, "What an old-fashioned style." Upon scrolling through the comments, amidst the sea of congratulations, various questions emerged. Who is so brave to marry Chu Lingchuan? Aren't they afraid of being beaten to a pulp? What nonsense is the person above saying? They might be referring to being beaten by the general's admirers. Exactly. Who is Chui Heng? Same question. In 1 minute, I need to know everything about this man. Come on. He is just an ordinary employee. How can he be worthy of a general? Exactly. His alpha rating is merely B. How can he match a top-tier Omega? Chui Heng's eyes reddened with anger. Observing this, Chu Lingchuan tapped his holographic device and sent a message to Chung Su. Take care of this. Just as Chui Heng was about to retort, all the negative comments vanished. He looked at the text box, where he had started typing. What does it matter if I am unworthy? The general loves me. Just as he was about to hit send, he deleted the message and instead posted on his account. Married, with a photo of their marriage certificate. The first comment came from Chu Lingxuan. I love you. More profound than mere fondness. Chapter 19. Damn it. How was the proposal stolen? When Shui Hong attempted to reply to Chu Lingxuan, he found the option unavailable. Overwhelmed with emotion, he leaped into Chu Lingxuan's arms. General, how could you be so wonderful? Such kindness softened his heart. No, he could not allow the torment of those days to go unpunished. Shui Hong looked at Chu Lingxuan and smiled gently. However, Chu Lingxuan suggested, let us not head back just yet. How about we go out for dinner tonight to celebrate? Sound great. Shui Hong replied without hesitation. Where shall we go? How about Xingyu Manor? Certainly. I find myself fortunate, haha. He Ming once mentioned that reservations for Xingyu Manor must be made a year in advance, and even then, there are no guarantees of securing a spot. Moreover, each visit necessitates a spending threshold of over 1 million. Otherwise, they shall not entertain you again. The two walked hand in hand towards the vehicle. As Shui Hongyi pondered this, he inquired, General, I've heard one must make reservations a year in advance, and the spending must exceed 1 million. Is that true? Indeed, partially true, Chu Lingxuan patiently clarified. The former is accurate but not applicable to everyone. The latter is a misconception. Each visit starts at 500,000. Understood. It seems that the general is exercising his rightful privileges. Shui Hongyi scoffed. That still amounts to a hefty sum. What a heartless capitalist. Zhu Lingjun Gaoget Ak Wadi Li. Cheng Su, overhearing the remark, immediately deduced that it pertained to the impending proposal he was orchestrating, which appeared to be hastened. Sure enough, the next moment, he caught Chu Lingxuan's glance, prompting Cheng Su to subtly nod before sending a message to his Omega. Quickly check everything once again. It's happening tonight. Received. Cheng Su offered Chu Lingxuan a reassuring look and smiled at Shui Hongyi, saying, Ha, sister-in-law, have you not checked the assets under your name? What? Shui Hongyi looked at Chu Lingxuan in astonishment. Chu Lingxuan nodded and activated his holographic device, urging, take a look. As Shui Hongyi browsed through his holdings, he was astonished to find Xingyu Manor listed among them, alongside numerous properties and shares in various companies, including the one he currently worked for. Am I now a boss? He mused. Fortunately, although he was somewhat reliant on others, he was not entirely devoid of worth. Shui Hongyi felt increasingly grateful for his unique physique. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly feel inferior when confronted with such matters, as he felt incapable of contributing anything to Chu Lingxuan. Am I the heartless capitalist? Guiyanji murmured softly, glancing at Chu Lingxuan. Chu Lingxuan averted his gaze, opening the car door. Let us discuss inside. Once in the vehicle, Shui Hongyi began to peruse his assets. Realizing that all of them were transferred to him on the day Chu Lingxuan had taken him away. What is your intention? He inquired. Cheng Su, demonstrating his perceptiveness, lowered the partition, allowing the couple to address their concerns privately. Chu Lingxuan replied, because I am uncertain. Uncertain about what? Shui Hongyi furrowed his brow, cupping Chu Lingxuan's face, compelling him to meet his gaze, and demanded, clarify this for me. Chu Lingxuan, with a resigned glance, said, I am uncertain whether you will ultimately resent me, whether you wish to be with me, or whether you will come to love me. He was no deity, and he yearned for a beloved, not merely a captive afflicted by Stockholm Syndrome. He was painfully aware of the actions he had taken against Shui Hongyi. Had it been anyone else, they might have harbored nothing but hatred towards him after such experiences. Fortunately, Shui Hongyi had always held affection for him. Observing the slight parting of Chu Lingxuan's lips, each word seemingly imbued with his anxieties, Shui Hongyi recognized it as a declaration of his own sentiments. He leaned in and kissed him. The kiss was tender and lingering. In the tender embrace of their kisses, Shui Hongyi stammered, I love you, General. How could I not love you? Since that fateful night, his heart and soul could no longer accommodate anyone else. The kisses that followed surged with fervor and intensity, akin to a fierce battle, each yearning to consume the other whole. After 10 minutes, they finally paused, breathless, their gazes drifting away from each other's swollen lips, yet fatefully locking eyes once more, leading to shared laughter. Just as they fortuitously encountered one another, they also fortuitously aided and fell in love with each other. Those in the throes of passion often crave closeness, and they were no exception. Chui Hongyi found himself bewildered by the length of their journey, with no inkling of reaching their destination. Yet, his thoughts were consumed by the allure before him. Cheng Su, driving languidly, took them on a circuitous route, only to eventually meander toward the estate upon receiving a message from his Omega. He did not rush to open the door. Instead, he stepped out to the roadside for a smoke. After finishing his cigarette, he noted that the general and his lady had yet to descend. Contemplating whether to enter the estate and confront his Omega directly, potentially causing social embarrassment for the couple. Sighing deeply, Cheng Su resigned himself to the whims of others. Just as he retrieved another cigarette from the pack, the car door swung open. He swiftly dispersed the smoke lingering in the air, knowing that Chu Lingchuan despised the scent. However, the next moment, he halted his actions, raising an eyebrow. It appeared that Chu Lingchuan was in remarkably high spirits. Once the couple entered the estate, he parked the car, realizing that he would not be needed tonight, nor would the vehicle. As the warm hues of sunset faded into the night, Chui Hongyi entered the estate, initially unaware of any irregularities. Lining the path were his favorite flowers, the alluring white roses, a sight irresistible to many, leading him to believe they were simply part of the estate's charm. He remarked to Chu Lingchuan, "How beautiful. No wonder it's so costly." People are clamoring to make reservations. Bathed in the soft yellow light, Chu Lingchuan's features appeared even more refined, with deep-set eyes, a prominent nose, and most notably, those luscious lips. The allure of a top-tier Omega was something Chui Hongyi found impossible to resist. Thus, he became entranced by Chu Lingchuan's visage, entirely oblivious to the subtle unease that flickered across his face. The deeper they ventured into the estate, the more magnificent the scenery became, until he spotted a familiar figure. "Mom?" He prepared to turn and ask Chu Lingchuan, "General, do you see that?" But then he was struck by a shocking realization. The proposal had been usurped. There knelt Chu Lingchuan, presenting a ring. "Will you marry me?" "Yes, but please get up." Chui Hongyi hastily helped him to his feet, allowing him to slip the ring onto his finger. How could Omega be the one to do this? With the revelation of this news, everyone would soon know that he was the one marrying Chu Lingchuan. He had unwittingly become a trophy partner. Chu Lingchuan placed the ring on his ring finger and inquired softly, "Aren't you happy?" How could one not be joyful when proposed to by their beloved? "Of course, I'm happy, but I wasn't prepared with a ring." Chu Lingchuan discreetly placed another ring from his palm into Chui Hongyi's hand, whispering, "You can wear this one." Chui Hongyi suddenly realized that his hands were trembling. With a quiver, he gently placed the ring on Chu Lingchuan's finger and pressed a tender kiss upon the ring-adorned digit. He had envisioned the moment of proposing to Chu Lingchuan countless times, imagining himself composed and effortlessly eloquent. Yet, when the day finally arrived, he found himself overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his cheeks. The instant he lifted his gaze, droplets fell onto the back of Chu Lingchuan's hand. Chui Hongyi silenced Chu Lingchuan with a kiss, a silent plea to refrain from speaking. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed as a firework illuminated the night sky, a brilliant streak of gold igniting the entire expanse above. Surrounded by witnesses, they shared a passionate kiss beneath the cascade of fireworks. On the night they were to obtain their marriage certificate, what should have been a night of celebration was marred by Chui Hongyi's health issues, leaving them with little more than mutual support. Upon waking the next day, Chui Hongyi was startled to find Chu Lingchuan dressed in military fatigues, his drowsiness evaporating in an instant. "General, is there a war?" he inquired, anxiety gripping him. Chu Lingchuan helped him sit up, placing a pillow behind him. "Do not worry, it is not a war, but matters concerning the military. I intend to have Uncle Zhang oversee the wedding arrangements, and I shall trouble you to choose the items." "Will it take that long?" A sense of foreboding washed over Chui Hongyi. Their wedding was scheduled for a month later, coinciding with the early part of Chu Lingchuan's vulnerable period. Just the night before, they had discussed the event, with Chui Hongyi expressing his desire to be involved, only to be firmly rebuffed by Chu Lingchuan. "The wedding ceremony is too complicated, with numerous details to confirm. I do not wish for you to worry," Chu Lingchuan had insisted, noting that Chui Hongyi's health was not suited for such concerns. How had everything changed overnight? It was early July, the season of sweltering heat, yet Shui Hongyi felt an inexplicable chill, hardly even noticing his trembling fingers. Chu Lingchuan approached and grasped Shui Hongyi's shaking hand, his own hands icy. After warming them for a moment, he tucked them under the covers. In just half a month, I shall return. Are you not deceiving me? Shui Hongyi gazed deeply into Chu Lingchuan's eyes, enunciating each word. Is it truly a matter concerning the military? Chu Lingchuan's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Yes, it pertains to military affairs. The war concluded some time ago, did it not? He was not lying. Yet his words were not entirely truthful. The Second Military Corps had been incited to treason by the Alliance. It seemed this had been a long-standing plot. They were not only to confront the Second Corps, but also face returning forces from the Alliance, all while rooting out traitors within the Imperial Army. Fortunately, the Alliance military dared not send a large contingent. Their previous defeat had left them severely weakened, and it was Chu Lingchuan's decisive action in capturing the Alliance leader that had earned him his promotion to general. Were it not for his youth and the fact that the former marshal had not yet retired, he would have already attained the rank of marshal. In the Empire, there were 5 generals, each commanding a major corps, yet only one marshal existed. This was precisely why the general of the Second Corps had succumbed to the Alliance's persuasion. Having repeatedly stated in public that Omegas should not appear on the battlefield, but rather remain at home to support alphas and raise children. Even though he lacked the accomplishments of Chu Lingchuan and could not even rival him in combat, he took great pride solely based on his gender. He vehemently opposed Chu Lingchuan's promotion to general, yet his objections proved futile. When individuals within the Alliance proclaimed that Chu Lingchuan was the next candidate for marshal, he immediately believed it and felt an overwhelming surge of anger. After all, a marshal belonged to the Chu family. He was acutely aware that Chu Lingchuan hailed from the Chu lineage and that the other military factions were, to varying degrees, linked to the Chu family. Though the Zhao family was already subjugated by the Chu family, given that they controlled the very essence of the empire, the notion of an alpha being overshadowed by an omega was intolerable to him. The thought of being subordinate to an omega was something he could never accept in his lifetime. After rebelling, he even went so far as to publicly declare on the official website, "How can the Empire allow an Omega to serve as a general, or even as a marshal?" This indicates that the Empire's alphas are utterly useless. The nation is on the brink of ruin. Although the post was swiftly deleted, it nonetheless incited a minor uproar, particularly within military circles. Thus, the manner in which this situation was handled would directly influence whether Chu Lingchuan could ascend to the rank of marshal. Chu Lingchuan had to go. A mere half-month was the absolute minimum. Shui Hongyi, with reddened eyes, questioned, "Will you truly return in half a month? I hope you can tell me the truth." The vibrations from Chu Lingchuan's holographic device served as a reminder of his dwindling time. Rising to his feet, he declared, "I will assuredly return within a month." He then leaned down to kiss Shui Hongyi. After the kiss, all that Shui Hongyi could see was Chu Lingchuan's departing figure, leaving him frozen in place. Suddenly, he scrambled out of bed without even putting on his shoes and rushed to the window. Standing beside the vehicle, Chu Lingchuan seemingly sensed his presence and turned to glance back. Their gazes locked, and in that instant, they could only see one another. "General, it is time to leave." Indeed, stumbling back to bed, Shui Hongyi wrapped himself tightly in the quilt. His heart raced uncontrollably from the moment he beheld Chu Lingchuan in his combat uniform. It felt as though his heart was adrift in an abyss, solitary and cold. Ding! Shui Hongyi, thinking it was a message from Chu Lingchuan, quickly opened his holographic device. "Himing, long time no see. Let us gather, no drinking." Shui Hongyi, lacking enthusiasm, replied, "We can meet the day after tomorrow." "Himing, who can think of gathering during work? Hurry up, tonight at the barbecue place, I'll be waiting for you." Shui Hongyi, "It's only 9 o'clock now." Himing, "Oh, there's a cafe right next to his house, come on. Barbecue and coffee?" Shui Hongyi was at a loss for words. Yet, it did alleviate some of the unease within him. "Kuyenji, all right." It was better to go. Without Chu Lingchuan at home, staying there felt meaningless. After finishing his grooming and heading downstairs, Shui Hongyi discovered a pile of items in the house. "What is this?" Zhang Jingyuan, verifying a list, looked up upon hearing the sound. Madam, you're awake. He then called out, Shao Li, quickly bring breakfast to the madam. Afterward, he explained, these are samples of items needed for the wedding. Sir mentioned that each must be tested individually. I've compiled all that you can decide upon, while items like alcohol that you cannot touch must await the Sir's return for selection. Upon hearing Uncle Zhang mention Chu Lingchuan, Cui Hengyi felt an inexplicable mixture of emotions. He numbly nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. Afterward, he proceeded to the dining area, where he found the breakfast utterly devoid of flavor. Nevertheless, considering his health and the gift at stake, he managed to finish his meal. As he stepped outside, a driver stood impeccably by the car, exuding an air of distinction uncommon among chauffeurs. May I inquire who you are? Hu Yinji asked. The driver saluted, leaving Cui Hengyi slightly taken aback. I am here on orders from the general to escort you during this period. There are 2 others who will alternate shifts with me. Given the unusual circumstances, Cui Hengyi comprehended the necessity of such arrangements. It was not his first experience with them. Once inside the vehicle, Cui Hengyi racked his brain in an effort to engage the driver in conversation, curious about whether Chu Lingchuan's current mission posed any danger. However, all he could extract was the driver's name, Zhang Er, along with 2 others named Zhang San and Zhang Si. Clearly, those names are pseudonyms, Cui Hengyi mused. Choosing not to press further as they arrived at the location He Ming had specified, a cafe by day. This cafe is quite serene, isn't it? Hu Yinji remarked. Quickly spotting He Ming seated by the window, He Ming raised an eyebrow. What do you think? Not bad, right? Cui Hengyi sidestepped the question. Why is it located next to a barbecue restaurant? He Ming grimaced, muttering under his breath, it's rather dull. The reason being, the establishment transformed into a bar at night. Well then, Cui Hengyi conceded. What was the reason for your recent breakup? With a long sigh, He Ming replied, that's a tale that requires some elaboration. Hu Yinji interjected. Then let us make it brief. He Ming rubbed his nose sheepishly. It's because I was drugged at the bar last time, and after she rescued me, she deemed me incapable of self-defense, fearing that the next time, she might have to retrieve my remains. In short, I'm inexperienced and too fond of revelry, unsuitable for settling down. Cui Hengyi murmured softly, drugged? Wasn't that the same fate that befell you at the hands of Chu Lingchuan? Indeed, He Ming exclaimed, slapping the table before glancing around to ensure they were alone. Phew, thankfully no one is around. The current sedative is remarkably advanced, colorless, odorless, and even has aphrodisiac properties. If even the top-tier alphas and omegas cannot discern it, how can mere beta like me? Not even the elite omegas can detect it? Hu Yinji inquired. Exactly. Chapter 21. My mind is awash with thoughts of how to find Chu Lingchuan. Lowering his voice, Cui Hengyi said, find a way to help me acquire a vial. What? He Ming gasped, startled. You mustn't act recklessly. This is illegal. Cui Hengyi retorted, aren't we brothers? He Ming lowered his voice. Precisely because we are brothers, I cannot allow you to stray onto a misguided path. Rest assured, I shall not act foolishly. Cui Hengyi reassured him, sensing He Ming's skepticism. Am I not already married? Oh, right. He Ming nodded, then exclaimed what? Hu Yinji, exasperated, replied. Haven't you seen the information circulating online? You know I don't pay attention to such things, He Ming retorted. Hu Yinji scolded. Is it truly so common for people to marry these days? He leaned closer to Cui Hengyi. I heard that the Empire's sole Omega General has also tied the knot. I wonder who is fortunate enough to be with him. I heard yesterday that they are planning to give that man a beating to vent their frustrations. Hu Yinji remarked. He Ming, it has come to my attention that the other party's rank is merely B. How could he possibly be worthy of a general? He continued. With all this knowledge, have you not once glanced at who that man is? He Ming waved his hand dismissively. Why should I concern myself with that? It certainly cannot involve me. Suddenly, He Ming paused, turning his head, only to find Cui Hengyi smiling at him. Goodness, you clever fellow. You've managed to capture the general's attention. Cui Hengyi was thoroughly exasperated by He Ming's dramatic reactions. Shoo, keep your voice down. Do you wish for me to be beaten? He Ming promptly covered his mouth, scanning the surroundings before whispering. And you still purchase that medicine? Have you lost your mind? If you dare to stray, the general will surely end you. Chui Hengyi smirked. What if I simply wish to indulge in some playful pursuits? He Ming turned back, disbelief etched across his face. Wait, you. I misjudged you entirely. You are indeed this bold? Enough chatter. Simply tell me whether you will assist or not. Had it not been for Chu Lingchuan's deployment to the army, he might not have even found this opportunity. Before making his request, Chui Hengyi had deliberately lowered his voice. Over the years, he had acquired skills beyond merely designing and constructing mechas. However, time was of the essence. Otherwise, Chu Lingchuan would inevitably grow suspicious. Chui Hengyi had initially planned to leave his light brain on his workstation while dragging He Ming out for assistance, given He Ming's long-standing connections in bars. Yet, with this opportunity at hand, one must seize it. He Ming hesitated, stammering, before finally closing his eyes and resolutely stating, All right, but if we are discovered, you mustn't betray me. Not a chance, Chui Hengyi replied, extending his fist. Do you still doubt me? He Ming's heart raced, both exhilarated and terrified. After all, it was Chu Lingchuan, the Empire's sole Omega General. This was unprecedented. He was uncertain of future occurrences, yet it was indeed Chu Lingchuan. You, He Ming stuttered. You must accompany me for drinks tonight. Chui Hengyi flatly refused. No, I must return home early. He Ming's eyes sparkled with curiosity. What, do you have a curfew? Is your wife keeping you on a tight leash? Chui Hengyi's lips twitched in annoyance. Would you dare utter such words in front of the general? The atmosphere shifted instantly. He Ming leaned back in his chair, murmuring, How dull. Well, I need to return to prepare for the wedding. Our date is in a month and a half. On the 15th of August. I shall send you an invitation then. That's wonderful. He Ming instantly sat up, giving Chui Hengyi a light pat. Good brother. Chui Hengyi fixed him with a serious gaze. You must ensure that the tasks I assigned are completed to perfection. No telling anyone. He Ming waved his hand nonchalantly. I understand. I understand. Rest assured. He then patted his chest, declaring, I promise to arrange everything meticulously. After sharing a meal together, the two men parted ways. Without alcohol, there was little else for two grown men to do. Upon returning home, Zhang Jinyuan approached him with a pile of items, seeking his opinion. Li Xiao inquired if he wished to consume a nutritional meal at that moment. Chui Hengyi rubbed his temples, bring it to me. Thus, as he dined, he meticulously chose items for the wedding. Upon return to work on Monday, Chui Hengyi was greeted warmly by a multitude of colleagues. It was not until noon that He Ming discreetly slipped him a small object, demonstrating the camaraderie of true friendship. Chui Hengyi grasped the round glass vial in his palm, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Indeed, it was sufficient. Do not blame me for not warning you. Just a spritz in food or drink, or even a quick spray in front of the nose, and it will take effect immediately. He Ming whispered, his voice barely audible. Even a bull could be brought down, but don't overdo it. Chui Hengyi nodded earnestly, expressing his gratitude. No need for thanks. Just ensure you don't expose my involvement. Day by day, Chui Hengyi worked diligently during the day and kept abreast of the wedding plans by night. His schedule was busy yet fulfilling. He dared not allow himself a moment's pause. Should he pause, thoughts of Chu Lingchuan would flood his mind, an array of memories associated with him. From the moment he learned that Chu Lingchuan had entered military school, worry gnawed at him. With the prospect of war, his anxiety deepened, especially after Chu Lingchuan ascended to the rank of general. He could scarcely fathom the hardships and injuries Chu Lingchuan must have endured to reach such a lofty position. Chui Hengyi remained convinced that this mission was fraught with peril. Otherwise, a fortnight would not have passed without any word. It was another weekend afternoon. As Chui Hengyi perused invitation designs, he feigned nonchalance and inquired, Uncle Zhang, have there been any updates from the general? Zhang Jingyuan's heart sank. Chui Hengyi had posed this question numerous times. If the general did not return soon, Chui Hengyi's health might falter. Madam, word from the old residence indicates that the general is safe and will return shortly. Is that so? Kui Yenji murmured softly. Having heard such reassurances many times before, yet still no messages from Chu Lingchuan arrived. If he were safe and stationed with the army, wouldn't he be able to send word? Zhang Jingyuan replied, Indeed, madam, please do not fret. You have lost weight recently. Even if you disregard your own well-being, The general would be distressed to see you in such a state. Moreover, he assured us he would return within a month, and it has only been half that time. Qui remained restless. Uncle Jean, could you inquire with the old residents if I might be permitted to join Chu Lingchuan, or even to the army? Oh dear, madam, who would dare to allow you to go to the army in such a manner? The old residents will inform us as soon as there is news. You can rest assured that you will be the first to know about the general situation. Chui Hengyi found it impossible to relax. Previously, in anonymity, he relied on the internet for news of Chu Lingchuan's safety. Now, as his legitimate partner, he still found himself waiting for others to relay information. What a peculiar state of affairs. Are not the families of generals allowed to accompany them? I must go. Uncle Jean, his hair turning gray with worry, replied, Madam, you know the old residents would never consent. Indeed, such is the burden of a prominent family. If Chu Lingchuan were to become the head of the Chu family, he would no longer have to endure such trials. If I wish to go, I shall go. Very well, Chui Hengyi conceded. Uncle Jean, let us settle on this invitation design. He decided not to trouble Uncle Jean further and resolved to devise a plan when he returned to the office the following day. Ah, very well, my dear madam. It is indeed splendid that you have come to an understanding. The military is hardly an enviable place. Zhang Jingyuan's incessant murmurs fell on deaf ears as Chui Hengyi's mind was consumed with thoughts of seeking out Chu Lingchuan. The military undoubtedly required mecha designers, and if memory serves, their company had an affiliation with the military. Chapter 22. Journey to the military to find my wife on July 21st, a Monday. There remained 26 days until the wedding, yet not a single message had been sent by Chu Lingchuan. Upon arriving at the company, Chui Hengyi made a beeline for the general manager's office. General Manager Chen Shi was taken aback. Xiao Chui, why did you enter without knocking? Spare me the pretense. I am already aware that this company belongs to Chu Lingchuan, Chui Hengyi stated, directly approaching Chen Shi's desk, pulling out a chair, and gracefully seating himself. Casting a casual glance at the general manager, he remarked nonchalantly, Ah, yes, it is indeed my company now. Chen Shi set down the documents in his hands. Chuckling awkwardly, President Chui, you mustn't blame me. I am merely following orders here. Chui Hengyi raised an eyebrow, reclining lazily, and stated bluntly, I wish to go to the military. Do you have any means to facilitate this? Chen Shi thought he had misheard. Chui Hengyi enunciated each word clearly. I said I wish to go to the military. Chen Shi sprang to his feet. President Chui, you can't be jesting, can you? Recently, Chu Lingchuan forbade assigning you excessive work, and any tasks you received were meant to be leisurely. If he learns that I sent you to the military, I might as well be signing my own death warrant. Chui Hengyi slightly lifted his head, his eyes half squinted, exuding an undeniable alpha aura. Chen Shi felt a cold sweat break out. Such a presence was hardly characteristic of a B-grade alpha. He gulped. Well, President Chui, while our company is fortunate to collaborate with the military through Chu Lingchuan's resources, it does not guarantee entry into the military. After all, he is merely a lowly employee. Why put him through such trials? Chui Hengyi furrowed his brow. Isn't the military recruiting mecha designers? Oh dear, President Chui, those positions are not something our modest company could aspire to. Chen Shi muttered, the qualifications and experience they demand are beyond our reach. Moreover, the collaboration with the military merely entails them outsourcing a few projects to us. This small, insignificant company was established by Chu Lingchuan specifically for Chui Hengyi. Chen Shi recalled his past, having once been the general manager of the mecha design department at the headquarters, only to be relegated to this trivial company as a figurehead. It was no easy feat for him. Chui Hengyi's fingers danced over the holographic interface as he contemplated for a long while. Very well, I understand now. It appears that pursuing this path through the company is futile. Rising to his feet, he approached the door and, as he grasped the handle, declared, I will be taking a half-day leave. Turning back to fix Chen Shi with a piercing gaze, he added, by the way, today this affair is known to you and me. Understood? Chen Shi, caught halfway in his chair, instantly stood upright at the words. Understood, I comprehend. He certainly would keep silent. Yet, this room was equipped with surveillance, complete with audio recording capabilities. Ah, It should be noted that this company is under constant surveillance, except in the restrooms. Clearly, Chui Hengyi was oblivious to this fact. After giving his instructions, he casually sought out a nearby cafe and ordered a glass of milk. Subsequently, he operated his light brain for a brief moment. "Teacher," he began. "Ah, Hengyi, it has been quite some time since I last heard from you." The voice on the other end belonged to Chui Hengyi's doctoral advisor, Xue Huiting. Chui had pursued both his master's and doctoral degrees after entering the workforce, and unexpectedly, his thesis had caught Xue Huiting's attention, leading to his acceptance as a disciple. While Xue Huiting held the title of university professor, his primary role was that of a military consultant. Chui Hengyi had long been researching the combat mechs of the military and private and, by chance, had improved their performance. He then submitted his findings to Xue Huiting for publication and patent application. However, Xue Huiting was adamant against it, ultimately allowing the work to be registered under Chui Hengyi's name, but with confidentiality measures in place. Xue Huiting had always hoped to invite him to work for the military, but after learning about Chui Hengyi's family background, he abandoned his efforts to persuade him. The two maintained occasional contact, primarily when Chui Hengyi sought out his mentor during moments of inspiration. "Teacher, I have come with a request," Chui Hengyi stated candidly. "What is it?" Xue Huiting replied with a reassuring smile. "Rest assured, I will make the necessary arrangements for you. I wish to join the military for a period. I wonder if you have any means to facilitate this?" Kui Yanji inquired. "Certainly, that is a splendid opportunity. Coincidentally, I'm scheduled to visit the military the day after tomorrow, and you may accompany me as my student," Xue Huiting responded. Chui Hengyi felt a sense of relief wash over him. "Thank you, teacher." However, Xue Huiting expressed some concern. "But Hengyi, will your mother approve?" Chui Hengyi reassured him. "I plan to stay for just a week. She won't find out. I only need to meet with Chu Lingchuan during that time." After a moment of silence, Xue Huiting agreed. "Very well." In the following days, Chui Hengyi discreetly requested leave, but Zhang Zhengyuan, being astute, uncovered his intentions and revealed everything. Nevertheless, Chui Hengyi threatened him not to disclose this information. After all, in his current state, no one dared to obstruct him, but he could not shake off the driver. Fortunately, he had brought someone along to the military, as they would undoubtedly possess greater knowledge about it than he did. Before departing, Chui Hengyi hesitated, but ultimately decided to bring along the vial of anesthetic. Upon reuniting with Xue Huiting, the two shared the same vehicle. "Teacher, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit to the military?" Kui Yinji asked. "Was there not a recent incident involving the military?" General Chu Lingchuan's clash with the Second Corps and the alliance resulted in a Pyrrhic victory. Chui Hengyi felt a pang of anxiety, striving to maintain his composure as he probed further. "What is your objective during this visit?" Zhang San's expression tightened, inwardly lamenting, "This is troubling. Why is there such a close relationship between Xue and his wife? We are headed to the First Corps, which is commanded by General Chu Lingchuan." "You may not be aware, but Zhang San coughed, interrupting Xue Huiting. "I beg your pardon, I caught a cold yesterday." Chui Hengyi was not swayed by Zhang San's feigned illness and anxiously turned to Xue Huiting. "What has transpired this time?" Xue Huiting glanced at Zhang San before continuing. "He has," Zhang San interrupted, "ahem." Chui Hengyi commanded, "Silence." Zhang San momentarily steadied his mind. "General, I have done my utmost. But why does this B-level alpha exude such a terrifying aura? Is it true that all enraged individuals are like this?" Xue Huiting was no fool either. "Chung, what is your relationship with Chu Lingchuan?" Chui Chingyi smiled faintly, legal spouse. Ching-yi, Xue Huiting's mouth opened and closed, uncertain of what to say. Chui Chingyi's smile turned bittersweet. "It's all right, teacher, please speak. I can bear it." Xue Huiting replied. "He has sustained severe injuries. His mech is nearly destroyed. But his life is not in danger. However, he has yet to awaken." Chui Chingyi's heart sank with Xue Huiting's words, plummeting to the depths of despair. Zhang San timely interjected, "Madam, rest assured, the general will be fine. That old Xue truly knows how to speak. This is it. The general will surely have his head. Why did it have to be him driving today? He shouldn't have yielded to his compassion and taken over for the fourth. Now everything is ruined." Chapter 23 Reunion. After joining the military, it seemed they had arrived at Chu Lingchuan's stronghold, the First Legion. Zhang Er, Zhang San, and Zhang Si all made their appearances. Before Cui Qingyi could utter a word, Zhang Er perceptively said, "Madam, let me take you to see the general. But you must remain calm." Cui Qingyi's gaze sharpened. "So you have all known about Chu Lingchuan's condition? Yet you chose not to inform him." Reflecting on how she had racked her brains to draw information from them, it felt like a cruel joke. The three lowered their heads in unison. "We apologize, madam. But the general did not wish for you to worry." "Enough," Cui Qingyi said, raising her hand in exasperation before turning to Xue Huiting. "Teacher, I shall not accompany you." The Legion had already sent someone to welcome Xue Huiting. He could fully empathize with Cui Qingyi's feelings. "Very well, you go see the general first. When you have time, we can repair his mech together. It would be best to upgrade it as well." Cui Qingyi replied, "Thank you, teacher." With that, she followed Zhang Er. Cui Qingyi soon realized they were not heading to a hospital, but rather to a nondescript building, her brows furrowing. "Where is this?" Zhang Er replied, "Madame, there may be spies from the alliance within the Legion, so the general has been relocated here. But rest assured, those by his side are his most trusted aides." Cui Qingyi seized her inkois, repeatedly urging Shang zu hesten. They nearly broke into a run. Finally, they arrived at the entrance of a newly converted sterile room. And Cui Qingyi felt a wave of trepidation wash over her. She found herself unable to bear the sight of the pale, seemingly lifeless Chu Lingchuan lying there. Her eyes, reddened with tears, gathered mist at the moment she laid eyes on him, and then overflowed. She stood frozen, unable to react. After a long moment, Cui Qingyi finally parted her lips, wishing to call out Chu Lingchuan's name, yet no sound emerged. She could not fathom how many times he had lain there during their journey. Cui Qingyi's voice was hoarse, like gravel rolling, yet she articulated with deliberate clarity, "Chu Lingchuan." A wave of anguish surged from the depths of her heart, spreading throughout her being, overwhelming her with uncontainable sorrow. Cui Qingyi trembled uncontrollably, every cell in his body crying out in agony. He slid downward without restraint. Zhang Er's eyes widened in alarm. "Madam, quickly, someone call for help." Zhang San and Zhang Si rushed off, one to summon a doctor, the other to fetch a stretcher. Fortunately, although this place was not a hospital, it was equipped with the necessary supplies. 2 minutes later, 3 doctors arrived. After conducting a thorough examination of Cui Qingyi, they exchanged astonished glances, each reflecting the shock in the other's eyes. Under Zhang Er's persistent questioning, they collectively stated, "The madam has been lacking sleep lately, and today her emotions have fluctuated significantly. There is nothing to worry about, just some rest is needed." The 3 doctors shared an unspoken understanding as one retrieved a syringe from their medical kit. Just as they were about to administer the injection to Cui Qingyi, Zhang Er intervened. "What is this for?" His eyes glinted with mistrust. "Did you not say she merely needs rest?" The older physician casually remarked, "This is a nutrient solution." At that moment, Zhang San and Zhang Si could no longer remain silent. Did they take them for fools? They could distinguish a nutrient solution when they saw one. Zhang Er, in a serious tone, pressed, "This is the general's wife. If anything happens, can you bear the consequences?" The doctor widened his eyes, offering no explanation, and retorted sharply, "If something does happen because you obstruct me, you will have to explain yourself to the general." Zhang Er pondered deeply, hesitatingly withdrawing his hand. The older doctor, Chu Yu, a trusted member of the Chu family, was someone he would give the benefit of the doubt this time. As he administered the injection, Chu Yu muttered, "The general has entrusted her to me. What do I have to fear concerning the general's wife? How dare you question my actions when you know nothing?" He wondered how they could be so incompetent as to bring the general's wife into the military. Once the general awoke, they would have a lot to answer for. Zhang Er and the others felt an overwhelming sense of despair wash over them. Their hearts felt like ashes. Zhang Er stammered, "When will the general awaken?" Chu Yu did not respond. Another doctor answered, "Tonight." Zhang Er gasped, "So soon?" Chu Yu, exasperated, breathed heavily, while Zhang Er quickly silenced himself. Casting a glance at Zhang San and Zhang Si, who seemed deflated like punctured balloons. After the injection was completed, Chu Yu remarked, "All right, move her to her room." By 6 o'clock in the evening, Cui Qingyi was drenched in cold sweat his eyes trembling incessantly, and then suddenly he awoke with a start. Chu Lingchuan. I'm here. Chui Hengyi practically sprang from the bed, clinging tightly to Chu Lingchuan. General, this isn't a dream, is it? Chu Lingchuan furrowed his brow. The pressure on his wound likely caused it to reopen, yet he said nothing. Yes, I'm here. Only then did Chui Hengyi emerge from the nightmare of seeing Chu Lingchuan fall before him on the battlefield, pale in the black void, saying goodbye. Tears streamed down uncontrollably as he murmured, General, it's so wonderful that you are well. You have no idea what people outside are saying about you. They claim you remain in a coma. At this point, Chui Hengyi regained his composure, immediately releasing his tight grip on Chu Lingchuan, scrutinizing him from head to toe, only to be stung by the sight of the blood seeping through. His heart ached to the point of breathlessness. Chu Lingchuan, why won't you speak? It felt as though a great mountain had crushed his heart, leaving him both stifled and in pain. Chui Hengyi reached out a hand, intending to touch him, but withdrew sharply upon contact. Does it hurt terribly? Aside from his ashen face and slightly furrowed brow, Chu Lingchuan's demeanor remained composed, as if nothing were amiss. He grasped Chui Hengyi's hand and used his other hand to wipe away the tears on Chui Hengyi's face. I am fine. The news itself is merely intended to mislead outsiders. Chui Hengyi was not swayed by such nonsense. But you are injured. Chu Lingjun ziplit sopti. It is just a flesh wound. I awoke not long ago. I have been preoccupied with devising methods to expose the spies and discontented individuals infiltrating the alliance. Hence the public claim of my severe injury. Chui Hengyi's tears seemed endless, wiping them away only for new ones to fall. Then why is there no color in your face, and why have you lost so much weight? Chu Lingchuan, unfazed by his bleeding wound, leaned down and gently kissed Chui Hengyi's tear-streaked eyes. I have not rested well these past few days, which has delayed my recovery. His words, though slow, possessed a persuasive quality. You know the external threats from the insect race remain ever vigilant, and those in other legions must guard against their incursions. Thus my burden is somewhat heavier. Chui Hengyi reluctantly accepted this explanation. Just then, a nurse wheeled in a treatment cart. General, it's time for a dressing change. Chui Hengyi shot a discontented glance at Chu Lingchuan, wondering why he wasn't resting properly despite his injuries. Chapter 24. When kissing while standing. There is no need to bow after a restful sleep. Chui Hengyi felt significantly better, especially with Chu Lingchuan's presence. He urged Chu Lingchuan to return to the hospital bed and followed suit. As the nurse tended to the dressing, Chui Hengyi watched intently, his eyes unblinking. It was clearly a penetrating wound from chest to back, yet they dared to label it a mere surface injury. Liar. How long had it been since he had awoken? The nurse chattered on. General, you must take care of yourself. Not only are you neglecting proper rest, but your wound has also reopened. Chui Hengyi felt a wave of shame wash over him. Chu Lingchuan frowned slightly at the nurse, but chose not to respond. The nurse promptly ceased her complaints. Once the nurse finished, Chui Hengyi followed closely behind, inquiring about numerous precautions. The nurse chuckled. No wonder everyone says the general and his wife share a deep bond. The sight of the general lying in bed made his wife faint from crying. What? Kui engi uriedli contacted xuewaiting. Only to discover that rumors had spread outside that the general was gravely injured and his wife was devastated. He felt like curling his toes into the ground, wishing to avoid all company. Yet, Xue Huiting's next statement rendered him grave. Hengyi, come and take a look at this mech tomorrow. After ending the call, he received a message from Xue Huiting. The general's mech has been tampered with, very discreetly. He rushed back to the room. Chu Lingchuan, why are you up again? Chu Lingchuan hastily removed the shoes he had just put on. I was worried you took too long and wanted to find you. Just as he had come to seek him out, Chui Heng let out a cold snort. You still deceived me by claiming it was just a superficial injury, saying you would awaken shortly. Do you really think you could regain consciousness in just a few days? You were clearly on the brink of death, yet you attempted to mislead me. Chu Lingchuan chuckled lightly. I did say it was merely a flesh wound. How audacious of you to engage in a wordplay. Kui Ying, rather than being incensed, merely smiled. Just wait. Once you recover, you will be in for it. Chu Lingchuan, ever the pragmatist, conceded, I admit my mistake. I would not want to provoke you further. You might end up in tears without a place to weep. Now is not the time for such banter. As Chui Hung seized the opportunity to shift the topic, the instructor mentioned that your mech had been tampered with. Upon encountering Nukuying, Chu Lingchuan had meticulously investigated the events that transpired during this period. Chui Hung had indeed surprised him once again. He recognized Xue Huiting's name, realizing it was his oversight. Chui Hang's papers always bore Xue Huiting's name first. It was he who had sought Xue Huiting, resulting in the authorship being altered to reflect Chui Hang's name. Their conversation records were not only sparse, but also bore signs of deletion. He had not anticipated their relationship to be so close. Most importantly, Chui Hung had managed to keep this from him. Chu Lingchuan nodded. I understand, but the circumstances were urgent. Not only is he an Omega, but a top-tier Omega. Mechs compatible with him are scarce, especially those capable of unleashing his full potential. The new mech was still a hair's breadth from completion. However, upon discovering the issue, he had instructed an investigation while remaining inactive, intending to draw out those behind Chui Hung. Chui Hung replied, I will assist you with the mech tomorrow. This was a proposition Chu Lingchuan could not refuse, as it was also the reason for summoning Xue Huiting. It took years to craft a mech that could match him, and that was under the auspices of his family's considerable resources. Chu Lingchuan was reluctant to let him go. Your instructor is present. Chui Hung withdrew his hand, casting a sidelong glance at him. How can you say such a thing? I am here because of my instructor. I am ostensibly learning under him. Today, I have already crossed the line. Chu Lingchuan sensed the gravity of the situation. Chui Hung quickly stood, yet hesitated to approach him. General, what troubles you? Chu Lingchuan pressed a hand to his chest. I am fine. Chui Hung, concerned, exclaimed, Is your wound hurting? I shall fetch a doctor. Chu Lingchuan grasped Chui Hang's hand. It's nothing, no need for a doctor. His voice was low and slightly hoarse. All I desire is for you to stay with me a while longer. A rare display of vulnerability. Chui Hang's eyes lit up as he instantly comprehended that Chu Lingchuan was being playful. His heart swelled with sweetness, and he gently embraced Chu Lingchuan. General, I shall remain by your side. Chu Lingchuan rested his head softly against Chui Hang's shoulder, his voice muffled. What about tomorrow? Chui Hung, having discarded thoughts of Xue Huiting, tenderly caressed Chu Lingchuan's soft hair. I will accompany you tomorrow as well. Since Chu Lingchuan was already aware of the truth, there was no need for further pretense. He must not allow any ill-intentioned individuals to exploit his vulnerability and turn it against him. That would be dire indeed. Thus, amidst the incessant barrage of messages from Xue Huiting, Chui Hung resolutely chose Chu Lingchuan. Old Xue, what of your exceptionally talented disciple? Indeed, were we not promised an introduction? I have prepared a token of greeting. Xue Huiting glanced at the screen of his device, filled with an array of rejection messages, and upon hearing the banter of those around him, his expression darkened. Reluctantly, he settled for a compromise, sending a photograph of the mech's condition to Chui Hung amidst the teasing of the crowd. How embarrassing! How could he have such a disciple? Thus, as the time they had originally agreed upon for departure approached, Xue Huiting and Chui Hung deliberated on a rough modification plan. If successful, it would elevate the mech's performance to a higher echelon, and Chui Hung would also gain an additional paper. Consequently, Xue Huiting resolved to extend his stay, eager to witness the implementation of their proposal firsthand. During this period, Chu Lingchuan simultaneously drew Chui Hung's attention while meticulously identifying those who sought to undermine him. Each time he observed Chui Hung engrossed in his work, visions of Chui Hung lying in bed, his heart and gaze solely fixated on him, flooded his mind. He yearned to seclude Chui Hung, wishing that only he could behold him. Coincidentally, Chui Hung harbored the same desire. The intensity of Chu Lingchuan's gaze sent shivers down Chui Hung's spine, igniting a thrilling anticipation within him. Chu Lingchuan remained oblivious to the nature of his own gaze. Yet Chui Hung was intimately familiar with it. 1 month and 1 day later, Chui Hung regarded the individual whose wounds had fully healed, gently tapping the spray in his pocket. It would not be long now. What of Zhang Er and the others? Since encountering Chu Lingchuan, he had not seen Zhang Er and his companions. though he had crossed paths with Chang Su numerous times. Chu Lingchuan raised an eyebrow. They went to rest. Chui Hongyi recalled their previous conversation and the failure of his inquiry. They clearly knew of your circumstances, yet chose to withhold information from me. I assure you, if you are in good health, I will never conceal anything from you. Chu Lingchuan approached Kui Enji. Darling, do you know how it feels to see you lying in that hospital bed? Chui Hongyi understood all too well. He grasped Chu Lingchuan's intent. He wrapped his arms around Chu Lingchuan's waist. The advantage of their similar heights meant that they did not have to stoop to kiss while standing. Meanwhile, in the makeshift confinement room, the three individuals, facing an endless expanse of blank paper, were at their wits' end, nearly in tears. When would this reflection ever be completed? They were utterly perplexed by their general's arrangements. Chapter 25, General, time for your medicine. Despite the meticulous precautions taken by Chui Hongyi, he ultimately could not thwart an intruder who infiltrated the hastily prepared hospital amidst the chaos. Don't move. Chui Hongyi set aside the mech schematics he was studying, his hand sliding discreetly toward his pocket, brow furrowed. How did you get in here? The intruder pressed a handgun forward. No more chatter. Stand up. Obediently, Chui Hongyi rose, his throat tightening. You're alone. Even if you take me hostage, you won't escape. The intruder's voice dripped with malice. Who doesn't he know how deeply the general cares for you? And who says I intend to escape? Not escape. Chui Hongyi's brow furrowed deeper. Then why are you here to take me hostage? Is there an attack outside? Don't you know? Laughter erupted as he exclaimed. You truly did not know? Chu Lingchuan genuinely cares for you. Even amidst the chaos of battle, he fails to inform you. He continued. Do you have any idea how arduous it was for me to infiltrate? Had it not been for my impeccable disguise, I would have been captured by Chu Lingchuan the day before yesterday. With that, he activated his holographic device and contacted Chu Lingchuan, his objective being to divert the latter's attention by making him see you. Chui Hong swiftly sidestepped, seizing the assailant's hand that clutched the firearm, raising it just enough to exploit an opportunity and spray a concoction from his sleeve directly into the man's nostrils. In an instant, the assailant collapsed. Quite effective, Chui Hong mused, glancing at the aerosol in his hand, before giving the unconscious man a kick. You've been spared this time. Suddenly, an urgent voice emanated from the holographic device. How is it you? Are you unharmed? Chui Hong picked up the device, responding, I'm fine. A petty thief had intruded, but I have subdued him. As for you, never mind. Don't let your focus waver. We can settle accounts later. With that, he terminated the call. An hour later, Chu Lingchuan rushed in, appearing disheveled, followed closely by Chang Su. The moment Chu Lingchuan laid eyes on the individual bound to a chair, writhing in distress, he instantly discerned the situation. Take him away and ensure he is well taken care of, he commanded. Yes, General, Chang Su replied, dragging the man off. Chu Lingchuan seized the initiative, questioning, From where did you acquire that drug? Chui Hong reclined on the sofa, arms crossed, chin raised defiantly. What is this? Are you interrogating me? How could I dare? Chu Lingchuan Chukka. But do enlighten me. How did you elude the army scrutiny? Chui Hong replied nonchalantly. Oh, no one searched me. This little item is quite diminutive, no thicker than a finger, and can be utilized a maximum of 5 times. Chu Lingchuan nodded in understanding, observing the dissatisfaction in Chu Lingchuan's gaze. Chui Hong realized someone was about to face repercussions. However, this was not his immediate concern. Why did you not inform me? You deceived me into believing you were attending a meeting. Chu Lingchuan seated himself beside Chui Hong, pouring him a glass of water. Indeed, it was a meeting. An unexpected incident arose during it, and I had no time to notify you, Chui Hong retorted, refusing the water with a dismissive turn of his face. A feeble excuse, he added. At this, Chu Lingchuan set aside the blanket, turned Chui Hong's face towards him, and with a mischievous grin inquired, Pray tell, from whence did you procure this drug? Who was it intended for? Chui Hong stammered, for self-defense. He then asserted confidently, Look, I utilized it today, did I not? With an arched eyebrow, Chu Lingchuan replied cryptically, You had best be certain of that. Feeling slightly guilty, Chui Hong leaned in for a kiss, but merely grazed Chu Lingchuan's lips before retreating. All right, we're even now. Chu Lingchuan gazed intently at Cui Hung, his eyes deepening with a smoldering intensity. Noticing this, Cui Hung bit his lip, realizing that the general's desires were far from extinguished. He still coveted his affections. General, you did promise me, Cui Hung reminded him. Chu Lingchuan's voice grew husky as he responded, indeed. Observing the expression of barely restrained hunger on Chu Lingchuan's face, reminiscent of a fierce wolf attempting to mask its predatory instincts in the presence of its master, Cui Hung thought it exceedingly charming. Seizing the moment, he lunged forward once more, this time with fervor rather than mere hesitation. 50 minutes later, Chu Lingchuan bent down to retrieve a piece of paper. Cui Heng's gaze appeared somewhat dazed, yet upon seeing the elegant lines, he regained his composure. The discovery of the medicine bottle was made, leaving them uncertain as to when it could be grasped. With merely 5 days remaining until the wedding, Chu Lingchuan completed his military affairs and returned home with Cui Heng. The name of the individual from last time eluded Cui Heng's memory. All he knew was that the person was indeed a minor recruit, timid and inexperienced. Regret washed over him when the Second Legion was entirely apprehended, but the Alliance, aware of Chu Lingchuan's grave injuries, conspired with the insectoid forces to launch another offensive, leveraging his list as a means of coercion. All personnel on duty in that building that day faced disciplinary actions. As for the fate of that recruit, Chu Lingchuan remained tight-lipped, but it was reasonable to assume it would not be favorable. Upon reaching the doorstep, they encountered Zhang Jingyuan, who had assembled a welcoming party. "Madam, welcome home." Cui Heng found himself reluctant to open the car door, while Chu Lingchuan's expression darkened. Noticing that Chu Lingchuan was the first to emerge, Zhang Jingyuan's countenance further paled. This display was not intended for Chu Lingchuan, and his dissatisfaction was palpable. Truly, he was difficult to please. Chu Lingchuan disregarded them, circumventing to open the door for Cui Heng. Cui Heng gestured for him to dismiss them. Chu Lingchuan rubbed his forehead and called out, "Uncle Zhang, please have someone prepare dinner." "Rest assured, sir, the dishes are freshly prepared and still warm," came the response. Chu Lingchuan turned back to Cui Heng, who decided, "Enough of this pretentiousness. It's merely social demise. I can endure it." Amidst a throng of admiring gazes and Zhang Jingyuan's benevolent smile, Cui Heng dashed into the room. Behind him, Zhang Jingyuan's robust voice echoed, "Madam, you cannot escape." The wedding ceremony was not overly extravagant. Considering Cui Heng's health, the proceedings were significantly simplified. The attendees were few, comprised mainly of close friends and family, with the remainder being notable figures from the military. Following the conclusion of this conflict, Chu Lingchuan's position as marshal was assured, presenting a prime opportunity for networking. Others lamented their lack of avenues to enter. After the ceremony, Cui Heng prepared a bowl of sweet soup for Chu Lingchuan, whose complexion had taken on a slight flush. The occasion inevitably involved alcohol, all of which Chu Lingchuan consumed alone. While it was not an excessive quantity for someone who abstained from liquor for years, it was still rather uncomfortable. He reclined languidly on the sofa, his tie already removed by Cui Heng and 2 buttons of his shirt undone, their proximity to each other palpable. Cui Heng took a spoon to feed Chu Lingchuan, his eyes sparkling. "General, take a sip, savor it slowly." Chu Lingchuan did not part his lips, but merely gazed at him quietly, a light chuckle escaping him. The exhalation carried a hint of alcohol. Cui Heng fiddled with the spoon, a blush creeping onto his face. Chu Lingchuan fixed his gaze upon him and drank the sweet soup offered by Cui Heng. Chapter 26. It was proven that calling him husband was indeed effective. When he awoke once more, Chu Lingchuan moved slightly. He found that only his head was capable of motion. Before him lay an abyss of darkness, shrouded in obscurity, likely the same black silk ribbon. He leaned back, the wooden planks cold and unyielding, devoid of any barrier. His brows arched slightly, a testament to his grudges. Indeed, he was a general, with remarkable physical resilience. Awakening after merely 15 minutes, were Chu Lingchuan to witness this, he would discern that Cui Heng's attire mirrored that of that fateful day. The rhythmic sound of polished shoes striking the floor echoed in the air. Tap, tap, tap. Chu Lingchuan remained remarkably composed, betraying no sign of distress. Whether it was confidence or resignation remained uncertain. His tone shifted to a more serious note. Did you go to such lengths to drug me as an act of revenge for my prior confinement? Chui Hongyi, holding a belt, lightly tapped his palm, leisurely observing the enticing scene before him. It was not revenge, but rather a matter of pleasure. How could he bear to exact vengeance? He mused that Chu Lingchuan likely remained oblivious to his own predicament. The contrast of his skin appeared even more porcelain-like. Perhaps it was due to being an Omega. Despite years of warfare, his complexion showed no signs of deepening. The scars upon his body, while not entirely faded, were not severe either, shallow and blooming like flowers, some large, some small, some in full bloom, others still in bud. Chui Hongyi resembled a famished ghost, finally encountering a delectable feast. He was eager, yet exercised restraint, longing to savor the moment when the food would be at its most exquisite. General, I have never harbored hatred towards you regarding this matter. On the contrary, I have long since this day might arrive. From the ever-present medications to the constant surveillance, I had an inkling that perhaps we would eventually meet. When I received my mother's marriage proposal phone call, I pondered that maybe, at last, our paths would converge. Chui Hongyi's voice was unwavering. General, do you not think we are destined for one another? Chu Lingchuan listened in silence, offering no rebuttal. Upon hearing those words, a subtle smile graced his lips, seemingly in agreement with Chui Hongyi's sentiment. In truth, Chui Hongyi did not require a response from him. He dared not even gaze upon him. General, as long as you appear before me, I shall inevitably fall in love with you. For many years ago, you planted a seed within my heart. Over time, it has taken root and flourished, intertwining itself deeply. The moment you arrive, it shall bloom, occupying my entire heart, having already claimed its space. What shall blossom is merely the love I can no longer conceal. Chui Hongyi laid bare his heart before Chu Lingchuan, offering the long-concealed affection he had harbored. He shifted his tone, almost playfully. However, considering the gift I have prepared for you, General, might you indulge me? Chu Lingchuan paused in the act of untying the ropes, letting out a weary sigh. Very well. He retied the ropes, as if the preceding events had never transpired. What would you have me do? Chui Hongyi awaited the effect of the drugs, anticipating Chu Lingchuan's period of weakness. He slowly released his pheromones to expedite the process. The scent was reminiscent of honey, a flavor Chui Hongyi found overly sweet. Thus he seldom released pheromones. He favored the zest of grapefruit, with its refreshing and tangy sweetness. Chui Hongyi, while releasing pheromones, attentively observed Chu Lingchuan's demeanor. General, he implored, I hope you will not suppress your feelings, but rather express them candidly, through both voice and action. Of course, it was acceptable if he chose to remain reserved. He would coax the most authentic part of Chu Lingchuan to emerge. Chu Lingchuan released his tightly pressed lips and articulated slowly, Chui Hongyi, this shall not happen again. Chui Hongyi smirked. How could that be? This was merely the beginning. Nevertheless, he obediently replied, I will heed your wishes, General. Chui Hongyi stepped forward slowly, stating, General, I shall release you now, but you must not renege on this. Once free to move, Chu Lingchuan attempted to pull off the black ribbon covering his eyes, only to have his wrist easily captured by Chui Hongyi. General, would you please keep it on? Suddenly, Chu Lingchuan remarked, you are not a B-grade alpha. Ah, you've caught on, Chui Hongyi admitted without reservation. How could a B-grade alpha be worthy of a top-tier omega? Chu Lingchuan took a light sniff and confidently declared, 3S. He had indeed underestimated Chui Hongyi. Well, I still fall short compared to you, General, but I am more than adequate compared to others. Curiously, Chu Lingchuan inquired, why the disguise? General Kui Enji lamented. Is it not an inopportune time for such discussions? The arrow is already on the string. Consequently, Chu Lingchuan fell silent, allowing Chui Hongyi to lead him to the bed. Where did the bed in the study come from? He asked. Chui Hongyi responded, I had it brought in. One must ensure that the first experience is impeccable. He fiercely kissed Chu Lingchuan, gritting his teeth, Unlike certain individuals, I am not indifferent to the feelings of others. What good is a cold, hard bathroom? Of course, Chui Hengyi would soon find himself contradicted by his own words. With a slight furrow in his brow, Chu Lingchuan asked, "So, the household staff are aware?" Gu Yanji replied, "He is on the verge of tears. General, please do not interrupt me so frequently." With a swift motion, Chu Lingchuan flipped him over and pinned him down, succinctly commanding, "Speak. No one else knows. Only Uncle Zhang is aware." Chui Hengyi was astonished by Chu Lingchuan's strength and control, secretly commending himself for his own shortcomings. Thus, he intensified his display of affection. "General, please let me off this time." Seeing that his efforts had little effect, he closed his eyes, steeled his resolve, and softly uttered, "Husband." In an instant, the world spun, and when Chui Hengyi reopened his eyes, he was back to his original state. "Is calling you husband so effective?" He pondered. "Savoring exquisite food cannot be rushed. Take steak, for instance. For those unskilled in the use of knife and fork, it can feel akin to a country bumpkin entering the city, subject to disdain. Conversely, those adept at the utensils will cut the steak into manageable bites, thus embodying elegance. Of course, one should not devour ravenously. It is essential to savor each bite, chew slowly, and occasionally sip on red wine, which not only alleviates the richness, but also enhances one's appetite. Kui Yinji, General, just earlier you were calling me baby and darling. Now you address me by my full name. Do you perhaps tire of me, General? You, my dear General, are akin to my mother, for today we are united in matrimony, are we not? On this enchanting evening, Chui Hengyi's desires were fulfilled, proving that addressing one as husband indeed bears fruit. Chapter 27. Husband Chu Lingchuan's recent period of weakness was incited prematurely by Chui Hengyi, compounded by the prolonged use of suppressants over the years. What should have been a 3-day bout of frailty extended to a full week. The pair remained indoors, with servants dutifully placing meals on the corridor for Chui Hengyi to retrieve. In the initial 3 days, Chu Lingchuan managed to endure, but by the 4th day, even he could not withstand the strain. They exchanged every conceivable word, both necessary and unnecessary. Yet, that rascal continued to murmur incessantly. A classic case of gaining an advantage while feigning innocence. "Husband," he teased, "why so fervent? Do you relish hearing me call you husband? Is that not so, my dear? Shall I not also be graced with your affectionate address? Pray do not hold back. You are truly adorable, my love. You are exquisite." Whenever Chu Lingchuan furrowed his brow, displaying discontent, his partner would promptly amend his tone, apologizing with a pitiful demeanor. "My dear husband, I was wrong. Please forgive me just this once. I implore you, do not harbor anger, for when you are upset, I feel a deep ache throughout." At times, he would whisper sweet nothings into Chu Lingchuan's ear, and what began as a sincere apology morphed into an unabashed seduction. In a moment of weakness, Chu Lingchuan found himself repeating the endearing term, husband, even as Chui Hengyi, reminiscent of a rogue, captured his breath with a kiss, declaring, "Wife, you are truly wonderful. I am utterly enamored." Upon realizing his utterance, Chu Lingchuan felt a deep embarrassment, burying his face into the pillow. Yet, that certain someone feigned innocence, lamenting, "Wife, is my kissing technique truly so lacking? You must not disdain me for this. I have never loved anyone else, nor have I wed before. It is only natural to lack experience. But fret not. With you by my side, I shall diligently learn, striving to enchant you beyond recognition." In exasperation, Chu Lingchuan struck the incessant chatterer on the cheek, gritting his teeth silence. Of course, the essential pleasures were indulged by both. In the early days, Chu Lingchuan remained relatively lucid, and Chui Hengyi dared not overstep. Their interactions were cordial, conducted with mutual consent, such as in playful role-playing scenarios. As time progressed, the stage belonged entirely to Chui Hengyi, who, after Chu Lingchuan's departure, added many items to their shared space, stealthily transporting them like a thief under the watchful eyes of house staff. Chui Hengyi selected cherished items that he knew Chu Lingchuan would disapprove of, which accounted for the multitude of words exchanged in those days. On August 23rd, at precisely 11:15 a.m., Sunlight streamed through the window, enveloping the two in its warm embrace. Through the air conditioning in the room, the scorching light transformed into a gentle warmth. The scene was tranquil and exquisite. As time passed, the light gradually shifted to illuminate the eyes of the two individuals. One on the bed stirred slightly, while the other, feeling discomfort, nestled closer into their embrace. Chu Lingchuan was awakened by this movement, instinctively patting the back of the instigator. His mind replayed the virtuous deeds they had accomplished together over the past 7 days. During this week, they had explored every corner of the third floor. Despite Chui Hengyi's disdain for the bathroom, they had become regular visitors. Furthermore, they had experimented with the functionality of the one-way glass, the soundproofing of the room, the sturdiness of the imported desk, the softness of the handmade carpet, and the weight-bearing capacity of the sink. He could swear that he had never felt this exhausted. Even during military training, the unintentionally discontented murmurs that emanated from his embrace pulled Chu Lingchuan back to the present. He retrieved the pillow discarded nearby, using it to shield Chui Hengyi from the light, and then placed another pillow in his arms. Perhaps infused with the scent of grapefruit, Chui Hengyi took a light sniff, mumbled something, and fell back into a deep slumber. Chu Lingchuan heard no further sounds. He carefully rose from the bed, summoning his willpower to steady himself without making a noise, so as not to disturb the grumpy individual. After all, Chui Hengyi must have been utterly exhausted over these days. Once he found his footing, he stood still, feeling a pang of regret. Indeed, it was a pity for a man to endure misfortune throughout his life. After a while, confronted with the disarray of the room, Chu Lingchuan let out a sigh. He walked slowly and heavily towards the sofa, each step taken with utmost caution, ultimately retrieving their light brains from the crevices of the sofa and the pile of clothes on the floor. August 23rd, 11:32 a.m. Chu Lingchuan rubbed his temples and sent a message to Zhang Jingyuan. Please clean up the study first. Zhang Jingyuan replied, Understood, sir. Lunch is already at your room's door. After sitting for a while, he made his way to the small kitchen, filled a cup with warm water, and drank it in one go. This restored some of his strength, after which he proceeded to the washroom for a bath. Darling, are you all right? Chu Lingchuan was roused from his slumber, initially displeased, but his irritation grew upon seeing the visitor. What did you just call me? Chui Hengyi immediately knelt down. Husband, I was wrong. Chu Lingchuan's brow furrowed deeper as he commanded, Get up. Chui Hengyi grunted a couple of times, rising from the floor. You didn't say that before. Chu Lingchuan scoffed, bringing up old grievances? Can the current state of my body compare to the past? What have you done these days? I was wrong. Chui Hengyi dared not retort further. He had indeed taken full advantage of the situation over the past few days. His spouse was so fatigued that she could fall asleep in the bath. He pouted. I was only worried about you. The water was getting cold. If I hadn't woken up in time, it could have been quite dangerous. Chu Lingchuan, feeling sore all over, preferred to ignore him and commanded, Leave. I need to change my clothes. Under Chu Lingchuan's gaze, he swallowed back the term of endearment and quickly corrected himself. Husband, we are married now, after all, and besides, what have I not seen? Chu Lingchuan closed his eyes and stepped outside. Before any excuse could be made, Chui Hengyi obediently murmured as he walked out. The door clicked shut. After a soft thud, Chu Lingchuan emerged from the bathtub, reaching for a bathrobe that lay nearby. Once clad, he made his way to the sink. Chui Hengyi, did this fellow take his words lightly? Chui Hengyi hurriedly trotted to Chu Lingchuan's side, tugging at his sleeve and pleading, Darling, please don't be angry. I truly recognize my mistake. The door was indeed closed, trapping him inside. Chu Lingchuan took a deep breath. This individual had repeated his acknowledgement of wrongdoing countless times over the past few days. It was understood, yet unrectified. Chapter 28. Awkwardness. Chu Lingchuan busied himself brushing his teeth, disregarding the persistent grip of the man clinging to his clothing. He could guarantee that if that person could shrink, he would cling to him without letting go. The thought of what this fellow had done at the sink, the things said, and the images shown in the mirror only fueled Chu Lingchuan's frustration as he brushed his teeth. He closed his eyes, attempting to banish these thoughts from his mind, repeatedly reassuring himself that there was no other choice, for Cui Hongyi still had a gift to offer. This was a consequence of his own making. Chu Lingchuan turned on the faucet, splashing water onto his face. Just wait, just a few more months, and it would be over. If this audacity continued, he would not be held responsible. For some reason, Cui Hongyi shivered instinctively at the sight of Chu Lingchuan, who remained silent, drying his hands with a towel. Chu Lingchuan, seeing this through the mirror, furrowed his brow and spoke, his tone far from gentle. Go wash up. The fellow, like him, had just awakened, clad in nothing but his skin. Prolonged exposure was inherently unhealthy. Cui Hongyi turned and stepped inside, yearning for a bath as he recalled Chu Lingchuan's appearance when he had fallen asleep in the tub. On the 5th day, he had half-heartedly acquiesced to Chu Lingchuan's desire for a soak. Indeed, it was a request. Even now, reflecting on Chu Lingchuan's demeanor back then stirred emotions within Cui Hongyi. Not merely affection, but something deeper. He licked his lips, feeling inexplicably parched. He thought he might never again witness Chu Lingchuan's soft, adorable demeanor. He should have recorded that moment. It would have been a treasure to reminisce upon for a lifetime. In that vast bathtub, capable of accommodating two, Cui Hongyi felt a pang of regret for his earlier fervor. He vowed that the bathroom was indeed the finest of places. Chu Lingchuan kept a watchful eye on Cui Hongyi, and, just as Cui Hongyi raised his leg to step into the tub, he turned his head. No soaking. He was acutely aware of Cui Hongyi's thoughts. Every reaction of his body was transparent to him. Chu Lingchuan made a concerted effort to suppress memories of his own past demeanor, lowering his voice to explain. I need to fetch lunch. I can't keep an eye on you. This fellow had no awareness of his own condition. But then again, it was a 3S. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, conceding, fine, do as you wish. No. Cui Hongyi quickly lowered his leg. I'll do as you say. I'll do as you say. Oh dear, his wife was truly angry. As Chu Lingchuan observed the figure standing beneath the shower, gazing at him with an obedient demeanor. It appeared as though he awaited either praise or instruction. Casting a quick glance, Chu Lingchuan exited. The sound of rushing water echoed behind him as he exhaled deeply. Despite having mentally prepared himself, he found the reality of the situation somewhat overwhelming. What particularly unsettled him was his undeniable enjoyment of it. He closed the bathroom door, revealing a scene of utter disarray, and sighed once more as he retrieved the light brain he had carelessly tossed onto the sofa. Chu Lingchuan sent a message to Zhang Jingyuan. Have someone come and tidy up the room, and also, please bring the food once it's heated. Zhang Jingyuan replied, understood. Sir, the overwhelming presence of the chaotic heap of unsightly clothes was impossible for Chu Lingchuan to ignore, along with the memories he had endeavored to forget. He had to concede that there seemed to be no clean place in the room suitable for dining. Reflecting on this, he added, place it in the study. Zhang Jingyuan responded, of course. After dispatching the message, Chu Lingchuan sat in silence, his grip on the light brain tightening and loosening in a rhythmic cycle. Ultimately, he resigned himself to fetch a hairdryer for someone. Chu Lingchuan silently gritted his teeth, cursing his relentless sense of responsibility. When Cui Hongyi emerged from the bathroom, a towel enveloped his head entirely. He dared not move, cautiously lifting a corner of the towel to peek at Chu Lingchuan's expression. Husband? Chu Lingchuan calmly replied with a simple The sound of gasping filled the living room, and Cui Hongyi realized that the servants had entered the room unbeknownst to him. Though each was occupied with their tasks, wiping glass, organizing clothes, and making the beds, every ear was perked up with some audacious individuals stealing glances at them now and then. Stood frozen in disbelief. After today, everyone would know that he had called Chu Lingchuan husband. Furthermore, their bodies, particularly Chu Lingchuan's, bore an abundance of kiss marks where the bathrobe offered no concealment, not to mention the ring of fingerprints around his ankle. In contrast, he bore only a few scattered marks. Cui Hongyi vividly recalled how Chu Lingchuan had struggled, clutching the bed sheets and biting his own lip, unwilling to inflict any harm upon him. Even when Cui Hongyi placed Chu Lingchuan's hand around his neck, Chu Lingchuan merely gripped his own arm. Clearing his throat, Chu Lingchuan said, let us proceed to the study. Cui Hongyi followed him like a mere shell of a person, yet in doing so, he caught sight of the faint blush on Chu Lingchuan's ears and the tips thereof. His eyes brightened, and his steps grew lighter, as if he had glimpsed a rare spring bloom. The study had been tidied, and the butler had even moved a dining table in. Each chair was adorned with plush cushions. Chui Hungyi couldn't help but marvel at Zhang Shu's attentiveness. The lunch consisted of light, easily digestible fare, and Chui Hungyi, in a servile manner, ladled a bowl of clear soup with seaweed for Chu Lingchuan. General, Chu Lingchuan accepted the soup, stirring it with a spoon, and remarked in a neutral tone, "What is this? Have you stopped calling me husband?" Chui Hungyi felt every nerve in his body tense up, and he quickly changed his address. "Husband." Coughing, he hurriedly stepped forward to pat the other's back. Once he regained his composure, Chu Lingchuan questioned in a low voice, "Why did you shout so loudly? Is it truly something to be proud of?" "Husband, I was wrong," Chui Hungyi said with wide eyes, apologizing sweetly. He muttered to himself, "You were the one who asked me to call you that." Chu Lingchuan deeply questioned his own feelings. What could he possibly adore about this fool? He cast a light glance at Chui Hungyi, who instantly felt deflated, pitifully murmuring, "Husband, why are you turning your back on me?" His gaze was filled with sorrow as he stared at Chu Lingchuan. "We had previously agreed that it would be just me, and you had also consented this time." Chu Lingchuan acknowledged his own fault in this matter. However, did he not have the right to express a bit of anger when pushed to the limits? Chui Hungyi sighed softly. "I've been confined for a month and a day." It was more than mere confinement. Chu Lingchuan conceded this point. It seemed that Chui Hungyi had never truly lost his temper with him. Yet, there was an unsettling feeling in the air. Chu Lingchuan placed a piece of shrimp into Chui Hungyi's bowl, signaling a truce. Chui Hungyi beamed, eagerly eating the shrimp and diligently serving Chu Lingchuan a variety of dishes. It was a pitiable sight, a once proud general reduced to such folly. He needed to cater to Chu Lingchuan before he fully regained his senses. Chapter 29. That is not a weakness after dinner. Under Chui Hungyi's urging, Chu Lingchuan indulged in a nap. The two settled into bed, and within 10 minutes, Chu Lingchuan opened his eyes. Chui Hungyi. Chui Hungyi instinctively shivered, knowing that Chu Lingchuan's mind was returning from its brief escape. He quickly maneuvered himself forward, using all limbs to hold Chu Lingchuan tightly. Feigning extreme fatigue, he mumbled, "Husband, you're so sleepy. Let us fall asleep quickly." Chu Lingchuan silently observed Chui Hungyi's act. He had consented to the intimacy, but he had not agreed to be subjected to Chui Hungyi's overwhelming whims. Those flamboyant garments, those unspeakable words, those chaotic positions, he remembered all too well. Moreover, that month was a condition they had mutually agreed upon. Had Chui Hungyi not been unwell, he was certain that day would have ended with Chui Hungyi conceding. Thus, the one in a compromising position now would assuredly not be him. Chui Hungyi struggled to suppress his urges, attempting to convey his genuine drowsiness. Yet, the pressure emanating from the general, honed over years on the battlefield, quickly overwhelmed him. His eyes began to tremble uncontrollably. Like an ostrich, he buried his head in the junction of Chu Lingchuan's shoulder and neck, adopting a posture of resignation. Chu Lingchuan stared at the fluffy back of his head and asked, "Are you done pretending?" He remained still, allowing Chui Hungyi to embrace him. Whether sooner or later, fate was inevitable. Chui Hungyi steeled himself, tightening his hold once more. His already muffled voice became even more indistinct as he murmured, "General, what are you mumbling about? Be good and sleep." Chu Lingchuan chuckled in exasperation, his tone ambiguous. "Are you certain you want me to handle this myself?" It was a blatant threat. Chui Hungyi resignedly lifted his head and leaned towards Chu Lingchuan's ear, whispering in a breathy tone, "Darling, if you can't sleep, shall we engage in some delightful activities?" Chu Lingchuan chuckled softly, sure. A sense of foreboding washed over Chui Hungyi. Indeed, the very next moment, he found himself subdued by Chu Lingchuan. Fate seemed to conspire against him. As Chu Lingchuan began to remove his clothing, he questioned, "Have you been enjoying yourself these past 7 days? Are you relishing the taste of indulgence? It's time for me to have my turn, isn't it?" Cold sweat broke out on Chui Hungyi's forehead, especially when his pants were about to be stripped away. In a moment of desperation, he exclaimed, "It hurts." This utterance acted like a spell. causing Chu Lingchuan to halt instantly, even though he was aware of the feigned nature of the statement. Do you need to go to the hospital? He asked, but he dared not take the risk. Chui Hengyi stammered, you should let me go, allow me to rest for a moment. All right. Chu Lingjun, having read the situation, was convinced it was all an act. He laid Chui Hengyi back down and went to prepare a cup of warm milk. 2 minutes later, Chui Hengyi cradled the milk, furrowing his brow, and boldly accused, General, we had an agreement. You must not go back on your word. There was not a trace of guilt in his voice. Seeing Chu Lingchuan remain silent, he transformed into a picture of grievance, his eyes instantly reddening. General, how could you treat me this way? Woe is me. I feel so miserable. General, you are bullying me. Chu Lingchuan, losing his temper entirely, replied gently, I've not gone back on my word. Chui Hengyi, tears cascading down his cheeks, retorted, but you just treated me like that. You did it on purpose. Your family is grand. Your power is immense. You speak, and it is done, while I am but a neglected little wretch, not even worth a thought. As he wept and complained, he stealthily observed Chu Lingchuan's expression, noticing the instant darkness that clouded Chu Lingchuan's face at the mention of death. He promptly cried out, even louder, to mask his momentary slip of the tongue. Chu Lingchuan pinched the bridge of his nose and decisively apologized. I was wrong. Stop pretending. Chui Hengyi, seizing the opportunity, lifted his chin and inquired, will you do this again next time? No. Chui Hengyi pressed further, then write me a guarantee. Chu Lingchuan cast a light glance at him. Chui Hengyi recoiled slightly, but did not retract his words. With a gentle sigh, Chu Lingchuan, having imprisoned Chui Hengyi, found himself sighing more in this brief time than in all the years prior. Yet he complied. He tossed the completed guarantee at Chui Hengyi's face, helplessly stating, Ancestor, do you have any further commands? Chui Hengyi picked up the guarantee from his face, glanced at it, and swiftly changed his demeanor. He took a photograph for safekeeping, locked it away, and then, pulling back the covers, patted the bed with a sweet smile. Darling, come to bed. When they awoke again, it was precisely 3:02 p.m. To be precise, Chui Hengyi had awoken first, while Chu Lingchuan was roused by his unwavering gaze. Having spent so much time on the battlefield, Chu Lingchuan was particularly sensitive to the attention of others, especially with Chui Hengyi's unabashed and direct stare. Chui Hengyi lay on his side, propping his head up with one hand. Upon awakening, Chu Lingchuan's demeanor mirrored that of a previous evening, when he had playfully indulged in affection. Unable to resist, he leaned down and pressed a gentle kiss. Soft and inviting, he yearned to savor it further, only to be halted by a large hand against his face. The voice, thick and languorous, murmured, You haven't brushed your teeth. The drawn-out tone exuded an air of languor. Chui Hengyi, in response, placed a kiss on the palm of his hand. As Chu Lingchuan instinctively withdrew his hand, Chui Hengyi grasped his wrist and, with a sticky sweetness, declared, I don't mind you. Chu Lingchuan, employing a bit of cleverness, reclaimed his hand, retorting, I mind you. At this, Chui Hengyi pursed his lips, gazing at Chu Lingchuan with a look of wounded innocence, his eyes brimming with unshed tears. On the verge of crying. Stop pretending, darling, Chu Lingchuan urged. Yet Chui Hengyi remained unmoved, tears threatening to spill. I was wrong. I truly don't mind you. As the words fell, a single tear cascaded down. Chu Lingchuan sat up and reached out to wipe his tears, only to be stopped by Chui Hengyi, who chirped, Give me a kiss. His tone was devoid of any hint of sorrow. Chu Lingchuan stifled the urge to chastise him. After all, the sight of him crying was rather captivating. His eyes glistened with red, his lips moist and expressive. He resembled a pet that had been playfully tormented, begging for mercy. It was clear that he was meant to take the lead in this dynamic. Chu Lingchuan leaned closer, planting a kiss on Chui Hengyi's tear-stained eyelids. He made no distinction, bestowing a kiss upon the left eye, then the right. Is this acceptable, my dear? Chui Hengyi crossed his arms, huffing, I'll reluctantly forgive you. Secretly, he felt he had discovered Chu Lingchuan's vulnerability. Thank you, Chu Lingchuan replied. Had he been privy to Chui Hengyi's thoughts, he would have merely smiled. Recognizing the innocence in his perception, it was far from being a weakness. Before long, Chui Hengyi found his way back to Chu Lingchuan, murmuring softly, General, Can we? Chu Lingchuan decisively rose and headed toward the restroom, feigning ignorance. Haven't you been neglecting your nutritional meals these past few days? We must make up for it today. Chapter 30. Do not feel guilty or regretful. Chui Hungyi, having reluctantly consumed his nutritional meal, radiated an aura of unfulfilled longing. His mind preoccupied with devising ways to persuade Chu Lingchuan to indulge his whims. Chu Lingchuan, leisurely attending to military communications after the conclusion of a war, had little on his agenda, merely seeking to occupy his time. Yet, his true focus lay on Chui Hungyi. He found Chui Hungyi's thoughts amusing, akin to a petulant cat waiting to be appeased. The corners of his mouth curled subtly as he switched interfaces on his device. General, Chui Hungyi could not resist lingering near Chu Lingchuan. The latter responded with a nonchalant, "Finished?" "Yes." Chui Hungyi clutched one of Chu Lingchuan's hands and proposed. "Shall we go on our honeymoon?" "What a curious notion." Chui Hungyi blinked, immediately adopting a demeanor of feigned grievance. "Stop." Chu Lingchuan's mind raced, urging him to be forthright. "Well, have I ever declined your requests?" With a look of mock sorrow, Chui Hungyi responded swiftly, "Just now." Chu Lingchuan. Chui Hungyi quickly shifted the topic, determined to prevent Chu Lingchuan from feeling cornered. "General, I have never ventured out for leisure throughout my life. Now that your army has a rare moment of respite, shall we indulge in a little outing? It is time for a change of scenery. After spending an entire week exploring the third floor, it has lost its charm. However, I'm curious about what awaits us in a new locale." With a twitch of his right eyelid, Chu Lingchuan replied, "All right." Chui Hungyi planted a resounding kiss on Chu Lingchuan's cheek, exclaiming, "Thank you, darling. I love you." Yet, Chu Lingchuan had one more inquiry. "Before we depart, should we pay a visit to your mother? After all, she is our mother." Chu Lingchuan readily acquiesced. "Yes. Let us meet her." Chui Hungyi straightened his posture, fixing an intense gaze upon Chu Lingchuan, narrowing his eyes as he questioned, "General, what are your intentions?" Without a flicker of his eyelids, Chu Lingchuan retorted, "It has been a long time since we last saw her. Should we not take a moment to visit?" Who was it that cried out, "Say my mother would worry about me"? Chui Hungyi cleared his throat awkwardly, his gaze wandering, surprised that Chu Lingchuan remembered that so vividly. The statement was partly feigned and partly a reminder. Chu Lingchuan desired to see his mother just as much as he did. For the intricate relationship between mother-in-law and son-in-law often hinges on the son. Chui Hungyi believed he would excel as both a husband and a son. Thus it was paramount to maintain harmony between the two. "Very well, there is no better time than the present. Let us visit my mother today, and tomorrow we shall embark on our honeymoon," Chu Lingchuan declared. "Must we rush?" Chui Hungyi replied, "It is rather late now. She might think there is some issue between us. Instead, how about we visit her tomorrow morning and set off for your desired destination in the afternoon?" Chui Hungyi offered a forced smile. "All right, I will defer to the general's wishes." He suspected that Chu Lingchuan was concealing something. With a glint in his eye, he asked, "Darling, what shall we do tonight?" However, Chu Lingchuan rose abruptly, stating, "Since we are to embark on our honeymoon, I must attend to matters within the army." Observing Chu Lingchuan esse asti retreat, cui engis mirkt. He did not feel compelled to press the matter today. If successful, that would be splendid, but if not, he bore no regrets, having just enjoyed a perfect week. Chui Hungyi licked his lips, pondering how delightfully irresistible the general truly was. Unlike the previous visit, this time Chu Lingchuan appeared far more at ease. Mrs. Lu Qingyun was practically eager to adore Chu Lingchuan. Thus, it did not take long for him to fulfill his wish. "Take Xiao Chuan to your room for a while. I shall personally prepare a meal for you." Chui Hungyi smiled, flattering, "That sounds wonderful. We shall be in for a treat." His room was modest, measuring about 20 square meters, furnished with a 1.5-meter bed, a desk, and a bookshelf by the window. On the opposite side of the bed stood a row of wardrobes. As Chu Lingchuan entered the room, he made a beeline for the bookshelf, where various collectibles and books were displayed. Suddenly, his gaze froze. What were these? Among the items were several familiar objects. Chui Hungyi sauntered in leisurely behind him, having an inkling of Chu Lingchuan's intentions. He plopped down on the bed, leaning against the headboard. "These are things you no longer want," he remarked, glancing up. Chu Lingchuan remained silent for a moment. If his deductions were correct, these were all items he had discarded during his first year of high school. That seemed fitting. In the latter half of his second year of high school, he transformed into an Omega. The moment Shui Hengyi entered his line of sight, there was no opportunity to retrieve the items he had cast aside. A pen he no longer wanted, a worn-out wristband, and the discarded school uniform jacket. Each school uniform at First High School bore the student's name embroidered upon it. If memory served him correctly, it was during a whimsical moment that he decided to visit the school cafeteria to sample its offerings. At that time, he was dubbed the Ethereal Prince, untouched by the mundanity of the world, by the group that surrounded him. Shui Hengyi also recalled that he had wished to catch a glimpse of Chu Lingchuan, but by the time he arrived, the young man was already enveloped by a throng of admirers. Consequently, Chu Lingchuan was doused in food, and he gritted his teeth to suppress his anger, never to return to the cafeteria again. The jacket was discarded immediately, tossed in the trash bin before he even exited. The act had seemed so carefree at the time, yet now it left him with a pang of regret, the cafeteria's trash brimming with uneaten meals. As he spoke, his voice had become hoarse. The other party felt no sense of grievance. Shui Hengyi smiled and said, "You were scowling then. They didn't dare approach you. I retrieved it shortly after you threw it away, before anyone else could dump their trash on it. I'm quite fortunate you tossed it in the cafeteria bin. Outside, I would have faced a crowd competing with me for it, and I wouldn't have been able to retrieve it." Chu Lingchuan closed his eyes, a wave of pain surging within him. He opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. A lump lodged in his throat, fearing that speaking would bring forth tears. Anything he said now felt superfluous. He could only blame himself for neglecting to protect the cherished garment. "I'm sorry." Shui Hengyi stepped forward and embraced Chu Lingchuan, doing what he had longed to do but had never dared. He gently stroked Chu Lingchuan's head, saying, "No need to apologize. It's not your fault. It is I who have been timid, who have felt inadequate. I'm unworthy of you." He had observed Chu Lingchuan's friends from a distance, acutely aware that he lacked even the qualifications to be considered a friend to him. Gaining admission to that school had taken every ounce of his strength, leaving him devoid of the last remnants of courage. Shui Hengyi soothingly pressed his lips against Chu Lingchuan's trembling ones, his hand tenderly caressing Chu Lingchuan's back. Once Chu Lingchuan's emotions had stabilized, he gazed earnestly into his eyes and firmly reiterated, "General, it is not your fault. Do not blame yourself. Do not feel guilt." Chapter 31. Will he like me? In the nearby park, the lotus flowers bloomed vibrantly, mirroring Shui Hengyi's elation. Everything he did for Chu Lingchuan was without regret. His actions were solely for his own fulfillment. Thus, he felt grateful that Chu Lingchuan could fall in love with him. If anyone were to inquire whether unrequited love was arduous, Shui Hengyi would undoubtedly reply, "Yes, it is challenging, but worth it." Not because he received a response, but because he was willing to endure, making it worthwhile. Years later, when Chu Lingchuan came to comprehend all that Shui Hengyi had done, the heartache he felt seemed to infuse the years-old unrequited love with his soul, soothing all his despondent emotions. In the sincerity and steadfastness of Shui Hengyi's gaze, Chu Lingchuan found his emotions unexpectedly calm. One cannot regret the past, but one can strive for the future. Years ago, the verses learned from textbooks now resurface. The past is irrevocable, yet the future holds the promise of redemption. Chu Lingchuan inhaled deeply, locking eyes with Shui Hengyi, who had no intention of seeking answers himself. "May I peruse your diary?" Kui Yinji replied, "Sure. You might as well find it yourself. Why ask?" Resigned, Shui Hengyi set off to retrieve the diary. Suddenly, an unexpected question pierced the air. "Why conceal your status?" Kui Yinji exhaled softly. "You will understand once you've read the diary. What if I wish to hear you speak? You do not wish to hear me. You desire my demise. Socially at least." Shui Hengyi's toes were already digging into the ground. Yet, the other person persisted. "Haven't you found the diary yet?" 5 minutes later, Shui Hengyi emerged from the drawer with the diary in hand. He hesitated, faltering, his fingers loosening and tightening around the diary, knuckles turning pale, reluctant to relinquish it. Finally, with a clenched eye, he turned away and exclaimed, My mother calls for me to assist her. You can read it yourself. It seemed that only then could he muster the courage. As his words fell, the diary, akin to a hot potato, landed in Chu Lingchuan's embrace. While he himself vanished from the room, only a trace of a gentle smile lingered in the air. Mother, I have arrived. Voices from the living room drifted in and out, reminiscent of an antiquated television, stuttering due to a poor signal. Go, don't be in the way. This phrase rang out with remarkable clarity. Chu Lingchuan settled into the spot Chui Hengyi had occupied, leaning against the headboard, and opened the diary. September 10th, 8005. Sonny, the teacher asked us to write a diary, documenting our daily activities. I attended school today. I also helped my mother finish her meal. Gazing at the innocent and naive characters alongside their pinyin, Chu Lingchuan's lips curved into a smile, and images of childhood diary writing flickered in his mind. His good spirits persisted until the year 8006. March 3rd, 8006, overcast. Mother's been crying. Why? March 4th, 8006, overcast. My classmates say my father has died. What does death mean? March 5th, 8006, heavy rain. Classmates call me a wild child without a father. I am not. Having a mother is sufficient. Chu Lingchuan's lips pressed into a straight line, his jaw tense, a small bulge forming. It seemed that fate's mockery had begun from that moment on. Regardless of the weather, Chui Hengyi could not escape the fate of being bullied. June 13th, 10613, Sunny. My newly purchased backpack has been ruined again. Why? Why must they torment me? Is it simply because I lack a father? Mother tells me not to fight, yet I am the one who is beaten. Why do they not believe me? But mother is so tired every day, what can I do? November 2nd, 11102. Cloudy. Wang Xiaojia said he wants to be my friend. I will finally have a friend. November 3rd, 11103. Heavy rain. Liar. I will never trust your deceitful words again. It hurts so much. Why do they send others to beat me? Why take my money? Why? Why? Why am I not the one who died? Chu Lingchuan's fingers instinctively clenched, crumpling the diary. Thereafter, the last sentence of the diary lingered in his mind. Why am I not the one who died? His heart gradually sank into despair. 801-2520, Sunny. Tuesday, a brother saved me. He is so formidable. He said he would protect me, but I am frightened. I hurt so much. Will he truly help me? Are the methods he taught me effective? People call him Young Master. Is Chu Lingchuan his name? Will I see him again? This time, that final sentence was absent. Chu Lingchuan furrowed his brow, wondering where that phrase had gone. He turned the page and, as expected, found it on the reverse side. That night, in a dark and confined space, light finally pierced through. I felt as if I could breathe again. 12521, Sunny. Today my classmates bullied me. I fought back, just as my brother taught me, and ultimately, I drove them away. My brother is truly remarkable. I wish to see him. 12622, Sunny. I encountered that villain. He was taken to the police station by my brother. My brother is so impressive. I long to see him. 12820, Sunny. I have differentiated into an Alpha 3S. No one will bully me again. My brother is so incredible. He will surely evolve into a top-tier Alpha. How vexing. Why am I not an Omega? I want to marry my brother. He is so wonderful. He must have many admirers. I yearn to see my brother. I wish to see Chu Lingchuan. 12,823. Sunny, yes. I can finally attend the same school as my brother. I want to surprise him. From B level to 3S, he will surely be delighted, right? I long to see Chu Lingchuan. Is it truly like this? Chu Lingchuan chuckled through tears, feeling a pang of sweetness in his heart. 1,291. Sunny, I saw my brother. He is so impressive. There are so many friends around him. His friends are all so exceptional. Chu Lingchuan, do you remember me? Why aren't we in the same class? 12910, Sunny. I brushed past my brother, but he didn't recognize me. Liar. I dislike Chu Lingchuan. Chu Lingchuan smiled, flipping to another page. I found a pen my brother discarded. It's still new. Barely audible sighs scattered through the air. 121,016. I found my brother's coat. That group of people is truly annoying. Why do they disturb him? Can't they, like me, just admire him from afar? I feel like a creep. Yet, I adore Chu Lingchuan. 12116, Sunny. My brother looks so handsome playing basketball. I found another wristband he discarded. It seems to carry his scent. It smells far better than mine. I adore Chu Lingchuan. 1337, Sunny. How is my brother so outstanding? How can I get closer to him? Why are there so many people around him? It's frustrating. I don't dislike my brother. I adore Chu Lingchuan. 131,020. Sunny. Wow, another day of seeing my brother. I am so happy. It seems that my brother is exceedingly busy, often absent from school. Whenever he finally returns, he is surrounded by so many people, which is quite bothersome. I adore Chu Lingchuan. I long to see Chu Lingchuan. My heart swells with emotion as I gaze upon a page filled with my yearning for him. My eyes brim with warmth, causing the words to blur before me. I have heard that my brother has transformed into an Omega. How distressing this must be for him. I wish to see Chu Lingchuan. Why is my tongue so mischievous? It appears my brother has noticed me. If I succeed, will he be happy for me? I cherish Chu Lingchuan. It seems as if my brother is watching me. How delightful. I found some medication in my bag. Could it possibly be from him? I believe I can detect his scent, perhaps grapefruit. There exists a tea known as honey grapefruit tea. It seems that my brother and I are indeed a perfect match. This is preposterous. I am unworthy of my brother. Would he ever harbor feelings for me? Chapter 32, Volume 3 concludes here. Oh, I can smell my brother's fragrance once more. Why does it feel like he has been watching me continuously? Could it be that he likes me? How delightful. They say my brother has grown increasingly aloof. This is not true. It is merely that they detest him. Is he still not at peace? How infuriating. Why ISN T and Alpha? I would gladly switch places with him. I feel as though someone is following me. My brother seems to be preparing for military school, but Ms. Lu Qingyun does not permit me to attend. What should I do? It will be quite some time before I can see my brother again. I yearn for Chu Lingchuan. Indeed, someone is tracking me, yet there appears to be no malice. Could it be my brother? It certainly feels that way. Does he have feelings for me? I desire Chu Lingchuan. My brother has grown so much taller. Can Omega grow this much? Perhaps the results were mistaken, and he is actually still an alpha. I hope he finds happiness. I wish to see Chu Lingchuan. What should I do? The college entrance examination is approaching, and I yearn to see my brother. I long for Chu Lingchuan. It will be a long time before I can see my brother again. I desperately wish to confess my feelings to him. I yearn for Chu Lingchuan. Chui Hung, why can't you be just a bit more outstanding? Congratulations to my brother for achieving the top score in the nation. He is truly remarkable. I sense that my cerebral interface has been tampered with. Could it have been my brother? I have heard that military school will eventually lead to the battlefield, which is quite perilous. I hope my brother remains safe. I await Chu Lingchuan. Thus concludes the diary entry. Chu Lingchuan closed the diary. An indescribable sensation surged within him. Before him lay the life of his beloved, yet he could only observe, unable even to offer a comforting embrace in moments of sorrow. Dinner's ready. Chu Lingchuan turned his head, his expression relaxed. All right. Chui Hengyi stepped further inside, saying, General, I did not intend to cause you distress by showing you this. Chu Lingchuan rose to approach Chui Hengyi. After a brief pause, he remarked, Did you not always call me brother? Chui Hengyi rested his forehead against Chu Lingchuan's shoulder, struggling to articulate, General, please do not say that. It's not meant to embarrass me. Chu Lingchuan chuckled softly, turning his face slightly. From now on, call me brother, all right? You sound so distant. Haven't we just married? Chui Hengyi felt a warm breath brush past his ear. After steeling himself, he lifted his head. All right, brother. Moments later, he blinked and teased. Don't you want me to call you husband? Chu Lingchuan gazed at the blushing figure before him, his brows arching playfully, if you wish. Their eyes locked with deep affection, drawing closer, their breaths mingling. Why does it take so long to call someone for dinner? Chui Hengyi promptly turned, coming. The sudden appearance of a dark head caused Chu Lingchuan to instinctively lean back. When he stood upright again, Chui Hengyi had vanished. Shaking his head, Chu Lingchuan quickened his pace to follow. Due to a delightful misunderstanding, Madame Lu Qingyun prepared a light, yet nutritious meal that serendipitously pleased her son's palate. Rather than serving food herself, she observed and said, Xiao Chuan, why don't you give it a try? Chu Lingchuan nodded obediently. All right, Thank you, Mom. Under Lu Qingyun's intense gaze, he earnestly savored each dish, exclaiming, delicious. Your cooking is truly remarkable. As long as you like it. Lu Qingyun then playfully swatted her son, who was thoroughly enjoying his meal, and whispered, you better serve Xiao Chuan some food. Chu Lingchuan's eyelids twitched, Mom. I can manage on my own. Let him eat in peace. Liu Qingjun laughed. Ah, Fine. Then she muttered softly, you lucky boy, treat Xiao Chuan well, do you hear? Cui Hengyi buried himself in his meal, nodding nonchalantly. After dinner, the couple chatted with Lu Qingyun for a while before setting off on their honeymoon. Prior to their departure, Cui Hengyi embraced Lu Qingyun apologetically. Mom, we're leaving. Go, enjoy yourselves, and take good care of Xiao Chuan and yourself. Rest assured. Just wait for your gifts. Have you decided where to go first? To the beach. Sound good. On the road, Cui Hengyi felt drowsy, prompting Chu Lingchuan to raise the air conditioning temperature and cover him with a blanket. Over the past 3 months, various reactions had gradually manifested in Cui Hengyi. Coupled with the diary he had just read, a wave of bittersweet emotion washed over Chu Lingchuan. He touched the diary he had brought from home, took a pen, and a stack of sticky notes. Writing a reply felt somewhat disrespectful, and he feared Cui Hengyi might become upset. Thus, he opted for these easily removable notes. When Cui Hengyi awoke, the night had already descended, and they were still in the car. He awoke with sleepy eyes, murmuring, why didn't you wake me? Chu Lingchuan replied softly, no rush. We are here to enjoy our honeymoon, and we have plenty of time. Cui Hengyi blinked. If so, I might not be able to sleep tonight. You must take responsibility, brother. Stumbling slightly, Chu Lingchuan suggested, I'm hungry. Let us go eat. Cui Hengyi tossed aside the blanket and pursued him. Brother, wait. It's chilly by the seaside at night. Put on a coat. Cui Hengyi pinched the blanket and donned the coat handed to him by Chu Lingchuan. He glanced at the clock. It was already 9 o'clock. Before him stood a villa. Brother, aren't we staying at a hotel? Don't you want to be at home? Cui Hengyi recognized that Chu Lingchuan was earnestly seeking his opinion, which pained him further. Why, with such wealth, was there not room for one more? Oh, there was already one. Cui Hengyi smiled and said, no, brother. Let's stay at home. Chu Lingchuan's abode was undoubtedly more luxurious than any hotel, perhaps even more interesting. Upon entering the room, Cui Hengyi mused to himself, as expected. The view outside the window revealed the sea. He turned to Chu Lingchuan behind him. Brother, is this glass one way? Chu Lingchuan choked slightly yes. He regretted it, especially after dinner when Cui Hengyi persistently pestered him, finally catching him off guard. During a pause, he sighed, brother, I really like you. I love you. When they called a truce, Cui Hengyi lay beside Chu Lingchuan and after a long moment remarked, I'm glad I waited for you. The words were soft and indistinct, yet Chu Lingchuan did not miss them. He hugged Cui Hengyi closer and ruffled his hair. Thank you for waiting for me. I love you too. Chapter 33, Epilogue 1. The honeymoon concluded, and upon returning home, the two had not traveled to many places. For 4 consecutive days, they remained indoors. As every time Chu Lingchuan considered declining an outing, Cui Hengyi had various reasons to persuade him, whether by pouting, throwing a tantrum, or feigning distress. When all else failed, Cui Hengyi resorted to the ultimate weapon, directly employing his physical presence as leverage. On one occasion, even while Chu Lingchuan was drowsy, Cui Hengyi coaxed him near the balcony, pretending to be utterly pitiful. Brother, let us get some fresh air. It's rather stifling in the room. We can see the stars. We'll be back in a moment. What do you think, dear husband? Chu Lingchuan nearly succumbed like a bewitched monarch, and indeed, he had already agreed. At the moment he opened the balcony door, the breeze that flowed in quickly roused him. He soon realized their position and what Cui Hengyi was attempting. Cui Hengyi met his gaze and faltered, stammering an explanation. Brother, please let me explain. I didn't intend to go out. I just wanted to crack the door open. It's too stuffy in here. I'm feeling a bit unwell. Feeling unwell again? Well, if you're unwell, then let us forget it. He pushed Cui Hengyi back into the room. Cui Heng hurriedly caught up, his footsteps echoing with each step. I was wrong, brother. I'm truly sorry. It won't happen again. Chu Lingchuan, being tugged along, maintained a demeanor of indifference, as if he were gazing upon a stranger. unable to bear that gaze, which pierced his heart with a dull ache. Chui Hung embraced Chu Lingchuan tightly, his voice tinged with grievance. "Darling, if you look at me like that, it truly saddens me. You used to look at me the same way, as if I were a stranger, having forgotten me completely. I tried so hard to appear before you countless times, yet each time met with that same expression." Upon hearing this, Chu Lingchuan sighed. Memories of similar words from his diary resurfacing in his mind, and he found his resolve wavering. Once again, he was drawn into a whirlwind of emotions, feeling sorrowful and fearful, seeking comfort in their chaotic exchange. It was only when Chu Lingchuan discovered Chui Hung retching in the bathroom that he sternly intervened, admonishing him for engaging in reckless behavior while already unwell. "This is absurd. No, you mustn't even think about it." Just after expelling the contents of his stomach, Chui Hung's eyes were red-rimmed, discomfort still lingering, and without needing to prepare his tears, he pitifully lamented, "I already feel terrible, and you still want tea? Let me feel better." Chu Lingchuan, exasperated yet amused, retorted, "A haven tea let you feel better for days? You're insatiable." He pressed further, "How many times have you been sick again? Is it truly so delightful?" "Darling," Chui Hung pleaded, wrapping his arms around Chu Lingchuan's neck and nuzzling against him. "I realize my mistakes. Please don't be harsh with me." This familiar routine prompted Chu Lingchuan to lift him and carry him to the bed. "Didn't we plan to visit the seaside?" Chui Hung, feeling slightly guilty, gazed out the window. "Isn't it visible from here?" Chu Lingchuan stared at him silently. All right, Chui Hung conceded, "but it's too hot during the day. Shall we stroll around in the evening instead?" Thus, they embarked on a wholesome vacation as a couple, engaging in typical tourist activities, hand-in-hand walks along the shore, collecting seashells, sailing, crafting, and savoring local delicacies. They spent over a month indulging in these delights until duty called Chu Lingchuan back to the army for an early exercise, necessitating his presence for arrangements. Upon learning that Chu Lingchuan would return to the military, Chui Hung felt a surge of anxiety. "I want to go too." He could not bear the thought of seeing Chu Lingchuan injured again. Chu Lingchuan, understanding, reassured him, "I'll be back tonight, even if you accompany me during the day. You want to see me?" "Then I still want to go," Chui Hung insisted. "You're not working anymore?" He argued confidently, "The company is mine. Why should I work? Would you consider taking over the family business?" Chu Lingchuan in quit. "What?" Chui Hung was momentarily taken aback by the sudden shift in topic. Chu Lingchuan, Giding, et lai, and coaxing him, continued, "I will surely become a marshal in the future. The family business cannot be neglected, can it? Father has always wanted to retire and travel with mother. Don't you want to think of them? Besides, this is the perfect time for you to learn from them without facing any hardships." He was fully aware of Chui Hung's lack of understanding regarding his own feelings toward his parents and was skillfully leading him astray. Unfortunately, Chui Hung found himself quite convinced by the argument. He contemplated that the old residents must certainly be aware of Chu Lingchuan's situation, yet they had chosen to conceal it from him. If he were to take over the Chu family, he would undoubtedly not miss a single piece of news regarding Chu Lingchuan. However, he felt a twinge of fear. Yet his parents reassured him, "Do not be afraid. Think of them as Uncle Jean. They are merely useful pawns to assist you in gaining power." Chu Lingchuan raised an eyebrow, suggesting, "Threaten them as you would me. Do not be afraid, for you are the eldest in our family." This instilled a sense of determination in Chui Hung. Chu Lingchuan, perceptive to his feelings, declared, "I shall call my parents now." He comforted him, "Fear not. Simply await your role as the head of the family." As Chu Lingchuan dialed the number, he cast a reassuring glance at Chui Hung and stepped outside. "Mom and Dad, I have something to discuss." Chui Hung's heart raced as he pondered the feasibility of this matter while worrying about Chu Lingchuan's parents' thoughts. 10 minutes later, Chu Lingchuan returned. "It's all settled. Do not worry. I will take you back to the old residence now." He continued, "During the day, you will accompany them to familiarize yourself with the people and learn. In the evenings, Zhang Er and the others will pick you up, allowing us to return home together." Chui Hung was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that. Given their long lives, Chu Lingchuan's parents were still only 58 years old, in the prime of their youth. Furthermore, taking on the role of a marshal would not impede Chu Lingchuan's ability to handle family affairs, as he had been preparing for this since high school. He had not relinquished his responsibilities at the military academy, only transferring matters to his parents once he entered the battlefield. As Chu Lingchuan's rank ascended, so too did his control over the family business. Nevertheless, he had no intention of merely playing with people's emotions. He genuinely wanted his parents to guide Cui Hengyi in navigating the family enterprises. Initially, he had considered Cui Hengyi's health. Otherwise, he would have been involved in these matters immediately after their marriage certificate was issued. The matriarch of the Chu family was never a mere figurehead. It could be said that if anything were to happen to Chu Xingzhou, Tang Qingyuan could seamlessly take over the family business. Even in ordinary times, the matriarch of the Chu family wielded substantial power, rather than merely holding a title. After escorting Cui Hengyi to the old residence and showing him around, Chu Lingchuan proceeded to the military. Chapter 34. Extra 2 tonight, I shall thoroughly satisfy you. Thus, the couple spent their days apart, only to reunite at home each evening. Their lives had transformed into mere cohabitation. This continued for an entire month. Cui Hengyi felt quite content, just as Chu Lingchuan had said. His parents were eager to pamper him. They constantly sought ways to ensure he rested, providing him with an array of nutritious and delicious meals. In terms of learning to manage the company, they imparted their knowledge generously, gently teaching him how to operate and manage people without a hint of impatience. Each company leader presented before him was evidently well-prepared, respectful, and accommodating. Life was comfortable and pleasant. In contrast, Chu Lingchuan seemed to harbor a tinge of regret. Cui Hengyi was evidently earnest about taking over the family business, dedicating every moment at home to learning how to manage the various family enterprises. Recently, he has ceased to pester him for unspeakable acts. Of course, he certainly did not desire such things. It was merely that the little dog, who greeted him daily upon his return from work, suddenly was not waiting at the door one day. Anyone would feel a sense of loss. A month has passed, and Cui Hengyi is still engrossed in the specially crafted edition by Chu's parents. Chu Lingchuan leans against the headboard, having resolved the matters concerning the military. He sets aside his holographic device. Is everything going smoothly with the family affairs? Cui Hengyi, without lifting his gaze, replies, Aren't you already aware? Julingjun Zito. Is knowing merely your excuse for being dismissive? This remark was somewhat unreasonable, and after much restraint, Chu Lingchuan chose to remain silent. He rose and made his way to the bathroom, emerging clad in a new silk robe, black with subtle patterns. It hung loosely on him, the front slightly ajar, revealing glimpses of his chiseled abdomen. As he passed by Cui Hengyi, he took a cup of warm water, letting it glide down his throat into his stomach. He returned to the bedside with the cup in hand, tightening his grip before placing it on the nightstand with a soft thud. Cui Hengyi remained absorbed in his book, not even shifting his gaze. Chu Lingchuan pressed his lips together, climbing into bed and announcing, Pay attention to the time. I shall retire now. Kuyenji, oblivious to the events that transpired in those brief 10 minutes, responded absent-mindedly, Oh, all right. Chu Lingchuan donned a sleep mask, turning away from Cui Hengyi. Out of sight, out of mind. It was not until Cui Hengyi finished the book that he finally looked up, still somewhat unsatisfied. The content of the specially crafted edition by Chu's parents was truly exquisite, concise and clear, easy to comprehend. He stretched and ambled towards the bathroom. Upon stepping onto the non-slip mat and feeling the shower water cascade down his face, he sensed something amiss. Typically, Chu Lingchuan would wait for him to finish reading before going to bed, claiming he was concerned about him while bathing and wanted to keep watch. What was so unusual today? After completing his grooming, Cui Hengyi hurried back to the bed, suddenly realizing what he had missed. Perhaps due to his time in the military, Chu Lingchuan's sleeping posture was remarkably composed, hardly ever restless. At this moment, he lay on his side, the covers resting at his waist, the robe slipping down on one side, revealing hints of his chest. His body rose and fell with each breath, lips slightly parted, clearly already lost in slumber. This robe was something Cui Hengyi had never seen Chu Lingchuan wear before. Rubbing his temples in frustration, Cui Hengyi pondered what he had missed today. He He returned to his desk to grab his holographic device. It was already 12:30. Uncle Zhang must surely be asleep by now. Tomorrow, he must inquire whether there were any surveillance cameras in the room. How unfortunate. Now, he had no choice but to turn off the lights and retire to bed. Half an hour passed, yet Cui Hengyi remained awake. He suspected that the nourishing food provided by Chu's parents had made him unusually restless. However, with Chu Lingchuan deep in sleep, he simply could not bring himself to engage in such bizarre behavior. Besides, Chu Lingchuan had to return to the military the next day. He was certainly not the type of husband who lacked consideration for his wife. The husband who is acutely aware of his wife's feelings, tosses, and turns. His mind consumed by the lingering image of Chu Lingchuan. If his memory serves him correctly, Chu Lingchuan had passed by him in a nightgown. Indeed, the half-full glass of water stands as evidence. Resolute, the husband rises to kneel, activating his self-reliance mode. Under the cover of darkness, Cui Hengyi stealthily tidies up. Overwhelmed by sleepiness, he pays little heed to whether the task is completed, closing his eyes and succumbing to slumber. The following morning, as Chu Lingchuan awakens, he feels an odd sensation near the nape of his neck. Upon inspection, it feels slightly firm. Dismissing it for the moment, he strides into the bathroom. Just as he prepares to turn towards the sink, he notices a mark on the right sleeve of his nightgown. The sensation at the back of his ear returns. Clenching his fist, he mutters, "Cui Hengyi, what on earth did that scoundrel do behind my back?" Meanwhile, in his dreams, Cui Hengyi stirs uneasily. With his brow furrowed in concentration, Chu Lingchuan closes his eyes and steps further into the bathroom, deciding to address the matter once Cui Hengyi awakens. He meticulously applies shampoo and body wash 3 times. After such a thorough cleansing, he exits the bathroom just as Cui Hengyi stirs awake. Still half asleep, Cui Hengyi buries his face in Chu Lingchuan's pillow, seemingly inhaling the lingering scent of grapefruit. Suppressing his fury, Chu Lingchuan grits his teeth and inquires, "Are you awake?" Cui Hengyi responds, his tone betraying confusion. Why does his wife sound like that? He buries his head deeper into the pillow. Now is certainly not the time to question his spouse. Chu Lingchuan, exasperated yet amused, insists if you're awake, stop pretending and get up. Cui Hengyi dares not rise, feigning drowsiness as he cautiously asks, "What is wrong, dear?" "Oh, did you wash your hair?" "Yes." Chu Lingchuan retorts, "Did you not clean up properly yesterday?" With a cold smirk, he challenges, "What is wrong with me?" He tosses the nightgown onto Cui Hengyi's face. "You should be questioning yourself about what you did last night." Realization dawns on Cui Hengyi, fully alert now and feeling all the more guilty. He removes the garment from his face, his voice small yet defiant. "You can't blame me, dear." Chu Lingchuan scoffs. Cui Hengyi's voice diminishes further. "Whose fault is it that you dress like that, looking so handsome? And you fell asleep. What was I supposed to do? I didn't wake you, nor did I take advantage of your slumber. Is it wrong for me to be self-sufficient? We are married after all. You are my husband. Why shouldn't I? Besides, you were the one who tempted me and didn't satisfy me. A husband who fails to satisfy his wife is not a good husband, right?" Chu Lingchuan's anger flares, yet he feels powerless to act against this audacious individual. His fingers trembling with indignation. Taking a deep breath, he locks eyes with Cui Hengyi and states deliberately, "Tonight, I will ensure you are thoroughly satisfied." Chapter 35. Episode 3. Upon gaining insight into Chu Lingchuan's past, Cui Hengyi found that their frivolous antics had resulted in both of them arriving late. As a general, Chu Lingchuan's punctuality was not of paramount concern. A minute here or there held little significance. Yet there were those who dared to inquire, "General, what has caused your considerable delay today?" "Indeed, we were just deliberating whether to adjust our strategy." Chu Lingchuan cast a frigid glance at them. "What? Does the First Legion falter in my absence?" No, that is not our intention," they hastily clarified, merely expressing curiosity, for surely the law does not penalize the multitude. Who could have anticipated encountering such a rebuke? "General, please excuse us. We shall retreat to ponder this matter further." They fled with remarkable swiftness. On the other hand, Cui Hengyi's treatment was evidently more favorable. Tang Xingyuan kindly inquired, "Hengyi, do not be in such a rush. We must prioritize your health." Did you not rest well last night? It is all your father's fault. I had expressly mentioned that book should not be taken home. Knowing your disposition, you would undoubtedly read it. Chu Xingzhou, with a cheerful demeanor, glanced at Tang Qingyuan upon hearing this, then sheepishly rubbed his nose. Redirecting his attention, he continued to smile at Cui Hengyi. You should take a brief respite in the office lounge. The snacks prepared by Auntie will be ready shortly. Your father and I will come to fetch you. Indeed, there is no need to rush. We could take our time. This old body of mine can endure a few more days, Chu Xingzhou added. Cui Hengyi's heart sank. Indeed, Chu Xingzhou appeared to be only a few years senior to Chu Lingchuan. He could very well live long enough to personally guide them in managing the company. How clever of Chu Lingchuan to weave such a tale. He maintained a composed exterior, acknowledging, understood, thank you, Mom and Dad. However, he was resolute in not relinquishing his ambitions. He intended to take the reins, at the very least to be the first to receive news from Chu Lingchuan. Upon returning to the office, he did not rest, as he had already woken late that morning. Nonetheless, he had managed to enjoy a longer sleep, as he made it a point to take a midday nap. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly lack vigor in the afternoon. Every endeavor he undertook was under the watchful eyes of Chu Dad and Chu Mom, and the thought of jeopardizing his health was simply inconceivable. His current concerns were not solely about inheriting the family business, but rather what Chu Lingchuan might have in store for him that evening. He had already witnessed the man's methods a month and a day prior. Lost in contemplation, Cui Hengyi soon succumbed to slumber. Madam, the young mistress has fallen asleep. What young mistress? That child, Chuan is merely teasing. Are you all joining in on this? Tang Qingyuan furrowed her brow, as it was the first time she had heard someone refer to Cui Hengyi as young mistress in her presence. Inform those at the old residence, from now on. Let us refer to him as young master. When Chuan is present, he shall be addressed as Master Cui to distinguish between them. Yes, madam. Tang Qingyuan, still miffed, scolded Chu Xingzhou, who was practicing calligraphy nearby. Look at what kind of mischievous son you have raised. Chu Xingzhou paused in his writing, set down his brush, and hurried to console his wife. Tang Qingyuan continued to murmur, You are well aware of the current situation. Someone insists on delivering lessons on how to inherit a family business, and yet you still want to teach. It's my fault. Clearly, Chuan has already transitioned, and we merely assist him in managing affairs while he is on the battlefield or otherwise occupied, yet we must concoct a web of lies to deceive others. Is Chuan at fault? What a wonderful child he is. Now that he is clearly unwell, he still insists on following and learning every day. Yes, we owe an apology to the child. At that moment, Cui Hengyi woke naturally. Mother, why didn't you wake me? He inquired, rising from his bed and walking over to where Tang Qingyuan sat on the nearby sofa. Tang Qingyuan gazed at Cui Hengyi with a tender expression. What is there to call for? You should be in a phase where you can eat when you wish and sleep when you desire. Do not press yourself too hard. I understand your concern for Xiao Chuan, but you are far more important than he is at present. Do you understand? Kuyenji nodded, I understand. Yet, he is still unwell. Is a mere gift truly more significant than a living person? What is it? Tang Qingyuan asked, her face etched with concern. Is something wrong? It's nothing, just that the gift shifted a bit. Perhaps it is protesting. May I touch it? Cui Hengyi nodded. Of course. Tang Qingyuan's smile grew warmer. How delightful. It's evident that it is quite lively. Why not take the afternoon off from your studies? We could go shopping together and perhaps purchase some items needed for children. Cui Hengyi forced a smile. No, mother, I do not wish to move. I would rather learn more. Oh dear, that line of thought is misguided. One must move about more. I understand. Cui Hengyi gently declined. Later, I will go with the general. Wonderful. I shall mention this to your father. Tang Qingyuan took this to heart. I will inform Xiao Chuan this evening. Cui Hengyi's eyes brightened. Mother, may I stay at the old residence tonight? Would that be convenient for you? Of course, why would it not be? The old residence is quite spacious. Look, the house next door is Xiao Chuan's. Tang Qingyuan pointed toward the villa to the east outside the window. Kuyen jiese lips tuich. One house. Is it not too desolate for a single occupant? It was during his high school years that he insisted on moving out. Tang Qingyuan felt a pang of discomfort recalling this matter. This is our fault. He was too young then, and we were worried, so we insisted he live in that adjacent building. Later, as he grew older, he simply moved out. Her words carried a mix of 3 parts consolation, 3 parts resignation, and 4 parts bitterness. Chui Hengyi felt a twinge of discomfort. After spending over a month with Chu Lingchuan's parents, he observed that they both indulged their child. Although Chu Xingzhou did not overtly display it, he wholly supported the younger generation's desires, teaching if they wished to learn and not pressuring them if they did not. How then could such parents cause Chu Lingchuan's character to change so dramatically overnight? Mother, what transpired back then? Could you share with me? Tang Qingyuan waved her hand dismissively. What is there to conceal? From the moment Xiao Chuan was born, we conducted tests that indicated he would develop as an alpha, yet he ultimately became an omega. We were initially unable to accept this. I am well aware of the nature of an omega. Aside from the typical pheromone suppression that entices, consider the annual period of weakness, during which an omega is entirely at the mercy of an alpha. How could it possibly compare to being an alpha? It is also our fault. We were so preoccupied with wondering if there had been a mistake and if he could revert that we overlooked Xiao Chuan's feelings. He was so small, and the transition from alpha to omega must have been exceedingly painful for him. Moreover, we later discovered that some children from familiar families would speak ill of him. Although we took steps to remedy the situation, with those children and their parents apologizing, can you understand? Words once spoken are like swords, piercing the hearts of others. Even if removed, the wounds remain. As she spoke, tears streamed down Tang Qingyuan's face. In that moment, she was merely a mother, burdened with guilt and regret for having neglected her child's emotions, feeling deeply sorry for her own son. Chui Hengyi embraced the lady, who in her high heels barely reached his chin. Mom, I understand. Thus, it seemed this was indeed the reason Chu Lingchuan had taken notice of him. In a certain sense, they were saving each other. Truly, they were a match made in heaven. Chapter 36. Upon returning home, General Chu was met with an empty house. Fearing that Chui Hengyi might find the servants cumbersome or feel awkward, Tang Qingyuan had sent Zhang Jinyuan back. Zhang Jinyuan, feeling too distant from the old residence and concerned he could not manage the household staff, took with him another group of servants upon Tang Qingyuan's consent. The villa's servants, now lacking a steward, were akin to a headless flock. The remaining staff reveled in their newfound freedom, tending to their own affairs before retreating to rest. Ascending to the 3rd floor, Chu Lingchuan quickly deduced what had transpired. He immediately called Tang Qingyuan. Mom, where's my wife? At the old residence, Tang Qingyuan replied, putting the call on speaker. Chui Hengyi had just finished his afternoon work, seated on the sofa, enjoying fruit while awaiting dinner. Hearing Chu Lingchuan's voice unexpectedly stirred a sense of guilt within him. Tang Qingyuan chuckled. Your wife is gone. Why are you inquiring here? She glanced sideways, noticing that the strawberry in Chui Hengyi's hand had long since gone untouched. She continued to scold. Have you considered whether you might have done something to upset your wife before coming to question me? Chu Lingchuan pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth. Fine. He promptly ended the call without changing his clothes and instructed someone to drive him to the old residence. In less than 20 minutes, Chu Lingchuan stood before Tang Qingyuan and Chui Hengyi. His lips formed a straight line. Why didn't you return home tonight? Chui Hengyi's hand, poised to enjoy a pre-dinner snack, froze. What was going on? Tang Qingyuan could no longer tolerate it. This busy man had returned home to interrogate his wife. Chu Lingchuan sighed in exasperation. Mom, in this world, the notion that a father should fear his son is utterly unfathomable. The same applies to Tang Qingyuan. Her commands are given with an air of authority. You should take a shower and change your clothes before joining us for a conversation. Do not present yourself with the airs of a general before us. After casting a glance at Chui Hengyi, Chu Lingchuan ascended the stairs to freshen up. Although they were still in the main residence, where Tang Qingyuan resided, Chu Lingchuan's room had always been preserved. After a while, Chui Hengyi swallowed the morsel in his mouth and cheerfully remarked, Mother, I shall go check. Go ahead, Tang Qingyuan replied, fully aware that there was a slight tension between the young couple. It had been over a month. Why had they suddenly decided to stay at the old residence today? They had previously invited Chui Hengyi to stay with them, only to be met with refusal each time. Now, he seemed to be the one to propose it. Observing Chui Hongyi's light-hearted gait and even the hint of joy that had emerged since Chu Lingchuan's arrival, Tang Qingyuan shook her head in resignation. Newlywed couples often exhibit such affection. As Chu Xingzhou entered the house, he was greeted by this scene and immediately inquired, "Is something amiss?" Tang Qingyuan cast him a lingering glance. "I merely reflect upon the fondness of newlyweds." Chu Xingzhou approached and kissed Tang Qingyuan affectionately. "Are we not affectionate? Go away." She playfully shoved him aside. "You, who spend every day in the office, have no right to say such things to me. It's simply that the little ones are too naive. Once they learn, we shall travel together. Are you not at ease?" "Why would I not be at ease? There is also Xiao Chuan," he replied. Meanwhile, the elder couple laughed and chatted, while the younger couple remained in a standoff. Each occupied a side of the sofa, one engrossed in military affairs, the other scrolling through videos. 10 minutes prior, when Chui Hongyi had entered the room, Chu Lingchuan was still in the shower, prompting him to take a seat on the sofa and watch videos. The words spoken by Chu Lingchuan that morning still echoed in Chui Hongyi's mind, rendering him hesitant to provoke him further. The sounds from the bathroom lingered constantly, making it difficult for him to concentrate on the videos. Eventually, Chu Lingchuan emerged, clad in a beige bathrobe. Chui Hongyi's fingers froze mid-scroll, his gaze fixated on the screen. Yet his attention was undeniably drawn to Chu Lingchuan. If looks could strip, he would have wished to undress him right then and there. Yet, Chu Lingchuan seemed oblivious, settling down on the opposite end of the sofa. Thus, Chui Hongyi resumed his video watching, creating the present scenario. After concluding his military affairs, Chu Lingchuan collected the light brain from Chui Hongyi's hands. "Is there nothing you wish to say to me? What is there to say? Why not return home? Is this not also your home? You understand the essence of my words." "I do not." "Very well. Then, why not come back to our home?" "Is this not my home?" Chu Lingchuan cast a helpless glance at Chui Hongyi. "What is it? Are you avoiding me because of this morning's incident? You ask knowingly." Chu Lingchuan suddenly found it amusing. "Are you truly so fearful of me? So much so that you retreat to the old residence? Kui eng murmurd. Who made you so abnormal? I haven't done anything, yet I'm already considered strange?" Indeed, merely existing in such a state was peculiar enough. Had he taken any action, it would have been even more outrageous. "Fine, remember what you just said." Suddenly, Chu Lingchuan felt disinclined to continue conversing with Chui Hong. Mere words were insufficient. Action was required. He added, "Dinner should be nearly ready. Let's depart." Chui Hong sensed a change in the atmosphere and hastily propped himself against the sofa to grasp Chu Lingchuan's hand. "Wait, don't leave." Chu Lingchuan halted in his tracks, turning to gaze down at him from his elevated position. Chui Hong licked his dry lips and spoke with little conviction. "The events of this morning cannot entirely be attributed to me. Chu Lingchuan's gop lai di." Chui Hong readily conceded. "All right, it is my fault. I should have cleaned thoroughly. However, I was utterly exhausted after last night and did not have the energy to check." Chu Lingchuan retorted, "I swear, next time I will ensure everything is spotless. This incident was solely due to my fatigue. Otherwise, I would not have fallen asleep so early." Chu Lingchuan could no longer endure the conversation. "Chui Hong," he began, "it is as it should be. We are married, yet you remain unsatisfied. Consider the fates of husbands who neglect their wives." The more Chui Hong spoke, the more convinced he became of his righteousness. "I have not sought anyone else, nor have I caused you distress. I simply exercise some self-sufficiency. What wrong have I committed?" Chu Lingchuan countered, "You are being unreasonable." Realizing he could not effectively communicate with Chui Hong, he turned on his heel and walked away, choosing to ignore Chui Hong's incessant chatter. "Kui Lingquan, are you fleeing because you cannot contend with me? On the battlefield, you would be a deserter facing execution." Taking a deep breath, Chu Lingchuan restrained his trembling fingers and decided to eat first. He stated slowly, "I will discuss this with you later." Chapter 36. The cost of conflict at 9 o'clock in the evening. In Chu Lingchuan's room, Chui Hong had bathed first. Upon finishing, he burrowed into the quilt. Pretending to sleep, Chu Lingchuan emerged, his hair still damp, and was greeted by this scene. The quilt curled into a cocoon, revealing only a fuzzy head. He tossed his towel onto the sofa and approached the solitary head. Initially, Chui Hung managed to remain calm and feigned sleep. Yet the imposing shadow cast over him was impossible to ignore. Despite his serene demeanor, he could not pretend to be oblivious. Moreover, having napped in the morning and dozed briefly in the afternoon, he felt no trace of sleepiness now. Oh well, an early demise leads to an early rebirth. Chui Hung abruptly lifted his eyelids, demanding, "What do you want?" With a slight arch of his brow, Chu Lingchuan retorted, "Are you no longer pretending?" Chui Hung threw back the covers and sat cross-legged, reiterating, "What do you want?" "To satisfy you," Chu Lingchuan replied, releasing his pheromones. "Did you not say that husbands who fail to satisfy their wives face dire consequences? I am terribly frightened." At this moment, Chui Hung found himself in desperate need of his own omega pheromones. However, overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of the top-tier omega's pheromones, he felt as if he were enveloped in the warm waters of a hot spring, urgently seeking an outlet. The pheromones within him were compelled to be released. The intertwining of honey and grapefruit was so intense that it seemed to solidify, entwining, compressing, and melting into one another, akin to honey grapefruit tea. In a moment of clarity amidst the haze induced by the pheromones, Chui Hung pondered, "Wait, what am I waiting for?" The breath of Chu Lingchuan lingered near his ear, teasingly remarking, "This is what you desired." He cast a playful glance at Chui Hung. "Enjoy it well. I shall attend to your needs." Chui Hung felt a sense of despair. This was not what he wanted. Yet in the next instant, he found himself once more engulfed in a sea of desire. Throughout the night, it felt as though he were being scorched by flames, every drop of moisture evaporating from his body. When he regained consciousness, the sole response from his parched throat was a burning dryness, as if smoke were rising from it. Instinctively, he attempted to rise and seek water. As he barely opened his eyes, a straw appeared at the edge of his lips, and without considering who offered the cup, he instinctively bit down. The moment he sipped, his eyes widened in realization. It was honey grapefruit tea. Following the straw, he beheld a pair of fair, powerful hands he had experienced intimately the previous night. Chu Lingchuan shook the cup slightly. "Not going to drink?" How could Chui Hung possibly drink it? Who would want to consume the same thing they had been steeped in for an entire night? "Why didn't you join the military?" As the words escaped his lips, Chui Hung startled himself with his own raspy voice and shot an incredulous glare at Chu Lingchuan. Unfazed by this reaction, Chu Lingchuan straightened up, retracting the cup. "Don't glare at me like that, darling," he shrugged. "You know I've been quite gentle." He calmly exchanged it for a cup of warm water, infused with red dates. While Chu Lingchuan descended to have breakfast prepared, he encountered Ms. Tang Qingyuan. Despite having stated that Chui Hung would neither drink honey grapefruit tea nor honey water, he was firmly pressed to accept yet another cup of warm water infused with red dates. Tang Qingyuan's tone left no room for refusal. "Take it all. How will you know he won tea drink if you don't try?" Truly, she exhibited no concern for others. What use was plain water? "I cannot fathom how you could have turned out to be such a heartless son," Chu Lingchuan thought as he turned to leave with 2 cups in hand. Kuyenji, parched and weary, saw no reason to decline the enriched water. As Chu Lingchuan held up the cup, he explained that matters concerning the military were nearly resolved, and that the ensuing days would consist of routine training, making his attendance optional. After finishing the cup of water with red dates, Chui Hung felt somewhat relieved. Chu Lingchuan placed the empty cup on the bedside, stating, "My mother advised me that there's no time like the present. We shall visit the mall this afternoon." He then picked up the honey grapefruit tea, shaking it playfully. "Not going to drink? Didn't you say that what one lacks, one should replenish?" Under the furious gaze of Chui Hung, he bit down on the straw that Chui Hung had previously used. After taking a sip, Chu Lingchuan remarked, "Not bad, though the sweetness seems slightly off, lacking a bit." Chui Hung's face flushed crimson, retreating into the covers until only a tuft of hair was visible. "I'm not going. You can go by yourself." The melodious sound seemed to provoke Chui Hung, mocking him brazenly. He abruptly threw off the covers, exclaiming, "Just wait until I regain my former strength." Meanwhile, Chu Lingchuan sipped his honey pomelo tea, his tone calm. "I'll be waiting for you, my dear wife." It was evident he was stifling laughter. Chui Hung felt dizzy with anger. It was akin to striking a cotton pillow, only for the pillow to retaliate with a blow of its own. A futile endeavor, inflicting zero harm on the enemy while suffering 1,000 injuries oneself. He cradled his head in despair, lamenting, "What good does it do for me to be furious at you? My dear, I consulted a doctor, and such a degree of exhaustion poses no harm to you. Just a few days of rest is all that is needed." Moreover, after this incident, Chui Hung would certainly embrace a period of moderation. As for self-reliance, given the lessons from last night, he would think carefully about the consequences before proceeding. Chui Hung buried his face in his hands, wailing, "My hands hurt, my eyes hurt." "You mustn't blink," Chu Lingchuan replied teasingly. "Aren't we supposed to be self-reliant? Let us begin." Continue. "Isn't self-reliance quite pleasant, compared to me? Have you forgotten? Perhaps you should savor it once more. My dear, if you blink again, your rest will be over. Why did you have to consult a doctor about what happened last night?" Chui Hung collapsed onto the bed, burying his head in Chu Lingchuan's pillow. He felt utterly ashamed. A crisp sound rang out. Chui Hung grasped the blanket beside him and covered his head. Moments later, he felt a warmth against his hand, which was then opened to reveal a cooling ointment. I inquired, "And this ointment is safe to use? What did you ask?" Chui Hung cried out in despair, pounding the bed with his unmedicated hand. Chu Lingchuan paused for a moment before realizing, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "It's just an ointment for overexertion. What's wrong with that?" Chui Hung buried himself deeper into the pillow, attempting to suffocate his embarrassment. This man was still feigning innocence. "What is the matter? What do you think is the matter? Oh my goodness, I can't face anyone." The culprit maintained a calm demeanor, switched to the other hand. Chapter 38. Return to the maternal home 6 years later. "Oh dear," Chui Hung chuckled at his two sons, who wore small frowns like miniature adults. "What are you two sighing about?" The twins, affectionately referred to as Big Treasure and Little Treasure, exchanged glances and answered in unison. "Oh dear." Chui Hung found their synchronized expressions utterly delightful. Being twins, they resembled each other so closely that it was as if they were looking into a mirror. Driver Zhang San stifled a laugh as he observed the little heirs of the Marshall S family through the rearview mirror. The two children, with their finely chiseled features, had clearly inherited the best traits from their parents, and their faces bore a striking resemblance to Chu Lingchuan. Zhang San could already envision how they would captivate the entire empire in the years to come. Chui Yiqing and Chui Yining, with their chubby cheeks, concealed unspoken heartaches. The two little ones sat cross-legged, gazing at each other. Chui Yiqing winked at Chui Yining. "Has Daddy been bullying Father again?" with a resigned droop of her brow. Chu Yining sighed. "I hardly slept well last night." Chu Yiqing widened his eyes in astonishment. "Why didn't you wake me up?" Chu Yining exhaled a sigh. Casting a cool glance at Chu Yiqing, "You know the answer. You slept like a log, just like someone else." Chu Ziqing Indigang placed his hands on his hips and glared at Chu Yining. "But I'm your brother." Chu Yining merely glanced at him dismissively, only 35 seconds earlier. Chu Yiqing lifted his chin defiantly, his eyes filled with disdain. "But I'm still your brother." Chui Hengyi stifled a laugh as he recorded the video. These two had seemed to share a single mind since the moment they were born. They could anticipate each other's thoughts. Consequently, their verbal communication had developed later than that of typical children, leading Chui Hengyi to worry at one point that the two might be psychologically impaired. However, their physical health had been thoroughly assessed right after their birth. After finishing the recording, Chui Hengyi instinctively intended to send the video to Chu Lingchuan. But at the moment of clicking send, he regained his composure. They were in a cold war. Sending a message would be tantamount to conceding defeat. Frowning in frustration, he recalled how, since regaining peak health, he had never been able to assert himself in front of Chu Lingchuan. It always ended with him being the one to apologize. It was understandable for a young man to harbor strong desires, especially since he had endured so many years alone before finally marrying. Why should he continue to endure? Self-reliance was not a virtue to be enforced. Assistance? It often resulted in more trouble. What kind of peculiar obsession did Chu Lingchuan have? Always demanding his submission before granting any reprieve? As for their normal married life, well, that was even more disheartening. With Chu Lingchuan's stamina, It was utterly impossible for him to lose his wits before the fourth day. And as for sweet words, forget it. Yet, the most crucial point was that he had only experienced that one 7-day period of weakness. Consequently, he now found himself embroiled in a battle of wits just to secure some personal benefits. The irritation stemmed from this very predicament. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that He-Ming truly had a knack for navigating the market. He was always the first to know about any new drugs that emerged. They were well acquainted with this business. Just the other day, He-Ming had procured the latest medication for him, still colorless and tasteless. The highlight was that it only required a couple of sprays on the pillow beforehand and was effective solely for omegas. Thus, Cui Hengyi felt triumphant, resulting in the current scenario. "Daddy, are we coming back tonight?" Suddenly confronted by two pairs of identical eyes, Cui Hengyi instinctively flinched. He couldn't return unless Chu Lingchuan personally came to fetch him, guaranteeing that he wouldn't use force to intimidate him or ignore him. Only then would he reluctantly go back. Chu Yining blinked. "Daddy, you received a message from Father." Chu Yining pointed at the holographic screen. Cui Hengyi looked down sharply, realizing that his earlier flinch had sent the video. Chu Lingchuan. So adorable. That was it. Gritting his teeth, Cui Hengyi turned to the two little ones. "Your father doesn't want us anymore. From now on, we will live at Grandma's house and never return." Chu Yiching and Chu Yining exchanged glances, their clear, dark eyes shimmering with a language only they could comprehend. Soon, they arrived at the residence of Liu Qingyun. Debao and Xiaobao, familiar with the surroundings, opened the door and embraced Liu Qingyun, showering her with affection and sweetly exclaiming, "Grandma, I missed you so much." Liu Qingyun reveled in the love from her grandchildren, reciprocating their affection with kisses. "Oh, my dear grandchildren, I've missed you too." She then rose, taking Debao and Xiaobao by the hand, leading them toward the dining room, entirely oblivious to the presence of Cui Hengyi behind her. "I prepared your favorite, Coca-Cola chicken wings and taro pancakes." When Liu Qingyun first laid eyes on her gifts, she was so astonished that she could hardly speak, and upon learning the truth, she wept inconsolably. She directed her deepest ire at Cui Hengyi, refusing to speak to him for 3 months. Her frustration was not only directed at him, but also at herself. Chu Lingchuan endured her silence for a considerable time, as the couple, unwavering, came daily to Liu Qingyun, seeking her forgiveness. 3 months later, Cui Hengyi, overcome by anger, blurted out, "Mother," when I said it was Chu Lingchuan, "you didn't react this way. Why this different attitude towards me? Am I not your son?" Chu Lingchuan is also cherished by his parents. Does he deserve this suffering? Liu Qingyun was instantly shattered by his words. "Is this how you perceive me? What am I to you, that I am the last to know? I have toiled to raise you, and yet you suffer outside, and I remain oblivious." Cui Hengyi furrowed his brow. "I did not suffer. What is this suffering compared to what he endured before?" She is well aware of modern advancements in technology. There was much she did not know. If she had merely glanced at his diary, she would have understood the hardships he had faced. "Do you think I am unaware of your suffering? I have my own experiences. Although technology has advanced to allow painless childbirth, what about the process of conception?" Liu Qingyun lamented her own inadequacy. Her past disbelief in her son had led to his immense suffering, and the repeated thought of "why wasn't he at me?" felt like a knife cutting into her heart. Yet now, her trust in him was so profound that she could not even discern the subtleties of his changes, allowing him to mislead her effortlessly, culminating in his nonchalant declaration of "I did not suffer." Chu Lingchuan stepped in front of Cui Hengyi, sincerely apologizing. "Mother, I am sorry. It was our oversight." This provided a buffer for the mother and son. "I'm sorry" is both the most potent and the most powerless phrase. Its potency lies in a mother's love for her child, while its impotence stems from the fact that the events have transpired and cannot be undone. Cui Hengyi gazed at the warm, familial scene of the three, feeling a blend of comfort and helplessness. After dinner, Liu Qingyun brought out the desserts she had prepared in advance, along with toys she had found while shopping that she knew Debao and Xiaobao would adore. "Debao, Xiaobao, come try on the clothes Grandma bought for you." Debao and Xiaobao frowned in reluctance, responding, "Okay." Cui Hengyi stifled a laugh as she took pictures of her son. Since Dabao and Xiaobao arrived in the world, they had been showered with an abundance of clothes and toys. He and Chu Lingchuan, during their absence, out of a profound paternal love for the unknown gifts, procured a plethora of items that the children might find useful. Subsequently, their acquisitions dwindled significantly. The grandparents on both sides, not only affectionately calling their beloved grandchildren, also acted with remarkable swiftness. As soon as there were new, suitable items for young ones, be it toys or clothing, they arrived almost instantaneously before Dabao and Xiaobao. Tang Qingyuan even established a factory dedicated to producing items specifically for Dabao and Xiaobao, encompassing, but not limited to, clothing, toys, and supplementary food. Once Dabao and Xiaobao grew a tad older, they exhibited a notable resistance to trying on clothes, particularly those with hoods. However, the family's unwavering affection for their grandchildren was something they could not withstand, especially after enduring daily changes of dozens of outfits. The experience of trying on clothes became nothing short of a nightmare for them. Cui Hengyi attempted to intervene, but the bond of intergenerational affection was beyond his resolution. Our precious little ones are so adorable. Of course, they should wear several outfits, he would exclaim. Look how delightful they are in this ensemble. Children transform daily. We must document their growth. This toy is wonderful. It can help them learn numbers early. No, this toy is better. It is safe. Dabao and Xiaobao have developed a fondness for this flavor. I shall have them produce it tomorrow. Indeed, producing it ourselves offers peace of mind. Such sentiments were countless. As Cui Hengyi consumed the fruits he had washed himself, he simultaneously managed the family business. At present, the entirety of the Chu family's enterprises lay in his hands. On the day Chu Xingzhou formally handed over the family legacy, he envisioned taking Ms. Tang Qingyuan on a trip. Unfortunately, Ms. Tang Qingyuan's sole focus remained on her two beloved grandsons, leaving no room for Chu Xingzhou's desires. Though Chu Xingzhou felt a mix of bitterness and frustration, he adapted well upon witnessing the smiles of his grandchildren. Cui Hengyi officially assumed control of the Chu family's enterprises when Dabao and Xiaobao turned 4, but the burden of responsibility soon became overwhelming. The workload was immense, and he felt too embarrassed to abandon his duties, thus dedicating himself entirely to the company. Eventually, Chu Lingchuan could no longer bear to watch and sought counsel with his parents once more. It was only then that Cui Hengyi found some relief. He was particularly curious about how Chu Lingchuan communicated with his parents, and he pressed for details for quite some time. He still vividly recalls the calmness in Chu Lingchuan's expression and tone. If you don't work, you shan't see the grandchildren. He chuckled for a long while. Truly, Chu Lingchuan was remarkable. How did he find himself thinking of Chu Lingchuan again? Cui Hengyi bit into a slice of cantaloupe in frustration. Then, he glanced at the light screen, still devoid of any news. Dabao and Xiaobao had just escaped from their beloved grandmother's embrace, preparing to rush towards their dear father for a warm hug. However, they found their father sighing at the light screen. Dabao and Xiaobao exchanged glances and simultaneously sighed. Just then, Lu Qingyun, who had followed them out, caught sight of the scene. Amused yet pained, she asked, Dabao, Xiaobao, do you not like the clothes Grandma bought for you? Chu Yiqing decisively shook his head. No. Chu Yining pointed his little chubby finger at Cui Hengyi. The harmonious collaboration of the two little ones successfully elicited laughter from Lu Qingyun, who, it seemed, was merely indulging in idle amusement. Chu Yining nodded in solemn agreement, acknowledging the truth of the sentiment. Indeed, it was a mere case of having too much time on their hands. He had not slept well the previous night, and alas, his father truly deserved sympathy. Chu Ziqing, having a general understanding of her younger brother's thoughts, also nodded in assent. Lu Qingyun doubled over in laughter, for the adorable expressions on their cherubic faces were simply irresistible. Despite the cacophony, Cui Heng remained oblivious, perhaps deafened by the noise, while his mind was engaged elsewhere, diligently recording the moment. Noticing the activity, Lu Qingyun promptly requested, "Please remember to send me a copy of the video." Yang nodded affirmatively. Understood. To capture and share every moment of Dabao and Xiaobao. They had even established a group chat, which included Chu Lingchuan's parents, his mother, and himself alongside Chu Lingchuan. Why did he suddenly think of Chu Lingchuan? Cui Hong discreetly sent the video to his mother while cutting himself a slice of cantaloupe. Observing his father enjoying his snack, the Bao's eyes sparkled with mischief as he exclaimed, "Grandma, I want ice cream." Chu Yining, unwilling to be outdone, chimed in, "I want some too." Lu Qingyun, ever indulgent towards her grandchildren, responded with a playful, "All right, but that's not going to happen." Cui Hong firmly declined, stating, "You two had ice cream just yesterday, and you've already depleted your allowance for the month." While Lu Qingyun was indeed doting, matters regarding health were not to be trifled with, and thus she cast an apologetic glance at her eagerly awaiting grandchildren. The Bao and Xiao Bao sighed in disappointment. Lu Qingyun, suppressing her laughter, proposed, "How about I prepare some fruit for you? I have your favorite strawberries." The two exchanged glances and, with resigned nods, agreed, "Okay." As Lu Qingyun made her way to the kitchen, they hurriedly approached Cui Hong. Chu Yiqing declared with a serious demeanor, "Father, I absolutely refuse to assist you in messaging grandfather." Chu Yining echoed with determination, "Indeed, I shall no longer aid you in portraying your plight." Gu Yang remarked, "You are settling personal scores." To which Chu Yining retorted, "No, we are merely addressing private grievances." Chu Yiqing affirmed this stance. Having matured, the Bao and Xiao Bao could no longer be easily swayed. "You agreed to a monthly allowance of 4 servings of ice cream, did you not?" Cui Hong decided to appeal to reason. Moreover, this was a mutual agreement. A man must honor his word. Chu Yining, with a small fist, pounded the armrest of the sofa, arguing, "But we are not men." Chu Yiqing, hands on hips, supported his brother's claim with confidence. "Yes, we are children." Cui Hong struggled to suppress his laughter, maintaining a serious facade as he admonished, "Even children must uphold their promises." Chu Yining cleverly countered, "But father, you are the one who breaks promises." Though somewhat bewildered, Chu Yiqing bolstered his brother's assertion, "Yes." Cui Hong, puzzled, questioned, "When have I ever broken promise?" Chu Yining proclaimed loudly, "You said no, yet you agreed, and then you still." Cui Hong swiftly covered Xiao Bao's mouth, whispering, "Shu, must you make it so public?" Chu Yiqing hurriedly came to his brother's rescue. "Father, you are not acting honorably." Chapter 40, Episode 8, Return to the Maternal Home. Cui Hong was truly exasperated by these two little rascals. "Where have I violated the principles of martial ethics? I have not harmed a child. It is merely a matter of morality." Chu Yiqing pouted, "Let go of my brother, or I will call grandma." "Hey, you little rascal," he thought, realizing that what he had just said should remain a secret from their mother. If Chu Lingchuan ever found out, it was likely that he would never engage with him in that manner again. Cui Hong released Chu Yining and earnestly addressed the two children, "My dear ones, this is a private matter between your father and me. It must remain confidential. Understood?" With arms crossed and chin raised defiantly, Chu Yining declared, "I want ice cream." Chu Yiqing, unwilling to concede, chimed in, "I want it too." "No, absolutely not," Cui Hong replied, resolute in his stance. He would never jest with their well-being. This was not up for debate, but rather an edict they must obey. "Otherwise, I shall have to discipline you." Chu Yining, perceptive as he was, recognized the finality in Cui Hong's frown and knew there was no room for negotiation. He exchanged glances with Chu Yiqing, and they both latched onto Cui Hong's legs, pleading, "Daddy, you're the best. We just want a little bit of ice cream." Chu Yining gets the emphati sali. Just a tiny bit. Chu Yiqing sweetly added, "Yes, just a smidgen. Daddy, you're the greatest. We love you the most." Overwhelmed by their charm, Cui Hong relented after a moment's contemplation. "All right, you may each have a small bite, and I shall enjoy the rest." The siblings exchanged a glance of agreement. "Okay." Cui Hong rose and made his way to the kitchen, retrieving a tub of ice cream from the refrigerator. Lu Qingyun had already washed the fruits and cast a reproachful glance. Didn't Tiwi agree that they shouldn't have ice cream? The home was scarcely over 100 square meters, smaller than Chu Lingchuan's room. How could she possibly miss the little one's words? Yet, she feigned ignorance, believing it was inappropriate to meddle in the couple's private affairs. Cui Hong chuckled awkwardly, "I'll handle it." The mother and son continued to pretend ignorance as they gathered in the living room. Seizing a moment when his mother was distracted, Chui Hengyi fed both children a spoonful of ice cream. Chu Yiqing turned and protested, "Daddy, I don't like this piece. I want to bite it myself." Chui Hengyi firmly refused. "If you don't want it, then it's gone." Understanding his children well, he anticipated that they might try to take larger bites. So he continued to feed them with a spoon. The two little ones sighed in unison, yet their spirits remained unbroken. They scampered over to their grandmother, clinging to Lu Qingyun's arm, and complained, "Grandma, Daddy is mean. He is eating ice cream without letting us have any." Lu Qingyun did not indulge their grievances, stating, "Daddy is an adult. He can have some. You are still growing, and too much ice cream is not good for you." Parents should not assume the role of villains. A lesson she had learned through experience. The children, utterly deflated, spent the afternoon playing games with their grandmother. After dinner, she began ushering them away. "Our home has only 2 rooms. You should leave now. I will take care of the children tonight." Chui Hengyi's eyes widened in disbelief. "Mother, am I still your son?" It was evident that they had 3 rooms, and the study had long been transformed into a bedroom for the children. Additionally, a portion of the living room adjacent to the balcony had been converted into a study space. Lu Qingyun feigned ignorance, yet it did not imply leniency. With a hint of irritation, she remarked, "You must resolve the situation you've created yourself. If you've upset someone, you ought to soothe them. What is the purpose of coming here?" After uttering these words, she knelt down to gaze at Dabao and Xiao Bao, speaking softly, "How about spending a night with Grandma?" Dabao and Xiao Bao hesitated, remaining silent. Observing this, Chui Hengyi raised an eyebrow, recognizing that his son still favored him. Leaning back on the sofa with an air of nonchalance and confidence, he declared, "Mom, Dabao and Xiao Bao can't bear to be apart from me." It was evident that the children had grown fond of him, having spent considerable time together. Indeed, children tend to bond closely with those they interact with the most. Lu Qingyun shot him a glare before attempting to appeal to the children's emotions. "Grandma misses you dearly. Just one night, and tomorrow, Dad will come to fetch you. Is that all right?" Dabao and Xiao Bao, unwilling to part from Chui Hengyi, clutched their little hands together, insisting, "Grandma, Daddy should stay too." Gu Yianji, showing no restraint in his amusement, laughed heartily, "Truly, you are Daddy's obedient treasures. Come here, let Daddy hug you." Dabao and Xiao Bao promptly dashed into his embrace. Lu Qingyun glared at Chui Hengyi once more. "Fine, then you all can leave." It was already evening, and with Chu Lingchuan yet to arrive, it was clear that Chui Hengyi had been too harsh. She secretly wished that he would not return, relishing the prospect of a few days of peace. Such disputes should not linger overnight. The sooner they were resolved, the better for her peace of mind. With a sigh, Lu Qingyun pondered how she had produced such a son, who seemed utterly devoid of consideration for others. "Go on, leave," Chui Hengyi said, still intending to apply drops to Dabao and Xiao Bao. "Look how wicked your grandma is, so disdainful of us." Lu Qingyun was both amused and exasperated, questioning for whom he was putting on this act. "Hurry, go," she urged, out of sight, out of mind. Thus, the trio was swiftly ushered out the door, exchanging bewildered glances. Chu Yiqing, with her cherubic face lifted, asked, "Daddy, are we going home?" Chui Hengyi, surprised and turning back, exclaimed, "Mom, I knew you couldn't bear to part with us." Chu Yining chimed in loudly, "It's our coats." Chu Yiqing caught the coat that slid off his father's shoulders, handing one to his brother and putting one on himself. After ensuring they were both dressed, he asked again, "Daddy, are we going home?" Gu Yianji, sitting cross-legged at the door, replied, "Call your father and have him come pick us up." Chu Yining, still holding on to a grudge, retorted, "No, I want to help Daddy make the call." Chu Yiqing naturally supported his brother, declaring, "Yes, I promise never to help Daddy call father again." "Very well." Chui Hengyi leaned against the door, adopting a playful demeanor. "Then we shall remain here at the door tonight." The two little ones, believing him, felt tears welling in their eyes. "Daddy, why are you crying?" Chui Hengyi straightened up, alarmed by their timidness. Hey, don't cry. How about we go to a hotel?" Chu Yiqing sobbed, "I want to go home." Chu Yining, equally tearful, lamented, "I want father." Chui Hengyi embraced both children tightly, saying, All right, don't cry. Daddy was wrong to frighten you earlier. We'll head home right now." Chu Yiqing Snifang. his voice still tinged with tears. "Father, are you truly speaking the truth?" Chu Yining gazed at him with wide eyes. Indeed, Chui Hengyi gently wiped their tears one by one, planting soft kisses on their chubby little faces. "Well, have I ever deceived you?" Zhang San had been waiting in the neighborhood for them, his previous words merely a ruse to comfort the children. He never expected to frighten them to tears. "Oh, my foolish son." Chapter 41, Part 9. Returning to the maternal home, Chui Hengyi then took the two little ones toward the elevator. Unbeknownst to him, Da Bao and Xiao Bao were stealthily hiding behind him, giving each other a thumbs up. Zhang San was astonished to see Chui Hengyi emerge with Da Bao and Xiao Bao, quickly concealing his holographic device. Who would have known he had just arranged to meet in Omega? This plan was now in shambles. "Madam, what is this?" Zhang San inquired. Huiyenji Shrag del Plisli. Gesturing to the two children he was holding, they wished to return home. "No." Chu Yiching shook his head. "It's Grandma who won't allow Father to stay at home." "Yes." Chu Yining nodded, supporting his brother with action. "We do not wish to part from Father." Chui Hengyi. Zhang San suppressed a laugh and opened the car door for them. Jesting, "Gentlemen, please." Da Bao and Xiao Bao, ever polite, replied, "Thank you, uncle." They were accustomed to the title of little gentleman, even though this Uncle Zhang San was their father's subordinate, not a servant of their household. Chui Hengyi smiled inwardly, thinking, "You deserve this embarrassment." He entered the car, folding his hands, patiently awaiting Zhang San to close the door. Zhang San, in awe of this family, closed the door and took his place in the driver's seat. Though Da Bao and Xiao Bao had just acted, their tears were genuine, and after the hover car began its smooth journey, they soon drifted into slumber, particularly Xiao Bao, who, upon Chui Hengyi's utterance of, "Rest your head on me," lay down on Chui Hengyi's lap and fell asleep. Fortunately, the hover car was spacious enough for the two little ones, each resting their head on one of his thighs, quickly succumbing to sleep. Upon arriving home, both children remained asleep, and Chui Hengyi felt a bit drowsy himself, partly from fatigue, partly from embarrassment. He had brought Da Bao and Xiao Bao home with the hope that Chu Lingchuan would personally greet him and ensure that he would never be ignored again. Yet, he was defeated by the tears of the little ones, returning in a rather dejected state. "Madam?" Zhang San glanced at the sleeping children, silently inquiring what to do. Chui Hengyi shook his head. The next moment, Uncle Zhang emerged from the villa, carrying a blanket. Zhang San quietly exited the car, approaching the car door, and only opened it when Uncle Zhang reached the entrance. Zhang Jingyuan said nothing, first handing a blanket to Zhang San before wrapping Chu Yining in another and carrying him into the house. Zhang San mirrored this action on the other side. "What being Chu Zikings, Ni Li?" Chui Hengyi intended to take over, but found his legs numb. The 5-year-old was quite solid. After a moment's recovery, he exited the vehicle, only to realize that both Da Bao and Xiao Bao were asleep. What was he to do at home? Chui Hengyi suppressed the urge to seek out Chu Lingchuan, slid into the driver's seat, selected the most luxurious hotel, and activated the autopilot mode. "Farewell, dear treasures. Your father embarks on a journey tonight. I hope you will summon him to fetch me tomorrow." At the same time, on the 3rd floor, Chu Lingchuan watched as Chui Hengyi drove away. He felt a mix of relief and melancholy. Ever since they dealt with the traitor, they had not spent a single night apart. Now, however, they were to be separated. Yet, Chu Lingchuan found a glimmer of solace. Ever since Da Bao and Xiao Bao came into their lives, Chui Hengyi had grown increasingly outrageous. Not only did he coax him to sleep every night, but he also added unexpected twists that left him utterly unprepared. Even the most resilient of individuals could not withstand such advances. It was indeed time for him to rest. With that thought, Chu Lingchuan drew the curtains and stepped into the bathroom to freshen up. Just as he settled into the bathtub, he heard a faint click at the bathroom door. "Who is it?" he called out coldly. "Haha, it seems the general's ears cannot be deceived," Chui Hengyi replied with a charming smile, and before he could reach Chu Lingchuan, he was already undressed. Chu Lingchuan could hardly bear to look. "Didn't you leave?" The sight of Chui Hengyi made his head ache and his body weary. What on earth was happening? Chui Hengyi slipped into the bathtub, wrapped his arms around him, and playfully lamented, "Brother, you truly cannot bear to part with me. Nor can I with you, so I returned." "Who cannot bear you?" Zhu Jun Zito. Just as Chui Hengyi's fingers were about to wander across his skin, they were seized by Chu Lingchuan. With a slight closing of his eyes, he reprimanded, "Behave yourself." Chui Hengyi had no intention of letting such an opportunity slip away, especially when it was a feast he had prepared for himself, a true delight for the senses. Leaning close to Chu Lingchuan's ear, he whispered breathily, "Darling, isn't this all for waiting for me?" Chu Lingchuan gritted his teeth and replied, "Get lost." He had never encountered someone with such audacity. Countless times, he reminisced about the obedient and pitiful Chui Hengyi he had once confined. Now, his authority over Chui Hengyi had diminished, leading the latter to grow increasingly brazen, disregarding him more and more. Most importantly, he found it harder to refuse and even harder to witness Chui Hengyi in distress, resulting in the latter's ever-increasing boldness. This could not continue unchecked. With a deft turn, Chu Lingchuan said, "Hengyi, I believe it is time we settle the score." Chui Hengyi froze momentarily. What? He felt a pang of anxiety. Chu Lingchuan's finger traced along Chui Hengyi's throat, which trembled with trepidation, gliding down to his chin and finally resting at the corner of his mouth. "Sometimes, I wonder if I should silence that mouth of yours," he mused, for it had been that very mouth, time and again, that had sweet-talked him, played the victim, and softened his heart, compelling him to relent. Leaning closer, Chu Lingchuan whispered in a voice akin to a devil's, just like in the beginning. Chui Hengyi instinctively shivered, softening his tone in plea, "Darling, you cannot treat me this way. I have given you 2 gifts." Chu Lingchuan's words were far from a whimsical impulse. He wore a pained expression. "You know how excruciating the process of preparing a gift can be, and it was you who agreed to it, saying that as long as I could present you with a gift, you would grant my wishes." Indeed, he was aware that he had succumbed to Chui Hengyi's charm time and again. Chu Lingchuan's eyelids twitched as he helplessly remarked, "My dear, your words make me long to silence you." It was always the same. Chui Hengyi embraced Chu Lingchuan's waist, retorting, "My mouth is quite useful. No need to silence it." He winked. "Wasn't it quite pleasurable when I attended to you before?" Chu Lingchuan caressed Chui Hengyi's lips. "Aren't you afraid of enduring the gift preparation ordeal again?" Chui Hengyi immediately replied, "Not at all. I welcome it, my love." It was evident that it was Chu Lingchuan who harbored the fear, which was why he had yet to take the plunge. Chu Lingchuan's gaze darkened momentarily, desire swirling within his eyes. He had always been reluctant to take the lead, concerned for Chui Hengyi's well-being. However, it seemed there was no longer a need for hesitation. Chui Hengyi forcefully flicked him back. "Darling, I will take good care of you." Their voices were drowned out by the sound of water. The night stretched on, long and unending. Volume 4, Teacher, Spare Me, Entertainment Industry Narrative, Chapter 1. Teacher, spare me. In the capital city, Eugene Garden. Within one of the villas, silence reigned, as if no one were present. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would notice the brightly lit grand hall where one sat and another knelt. In stark contrast to the warm glow of the lights, the air felt almost stagnant. The figure on their knees trembled involuntarily, as if confronted by something terrifying. The seated individual wore a smile, their long, fair fingers toying with a slender, round object, reminiscent of the counting sticks children use when learning to count. The material was composed of composite metal. Well, it isn't too. The kneeling person could no longer endure the oppressive atmosphere, their lips moving. "Teacher, I was wrong." The seated individual replied, nonchalantly, "Oh?" This scene would cause any young person to scream in shock, especially the newly rising star, Xiang Yi, who had just been embroiled in scandal with the emerging talent Jiang Xueqing, still clad in his unchanging attire, dressed in a black suit and red-soled shoes. He seemed as if he had just stepped off a red carpet. Yet here he was, kneeling before another. Jiang Yi ignardly lamented, having just descended from the red carpet only to be summoned by the director for a dinner, purportedly to promote an upcoming television drama. He could hardly refuse. After obtaining approval, he attended, unaware that the paparazzi would twist the gathering into a narrative of clandestine rendezvous with Jiang Xueqing. The worst part was that they released it online without even attempting to extort the parties involved. He would have gladly paid them off. Now, after barely 3 rounds of drinks, he had been called back. Of course, he hadn't been drinking, Chi Fei wouldn't allow it. With a bitter expression, Xiang, you could only sincerely apologize. I should not have allowed rumors to spread about me. This truly was not his fault. Yet, he dare not argue, as he had a variety show to attend the next day. He feared upsetting Chi Fei, who might remove him from the list altogether. Yes, he had seen what happened to others before him. In Chi Fei's eyes, explanations equated to cover-ups. Once an event occurred, it was set in stone, and one must bear the consequences that followed. With a faint smile lingering at the corners of his mouth, Chi Fei casually inquired, "Are you feeling defiant?" Xiang Ye's eyelashes fluttered slightly as he replied, "Not at all. How could he dare to feel so?" Yet, it was he who had acquiesced. Chi Fei pressed on, "Not all, or simply too afraid." His voice bore no trace of emotion, as if it were merely a casual inquiry. Xiang Yi lowered his gaze, his fingertips quivering unexpectedly. He pressed his lips tightly together, committing the gravest error of remaining silent. Chi Fei clicked his tongue and rose to leave. Realizing that patience was waning, Xiang Yi quickly offered a middle ground response, neither not at all nor too afraid. Chi Fei let out a soft laugh, seemingly pleased by Xiang Ye's answer. However, he did not resume his seat. Instead, with his hands clasped behind his back, he toyed with a stick, remaining silent. Xiang Yi understood this to mean that Chi Fei was still dissatisfied. The sight of that stick made him acutely aware that today, perhaps extending into tomorrow, would not bode well. Yet, he clung to a flicker of hope. He closed his eyes, assuring, "I truly understand my mistake. It will never happen again." With a thud, the composite metal struck the floor, followed by a series of crisp clangs that rolled to rest before Xiang Ye's knees. Chi Fei resumed his previous position, where tomorrow. Xiang Yi stammered, "But there's a variety, show tomorrow." Chi Fei supported his chin, his tone languid. It could very well be omitted. Yet, Chi Fei cast a light glance in his direction. "You could also begin today." Xiang Ye's throat tightened, his voice gravelly. "Teacher, please spare me. I promise to behave tonight. I want to participate in the variety show tomorrow." Chi Fei replied coolly, "It won't hinder anything." Xiang Yi continued to plead, "There will be physical games in the show, and who knows what you might do." Chi Fei's gaze sharpened. "Are there games, or are there people?" At that moment, Xiang Yi wished he could swallow that accursed paparazzo whole. Yet he could only soften his tone and plead further. "There will be physical games. You know I could never have any relation with them." All the schedules were under Chi Fei's control. This pervert was doing it on purpose. Cautiously, he added, "Besides, if something were to happen to me, it would reflect poorly on you as well." Chi Fei scoffed. "What shame would I suffer?" Xiang Yi replied excitedly, "I am under your tutelage. I am your first signed artist." Leaning back, Chi Fei regarded Xiang Yi's suddenly brightened eyes, agreeing. "You make a valid point." Then, Chi Fei smirked. "Try it. If you cause me embarrassment, you know what awaits you." Viang Ye instantly vite. Realizing this was his last chance, he picked up the dreaded rod, dejectedly stating, "I understand." He then asked, "May I stand now?" His voice emerged as a strained whisper, filled with frustration, yet compelled to inquire. Chi Fei shot him a glance, retorting, "Did I command you to kneel?" Xiang Yi quickly scrambled to his feet, internally grumbling, "You didn't stop me." Had he known, he wouldn't have knelt. It was utterly pointless. All those online claims were deceitful. Who said kneeling on a washboard had any merit? Well, perhaps it has something to do with him not having knelt on the washboard and the fact that Chi Fei is not his wife. Sigh. Xiang Yi contemplated leaving things as they were, but he could not bring himself to do so. Instead, he honestly informed Chi Fei, "I'm going to take a shower." Chi Fei nodded in acknowledgement. With that, Xiang Yi stormed up the stairs in a fit of anger. Upon entering his room, he grabbed his pajamas and dashed into the bathroom. After turning on all the faucets, he bit down on a towel and let out a low growl. This is infuriating." Fearing he might tear the towel, he suppressed his voice and shouted once before releasing it. He then proceeded to turn off each faucet before beginning his shower. After finishing his shower, he applied various skincare products while glancing at the mirror. At that moment, his phone lit up. It was his assistant and college mate, Xiaopeng. "Bro, remember to take care of your skin. Don't forget the face mask. Viang Ye replied. I'm currently applying it." He scrolled through his messages until he reached the earliest one. "Bro, why are you trending? Are you alright?" If you're okay, just give a sign. The trending topic has been removed, bro. Are you alright, bro? Just as he finished reading, another message popped up from Xiaopeng. Bro, you're still going to appear on the variety show tomorrow, right? Xiang Yi typed back rapidly. Of course. It was as if his phone itself were Qi Fei, which had a bit to do with their chat background. Could he possibly apply a face mask without appearing on the variety show? After a lengthy pause, Xiaopeng finally typed, Bro, you've worked hard. Xiang Yi replied, Not hard, just unfortunate. Once he sent that, he browsed the trending topics, and, upon confirming there were no scandalous rumors, he let out a sigh of relief and turned to some light-hearted, mindless videos. Once his skincare time was up, he took a pillow and headed to Qi Fei's room. Chapter 2, What to Wear. He would remember to wear a mask. Xiang Yi knocked on the door, but received no response. He then cautiously opened the door, as if he were a thief. At that moment, he locked eyes with Qi Fei, who had just emerged from a shower. Xiang Yi froze in place. On one hand, he was intimidated by Qi Fei. On the other hand, Qi Fei had just bathed. His fair skin was slightly flushed from the steam, and his damp hair fell across his forehead, making him appear both obedient and endearing, in stark contrast to his usual demeanor. The charming individual instantly discerned Xiang Yi's intentions. A barely perceptible smile flickered in his eyes as he calmly stated, You don't need to tonight. What did he just say? How could he speak in such a manner? It was as if he regarded him as a mere tool. Well, perhaps he indeed was. Xiang Yi chuckled and replied, I'll dry your hair first. Qi Fei remained non-committal and walked straight towards the sofa. Xiang Yi understood this as consent and eagerly dashed to the cabinet to retrieve the hairdryer. Moments later, the sound of the hairdryer filled the air. With one hand holding the dryer and the other styling Qi Fei's hair, he muttered softly, Why is your heart so hard when your hair is so soft? His voice was drowned out by the hairdryer, and naturally, Qi Fei did not hear him. He was engrossed in handling company affairs on his tablet, allowing Xiang Yi to play with his hair. It was precisely this attitude that led Xiang Yi to believe that Qi Fei would indulge him. Unfortunately, such indulgence was limited to trivial matters. Qi Fei's hair was short, and no matter how much time Xiang Yi tried to delay, it would take no longer than 15 minutes. The moment the hairdryer ceased its roar, Qi Fei's dismissal followed suit. Naturally, Xiang Yi, whose aims remained unfulfilled, would not acquiesce. Seizing the opportunity, he squeezed beside Qi Fei, clinging to him in a playful manner. Teacher, may I sleep with you tonight? Look, I even brought my pillow. Though Qi Fei sat on a single sofa, spacious as it was, accommodating two large men proved somewhat cramped. He furrowed his brow momentarily, but upon hearing Xiang Yi's plea, he relaxed. This person truly had an insatiable desire. He reminded him once more, I have work tomorrow. Xiang Yi immediately reassured him. I promise I won't be troublesome, and I can keep your bed warm. This was indeed true. Xiang Yi was like a furnace, and Qi Fei could not compete with him in that regard. However, it was summer. Qi Fei glanced at him, a knowing look in his eyes, and replied, All right. No sooner had the words left his lips than Xiang Yi seized the moment, planting a kiss on him before diving beneath the covers without waiting for Qi Fei's discontented expression. For quite some time, no one emerged from the bed, and Xiang Yi had already warmed it up, pushing the quilt to his waist. It was rather warm. The air conditioning seemed set too high. Only then did he turn to observe Qi Fei's silhouette. At that glance, he stuttered, Teacher, you can't be serious. Qi Fei was diligently using an alcohol swab for some unknown disinfection. Setting aside the object in his hand, his movements and demeanor exuded elegance. Xiang Yi watched as Qi Fei made his way to the edge of the bed, and he instinctively shuffled backward. Qi Fei kindly warned him, Stay still. If you move, you'll fall. Thud. After a prolonged absence, Qi Fei approached the bed, asking, Are you all right? Given the bed's modest height, he was certain no harm would come. It merely left his rear feeling a bit sore. Xiang Yi buried his head in his arms like an ostrich. On one hand, he felt embarrassed. On the other, he sought to evade the object in Qi Fei's possession. Not good. Qi Fei's lips curled into a smile as he sat at the bed's edge. What shall we do? Should I call a doctor? No. Xiang Yi gritted his teeth. That's unnecessary. He could not afford to lose face. Seizing this opportunity, he reflected on numerous sorrowful thoughts. As he rose from the floor, his eyes were already tinged with red. Xiang Yi pretended to sniffle, casting a mournful glance at Qi Fei while occasionally glancing at the object in his hand. To his dismay, Qi Fei still held on to it. With a pitiful expression, he implored, "Given my current state, is it not unnecessary to wear it?" "Indeed," Qi Fei replied, but then slowly added, "You must wear it tomorrow." "What?" The spark in Xiang Ye's eyes instantly dimmed. Qi Fei's lips curled into a slight smile. "Do you have an objection?" Xiang Yi racked his brain. My bottom hurts." Goodness, what a feeble excuse. Qi Fei regarded him with a playful smile, casually asking, "Oh, is that what you desire?" It seemed he would fetch it at the mere utterance of want. Xiang Yi hurriedly waved his hands. No, that's not what I meant." Ignoring the implications of his words, Qi Fei could only ask in a huff, "Can you not disturb my sleep?" Yes. Qi Fei placed the items in his hands on the bedside table, washed his hands, and then crawled into bed. Xiang Yi lay with his eyes closed, feigning sleep. In truth, his mind was already racing, and the discomfort in his rear had nearly dissipated. How was he to entice someone? He truly did not wish to bring that contraption onto the variety show the following day. Before he could formulate a plan, the breathing beside him had already grown steady. Xiang Yi quietly inquired, "Teacher?" He then softly called out, "Qi Fei?" Hesitating, he stepped closer, his hand just brushing against Qi Fei's folded arms. A calm voice broke the silence. "What is all this commotion about?" There was no hint of drowsiness in his tone. "Viang ye jumpet, genuinely started." He did not retract his hand, but instead clutched at Qi Fei's sleeve, complaining, "Teacher, you nearly scared me to death. Is it amusing to frighten someone? People can die from being scared." Qi Fei replied coolly, "Is that so? Am I the one to blame? What do you intend to do if you're not going to sleep? You know full well what you're doing." The last 4 words were barely audible, slipping past in a murmur. Qi Fei turned his body, fixing his gaze on the restless individual before him. "Have I not mentioned that I have work tomorrow?" Xiang Yi felt his skin prickle under Qi Fei's stare. "I have work tomorrow too." "Well, who is to blame?" Xiang Yi fell silent, certainly not casting blame upon himself. Qi Fei paid no mind to Xiang Ye's thoughts. "If I hear any more noise, you can deal with what's on the bedside table." Viang ye quieted. What did deal with it even mean? It merely meant to wear it. Why was his fate so cruel? If he had to wear it tonight, it meant he would need permission even to use the restroom. Wait. Suddenly, Xiang Ye's intellect returned. Wouldn't that mean tomorrow morning? Damn, he should not have come tonight. Moreover, Qi Fei had work tomorrow. There was no one to check on him. If he chose not to participate, no one would know. Even if he were discovered, it would be too late. After all, his subsequent role was merely promotional, and attendance mattered little. With this realization, Xiang Ye's face contorted in distress. Yet, he dared not make a sound lest he disturb the person beside him, and thus he resigned himself to a begrudging sleep. How wretched his situation was. The perfectly positioned Qi Fei wore a slight smile, as if he could hear Xiang Ye's inner turmoil. The next morning, as Xiang Yi awakened, he instinctively reached out beside him, feeling coldness. Qi Fei seemed to have departed. Gone. Viang ye jolted upright, his eyes darting to the bedside table where that cursed item lay. He picked up the note beside it. "I have work, left early. Remember to wear it." Qi Fei, he really was gone. Ha. Xiang Yi chuckled as he went about his morning routine, the chaotic thoughts now cast aside. Wear it. He would certainly remember to wear a mask. Yes, and he must not forget his glasses. Oh, and a hat too. Chapter 3. How could it truly be Qi Fei? By the time Xiang Yi finished grooming and descended the stairs, Xiao Pang had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing him, he circled Xiang Yi, asking, "Bro, are you really all right?" Xiang Yi did not even raise an eyebrow, pondering the absurdity of his situation. He then turned to the suddenly reappeared but mysteriously absent housekeeper of the Qi family, Li Xing, and inquired, "Uncle Li, what is for breakfast?" Li Xing smiled and replied, "The master has requested your favorite crab, roast soup dumplings." Xiang Yi smirked, thinking to himself, this is what they call a reward for a job well done. Seeing this, Xiao Pang hastily urged, "Ancestor, please eat your meal. We can't afford to be late." As they walked towards the dining area, Xiang Yi asked, "How did your date go yesterday, fatty?" Xiao Pang followed behind, replying, "We broke up." Xiang Yi turned around in shock. "What? No way." Xiao Peng, contrary to his name, was quite lean, and he stumbled back several paces before regaining his balance, nearly colliding with something. Xiang Yi rubbed his chest and joked, "I say, fatty, where's all your meat gone?" Xiao Peng, rubbing his head, jested back, "Brother, don't ponder too much. It's a blessing you can't envy." That was indeed the truth. Xiang Yi had a physique that easily gained weight, so he had to rely on muscle building rather than fasting, as eating would simply reverse any progress. Nevertheless, Xiang Yi underestimated the little chubby fellow. Even after a breakup, Xiao Peng was still in high spirits enough to joke. Disregarding Xiao Peng's comments, Xiang Yi suggested, "Should I give you a day off?" "Come on, brother," Xiao Peng replied proudly. "Without me, how would you survive?" He continued, "All right, brother, eat your breakfast quickly. We can't afford to be late." Xiang Yi shrugged, "Fine, but this is your decision." Xiao Peng added, "The servants have already set the table." Xiang Yi sipped some soy milk before starting to eat the soup dumplings. Xiao Peng adeptly pulled out a chair and began to brief him on the day's schedule. "Today we have a variety show. We'll rehearse in the morning and record in the afternoon. We'll return whenever it concludes. By the way, Brother Yi, I've heard there's a mysterious guest invited by the fruit station today." Upon hearing this, Xiang Yi, who was about to take a small bite to savor the soup, bit down hard, causing the soup to splatter everywhere. Xiao Peng quickly grabbed a napkin and rushed to wipe his face. "Brother, are you all right? Your face is precious. It must not come to harm." Xiang Yi swatted Xiao Peng's hand away, taking the napkin instead. "Don't worry. I'm insured against starvation. You may not starve, but your adoring fans might go mad. Don't let me be blamed for not protecting you. Who knows when they might send me a blade in the mail." "Huh. My fans would never resort to sending blades," Xiao Peng chuckled. "How could that be?" "Don't be naive," Xiang Yi calmly interrupted. "They would simply douse you in acid." Xiao Peng's face turned pale. "Brother, can you say something positive?" "All right, enough joking. What's the deal with this mysterious guest?" Xiang Yi still felt uneasy, sensing something ominous. Xiao Peng shrugged. "I have no idea. They labeled it a mysterious guest. What use are you?" Xiang Yi tossed the used napkin at Xiao Peng's face. "Isn't that just a term for the audience?" Xiao Peng, unable to voice his indignation, laughed as he tossed the napkin into the trash. "At least this time, it's not just a rumor, but said that this guest is quite the big name. It will be their first appearance on a variety show." Xiang Yi's heart raced with anticipation. Could it be true? He pressed his hand against his heart, swallowing hard. "What work does Qi Fei have today?" "Brother," Xiao Peng sighed, "it's hard to explain. How could I possibly know? Useless. What good are you?" Viang Yi Jursit then inquired again, "What about the manager? Has he revealed anything?" Xiao Peng shook his head. "Brother, instead of asking me, why not just call President Qi directly?" Unable to eat any longer, Xiang Yi wiped his mouth and departed. Xiao Peng looked on with concern. "Brother, there's still half left. You should eat it." "Hee hee. Then I shan't be polite," he replied eagerly. Xiao Peng hurried off to find a servant for a takeout box, then swiftly followed the tall and long-legged rising star. Viang Yi. By the time he reached the car, Xiang Yi was already seated inside, opening the chat with Qi Fei. "Teacher, what work do you have today?" He typed, then deleted it almost immediately. "No, that question wouldn't do." "Teacher, are you busy today? I can pick you up after work." "No, that would be too revealing." He stared at Qi Fei's photo on the screen, hesitating until he realized he didn't even notice when Xiao Peng joined him. "Brother, what are you doing?" As the car moved, Xiao Peng stuffed a dumpling into his mouth. "You really aren't eating? It's delicious. The chef at President Qi's place is simply the best." Xiang Yi didn't hear Xiao Peng's words. He exited the chat with Qi Fei and sought out Qi Fei's chief steward, Assistant Chen Mo Ge. "Is Teacher Qi busy today?" This man, true to his name, was taciturn, especially regarding Qi Fei's matters, rarely sharing anything with others. However, he occasionally spoke a few words to Xiang Yi, though he didn't harbor much hope for a response. Meanwhile, Chun Mo directly handed the phone screen to Qi Fei, who was in the dressing room getting ready. Qi Fei waved his hand, signaling the makeup artist and stylist to leave. He took the phone and typed, "Not too busy." What did not too busy mean? Xiang Yi pondered, deliberating for a long while. "Is Teacher Qi at the company today? Can I come see him after work?" "Not here." "But you can." Xiang Yi's heart plummeted. What did you can mean? He sent another message. Should I go directly to the company? Brother Yi? I'm busy, don't bother me. I'm here. So soon? Xiang Yi glanced at his phone, astonished that an hour had already passed. He looked again at the conversation. President Xi has a banquet tonight. That must be an important matter. Xiang Yi exhaled a sigh of relief. Xiao Pang urged, Brother, hurry up. If we delay, we'll be surrounded. Oh, Viangye. Oh, I love you, Brother Yi. Viangye. Mommy loves you. Oh. Xiang Yi donned a mask, glasses, and a hat, bowing his head as he stepped outside. He jogged to a safe distance before turning back to wave at the fans. Oh, Brother Yi looked at me. Oh, Viangye. Take care of yourself. Oh, Brother Yi is so handsome. Go, Brother Yi. We will always support you. Xiang Yi removed his mask and flashed a smile at his fans, eliciting a surge of ecstatic screams that escalated to a new level. Xiao Pang hurriedly pulled him along, urging, Brother, we must leave quickly. In high spirits, Xiang Yi beamed at everyone he encountered, guided by the television crew towards the lounge. Teacher Xiang, your lounge is this way, they informed him. Xiang Yi nodded with a smile, but Xiao Pang furrowed his brows, questioning, aren't we supposed to have a private lounge? Brother Yi is now a top-tier celebrity. Apologies, but we have quite a few guests today, Xiang Yi replied cheerfully. It's fine. It's all the same wherever we are. Thank you for your understanding, Teacher Xiang. Came the response. Xiang Yi waved dismissively and pushed open the lounge door. However, as soon as he entered, he turned back. Oh no, I take back what I just said. It certainly cannot be the same. Brother Yi, what's wrong? Xiao Pang asked. Xiang Yi swiftly covered Xiao Pang's mouth, whispering through clenched teeth, be quiet. Go ask if there is another lounge available. A change would be ideal. A cool and teasing voice echoed from behind. What's this? The great Xiang, unwilling to share a room with me? Haha, that can't be the case. Xiang Yi felt his heart sink. How could this be happening? It was indeed Qi Fei. Chapter 4. Xiang is well-behaved. Qi Fei merely stated, come in, before turning and walking away, seemingly confident that Xiang Yi would follow. Xiang Yi's smile froze on his face. He certainly dared not flee. But what could he do? Upon entering, this person would undoubtedly scrutinize him. Ah, may a lightning bolt strike me. Such thoughts flashed through his mind, and with resignation, Xiang Yi followed Qi Fei into the lounge. Brother, Xiao Pang began. But a rather inconspicuous figure stopped him. Not only did this person cover Xiao Pang's mouth and pull him away, but he also kindly closed the door and flipped the sign from knock if there is something to do not enter. Realizing he had acted foolishly, Xiao Pang scratched his head and said, Thank you, Brother Chen. No wonder Chen Mo was the chief steward. With such keen insight, who would dare let anyone through? Chen Mo didn't lead him too far, stating, it's all part of the job. We must guard against those with ulterior motives or the oblivious who might barge in. Inside the room, Xiang Yi found himself kneeling once again. Rather than endure severe interrogation, he preferred to confess voluntarily. With his head bowed and a face full of dejection, he admitted, Teacher, I was wrong. How could he be so unfortunate? Qi Fei leaned against the makeup table, one leg extended straight while the other was slightly bent. He produced a small black remote control from somewhere, deftly flipping it between his long, fair fingers, yet it never touched the ground, akin to a player toying with chess pieces. His voice remained flat and devoid of emotion. What did you do wrong? Xiang Yi was evidently the pawn in this game, his every action under Qi Fei's control. He mumbled, I should not have been duplicitous. Qi Fei praised him. You've learned your idioms well. If Xiang Yi dared to lift his gaze, he would discover that there was no anger in Qi Fei's eyes. On the contrary, they brimmed with amusement. Qi Fei was not angry because every step Xiang Yi took was entirely within his expectations, and he welcomed the unfolding scenario with delight. A pet cat, with its claws bared and poised in an adorable manner, evokes only affection, for it has just had its claws trimmed and exhibits no hint of aggression. Qi Fei, seemingly having had his fill of play, straightens up and retrieves a metal rod from an unknown location, tossing it before Xiang Yi. He gestures towards the alcohol swabs resting on the coffee table. Xiang Yi's rigid spine eventually succumbs to a slight bend as he picks up the rod from the floor and approaches the table, meticulously disinfecting the metal. He then looks at Qi Fei, a sense of confusion in his gaze. Chi Fei smirks slightly, as if resigned, and asks, "Do you need my assistance?" Xiang Yi stutters. "No, I can manage." He is reluctant to discover the price of Chi Fei's help, nor does he desire to experience it. Chi Fei watches him with an air of leisurely patience, waiting for him to complete his task. 2 minutes pass, and Xiang Yi remains rooted in place. Chi Fei clicks his tongue, offering a well-meaning reminder. The makeup artist will arrive in 15 minutes. Xiang Yi, fully aware of the underlying threat in Chi Fei's words, inquires, "Can I change locations?" Chi Fei drags a nearby chair and sits down, declaring, "There are no cameras." Xiang Yi realizes that Chi Fei's patience is wearing thin. "What about the fitting room?" he pleads, nearly on the verge of tears. He kneels before Chi Fei, exclaiming, "Teacher, I truly understand my mistake. Please grant me this one favor." "Ah, where did you learn to kneel so readily?" Chi Fei scrutinizes him. "All right, that will suffice. Maintain this position and begin." "Teacher," Chi Fei articulates slowly, "I have already afforded you numerous opportunities." Now, tears brim in Xiang Ye's eyes. Jifi Gidips Viang, Ye Seiqing. Lifting his face to savor the moment. "Do you feel humiliated?" Xiang Yi parts his lips, but finds himself at a loss for words. How could he not feel humiliated? This is a public setting devoid of surveillance, yet still intimate with just the two of them present. "Did I not remind you last night? This morning as well?" Chi Fei releases Xiang Ye's chin, stating, "Xiang Yi, it was you who disregarded my words." He retracts his hand, twisting it thoughtfully. "These are the consequences you must bear." There are 5 minutes remaining. Panic washes over Xiang Yi, visibly apparent in his expression. He clings to Chi Fei's leg, tears streaming uncontrollably, pleading, "Teacher, I promise I won't do it again. Please, don't treat me this way." His voice, hoarse and laced with sobs, implores, "I beg you, just this once, spare me." For minutes remain. "You may continue to dawdle," Chi Fei replies coolly. Xiang Yi, in desperation, tugs at Chi Fei's hand. "Teacher, let us go to the fitting room, please." 3 minutes. Despair engulfs Xiang Yi. 3 minutes feels insurmountable. He contemplates surrendering to the inevitable. After all, was this not how he came to know Chi Fei? The fitting room, and this shall be the last time, he asserts. Xiang Yi suddenly lifts his head. "Thank you, teacher." He nearly tumbles as he rushes towards the fitting room. Chi Fei retrieves several alcohol swabs from a coffee table and follows him inside. The makeup artist, favoring Xiang Yi, remains outside, ensuring that no unwelcome intruder dares to enter. Undeniably, upon encountering Xiang Ye's almost despairing gaze, his heart softened. As he closed the fitting room door, Xiang Yi shuddered slightly. Upon turning to see him, he continued to undress. Chi Fei approached Xiang Yi, offering him an alcohol swab. "Wipe it again." However, perhaps startled by the situation, Xiang Yi spoke in a stuttering manner. Chi Fei understood the urgency. Time was limited before someone would enter. Yet, a playful impulse stirred within Chi Fei. "Just keep your voice down." They lacked the courage to open the fitting room door. Xiang Yi pressed his lips together, and under Chi Fei's unyielding gaze, swiftly took the alcohol swab. After meticulously disinfecting, he winced. "Take it slow." Chi Fei raised an eyebrow, teasingly remarked, "If you mess it up, I won't want you anymore." Xiang Yi wished to glare but dared not. He could only endure the embarrassment and carefully put on the item. If he truly messed it up, he would be the first to cry. Unbeknownst to him, 3 minutes had already passed, yet there was not a sound outside. Chi Fei had settled onto the fitting room sofa as soon as Xiang Yi took the swab, propping his chin lazily, reveling in this captivating scene akin to a thrilling action film. He mused, "This is not Xiang Yi, it's clearly Xiang Wei." Nonetheless, he felt satisfaction with the current Xiang Yi, who, in stark contrast to their first encounter, remained internally consistent. He had nurtured and taught him. After 10 minutes, Xiang Yi finally finished. "Teacher?" Chapter 5. Why make things difficult for the working class? Xiang Ye's mouth opened and closed, but he failed to utter a word. He wished to inquire whether Chi Fei would use the remote control during the official program, yet he feared that mentioning it might alert Chi Fei to his concern. Although the likelihood of Chi Fei utilizing the remote was significantly higher than not, he could not disregard even the slightest possibility. Moreover, pleading for mercy in Chi Fei's presence One might succeed once out of 10 attempts. He'd just been spared. Chi Fei's fingers moved slightly, seemingly intrigued by Xiang Ye's forthcoming words. What's wrong? In that instant, Xiang Yi felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He then noticed that Chi Fei's other hand, not resting on his chin, was idly spinning the remote control. Xiang Yi stared at Chi Fei's hand holding the remote, swallowing hard twice before awkwardly responding, and nothing. Chi Fei stood up, hands in his pockets, seemingly convinced by Xiang Yi's words, yet appearing oblivious to his expression. Then let us go. The makeup artist and stylist are waiting. Xiang Ye's mind was entirely occupied with Chi Fei's left pocket. Upon this reminder, he suddenly realized that it had indeed been eerily silent outside. Chi Fei was deceiving him. This revelation transformed Xiang Ye's heart into a spring, bubbling with warmth that flowed through his entire being. If this was all a ruse, then the remote must merely be a prop. It was meant to intimidate him, just like how the stylist and makeup artist would enter in 15 minutes, intended to threaten him. With this understanding, Xiang Ye's steps became significantly lighter, and in just a few strides, he caught up with the leisurely Chi Fei. His eyes sparkled with a smile as he called out, "Teacher." Chi Fei's voice was cool and detached. The two walked side by side, their hands occasionally brushing against each other. Xiang Ye's fingers curled slightly, yet he could not resist the flutter of his heart. Gathering his courage, he hooked his index finger around Chi Fei's pinky. He cautiously observed Chi Fei's expression, and upon seeing no change, he fully clasped Chi Fei's pinky in his hand. Xiang Yi let out a quiet sigh of relief, just as he was about to be bolder and take Chi Fei's hand. "Teacher Chi, Teacher Xiang, hello. Teacher Chi. This way, please. Teacher Xiang, you're over here." Naturally, Chi Fei withdrew his hand and proceeded to his designated spot, although their seats were in close proximity. The two makeup artists insisted on describing them as if they were the distant cowherd and weaver girl, separated by a vast galaxy. The courage Xiang Yi had painstakingly mustered dissipated in an instant. During the makeup and styling session, the two hardly exchanged any words. The variety show rehearsal at the fruit station was primarily to familiarize themselves with the process, the games involved, and the rules. This particular show was aimed at promoting the television drama starring Xiang Yi and Jiang Shui. Their crew consisted of 5 individuals, in addition to Xiang Yi and Jiang Shui. There was a female supporting character, Lin Ji, and a male supporting character, Jiang He, neither of whom were particularly well known. On the way to the rehearsal, Xiao Pang squeezed in to share what he had learned about the situation. Besides the crew, there was also a singing and dancing group named Feng Hiyun, seemingly a new signing of their company. Before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Pang was jostled away by the throng of people. Of course, it was not Xiang Yi who drew the crowd, but Chi Fei. "Ah, Emperor Qi, could you please give me an autograph? This is your first variety show appearance." "Ah, no, wait. This is your first public appearance since taking over the family business." "Ah, Emperor Qi, can we take a picture together? Are you planning to make a comeback?" "Isn't that redundant? With so many responsibilities at the company, how could there be time for a comeback? I heard you're here as a host." "Indeed, and also to obtain your certification. How can someone be this impressive?" In an instant, the crowd swelled, overwhelming even Xiang Yi, who was pushed aside. Everyone, from the host to the television station staff, gathered around, including members of his own crew. Xiang Yi took a closer look and noticed that Jiang Shui, the one responsible for his current predicament, was among them. He felt as if he could shatter his own teeth from frustration. The cacophony of voices provided little clarity, and Xiang Yi could only glean fragments of information. However, what he heard was indeed true. Chi Fei, a dual master's degree holder in economics and management, graduated from a prestigious university in M country at the age of 18 and plunged into the entertainment industry, simultaneously establishing an entertainment company. Yet, Chi Fei did not personally manage the company. He merely set the overarching direction while maintaining his own studio. Xiang Yi knew that Chi Fei firmly believed in the adage that without the ability to lead a team, one could only work oneself to exhaustion. After sweeping various awards at the age of 22, Chi Fei faced some challenges within the family business, was called to duty, and 2 years later, successfully elevated the company to new heights. Thus, after 2 years of hands-on involvement, he extricated himself once more. Once the company stabilized, He found himself intrigued by the role of the host, and, in passing, acquired certification and received an award. In an instant, numerous platforms extended invitations for him to take on the role of a host. Yet Chi Fei, citing the multitude of company affairs, declined every opportunity. Xiang Yi still vividly recalls Chi Fei's particularly pretentious remark: "Being an actor is far more challenging than managing a company." Nevertheless, Chi Fei's innate business acumen garnered respect from individuals across the globe. Regardless of nationality or background, anyone meeting Chi Fei would afford him a notable degree of esteem. Indeed, 7 parts out of 10. It was no wonder that hosts were eager to gravitate around him. However, a sense of confusion stirred within Xiang Yi. Why was he participating as a host in this variety show? Was it for him? After 5 minutes of waiting, Chinamo stepped forward to usher people away. As for requests for autographs or photographs, Chi Fei had declined them all. He then smiled and remarked, "This is my first time hosting. If I make any mistakes, I hope everyone will be forgiving." A voice unexpectedly chimed in. The esteemed actor Chi would never err. Laughter erupted among the crowd. After a brief interval, Chi Fei suggested, "Let us commence the rehearsal swiftly, lest we delay everyone's meal." The main host of the variety show finally appeared, orchestrating the rehearsal process. At some point, Jiang Shui had approached Xiang Yi's side, addressing him as Teacher Xiang. Xiang Yi struggled to maintain his composure. When he turned slightly, he caught sight of Chi Fei's ambiguous expression. Silently, he took 2 steps back. Jiang Shui, oblivious to any tension, inquired, "Teacher Xiang, could you possibly ask Teacher Chi for an autograph?" Her mind was consumed by the fact that Xiang Yi was the first and only artist signed under Chi Fei's studio. Proximity to power often reaps benefits. They had both taken a convoluted route to reach this moment. She reveled in her perceived cleverness, delighting that no one else had discerned this detail. Xiang Yi felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. If she wanted Chi Fei's autograph, she should approach him directly. Why burden him with this? He retreated another step. Apologizing, "I'm merely an employee. There is no need to make things difficult for a mere worker." Chapter 6. I do not wish to drink. Jiang Shui's expression momentarily stiffened. They had just completed filming a drama together, a span of 5 months. Why did Xiang Yi seem so averse to her presence? She stepped forward. "Teacher Xiang." "You, stop calling me that." Jiang Yi interrupted, visibly agitated. Jiang Shui then noticed his pallor and asked, "Teacher Xiang, are you all right? Do you need a rest?" So it turned out he was unwell. Meanwhile, Chi Fei, having sensed that something was amiss with his own artist, elegantly approached Xiang Yi and inquired, "What troubles you?" His expression, with a slight furrow of concern, indicated genuine care for Xiang Yi. Xiang Yi forced a smile. "I'm fine, it will pass shortly." He gazed into Chi Fei's eyes. "Isn't that right, Teacher Chi?" Jiang Shui swiftly interjected. How would Teacher Chi know about such matters? "Teacher Xiang, perhaps you should take a moment to rest?" It seemed the conversation had taken an absurd turn. Indeed, Chi Fei nodded, seemingly concerned solely for Xiang Yi. His voice laced with care. "Perhaps you should rest for a moment. I wouldn't want anyone to mistakenly think I mistreat my employees." With that, Chi Fei hurriedly supported the faltering Xiang Yi. "Is your stomach bothering you again?" Xiang Yi's eyes blazed with indignation. "Nonsense. I have never relied on dieting to lose weight. My health is among the finest in the industry. Even compared to the average person, I am exceptional." Yet, he could only grit his teeth and begrudgingly reply yes. Subsequently, he cast a feeble glance at Chi Fei, murmuring, "I apologize for the trouble, Teacher Chi." Jiang Shui, feeling sympathetic for her idol, turned to Chi Fei. "Shall I assist Teacher Xiang?" To her, Xiang Yi appeared quite heavy. She worried about Chi Fei's endurance. "No need." Xiang Yi shut his eyes briefly, cursing inwardly about the dreadful production he had been roped into. His well-being was at stake. Jiang Shui wore a puzzled expression. Why was he so eager to refuse assistance? Had their 5-month camaraderie dissolved so easily? Chi Fei, perceptive and understanding, interjected, "Allow me. It would be improper for a young woman to assist." Others had begun to take note of the unfolding situation. Initially, they assumed the male and female leads were merely discussing matters, only to realize Chi Fei had approached as well. Witnessing Xiang Yi struggling to maintain his balance. They hurried over, chattering with concern. Is Teacher Xiang all right? Xiang Yi forced a smile. I'm fine. No need to worry. I just need a moment to rest. The lead host of the television station quickly commanded, Step back, everyone. Give them some space. Someone fetch a bottle of water for Teacher Xiang. Chi Fei helped Xiang Yi toward the nearby resting area, stating, Go find Xiao Pang and have her prepare warm water. Yes. It would be unwise to drink cold water in this condition. I'll have someone take care of it. Xiang Yi couldn't even muster the strength to refuse. Once they were alone, he quietly pleaded, Teacher, you must have your divine powers, right? How come we were just enjoying a pleasant conversation? Chi Fei's lips curled into a smirk, neither fully a smile nor a frown. Just yesterday, rumors were swirling about you, and today, you're leaning so closely to someone else in my presence. His tone turned frosty. Xiang Yi, do you truly hold me in such low regard? This was utterly unjust. Cold sweat broke out on Xiang Yi's forehead as he clenched his jaw, striving to steady his voice. She approached me for an autograph request. I had already taken a step back. His voice was filled with frustration and grievance, as if he could produce tears of bitterness. Teacher, it's genuinely not my fault. Teacher, cursing silently, he remembered that this particular teacher was one who wouldn't entertain explanations. Xiang Yi felt utterly despondent. The most humiliating part was that crying would only compound his shame. He leaned his head against Chi Fei's shoulder, bracing for the impending discomfort to pass. Brother Yi, what's wrong? Why is your stomach suddenly unwell? Before he could finish, Chi Fei fixed him with a piercing gaze that left him frozen in place. Xiao Pang stood there, momentarily stunned, still clutching his thermos. Could it be that his eyes were deceiving him? The once formidable Xiang Yi now resembled a delicate flower swaying in the wind, leaning against Chi Fei, gasping for breath. Brother, my dear brother, would you too kindly consider the time and place? What on earth is happening? It was no wonder Chinamo had appeared at the door, seemingly out of nowhere. Goodness, that individual was also a remarkable character. Why hadn't someone stopped him? The cold, unyielding voice of Chi Fei resonated. Devoid of any discernible emotion, you may leave now. Xiao Pang instinctively shivered, his rationality swiftly returning as he bowed in submission, saying, Yes, I shall take my leave. Take care, Yiga. This is not my fault. Someone's pressure is simply too overwhelming. Blaming him? That was entirely his own overthinking. Xiang Yi was oblivious to his presence. Upon regaining full awareness, Xiang Yi's expression was nothing short of spectacular. His face resembled a painter's palette, laden with discomfort, frustration, grievance, helplessness, bewilderment, anguish, and sorrow, ultimately transforming into sheer horror at Chi Fei's words. Chi Fei gently caressed Xiang Yi's back with one hand while presenting a thermos cup before him with the other. Speaking softly, Have some water. We must rehearse shortly. Xiang Yi's face contorted in disbelief. Was this water even drinkable? Would he still have the strength to perform during the rehearsal? This was no mere intimidation. What was to become of the afternoon's program? He and Jiang Shui were the leads, and interaction was inevitable. Could he endure this? A flurry of questions paled in comparison to the cup of water brought to his lips, an offer that was impossible to decline. Having followed Chi Fei for 4 years, from the age of 19 to now 23, Xiang Yi knew him intimately. Teacher, he murmured, tilting his head to rest against Chi Fei's shoulder, nuzzling gently. I don't wish to drink. Chi Fei both indulged and reveled in Xiang Yi's display of affection, aware of his concerns. A glimmer of amusement danced in his eyes. Drink. I would not impose upon you. Indeed, Xiang Yi was in dire need of hydration. His clothes were drenched in sweat, and his meticulously styled hair had become a chaotic mess, some strands even clinging together. Only then did he feel reassured enough to lift his head, obediently taking the water offered by Chi Fei. Such moments were exceedingly rare, and Xiang Yi cherished them deeply. Chi Fei's gaze lingered on Xiang Yi's face, which, while still exquisite and wild, bore the marks of exhaustion. The corners of Xiang Yi's eyes were reddened, his lashes clumped together, their condition uncertain, whether dampened by sweat or tears. He appeared fragile and pitiable, still beautiful, yet having lost much of his wildness. coupled with the sight of him submissively swallowing the water Chi Fei provided. This strikingly handsome face bore no trace of defiance. Chi Fei's expression deepened, and he swallowed hard. His left hand, which had been gently caressing Xiang Ye's back, slowly ascended to his neck. Casual squeezes followed as his thumb moved forward, resting upon the bobbing Adam's apple. In addition to the gentle motion of swallowing warm water, there was a subtle tremor. Chapter 7. Teacher, please do not continually threaten me. Xiang Yu was all too familiar with that gaze. He allowed Chi Fei to touch him, to caress him, while he feigned innocence and obediently drank the water. Teacher, that is enough. I am full, he said, turning his head to evade the thermos, consequently allowing Chi Fei's fingers to glide away from his throat. Chi Fei gazed at his empty fingers, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossing his eyes. His voice was low and hoarse. Is that so? Xiang Yi obediently nodded. I've truly had enough. I can no longer drink. A light chuckle escaped Chi Fei's lips as his fingers trailed down his neck, coming to rest on his abdomen. He touched it, as if measuring, and with an ambiguous tone inquired, is it really impossible to drink any more? His abdomen remained flat, the thin shirt failing to conceal the subtle contours, revealing hints of well-defined muscles. Xiang Yi appeared to struggle with the sensation, bending slightly to evade the varying pressure of Chi Fei's fingers. Ignoring the displeasure in Chi Fei's gaze, he firmly grasped the restless hand, saying, Teacher, let us proceed to the rehearsal. Viang Ye, Ji Fi did it. His tone neither harsh nor gentle, but it held a weight that rooted Xiang Yi to the spot. A chill ran down Xiang Yi's spine as he thought, oh no, this might be a mistake. He playfully tapped Chi Fei's palm and murmured, Teacher. Chi Fei offered a faint smile, leisurely setting down the thermos while retrieving his captured hand. He then gently patted Xiang Ye's face, admonishing, do not be clever before me. He did not withdraw his hand, but instead caressed Xiang Ye's lips, kneading them softly. His gaze remained clear, yet tinged with a hint of desire. He asked once more, really, can you not drink any more? An alarm blared in Xiang Ye's mind. The question was perilous. Summoning courage, he replied, Teacher, the others are waiting and lunch is approaching. However, his conviction waned, his voice diminishing to a whisper. A smile lingered on Chi Fei's lips, though his eyes betrayed no emotion. You may opt not to participate. This was dire indeed. Xiang Yi averted his gaze, unable to meet Chi Fei's eyes. Since I am here, I can bear the penalty. Chi Fei paused, retracting his hand. Moreover, Xiang Yi, do not forget your primary responsibilities. Such audacity was becoming increasingly intolerable. The words struck Xiang Yi like a heavy blow, awakening a deep ache within him, leaving him breathless. His primary responsibilities. Xiang Ye's fingers curled involuntarily, and he parted his lips, struggling to articulate. But time is limited. You've taken so long. He refrained from voicing his thoughts, and instead prompted, but teacher, aren't you also required to attend the rehearsal? Chi Fei observed Xiang Ye's shifting emotions. Whether I attend or not is inconsequential. Were it not for the fact that this individual was so utterly distracting, he would not have found himself in this predicament. A look of bewilderment crossed Xiang Ye's face. What did it mean that attendance was inconsequential? Why accept this role if merely to torment him? Was it for him? The pang in his heart dissipated almost instantaneously, as if it were merely a figment of his imagination. In a soft voice, he pleaded, Teacher, this is my first drama as I transition. I do not wish to bring shame upon you. Once we return, I will leave you to decide the outcome, if that is acceptable. Moreover, the space here is cramped. It would be unfair to you, and we haven't checked for surveillance. What if there are cameras? Chi Fei furrowed his brow slightly. Although he could not comprehend the sudden shift in Xiang Ye's demeanor, from a melancholic pup to a jubilant, tail-wagging one, it was evidently more pleasant than the previous display. Xiang Yi made a valid point. This lounge was a temporary arrangement, and they had yet to ascertain whether any surveillance was in place. However, Chi Fei's voice remained composed. Do not worry. Even if there are cameras, no one would dare to release any footage. At that moment, an unexpected voice echoed from outside. Is President Xi inside? Both individuals paused for a brief instant, with Xiang Yi displaying a heightened reaction, anxiously gripping Qi Fei's sleeve and whispering, "Is the door locked?" Qi Fei slightly raised his brows, recalling that Xiao Peng should have closed the door upon his departure. Nevertheless, it was certainly not locked, a fact he chose not to disclose to Xiang Yi. "I apologize, Director Zhou, but President Qi is currently occupied," came the voice of Chen Imo instantly. Xiang Yi exhaled a sigh of relief. Indeed, no matter the embarrassment, Qi Fei would never find himself in such a predicament. He would never allow himself to be ensnared in such a situation. The voice of Director Zhou continued from outside. "Haha, I thought as it approaches noon, I might extend a modicum of hospitality." Chen Imo replied with utmost seriousness. "President Xi has indicated that evening is preferable." "Very well, then we shall meet tonight. I have reserved a table at the Yuejiang restaurant on the 3rd floor, eagerly awaiting President Xi's esteemed presence." "Ha ha." As the voice gradually faded, Xiang Yi felt completely reassured. He looked at Qi Fei with a charming smile, saying, "Teacher, we should exhibit a bit of professionalism." Qi Fei pondered the phrase, his voice soft as he seemed to savor it. He lifted his gaze, casting a meaningful look at Xiang Yi, the corners of his mouth curving into a subtle smile. "You ought to possess some degree of professionalism." Xiang Yi replied, "What you are experiencing is akin to lifting a stone only to drop it on your own foot." He earnestly assured, "Teacher, I will serve you well." Qi Fei raised an eyebrow. "You had better." Xiang Yi feigned ignorance, tugging at Qi Fei's sleeve with a playful demeanor. Come on, they must be anxiously waiting." Just as Qi Fei was about to rise, Xiang Yi recalled something and, rather than releasing his grip, tightened it, almost toppling Qi Fei in the process. Qi Fei steadied himself by leaning against the back of the sofa, his expression darkening. Xiang Yi found himself ensconced in Qi Fei's embrace, blinking innocently, and sweetly said, "Teacher." Qi Fei's expression darkened further. "You had better have a valid reason. What is with this act of cuteness? You are behaving like a fool." Xiang Yi blinked again. "Teacher, you surely won't press the remote again, will you?" Qi Fei closed his eyes. "For this?" He allowed a cold laugh. "Let us see how you perform." He stood to leave. As he sensed resistance from his sleeve, Qi Fei took a deep breath and, without turning back, asked, "Is there anything else?" Fortunately, he had gained some experience from the previous encounter. Xiang Yi shook his sleeve, looking pitiful. "What kind of performance is deemed acceptable? I merely exchanged a few words, and it was initiated by the other party." "Teacher, you know we are here to promote the drama. Interaction is essential. Otherwise, if rumors of discord between the leads spread before the show even airs, no one will watch it." Qi Fei spoke in a calm tone. "You are welcome to try." Xiang Yi stood up, wrapping his arms around Qi Fei's waist, resting his head on his shoulder, and mumbled, "Teacher, please do not keep threatening me. That was your failure to demonstrate professionalism." Chapter 8. When will you earn the money for your redemption? Xiang Yi took a deep, quiet breath. Why did he have to bring up professionalism? Wasn't he aware of his own responsibilities? "Teacher," he said, playfully nuzzling against Qi Fei's long neck, "just this once. I promise I won't accept any more roles alongside her." This play had indeed been approved by Qi Fei. In the end, it was he who endured all the suffering. "Enough," Qi Fei coldly remarked as he pushed aside a large ornament. "It's time for rehearsal." A smile involuntarily crept across Xiang Yi's lips. Finally, this matter was behind him. He dramatically placed one hand on his abdomen and bowed, extending the other hand. "Please, after you, teacher." Qi Fei glanced at him indifferently and strode towards the rehearsal room. Xiang Yi followed closely, but as they turned a corner, a hand suddenly appeared, pulling him into the hallway at the end. The narrow corridor, about 2 or 3 meters long, was flanked by white walls with a window at its end. As he recognized the person, Xiang Yi's expression shifted from shock to exasperation. "Seriously?" he muttered, adjusting his disheveled clothing. "What are you sneaking around for? Do you even have the audacity to ask me that?" Xiao Peng retorted, his voice low yet assertive. "I haven't even questioned you yet. Your health is robust, even stronger than a yak. How could you possibly have a stomach ailment?" Xiang Yi replied. "Can you blame him?" Xiao Peng, recalling the earlier scene, was filled with indignation. "You should know better than to engage in such antics. This isn't guarantee the right occasion. Otherwise, when will you ever earn the money for your redemption? Xiang Yi shot him a sidelong glance. Are you insane? Seeing that Xiang Yi was not grasping the gravity of the situation, Xiao Peng anxiously circled around him, whispering, "Don't forget the ambitious words you once proclaimed. Are you truly going to languish in the comforts of romance and become someone else's canary? Bianc, ye gaspit. Have you lost your mind?" He quickly turned his head, scanning the area. "There are no cameras," Xiao Peng remarked, observing Xiang Ye's anxious demeanor. "Do you think I would harm you?" Xiang Yi slapped him lightly on the back of the head. "Walls have ears, do you understand? Why must you speak of such matters here?" Xiao Peng stumbled slightly from the blow, but persisted. "Brother Yi, we both know how you signed that contract. Someone like President Qi is not within our reach. Even if Xiang Yi is handsome, he is not irreplaceable in this industry." "All right," Xiao Peng conceded. "I admit that your face is currently irreplaceable." Xiang Yi felt as though his heart had been pierced by a dagger. He glared at him and whispered, "Are you done yet?" He then turned away, leaving a parting remark, "I'm off to rehearsal." At the corner, Chen Mo quickly stowed away his phone and slipped into a nearby room before Xiang Yi reached the intersection. The moment Xiang Yi stepped into the rehearsal room, he found Qi Fei's expression utterly foul, radiating an icy aura, with no one within a 3-meter radius. What on earth happened to provoke his displeasure? Is he out his mind? The one suffering is me. He felt trapped, unable to advance or retreat, regretting not having chatted a bit longer with Xiao Peng. Although the words spoken were not to his liking, at the moment of his indecision, the host Miao Fong called out, "Teacher Xiang, could you please come over here?" "Oh, all right." Xiang Yi promptly made his way towards Miao Fong, disregarding Jiang Shui, the source of his troubles, who stood beside him. Miao Fong first inquired about Xiang Ye's health, and with this opening, a group of people nearby also expressed their concern. Xiang Yi smiled and replied, "I had some water. I'm feeling better now." It's essential to drink more hot water. Laughter erupted among the crowd. As the laughter subsided, Miao Fong continued, "Teacher Xiang, let me introduce you to the program's flow." "All right." Xiang Yi nodded. "You could just call me Xiang Yi." It was perplexing how, in the entertainment industry, everyone felt compelled to call others teacher. Was it a lingering habit from school? Why was there no instinctive reaction to it? Regardless, he always felt a sense of unease whenever he encountered Qi Fei. Miao Fong chuckled. "Then I will take the liberty of explaining. The format for this variety show is as follows. As the leading host of the Fruit Channel, he had encountered numerous top-tier celebrities, and he could respond to anyone who called him teacher, except for Qi Fei. In this circle, who didn't he know that Xiang Yi was the only artist signed by Qi Fei's studio? Even Xiang Ye's original manager had been the one who worked with Qi Fei. That manager, Shi Yunqian, had since become the CEO of the entertainment company Qi Fei established. In this industry, everyone paid her due respect. Presently, she had only Xiang Yi under her wing, and she was personally overseeing his career, making her intentions abundantly clear. Miao Fong couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. It had taken him years of hard work to reach his current position. In contrast, Xiang Yi had started in major productions at the tender age of 19, playing supporting roles alongside acclaimed actors and actresses, yet he had never participated in a project with intimate scenes. Anyone with a modicum of ability in the entertainment industry knew that Xiang Yi was off limits, while those lacking skill could scarcely hope to approach him. Just a week prior, their Fruit Channel received notification that any interactive games involving Xiang Yi would feature Qi Fei as the partner. This was a personal call from Shi Yunqian, which was already a significant concession. Naturally, having Qi Fei personally present was an immense honor, as he had never participated in any variety show before. This was a tremendous source of traffic. Regardless of his thoughts, Miao Fong could not reveal his feelings. He had to diligently introduce the process to Xiang Yi. That's about it. Shall we proceed to rehearsal? Everyone nodded, and no one dared mention Qi Fei, who was sitting on a plastic stool with an air of regality. They merely cast furtive glances in his direction. Miao Fong, feeling somewhat embarrassed, turned to Xiang Yi and quietly asked, "Teacher Xiang, could you invite Teacher Qi to join us?" All eyes immediately turned to Xiang Yi. "No way. Are you all out of your minds?" In the end, under the gaze of a blend of pleading, admiration, and pity from the crowd, Xiang Yi squared his shoulders and approached Qi Fei. "Teacher," he addressed Qi Fei, who was preoccupied with his phone and responded with a nonchalant hum without raising his head. Xiang Yi lowered his voice, saying, "Miao Laosher mentioned it's time for rehearsal." Chi Fei finally put away his phone and said, "Let us go." Xiang Yi was taken aback. He had not anticipated Chi Fei would be so accommodating. Chi Fei no longer exhibited the earlier chilling demeanor. Instead, he calmly inquired, "Is there a problem?" Xiang Yi shook his head vigorously, "No." Thus, as they rejoined the crowd, the gazes directed at Xiang were filled solely with admiration. The rehearsal proceeded with remarkable smoothness, resolved in a single attempt. Miao Fong, as the lead host, delivered some perfunctory remarks, mentioning that there would be a working meal provided shortly, and that they could either go to the cafeteria or manage on their own. Most importantly, he needed to ask Chi Fei, "Teacher Chi, Teacher Xiang, would you like?" This was merely a formality. It was rumored that Director Zhou had personally inquired about hosting a welcoming banquet, only to be declined and not even granted an audience. Chi Fei replied in his usual calm tone, "No need." Miao Fong let out a sigh of relief. That was indeed the right response, as it would have been a slight against the director to accept. "You may continue with your tasks. I shall not intrude further." He turned with brisk efficiency, yet felt an inescapable sense of having forgotten something. Chapter 9. The ankle chain in the vast room. Only Chi Fei and Xiang Yi remained. The silence so profound that Xiang could hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Xiang Yi, with a hint of flattery, ventured, "Teacher, where shall we dine for lunch?" Chi Fei cast a sidelong glance at him, remaining silent. At that moment, Chen Mo entered. "Mr. Chi, everything is ready." Chi Fei acknowledged with a brief Chen Mo nodded and proceeded to lead the way for Chi Fei, who followed with a leisurely gait. A sudden chill ran down Xiang Yi's spine. He was perplexed by the air of secrecy surrounding the preparations. He hastily caught up to Chi Fei and inquired, "Teacher?" Chi Fei responded with another Xiang Yi's right eyelid twitched. "Where are we going?" Chi Fei maintained his calm tone. "You will know when we arrive." Yet, Xiang Yi could not shake the sense of an impending storm. The journey was marked by silence until they boarded the vehicle. It was only then that Xiang Yi cautiously reminded, "Teacher, we still have filming scheduled for this afternoon." Once inside the car, Chi Fei began to fiddle with his tablet. "It will not delay the shoot." Relieved, Xiang Yi fell silent, pulling out his phone to watch videos. How splendid! The assurance that filming would proceed without interruption meant he would not encounter any mishaps. 20 minutes later, the vehicle came to a halt. Xiang Yi looked up to find himself facing a traditional Sihuan. "What are we doing here?" A figure in a dark blue uniform approached briskly, gloved hands indicating he was likely the valet. Chi Fei succinctly replied, "Dining." Chen Mo exited the vehicle to open the door for Chi Fei, overhearing the exchange and elaborating. "This is a private dining establishment, Mr. Chi's own venue." He added, "It offers excellent discretion." Xiang Yi gazed at him in surprise, then glanced skyward, noting the sun directly overhead. "Oh, did the sun rise in the west today?" Before Xiang Yi could observe Chen Mo further, the latter quickly interjected, "Mr. Chi, this way, please." Internally, he mused on Xiang Yi's audacity, pondering what Chi Fei saw in him. Meanwhile, the doorman arrived and was about to open the door when Xiang Yi alighted from the car. The valet took the keys from Chen Mo's hand, and the trio followed Chen Mo into the private room. The table was already laden with an array of dishes, and once Xiang Yi and his companion entered, Chen Mo closed the door behind them, casually beckoning a server to bring him some food. The server's words were brief. "Mr. Chen, the private room is just beside us." "No need. Just bring the car over later and keep people from coming this way." Who bore the brunt of this? The leader reprimanded his little lover while he stood guard, personally ensuring that she would not suffer embarrassment. However, the atmosphere in the room was not as Chen Mo had imagined. It was quite harmonious. Xiang Yi diligently served Chi Fei, occasionally sharing light-hearted banter in an attempt to elicit a smile from her. They had work in the afternoon, thus abstaining from alcohol. Clearly, his efforts were in vain. Chi Fei's face betrayed little emotion as she picked at her food, seemingly lacking an appetite. Xiang Yi's heart grew heavier, yet he persevered under the pressure to fill his own stomach. His robust physique was sustained by the regularity of his meals. Chi Fei's gaze fell upon him. "Are you full?" Xiangyi glanced at his empty bowl. Yes, I should have eaten more slowly. Qi Fei then directed her attention to the gift box at the center of the round table, opening it to gauge its appeal. Xiangyi followed her gaze, realizing that the stacked boxes were indeed gifts, not mere decorations. He rose to retrieve the box, internally grumbling about the choice of gift box that matched the room's decor so perfectly. He opened the smaller box first, raising an eyebrow. A bracelet? What else in the larger box? A necklace? No. Xiangyi looked up in confusion at Qi Fei. She fixed her gaze on him. It's an anklet. Oh. Xiangyi found nothing amiss and opened the larger box, revealing a necklace, clearly part of a set. Both pieces were silver, their material unknown, adorned with a few gemstones. And the central shape was peculiar, resembling a tiny birdcage, which hung gracefully from a delicate silver chain. As he examined the contents of the cage, a commanding voice interrupted him with an irrefutable order. The necklace could be removed during work, but the anklet must never be taken off. Xiangyi raised his eyes, catching Qi Fei's unwavering gaze. It was as though she were contemplating something profound. He turned back to study the birdcage. I see. After a moment, he surrendered to the futility of his efforts. It was too small. He could discern nothing within. Holding both boxes, he approached Qi Fei, his eyes bright with enthusiasm. Teacher, please put it on me. Qi Fei's steady gaze bore into Xiangyi's for a second, 2 seconds, a minute, as if searching for some hidden emotion in his smiling eyes. Unable to withstand her scrutiny, Xiangyi's smile faltered, and he sighed. All right, I'll do it myself. Qi Fei seized his hand holding the necklace, as if conceding, I will put it on you. A smile returned to Xiangyi's face. Thank you, teacher. Qi Fei rose, taking the necklace from his hands, but instead of moving behind him, she circled around him and placed it around his neck. In contrast to the coldness of the silver chain, what Xiangyi first felt was the warmth and moisture of Qi Fei's breath. In that moment, he thought, regardless of the chain, he would accept it. After Qi Fei returned to his seat, he took a moment to admire the drawing he had personally created, which perfectly complemented the individual he had meticulously chosen. Xiangyi obediently allowed Qi Fei's gaze to linger on him and inquired, Teacher, does it look good? Qi Fei nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it looks splendid. Seizing the opportunity, Xiangyi brought over a chair, propped his legs up, and casually hiked his dress pants to mid-calf, presenting his ankle to Qi Fei. Teacher, there's also an anklet, he added. As if fearing rejection, he flatteringly remarked, the anklet worn by you, my teacher, I would never remove, not even while bathing. He winked at Qi Fei, leaning in slightly to whisper, only you can take it off. Qi Fei seemed to have heard a most satisfactory reply, and with composure, he retrieved the anklet from the box and fastened it around Xiangyi's smooth left ankle. Once secured, he playfully adjusted the tiny birdcage dangling from it, declaring it off limits for removal. Xiangyi stared at his own sleek calf, responding with a disheartened hum. He recalled when he first followed Qi Fei at the tender age of 19, utterly naive. Perhaps due to his somewhat clumsy demeanor, Qi Fei had, on the afternoon following his awakening, removed all hair from his body under the pretext of discomfort caused by his leg hair. This was permanent, a decision made by Qi Fei himself. Qi Fei naturally did not miss the expression of regret on Xiangyi's face, and a barely perceptible smile played at the corners of his lips. 4 years prior, he had been vexed by this person's recklessness, disregarding his instructions in a fit of enthusiasm. That night had been a roller coaster of emotions, oscillating between life and death, ultimately leading to a complete demise of spirit. This person played a significant role in that transformation. While he could understand youth's first foray into indulgence, understanding did not equate to acceptance. He was the benefactor. Could Xiangyi claim that title as well? Thus, a minor reprimand was warranted. Of course, such training could not be perfected in a single attempt. Qi Fei exerted considerable effort over time. Ultimately, he was thoroughly pleased, for now, as soon as he issued a halt. Even if Xiangyi were on the brink of a climax, he would not dare to proceed any further. Instead, he would plead with red-rimmed eyes, which greatly satisfied Qi Fei's desire for control. Additionally, there was an undeniable possessiveness within Qi Fei, a sentiment too complex to articulate. He believed that even if he were to relinquish Xiang Yi in the future, no one else should have a taste of what belonged to him. A hairless man, especially one as prideful as Xiang Yi, had to consider his surroundings even when disrobing, let alone the notion of seeking pleasure elsewhere, perhaps having achieved the desired effect. Qi Fei's tone softened. It is almost time. Let us depart. Xiang Yi grasped Qi Fei's sleeve. Teacher, I need to use the restroom. Qi Fei assured him that he would not impose any difficulties regarding this matter, nodding in apparent benevolence. Very well, go ahead. Xiang Yi sensed that the two chains were no ordinary adornments, and thus, emboldened, he felt the weight of Qi Fei's gaze upon him intensify, causing his eyelashes to tremble awkwardly. He quickly shifted his focus to the birdcage resting on his ankle. It seemed that the cage provided him with the courage he needed. Taking a deep breath, Xiang Yi mustered the nerve to say, "See, could you not wear it?" Upon uttering these words, he felt as though he had narrowly escaped death, teetering on the brink of despair. The atmosphere grew instantly silent, and he could not even hear the sound of his own breath. His heart raced violently, as if someone were drumming in his ear, resembling a countdown to oblivion. Thud, thud, thud. Finally, Qi Fei's voice pierced the stillness. No. If Xiang Yi's instincts were accurate, that tone had grown even colder. He abruptly raised his head, the haze before him obscuring his vision. Teacher, he uttered, incredulous yet unable to dismiss the reality. Qi Fei's gaze was heavy, his tone frigid. Do not push your luck. Feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him, Xiang Yi averted his gaze and murmured, I understand. He sprang to his feet in a flurry, his hands fumbling and knocking a wooden chair to the floor with a loud clatter. Ignoring the overturned chair, he turned his back to Qi Fei and dashed towards the restroom, as if he were genuinely in urgent need. He ought to have been accustomed to this. Qi Fei was always inscrutable. Just when Xiang Yi thought he could decipher some of his thoughts, he discovered they were merely figments of his imagination. The sound of the door locking echoed behind him. Unable to hold back any longer, Xiang Yi gripped the doorknob tightly, his once straight back slowly slumping down. He clenched his jaw, tears streaming down his face in heavy droplets, yet he dared not make a sound. Within a minute, he straightened his posture and approached the sink, turning on the faucet to splash cold water onto his face. He had a performance later that afternoon. His eyes could not afford to swell. Glancing at his reflection in the mirror, he forced a self-mocking smile. Xiang Yi, you truly are a mess. Struggling, he raised his hand to cover his reflection, as if doing so could restore him to the radiant star he once was. Ah, this was also something Qi Fei had nurtured. Xiang Yi took several deep breaths, recalling Xiao Pang's words. A person like President Qi is not someone we can aspire to. A person like President Qi is not someone we can aspire to. Not someone we can aspire to. He splashed his face once more and hastily addressed his personal matters. The current technology was astoundingly advanced. Had it not been for Qi Fei's permission, he would not have been able to retrieve that item. However, it was perhaps for the best, as he currently lacked any tools for secondary disinfection. After washing his hands, he splashed his face again, observing the reflection of himself with only his eyes still red. Xiang Yi felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, he had removed his makeup before leaving. Otherwise, he would likely resemble a ghost. He released a deep breath and pushed open the door, emerging once more as the dazzling Xiang Yi, the charming canary seeking indulgence. He dare not look at Qi Fei, his gaze fixed on the carpet beneath his feet. I'm ready. Teacher, let us go. Unbeknownst to him, he had failed to notice the chair that had been righted or Qi Fei's absence from his original position. Qi Fei replied, taking a couple of steps before suddenly saying, if you truly do not wish to wear it, then remove it. Why the sudden change of heart? Xiang Yi shook his head. No need. As long as you don't press the remote, it's fine. Qi Fei's brow had remained furrowed since Xiang Yi entered the restroom. Upon hearing those words, his lips pressed into a sharp line. Rarely did he experience a sense of bewilderment. Xiang Yi, what is troubling you? Xiang Yi's gaze remained fixated on the carpet beneath his feet, and he responded, somewhat perplexed. I'm not upset. What would he possibly be upset about? As a canary, how could he dare to express discontent towards his benefactor? Qi Fei stepped before Xiang Yi, grasping his chin and lifting his face. I shall ask you one last time. Xiang Ye's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and the threats he had intended to utter faltered on his lips. Speak. Tears suddenly cascaded down Xiang Ye's cheeks as he broke down. What do you want me to say? I have spoken, yet you do not listen. I have pleaded 10 times, and you have spared me only once. He raised his hand to tug at the cage attached to the chain, exclaiming loudly, "What is this? How do you perceive me?" Wiping his face, Xiang Yi continued, "Indeed, a mere plaything. Is it not my duty to serve you well? I have followed your instructions, yet you remain dissatisfied. What am I to do?" Qi Fei retorted coldly, "If that is the case, then why do you weep?" Xiang Yi reacted even more strongly, glaring at him. "I feel distressed. Am I not allowed to cry? A miser does not concern himself with whether others weep or not. Were it not for you summoning me, how could I possibly shed tears before you? How humiliating." Qi Fei's gaze sharpened. "You dare to raise your voice." After venting his frustrations, the pent-up air within Xiang Yi dissipated, leaving him feeling guilty. It is only natural to be compensated for one's efforts. Moreover, given the substantial amount he received, he was the one enduring the consequences. He swiftly apologized. "Teacher, I was in the wrong." Qi Fei pinched the bridge of his nose. "You may keep it on. Now, leave." Regaining his rationality, Xiang Yi began to regret allowing such benefits to slip through his fingers. He started tugging at Qi Fei's sleeve. "Teacher, may I please remove it?" "No." Xiang Yi was momentarily a loss for words. Chapter 11. Who could resist Qi Fei? Qi Fei scoffed. "Are you not a mere plaything? A plaything should possess the awareness of their status. I was far too lenient with you before. Which plaything dares to request forgiveness? Which plaything would audaciously raise their voice at their master?" Xiang Yi stood in place, head bowed, too intimidated to speak. Yet within his heart, an array of thoughts bubbled up. Did this imply that in Qi Fei's eyes, he was more than just a mere object? Did it suggest that Qi Fei was someone he could still aspire towards? As this realization dawned upon him, Xiang Ye's eyes sparkled, and he quickly embraced Qi Fei's waist, silencing his reproachful lips. The kiss concluded, leaving both of them breathless. Xiang Ye's eyes gleamed as he gazed at Qi Fei's lips, assuring him, "Teacher, this time I truly understand my mistake." Qi Fei coldly admonished, "You had better." Today he too had lost his senses, allowing himself to be softened by tears. This individual would undoubtedly become even more difficult to manage in the future. However, the events in the restroom lingered vividly in his mind, causing a slight ache in his heart. He did not wish to witness such despairing tears again. Xiang Yi, undeterred by Qi Fei's frosty remarks, found warmth in the lingering heat of his lips, which resonated deeply within his heart. Outside the door, Chun Mo hesitated, contemplating whether to enter since the sound of a loud crash had reverberated through the air. Had Qi Zong kicked the chair? Were the two engaged in a quarrel? He lingered at the entrance, but the soundproofing of the private room was remarkably effective. Apart from that singular noise, no other sounds reached his ears. Before he could gather his thoughts, the door swung open. "Qi Zong," Chun Mo called out, his gaze sweeping over Xiang Ye's face. Internally, he mused. It seems this little lover has been thoroughly chastised. Qi Fei, unfazed by the probing look, simply instructed, "Return." To which Chun Mo replied, "Understood." As Qi Fei took a couple of steps, he paused momentarily and added, "Fetch 2 bags of ice." Chun Mo responded, "Sure." He turned to summon someone to retrieve the ice and sent a quick message. Qi Fei led Xiang Yi into the vehicle that had been waiting outside. They encountered no one along the way. Xiang Yi understood that it was undoubtedly Chun Mo's doing. Truly, he was the foremost steward. Before long, Chun Mo entered the car, carrying 2 bags of ice along with some towels. Upon receiving the towel, Xiang Yi thought, how considerate. He wrapped the ice bag in the towel and handed it to Qi Fei, saying, "Teacher, could you apply this for me?" Chun Mo quietly gasped in disbelief. Had this little lover been rendered foolish by the scolding? He then observed as the usually aloof and regal Qi Zong glanced at Xiang Yi, gently taking the towel and applying it to Xiang Ye's eyes. Indeed, the little lover who had followed Qi Fei for 4 years was truly exceptional. Chun Mo silently lowered the partition. The boss's possessiveness was daunting. The car made its way towards the television station, and Xiang Yi removed the towel wrapped around the other ice bag, anxiously inquiring, "Teacher, will it still be visible?" Noticing the faint flush extending to the corners of Xiang Ye's eyes, Chi Fei paused in silence for a moment. It was not overt, yet it bore the mark of his subtle rules. He grasped Xiang Ye's wrist, continuing to apply the towel to his eyes. It should be fine. By the time we reach the television station, it should improve. Subsequently, Chi Fei sent a message to Chun Mo. After a brief moment, Xiang Yi asked, "Has the speed decreased? Are we there yet?" "Not yet," Chi Fei replied, pursing his lips. "Just focus on your treatment." Xiang Yi opened his mouth again, but Chi Fei snapped, "If you keep talking, we'll head straight home." Only then did Xiang Yi close his mouth. Chun Mo reduced the speed to 20, circling the perimeter of the television station. Another lap ensued. It was not until he received another message that he finally drove inside. Accompanying Chi Fei, Xiang Yi experienced a taste of VIP treatment, encountering no one on their way directly to the lounge. Upon entering, his first action was to stand before the mirror, scrutinizing his complexion. Fortunately, there was only a slight blush, resembling someone who had just awakened. After assessing himself, he remembered the esteemed benefactor he had left behind. Xiang Yi eagerly wrapped his arm around Chi Fei's shoulders, guiding him to a chair. "Teacher, would you like some tea?" A smile played on Chi Fei's lips as he cast a casual glance at him. Xiang Yi immediately began to massage Chi Fei's shoulders, working his way down to the hand that was applying the ice. "Thank you for your hard work, teacher." He then leaned in to plant a gentle kiss on the hand, gazing at Chi Fei with gratitude. Not rising, he maintained a half-squatting position, continuing to knead his legs, embodying the essence of a devoted partner. With a resounding thud, Xiang Yi rose from his seat and walked towards the chair on the opposite side. "Please come in." The individual who entered was the makeup artist responsible for their styling earlier that morning. "Good day, teachers." Chi Fei nodded in acknowledgement. Xiang Yi responded with a warm smile. "Hello." The variety show on the Fruit platform was distinct from others. Their rehearsal process would be edited and released later, necessitating makeup and styling. This was even more crucial for the official program. 2 hours later, the filming of the variety show commenced. For the sake of the show's effect, the audience was kept in the dark about the identity of the mysterious guest. As Miao Fong announced, "Please welcome our mysterious guest, Chi Fei." The crowd erupted into a cacophony of excitement. "Wait, did I hear that correctly? Chi Fei, the acclaimed actor Chi Fei, the one who inherited the family business?" A child, seemingly confused, questioned the commotion, only to be chastised by his mother. "What do you know? That's Chi Fei." The excitement crescendoed. Who could not adore Chi Fei? The moment Chi Fei made his entrance, the audience was swept into a frenzy. "Oh my gosh, it's really Chi Fei. Is he making a comeback? Will we see him act again?" Chi Fei first sought to calm the audience before greeting them with a smile. As the guests made their appearances one by one, the variety show officially began. Xiang Ye's heart raced with anxiety, primarily due to the presence of Jiang Shui, the source of his distress. He mused that as long as she kept her distance, he would navigate the entire program unscathed. Whenever a team game commenced, his heart would quicken. Fortunately, he faced no peril, as he was consistently paired with Chi Fei. The audience buzzed with speculation, questioning why Chi Fei was always teamed with Xiang Yi. Supporters of their pairing remarked, "Xiang Yi is the only artist signed under Chi Fei's studio. How fortunate." Others chimed in, "He likely wishes to avoid scandal. Xiang Yi is transitioning, and any association with Jiang Shui would be detrimental. Better to team with his own boss." "What are you talking about? Clearly, it is Jiang Shui who is at a disadvantage." Another retorted, "Indeed, taking Jiang Shui away, we have no appointment. Our Xiang Yi is a top-tier star. Jiang Shui is merely fortunate to share the screen with him." Another added, "Xiang Yi is the sole artist of Chi Fei's studio. That's Chi Fei we're talking about. If you have the ability, get Jiang Shui signed too." Jiang Shui's fans were left speechless. Although they were supporters of Jiang Shui now, they had once been fans of Chi Fei when he was active. The sentiment remained. Who could not love Chi Fei? Chapter 12. "Mr. Chi, I admire you. May I have a chance?" After the program concluded, Xiang Yi accompanied Chi Fei to an evening banquet hosted by Mr. Chi. The gathering was intimate, attended only by Director Zhou, his associates, Miao Fong, Chi Fei, and Chunamo director Zhou raised a toast to Chi Fei. and their conversation traversed topics from upcoming sponsorships and significant program projects to technological advancements, spanning from commercial interests to political matters. Chi Fei did not fully acquiesce, yet he graciously accepted the sponsorship. Xiang Yi, no longer an obscure figure, has gained renown within the entertainment industry. This particular variety show has proven lucrative for Fruit TV. Granting him another sponsorship is already a considerable gesture of respect. Throughout the evening, Miaofeng persistently urged Chun Mo to drink. Director Zhou's companion was a young man, handsome in appearance, who occasionally cast glances at Chi Fei. Viang Yi dinit kuyutli. Director Zhou maintained an unchanging smile, even in the face of rejection. After several rounds of drinks, he finally spoke. Shall Li, raise a toast to President Qi. With a beaming smile, Director Zhou continued, President Qi, this is my rather unremarkable son, Zhou Yoli, just 20 years old. He is an ardent admirer of yours, and wept for quite some time when you withdrew from the industry a few years back. As soon as he heard I was inviting you to dinner, he insisted on meeting you. Zhou Yoli appeared somewhat bashful, Dad. Xiang Yi tightened his grip on his chopsticks. Where did this green tea come from? Managing to outshine him in picking up food. Director Zhou could only smile helplessly. President Qi, please forgive my son. We have indulged him. He is eager to make his mark in the entertainment realm. So please, give him some advice, shall we? Zhou Yuli approached Chi Fei, holding up his glass. President Qi, I toast to you. Chi Fei did not clink glasses with him, merely tilted his glass slightly and took a sip. He offered a nod of respect, but it was minimal. Zhou Yuli finished his drink, smiling as he remarked, President Qi, your studio currently boasts only one artist. Do you think I measure up to your standards? The food poised at Xiang Ye's mouth momentarily halted. Goodness, this was a direct challenge. This was not merely about being suitable for the studio. It was about being worthy of Chi Fei himself. Xiang Yi shoved the food into his mouth. Had this food gone bad? It lacked flavor. Chi Fei then gave Zhou Yoli a direct glance, apologetically stating, the studio is currently in a semi-retired state and will not be recruiting new talent. Xiang Yi picked up another dish. Indeed, the chef at this hotel had remarkable skills. Chun Mo quickly intervened. Our studio is entirely managed by Fei Ran. If young Master Zhou is willing, any company in the industry would be fortunate to have you. Throughout the evening, Director Zhou's expression remained unchanged, while Zhou Yoli, the impetuous youth, visibly deflated. He decided to abandon pretense and boldly declared, President Qi, I like you. Can you give me a chance? Xiang Yi coughed violently, nearly choking. Where did this brash youth, oh no, the son of Director Zhou, find such audacity? Chi Fei furrowed his brow, reprimanding, one can choke even while dining. Director Zhou attempted to smooth things over. Quickly, there's tea on the table to your left. Chun Mo hastily poured a glass of water and handed it to Chi Fei. Zhou Yili looked perplexed, wondering why the glass was offered to President Qi instead of to him. His unspoken thoughts were interrupted by Chi Fei's actions. One employer would pat an employee on the back or feed them water. Xiang Yi truly was a scandalous character. How disgraceful! Zhou Yoli's expression contorted, his grip on the wine glass causing his knuckles to turn pale. Lacking both a prestigious background and academic prowess, was it not merely his visage that he relied upon? He questioned himself, believing he was not inferior to others in appearance. Chi Fei had also risen to his feet, and naturally, there were no seated individuals around, including Director Zhou. Seizing the opportunity, he tugged at Zhou Yoli's clothing, signaling him to temper his demeanor. Zhou Yoli took several deep breaths, managing to compose himself just before Chi Fei turned his gaze. When Chi Fei glanced back, his face was slightly flushed. He clenched his fist loosely and suggested they continue dining. Zhou Yoli assumed Chi Fei was annoyed by the unrefined behavior of Xiang Yi and jestingly remarked, Teacher Xiang Yi is quite the sensation. If fans were to discover that such a prominent figure could choke while dining, they would surely feel sympathy for you. Upon hearing these sarcastic words, Chi Fei's expression darkened. What nonsense are you spouting? Chun Mo, unperturbed, remarked, choking while eating is quite common. However, fans would undoubtedly empathize with Xiang Yi, for their affection for her is genuine. Alas, the foolish child could not discern the nuances of the situation. Was Chi Fei truly enraged? It was evident that he was merely playfully teasing, subtly enticing. Zhou Yuli's smile faltered. What was the meaning behind that? Was he insinuating that Chi Fei harbored genuine feelings for Xiangyi? Director Zhou, smiling, came to his son's defense. He's just a child, lacking in eloquence and too honest. It gives me a headache. He speaks whatever comes to mind, as though his head were merely a decorative piece. Viang Yichakret, remarking on the fortune of being Director Zhou's child. At 20, still a child, unlike me, who had to start working at 18. This statement was a fabrication, as he had begun working before reaching that age. Chi Fei's demeanor remained unimpressive. It was normal for a child to be inarticulate, but for an adult, that would be a grave misfortune. Wouldn't you agree, Director Zhou? With that, he directed his gaze towards Director Zhou. The director's previously flawless expression cracked slightly. Since assuming the role of director, he had never been openly chastised. As you say, I shall drink 3 cups as penance. Beside him, Miao Fong wished he could shrink away. What kind of predicament was this? His superior was being punished with alcohol, leaving him uncertain of how to face the director afterward. Yet who could refute Chi Fei's words? Who would dare to challenge him? What sort of son did Director Zhou raise? Lacking even the slightest awareness of the situation. The person whom Chi Fei personally attended to could hardly be trifled with. Moreover, he had witnessed this individual, while Chi Fei was pouring water, not only grasp his palm, but also plant a kiss upon it. Whether or not a tongue was involved, he could not ascertain. Regardless, Chi Fei's face had flushed crimson. Matters of love eluded his understanding. It was apparent that this couple shared genuine affection. The atmosphere in the room plummeted to a frigid silence. Aware that he had caused his father trouble, Zhou Yuli stated, Director Chi, my father is advanced in years. Would it be acceptable for me to drink on his behalf? Chi Fei leaned back in his chair, a smirk playing on his lips. Are you attempting to feign a deep father-son bond in my presence? Director Zhou quickly retorted, Yuli, silence. He then downed 3 cups of white liquor, acknowledging his lack of foresight, and added, Director Chi, please forgive us. Do not hold it against us. Chun Mo glanced at his boss, raised his glass, and spoke. Director Zhou, it is truly no trouble at all. Come, allow me to toast you with a drink. The dinner continued, yet Zhou Yuli remained discontented. His heartfelt confession had been interrupted by that scoundrel, Xiangyi. Mr. Chi, you have yet to respond to my declaration. Zhou Yuli persisted, disregarding Director Zhou's attempts to intervene, insisting, I truly like you, and I hope you will consider it. Director Zhou's face turned a shade of green. Chapter 13. Serving Xiangyi tapped the roof of his mouth with his tongue. He was uncertain if Zhou Yuli was the first to confess, but he certainly would not be the last. Chi Fei smiled faintly, casting a fleeting glance towards Xiangyi, remarking, what weight do the words of a child carry? Your priority should be to focus on your studies. Xiangyi's lips curled into a smirk. Zhou Yuli's face fluctuated between shades of blue and red. Yet he could not counter that statement. Director Zhou reprimanded. Yuli apologized to Mr. Chi at once. Chi Fei's tone softened considerably. No need. I do not hold children to the same standards. Director Zhou retorted, what does that even mean? Zhou Yuli earnestly declared, Mr. Chi, I will not give up. If you think I'm not mature enough now, I accept that, but I will grow. His gaze was clear. I genuinely like you. Director Zhou chimed in, Mr. Chi. He has watched every one of your dramas and films at least 3 times. He has attended every offline event. I mention this not for any other reason, but to convey how much he truly admires you. It was fortunate that his affections were directed towards him. Xiangyi furrowed his brow, abandoning his meal, and fixed his gaze on Chi Fei. What sincere feelings. Yet, he found himself without a voice in this exchange. Chi Fei's expression remained unchanged, I understand. The people present were taken aback. What kind of response was this? Zhou Yuli's face brightened with hope. So, will you give me a chance? Chi Fei's reply was succinct. No. Zhou Yuli's complexion paled, appearing as if he might collapse with a mere gust of wind. Mr. Chi. Enough. Yuli, Director Zhou interjected, recognizing Chi Fei's unwavering demeanor, realizing this approach was futile. After all, he was the pillar of Chi's company, not a mere naive boy. He had underestimated Chi Fei. Everyone possesses the freedom to refuse. It is time for you to concentrate on your studies. Chi Fei had no inclination to engage in family melodramas, nor did he wish to listen to a father lecturing his son. He stood up. Let's call it day. Xiang Yi promptly rose to follow Chi Fei, with Chun Mo trailing behind. Miao Fong called out, "Director, I'll accompany Mr. Qi." This left the Zhou father and son alone in the private room. Director Zhou's expression darkened. What nonsense was this? He understood that Chi Fei was angry. Zhou Yuli felt even more dejected. "Dad, you clearly agreed." "Yes, I consented to your confession." Director Zhou approached Zhou Yuli, "but he has rejected you twice. Why do you persist in this manner?" Zhou Yuli shouted, "Why can that mud-footed Xiang Yi be favored, but not me? Why are you shouting at me?" Director Zhou slammed the table. "Who is Chi Fei? Is he someone we can provoke?" "Zhou Yuli, you must exercise some restraint, regardless of the circumstances. His stature is beyond our reach." Tears welled in Zhou Yuli's eyes as he muttered, "Understood, Dad." The tear fell like a dam's valve, and Zhou Yuli could no longer hold back his tears. "But, Dad, I am unwilling to accept this." Director Zhou sighed. At that moment, he gained an understanding as a father. "Not all affections receive a response, my dear. You must comprehend this." However, he shifted his tone, "Yet, you could still strive for it." Zhou Yuli widened his eyes. "Dad?" Director Zhou nodded. Such a person, connected in any way to the Zhou family, would undoubtedly elevate their status. Xiang Yi, filled with suppressed ambition, spoke with a hint of resentment. "Teacher, why not agree to him?" Chi Fei did not even raise his eyelids, his tone somewhat cold. "If it were true affection, I could circle the capital 3 times. Nevertheless, it was the truth." Xiang Yi felt even more stifled, yet found himself at a loss for words. Throughout the banquet, he could only retort when Zhou Yuli targeted him. Yet, regarding Chi Fei's personal matters, he had no right to interject. What if Chi Fei were to agree? Memories of countless separations began to surface. Had Chi Fei sought someone else? He had to admit one undeniable truth. He was not irreplaceable. What would he do if one day Chi Fei grew tired of him? What good is sincere affection? Zhou Yuli sincerely liked him, and those who truly adored him could circle the capital 3 times. What about him? He still relied on Chi Fei. He was not even a free man. At least, not an independent individual. He was merely Chi Fei's canary, a pet summoned and dismissed at will. He lacked even the qualification to confess his feelings. He envied Zhou Yuli's boldness in declaring, "I like you." In that moment, his initial reaction was not envy, but a creeping sense of inferiority. Zhou Yuli's father went to great lengths to fulfill his wishes, supporting him in confessing to Chi Fei. Meanwhile, his only relative, his grandmother who had raised him, awaited his earnings in a nursing home. Upon returning to Eugene Garden, Xiang Yi rushed to his room with his head buried in his hands. A glimmer of amusement crossed Chi Fei's eyes, who did not stop him but leisurely followed. As Xiang Yi closed the bathroom door, Chi Fei pressed his right foot against it. Xiang Yi looked up, his tone a mix of confusion and surprise. "Teacher." He then released his grip. Chi Fei tilted his head slightly. "Didn't you say you would serve me well?" He stepped forward slowly, shutting the door behind him. Xiang Yi retreated step by step. "I will serve you well, teacher." Chi Fei cornered Xiang Yi by the bathtub, standing straight, signaling with his gaze that Xiang Yi could begin. Xiang Yi gracefully bent his knee, familiar with the routine. However, just before starting, he looked up and asked, "Teacher, may I resolve a personal matter first?" Not this. He nearly forgot that detail. If he won, only he would suffer. No, Chi Fei rejected firmly and decisively. Yet, he offered a glimmer of hope. "If you satisfy me, you shall be rewarded." That is not the right kind of talk. I simply can't send this out. The grand guessing game officially begins. Suddenly, he leaned down, casting a substantial lure into the ear of Xiangya. "If it were me and you, then tonight you could acquire the NS brand." Xiangya's pupils dilated, and he licked his lips. "Really? This is truly magnificent news. Such fortunate events have only graced me twice before. Once was during his initial experience, leading to the next day when he became a man devoid of leg hair. The second occasion arose when he, relying on Chi Fei's dazed demeanor, deceived him, only to subsequently face punishment. Each time, he felt both exhilaration and compulsion. Tears streamed down his face as he vowed never to repeat the mistake, promising there would be no next time. Just when he believed he had been absolved, he realized it was merely the commencement of another punishment, his tone cold and indifferent. Xiangye wished he could obliterate the foolish version of himself that had been so easily deceived. After that incident, he dared not defy Qi Fei's commands again. Chapter 14. The phone disappeared. Qi Fei kept his word. Not only did he acquiesce to Xiangye, but he also allowed him to indulge himself, resulting in both of them sleeping until 2 in the afternoon. Xiangye awoke from hunger, finding Qi Fei still asleep. Half of Qi Fei's face was hidden in the pillow. His features were exquisite, his brow relaxed, and his lashes gently curled, completely devoid of the icy demeanor he displayed during the day. Xiangye rested on the pillow, meticulously studying Qi Fei's face, realizing that his contours were rather soft, leaving him perplexed as to the source of such overwhelming presence. Leaning in, he gently pecked Qi Fei's brow, nose, and slightly parted lips, preparing to hold him and drift back in a slumber when Qi Fei stirred awake. Startled, Xiangye quickly closed his eyes, feigning sleep. Upon opening his eyes, Qi Fei exuded an air of authority without anger. His voice, though hoarse, conveyed undeniable displeasure. Xiangye clung to him, burying his face in the crook of Qi Fei's neck and inhaling deeply. "Teacher, last night was with your consent." Though Qi Fei was not angered by this, he did not push him away. After all, who had disturbed his slumber? In his dreams, a mosquito had been incessantly biting him, refusing to leave, ultimately rousing him with irritation. To find someone so engrossed in kissing him upon awakening was a testament to his mercy that he did not strike out. Xiangye, in a sticky and sweet tone of apology, said, "Teacher, I was wrong." Yet, his hands and mouth betrayed his restless spirit, trailing kisses along Qi Fei's neck until they reached his Adam's apple. He licked, kissed, and gently nibbled, softly asking, "Teacher, may I continue?" Qi Fei felt as if a curious kitten had ventured into his heart, unable to resist reaching out with its paws. As it approached, it withdrew its sharp claws, opting instead for a gentle touch, and upon sensing no rejection from his heart, it playfully scratched. He glanced at the clock on the nightstand. It was already 2 in the afternoon. However, the cat was exceedingly affectionate, and Qi Fei's heart softened once more. "Viangye, sudendi ehidaratit," planted a loud kiss on Qi Fei's cheek. Qi Fei, unable to bear the sight, continued with his interrupted sentence, but only once. Xiangye's eyes sparkled. This was the first time he had been so indulged. Qi Fei transformed into a dog craving meat, wagging his tail furiously, suppressing a laugh. Moreover, "You must not." Xiangye hesitated for a moment. Qi Fei's gaze fell upon his face. Unwilling? "Viangye, reluctantly, mumblet, viding." He had already earned quite a bit yesterday with 5 instances. It was a profitable endeavor. After their playful antics, it was already 3:30. Xiangye carried Qi Fei to the adjacent hot spring pool for a soak. One of the distinctive features of Yujin Garden was its private hot springs, with each villa drawing from the thermal waters. However, Qi Fei was not particularly fond of soaking in hot springs and seldom visited. Xiangye expressed deep regret over this, as he had long yearned to indulge in this place. Unfortunately, Qi Fei refused to let him act foolishly here. He tested the water temperature before gently setting Qi Fei down. Xiangye's face flushed slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I'll go wash up and grab some food." As his primal instincts subsided, his rationality returned, and his stomach's awareness resumed its normal function. In short, he was ravenously hungry. Although he longed to soak with Qi Fei, he was famished, and surely Qi Fei was as well. Qi Fei remained silent on the matter. Indeed, he was also hungry. In 3 minutes, Xiangye finished a quick shower. When he descended the stairs, the villa was utterly deserted. Not surprised, he headed to the kitchen and discovered a meal kept warm. After setting the table, he eagerly entered the hot spring, splashing water all around. Despite his restraint, a drop or two landed on Qi Fei's face, who was resting with his eyes closed. Irritated, Qi Fei opened his eyes to see a small dog with its head lowered and ears drooping. The boy shuffled over to him, Teacher, I was wrong. Qi Fei thought that one day he could have someone make a headband for Xiang Yi, with a sign that read I was wrong, to spare him from uttering the same phrase repeatedly without change. Ignoring the misbehaving pup, he turned his gaze to the side dishes. Xiang Yi, with great attentiveness, took the bowl and chopsticks, feeding Qi Fei. It was akin to a favored concubine striving to elevate her status to that of empress, earnestly flattering a feckless emperor. Unfortunately, Qi Fei was no feckless ruler. He merely enjoyed the service without offering any acknowledgement. For reasons unknown, Xiang Yi, unusually, refrained from further coaxing, creating a surprisingly harmonious scene. As Qi Fei slightly furrowed his brow, Xiang Yi knew he had satisfied his hunger and swiftly finished the remaining food. His eyes once again gleaming as they fixated on Qi Fei. Qi Fei closed his eyes, enduring the moment. Go away. Xiang Yi's expression fell. Teacher. Qi Fei retorted swiftly. Even the ancestors are not exempt. Go away. Regardless of how Xiang Yi pouted and pleaded, Qi Fei never acquiesced again. Ultimately, pushed to his limit, Qi Fei stood up and walked away. Xiang Yi lingered in the hot spring, feeling an unsettling disquiet. This person had been exceedingly agreeable since yesterday. However, with Qi Fei absent, soaking alone held little appeal. He rose and squeezed into the bathroom to share a bath with Qi Fei. Qi Fei's forehead pulsed with veins, wishing he could expel this person. Yet, for reasons unknown, he restrained himself. Perhaps it could be considered a form of compensation. Meanwhile, Xiang Yi remained oblivious to any underlying tension. He had finally found a week devoid of work, making it an opportune moment to cling to someone. Throughout the past 4 years, his time spent with Qi Fei had not been extensive. Initially, he was solely focused on acting and earning money, meeting Qi Fei only when summoned. Gradually, at some point, he developed unspoken feelings for Qi Fei, further fueling his desire for financial success. Only by securing his freedom could he confess, allowing for even the slightest chance of reciprocation. Should he successfully transition his career, his worth would ascend to unprecedented heights. Just one more year, and he could redeem himself. Thus, when after a week he could not locate his phone amidst the chaos of his room, he was utterly perplexed. Xiang Yi sensed that something was amiss. Qi Fei had been unexpectedly amiable these past few days, and he had become enchanted, seizing every opportunity to be close to him. Even when time was scarce, he found ways to inch closer to Qi Fei, listening to him converse in an incomprehensible foreign tongue with a group of international colleagues. Such instances were rare, and Qi Fei often did not need to be present. At times, he was unsure from whence he summoned the courage to remain restless during Qi Fei's meetings. It was only when Qi Fei cast him a fleeting glance that he composed himself, redirecting his attention to feeding Qi Fei fruit. This week, he had finally unlocked the door to a new realm. The moment Qi Fei acquiesced, he felt as though he had won an astronomical lottery. The initial joy now transformed into bewilderment. Chapter 15. Unable to escape. Qi Fei watched, unblinking, as Xiang Yi rummaged through cabinets, standing there questioning the very essence of life. He sat in the study, awaiting Xiang Yi's inquiries. Yet perhaps they were not inquiries at all. After all, how could Xiang Yi dare to challenge him? 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour, an entire hour passed, and Xiang Yi remained rooted in place, lost in thought. Suddenly, Qi Fei recalled their first encounter. At that time, Xiang Yi was not yet 18, a stark contrast to the hesitant figure standing before him now. The youth was brimming with vigor, oblivious to the world's vastness. Freshly admitted to university, he had successfully auditioned for a minor role in a small production. Upon receiving the director's invitation, he was elated, pride swelling within him, assuming the director sought to discuss the script due to his talent. Little did he know, this was merely a ruse. When the director attempted to make an inappropriate advance, Xiang Yi retaliated, striking him with a bottle. Who do you think you're to lay a hand on me? The director clutched his head, exclaiming, what a fiery temper. I admire such passion. But heed my warning, should you step out that door today, I guarantee you will never land another role, not even as an extra. With a cold snort, Xiang Yi raised his head haughtily and disdainfully remarked, go ahead. I await the day you prevent this young master from securing a role. Resolutely, he slammed the door behind him, just as he locked eyes with Chi Fei, who was masked. Like a firecracker ignited, Xiang Yi kicked at a dog by the roadside, exclaiming, "What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a handsome man before?" At that moment, Chi Fei had just received the final prestigious award in the entertainment industry. He chuckled lightly and kindly warned, what he said might very well be true. The individual he referred to was known to Chi Fei. Although currently a director of small production, this was due to a familial dispute. He had chosen to reject inheriting the family's leading entertainment company in pursuit of his directorial aspirations. Xiang Yi raised his chin defiantly. "Nonsense. I refuse to believe he wields such power. If he has the capability, let him come. Who is afraid of whom?" At that time, Chi Fei had thought he was merely another young master from a wealthy family and chose not to pursue the topic further. However, Xiang Yi made a valid point. He truly had never encountered a man of such striking looks, so he left behind a business card stating, "Should anything arise, feel free to contact me." Xiang Yi furrowed his brow, preparing to decline. Observing the man's persistence, Chi Fei's tone became colder. "There is only one opportunity." At that, Xiang Yi pressed his lips together, lost in thought, and ultimately acquiesced. "Teacher," a familiar voice interrupted, pulling Chi Fei abruptly from his reverie as he looked towards a timid soul. Xiang Yi shuffled closer to Chi Fei, inquiring, "Teacher, where's my phone?" Chi Fei smirked slightly, his voice laced with a subtle chill. "It is with me." Xiang Yi already anticipated the answer. "Can you return it to me?" "No," came the expected reply, despite being prepared for this outcome. The coldness of the words still pierced through him. Xiang Yi's eyes brimmed with regret as he plaintively expressed, "Teacher, I still have work to do." Observing Xiang Yi's woeful demeanor, Chi Fei felt a pang of discomfort, knowing he had already postponed all of Xiang Yi's engagements. "What?" Xiang Yi's pupils constricted in shock, his eyes widening as he shouted, "Teacher!" Chi Fei's brows furrowed, his tone deepening. "Why? Why? How can you ask why?" Xiang Yi seemed to lament the money slipping from his grasp. "I need to pay the penalty fee." Chi Fei maintained a calm expression. "It has already been settled. You need not worry." Dejectedly, Xiang Yi lowered his head, his shoulders slumping in defeat. "I want to work. Just one more year, and he would be a free man." Chi Fei tightened his grip on the armrests of his chair. "Why is it necessary to work? Is that even a question?" Xiang Yi replied, still dejected. "I want to earn money." Chi Fei stated, "Money, I will provide you." Xiang Yi protested, "That is not the same." "How can it not be the same?" Chi Fei was resolute in his decision to prevent him from working. After all, it was merely about money. "Vitne sing ji fils unieldink demanor, viangye." In a fit of anger, turned and stormed back to his room, irritably tearing off a necklace and flinging it to the ground. He then threw himself onto the bed, wrapping himself in the covers, and reached out with his left hand, searching for a pillow to clutch. He buried his face into the pillow, biting down in a mix of helplessness and frustration, forcing a roar from his throat. After a considerable time, a faint whimper escaped his lips. Inside the study, Chi Fei furrowed his brow tightly since the moment Xiang Yi stormed out. When he witnessed Xiang Yi throw the necklace, a flicker of anger ignited in his eyes. Yet, upon realizing the extent of Xiang Yi's preparations that led him to finally raise his voice, a dull pain settled in his heart. The subtle whimper pierced like a dagger within him. If Xiang Yi was in distress, he too felt the weight of it. However, why did Xiang Yi insist on plotting his own redemption? He had no one but himself to cast aside. A loyal dog never abandons its master. Never. Meanwhile, in the apartment provided by the company, Xiao Peng had a foreboding feeling since learning that Xiang Yi had postponed all his work. He had been attempting to reach out to Xiang Yi for days, but to no avail. He sensed that something was amiss. Clenching his phone tightly, he drove towards the villa, but before he could enter the gated community, he was halted. The security guard wore a serious expression. "Sorry, your vehicle is not permitted to enter." Xiao Peng slammed his hand on the steering wheel in frustration, but the guard remained unflinching. Exiting the car, he implored, "Surely I can go myself?" The guard remained resolute. "Apologies, that's not possible." "Fine." Xiao Peng glanced at the guard's prominently muscular build and conceded. He turned back to his car. Just as the guard assumed he was leaving, Xiao Peng pressed down on the accelerator. With a resounding crash, The gate suffered minor damage, while the front of his car crumpled inward. Thankfully, the airbag deployed in time, sparing him from severe injury. Xiao Pang's expression shattered. How could the gate be of such quality? The guard rushed over, repeatedly knocking on the glass. "Sir, are you all right? Sir?" Struggling to open the door. Xiao Pang coughed heavily as he crawled out of the vehicle. "Brother Yi, I have endured so much for you." Before long, Xiao Pang found himself in the hospital. Chi Fei quickly received the news and muttered to himself, "At least there's a reliable friend." He then sent a message. "No need to deal with him. Just ensure he doesn't cause more trouble." Understood. Unbeknownst to Xiang Yi, who had already drifted into slumber, the act of crying had been utterly exhausting. Chapter 16. The origin of the teacher in the hospital. Xiao Pang, with his left leg encased in a cast, refused to give up. Though his leg was immobile, his hands were still functional. He promptly called the police. However, the unfortunate twist was that the officers took him into custody first. In the police station, Xiao Pang pounded the table, exclaiming, "Is there no justice left? They have imprisoned my brother. Do you understand what that means? This is illegal confinement." A uniformed officer replied, "I'm sorry, sir, but we are addressing your case of willful property damage and unlawful entry." Xiao Pang's eyes widened in disbelief. "I was saving my brother. Do you not comprehend? I'll pay for that broken door, but you must intervene. My brother is being held captive. Sir, the police station is soundproofed. You need not be so agitated." The man spoke with an unhurried demeanor. "We are currently only responsible for addressing your willful destruction of property and unlawful intrusion into a residence. Did I not mention it? I shall compensate." Xiao Pang retorted with fervor, "Is money more important than my brother's life? Sir, that door costs 9,800,000. The damage you have inflicted has been assessed at a repair cost of 560,000. How do you intend to settle this?" Xiao Pang's lips trembled. "How much?" 560,000. As for the unlawful intrusion, the homeowner has stated that they will not pursue your responsibility. But you must bear the cost of the 560,000. Xiao Pang closed his eyes and slumped against the back of the chair. Upon reopening them, his spirit had diminished. "I acted to save a life. Must I truly pay such a sum? Heavens! The house I just purchased. The mortgage is not yet paid off. Is it to vanish like this? Xiang Yi, you wretched man." The officer's expression remained unchanged. "You may choose not to compensate." Xiao Pang first chuckled, then furrowed his brow. "Why?" The officer cleared his throat. 6 months of detention. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Pang acquiesced. "Fine, I shall pay." His eyes lost their luster. The breath of indignation completely gone. "However, I lack that much cash. I will pay once I sell the house." "Xiang Yi, this is all I can do for you." The officer replied, "You may contact a lawyer." Chi Fei glanced at the messages on his phone. A flicker of movement in his brow. "Purchase his house and prolong this process a bit." Understood. After sending the message, Chi Fei turned to the surveillance. Observing that the individual had remained motionless for an hour and a half, he estimated that the person had probably awoken. 10 more minutes passed. Was he not hungry yet? In Xiang Ye's room, a lump on the bed shifted, and after another 5 minutes, a head emerged. His beautiful phoenix eyes had become puffy, and he appeared utterly dispirited. Dejected, Chi Fei found amusement in watching the computer screen, eager to see when this coward would finally rise. Another 15 minutes elapsed, and Xiang Yi let out a deep sigh, heading straight for the bathroom. Chi Fei did not shut down his computer, witnessing the entire sequence unfold. After his shower, Xiang Yi's eyes were even redder, leaving Chi Fei exasperated. Was it so distressing to spend his money? Or was it that Chi Fei had been planning to leave him all along? Chi Fei murmured, "I hope that is not the case." On the screen, Xiang Yi dressed and stepped out, proceeding downstairs as Chi Fei opened his phone and followed suit. He only turned off his phone once he laid eyes on him. Chi Fei inquired, "Why not eat in the dining hall? Are you so hungry?" Xiang Yi, holding chopsticks and without even lifting a bowl, stood before the warming box and devoured his meal ravenously, offering no reply to Chi Fei. His eating schedule was usually very regular. Missing a meal made him extremely hungry, except when he was with Chi Fei. Xiang Yi had contemplated this matter before. Perhaps it was due to the enticing presence. Chi Fei lowered his gaze. His tone somber. "Xiang Yi, Only after swallowing his food did Xiang Yi respond, "I was too hungry." After waking, he had mentally constructed arguments to present to Qi Fei, now regretting not having taken his studies seriously in college, for he would have produced a 100-page PowerPoint to thoroughly contest Qi Fei. Qi Fei's expression finally brightened as he approached the warming box, carefully carrying 2 plates of food toward the dining area, simultaneously commanding, "Bring the food to the dining room." At that moment, Xiang Yi resembled a wronged little wife, pouting as he complied with the order. The two shared a quiet meal, their demeanor calm and serene. After dining, Qi Fei settled in the living room, where the grand 100-inch television slowly rose. This had been a purchase insisted upon by Xiang Yi not long after he had started following Qi Fei, expressing a desire to learn acting. While Qi Fei was preoccupied with company matters in his study, he casually remarked, "The villa has a private cinema," which had been installed 3 years prior when he entered the entertainment industry. Xiang Yi, with a serious expression, insisted the private cinema is not suitable for studying. At that time, Qi Fei had only taken over the company for a year, having recently eradicated internal issues while also addressing external threats and expanding the company's reach. He did not delve into Xiang Yi's sentiments, responding with a puzzled, Xiang Yi defiantly replied, "It just isn't appropriate." Intrigued, Qi Fei set aside his keyboard and scrutinized the person standing at attention. Perhaps feeling bashful, Xiang Yi's cheeks tinted slightly. "Teacher Qi, is it possible?" It was the first time Qi Fei had heard Xiang Yi make a request, and he agreed, albeit with the condition of understanding the rationale behind it. Xiang Yi pursed his lips, resembling a tightly closed clam. Qi Fei's curiosity intensified, and under his probing, Xiang Yi hesitantly articulated, "Teacher Qi, could you teach me acting?" Taken aback by such a request, Qi Fei momentarily faltered, maintaining a calm tone as he inquired, "Didn't I hire you a teacher? Is your teacher treating you unfairly?" In Xiang Yi's eyes, this implied dissatisfaction, prompting him to hurriedly clarify, "I believe they are not as skilled as you." Observing the admiration in the youth's eyes, Qi Fei, for reasons unknown, acquiesced without a thought for his substantial company responsibilities. Thus, Qi Fei became Xiang Yi's mentor. Meanwhile, Xiang Yi ventured into the kitchen. Although he could not see anyone, he was certain there were people in the villa. Upon opening the refrigerator, he immediately spotted pre-cut fruit, and disappointment crossed his face. He had intended to personally prepare a fruit platter for Qi Fei. His attempts to ingratiate himself had been abruptly curtailed. With a soft sigh, Xiang Yi carried the fruit and sat across from Qi Fei on the carpet. Leaning against the sofa, Qi Fei was engrossed in a television drama. Taking a deep breath, Xiang Yi made a bold move and turned off the television. "Teacher, we need to talk." Qi Fei regarded him with a half-amused expression. "Very well," Xiang Yi declared firmly. "I wish to go out and work." Qi Fei responded with a nonchalant hum. Xiang Yi's throat tightened. "What do you mean by him? This is no different from hitting cotton with a fist." "Teacher, I am serious." Still. Chapter 17. The second meeting teacher. Xiang Yi thought to himself that if it weren't Qi Fei, he might have resorted to violence. Taking a deep breath, he pressed on, "Teacher, our sponsorship agreement was only for 5 years, and it expires next year. Without work, I cannot support myself or my grandmother, though it may be shameful to elicit sympathy." It was indeed his grandmother who paved the way for him to reach this point in life. That fateful night, when he received Qi Fei's business card, he initially intended to tear it up and throw it in his face. Yet upon taking it in hand, he realized it belonged to Qi Fei. Reflecting on it now, it seems rather amusing. This man was, after all, his idol, though he had never uttered those words aloud. At that moment, after Qi Fei noticed him taking the card, he was whisked away by an assistant, leaving him without a single word of exchange. Subsequently, he found no opportunity to express himself. Zhang Wei was indeed the director, and true to his word, he received no roles whatsoever, not even a minor part. For an entire year, he remained devoid of any acting opportunities. However, rather than resigning himself to fate, he sought other part-time work. Just as he was contemplating a shift in his career path, devastating news struck. Using the money he had earned, he took his grandmother for a checkup, only to discover she had late-stage ovarian cancer. The doctors advised that at least 5 million yuan would be required for treatment. Otherwise, they suggested allowing her to enjoy her final days in peace. This was his only family, the one who had raised him through collecting scrap. He could not bear to watch her slip away before his eyes. In despair, he retrieved the business card he had kept in his wallet, grappling with a profound sense of helplessness for the first time and loathing his youthful arrogance. He realized he should have rejected Zhang way more tactfully. At the very least, he should not have offended him. Thus, he sought out Qi Fei. It was the first time he felt so utterly insignificant. When Qi Fei received the call, he was somewhat surprised. He had never forgotten that fervent encounter. However, on that particular night, an assistant hastily approached him with the news of Qi Dong's sudden passing. In the whirlwind of dealing with the aftermath left by his deceased father, he had neglected to keep track of such a person. Flipping through documents, Qi Fei briefly lifted his gaze, scanning the face of Xiang Yi with a hint of astonishment. 5 million? You still wish to sign with my company? Xiang Yi was aware that he was being somewhat audacious, yet he held his ground. It is your studio. Qi Fei let out a light chuckle, the mirth not reaching his eyes. Xiang Yi felt a wave of disdain and mockery wash over him, causing his fingers to curl instinctively. Nevertheless, he feigned composure, meeting Qi Fei's gaze without flinching. I am worth it. Within 5 years, I will earn back every penny. The words of the youth were resolute. I will be worth more than all those combined who are favored. It sounded like a vow. Upon hearing this, Qi Fei regarded Xiang Yi more seriously. Despite his evident unease, the young man managed to articulate such sentiments. Intriguing. Yet, Qi Fei remained unyielding. Do you know who I am? Xiang Yi did not comprehend the implication of Qi Fei's question and replied plainly. Qi Fei. Who else could it be? Leaning back in his chair, Qi Fei's tone was languid. It seems you have not been following my news, have you? What is this about? Qi Fei pressed a button. Chen Mo. With a soft sound, a relatively young man entered, sporting a pair of thin-rimmed glasses, embodying the essence of an elite. Mr. Qi. Qi Fei casually gestured towards Xiang Yi, instructing, give him a lesson and introduce me. Xiang Yi, taken aback, exclaimed, what on earth? Chen Mo replied affirmatively. Xiang Yi was astonished. Did he really just agree to that? Qi Fei waved his hand dismissively. Chen Mo extended his hand towards Xiang Yi, inviting, this way, please. Casting a glance at Qi Fei, who was preoccupied with documents, and observing Chen Mo's serious demeanor, Xiang Yi followed him. They entered a small meeting room, where Chen Mo spent an hour and a half elaborating on Qi Fei's remarkable achievements. The confident expression on Xiang Yi's face began to crack, revealing his facade. Was it suggesting that anyone could be elevated to stardom under Qi Fei's influence? Or was it an indication of Qi Fei's indifference? To him, the entertainment industry was merely a source of amusement. After all, someone involved in military industry surely wouldn't be lacking in funds. Chen Mo quietly observed the seemingly distressed Xiang Yi and hesitantly inquired, may I ask what you discussed with Mr. Qi? Such tactics are rarely employed by him. Xiang Yi paid no heed, rushing straight to Qi Fei's office. Qi Fei, he began, recalling a year prior, reflecting on how he had transformed into his current self, and thinking of his grandmother. His tone softened. What do you intend to do? Qi Fei set down his documents, his gaze heavy upon Xiang Yi. He could easily acquiesce to all the conditions proposed, yet he was profoundly displeased by Xiang Yi's attitude. Leave, Qi Fei stated coldly. Xiang Yi's heart raced, staring at Qi Fei in disbelief. His lips parted, yet no words emerged. At this, a part of Qi Fei's hardened heart inexplicably softened. Next time, remember to knock. Xiang Yi's eyelashes fluttered. Understood, Teacher Qi. What did you call me? Qi Fei inquired, raising an eyebrow. Xiang Yi, fearing he had misspoken, cautiously asked, Teacher Qi, is something wrong? Nothing of the sort, Qi Fei replied, dismissing the concern over titles. I can agree to the conditions you mentioned. Xiang Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. Thank you, Teacher Qi. Qi Fei raised a hand. Hold your gratitude for now. I have conditions. Startled, Xiang Yi's demeanor softened considerably, and he obediently replied, please go ahead. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Fei remarked, there are quite a few. Never mind, review the contract later. Xiang Yi hesitated. Could the 500,000 be provided now? What? Chi Fei questioned, noticing the urgency in Xiang Ye's tone. My grandmother is ill and urgently requires funds for surgery. He was uncertain if this qualified as emotional manipulation, yet he found himself with no alternative. Chi Fei, self-aware of his moral shortcomings, still could not bring himself to complicate matters for Xiang Yi. Do you need my assistance? Xiang Ye's eyes sparkled with hope. Thank you. Teacher Chi. Chi Fei's brow twitched slightly. No need for thanks. You will pay a price for this. The implication felt like a threat. Yet, Xiang Yi remained elated. I am willing. Soon, Xiang Ye's grandmother was transferred to Chi Fei's private hospital. The expert consultation concluded, and the surgery for Xiang Ye's grandmother was remarkably successful. As long as she follows the prescribed recovery regimen, living another 20 years should pose no issue. Xiang Ye's gratitude towards Chi Fei deepened significantly. Following the operation, Xiang Yi received a contract of exclusive support tailored for him, spanning 5 years. This agreement stipulated, among other terms, that Chi Fei's words were paramount, prohibiting any physical contact with others and requiring Xiang Yi to seek Chi Fei's consent in all matters. Most importantly, it stated that even after the contract's conclusion, he was not permitted to engage in physical altercations with anyone else. Chapter 18. A time for reflection. Xiang Yi was perplexed by Chi Fei's sudden demeanor, as all the agreements appeared to be in his favor. The contract he signed with Chi Fei's studio extended for 20 years, with a penalty for breach amounting to over 100 million. It could be said that his life was irrevocably tied to Chi Fei's studio, or perhaps to Chi Fei himself. Chi Fei's voice was cold, as if he could see through everything. You currently possess assets totaling 80 million. What do you intend to do? This was the amount remaining after Xiang Yi had transferred funds to the hospital each month, rounded down. Had it not been for Chun Mo's video, Chi Fei might not have paid attention to Xiang Ye's finances. The penalty for breach was a staggering 100 million, while the treatment and subsequent care had only cost Chi Fei 8 million, even less than a year's worth. Xiang Yi could leave him as soon as he accepted another role. What a farce! Like a dog seeking to abandon its master, oblivious to the master's ignorance. Suddenly, Xiang Yi felt as though lightning had struck him. All his hopes vanished in an instant. His lips trembled as he contemplated his situation. Chi Fei succinctly articulated the truth. You wish to terminate the contract. As those words hung in the air, time seemed to freeze. After a moment of silence, Xiang Yi finally admitted yes. He no longer evaded Chi Fei's gaze, confessing his desire to terminate the agreement, yet was abruptly interrupted by Chi Fei's sharp retort. Enough. Viangye. Terminating the contract is out of the question. You should understand that the penalty of over 100 million is merely a facade. If you remain compliant, your assets will continue to grow. However, should you insist on terminating the contract, 80 million will be all that remains of your fortune, a complete ruin. Xiang Yi felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. His eyes clouded with mist. His body trembled involuntarily. All the arguments he had prepared were rendered futile. Even his thoughts seemed absurd in the presence of Chi Fei. Leisurely, Chi Fei speared a strawberry and took a bite. Xiang Yi, I could easily tell you that if you choose to feign ignorance during this period, I would allow it. But since you have opted for confrontation, spend this month reflecting on your choices. He intended to make it abundantly clear to Xiang Yi that he had not only forfeited his freedom, but also his right to act as he pleased. Chi Fei rose from his seat. In 1 month, I expect you to present your conclusion. With that, he strode purposefully out of the villa, leaving Xiang Yi in a state of shock. The plate of fruit remained, with only the strawberry missing its tip, much like its owner, cast aside in solitude in the trash bin. Outside the villa, in the vehicle, a bulletproof car produced by Chi Fei's company, the only one of its kind in the world, awaited. The items within are comprehensive, sufficient to sustain 5 individuals for an entire month under extreme circumstances. Not only is it equipped with a counter-surveillance system, but can also automatically track the trajectory of bullets to achieve a countermeasure effect. Furthermore, the vehicle is armed with miniature missiles. Chen Mo reported on recent company matters. And suddenly, he spoke. President Xi, Zhou Yuri is gone to Fearin. Chi Fei rubbed his temples. Pay him no mind. let Sure Yinchan treat him as an ordinary employee. How is the villa's security preparation coming along? Chun Mo replied earnestly. As long as it does not exceed 50 individuals, no one will be able to enter. 50 mercenaries. Chi Fei's voice bore an unusual weariness. What exactly is going on? Chun Mo explained. Individuals from Country X have seized our goods from the Strait of Gibraltar and have threatened to annihilate our production bases abroad. Chi Fei dismissed the threat with indifference. Such audacity? Our people have just informed us that Country X has recently experienced internal turmoil. The newly appointed president is quite inexperienced. Chi Fei's expression shifted to one of incredulity. Why was there no prior information? Chun Mo fell silent for a moment. It was an oversight. Who could have anticipated that such a minuscule nation would dare to act against us? They have grown too comfortable, having neglected their usual vigilance. Chi Fei acknowledged. Let them face the consequences on their own. Chen Montag affirmed, understood. Chi Fei drummed his fingers on his knee. What is this about someone wanting to kill me? Chun Mo clarified. It is not an attempt on your life. Chi Fei frowned. Spare me the trivialities. In Country M, our old adversary, the Tosi family, has somehow learned that you have a beloved, prompting them to return home without hesitation. Immersed in the comforts of affection, should they succeed in claiming that person, it would surely cost you dearly, even to the point of injury. A tone of disdain laced Chi Fei's voice. Chun Mo's eyes flickered. The individual had misinterpreted the situation entirely. Yet the conclusion was largely accurate. What boss would remain oblivious while hearing such news? Staring at a wooden figure for nearly half an hour, Chi Fei commanded, within a month, resolve these matters. He had thought it was a coalition of forces. A month wasted in vain. However, the words had been spoken. We shall make a trip to Country M. Indeed, Chun Mo needed no further inquiry to discern his employer's intentions. Silently, he mused. The Tosi family is truly courting disaster. Having been spared once, they remain unsatisfied. An hour later, Xiang Yi slowly regained his senses, his eyes shifting. Bewilderment clouded his expression. How had things transformed so abruptly? How did they go from insufficient funds to 80 million to a contract termination? Was he mad? Why did he concede? Then I shall indulge you. What does it mean to indulge him? Is it to wear the attire he wishes to see? Or to visit the places he desires? Or to contort himself in the poses he prefers? Dear heavens, what had he overlooked? Rising from the floor, Xiang yearned to seek out Chi Fei to apologize. What a month! He could declare today that he would not terminate the contract, as long as the funds were sufficient. What difference did it make whether he terminated the contract or not? Ouch! His legs had gone numb. He leaned against the coffee table for a moment to recuperate. Reflecting deeply on how he found himself in this dead end, he suddenly realized the truth. He had an unsettling feeling that this outcome was orchestrated by Chi Fei. Meanwhile, Chi Fei, nearing the private airport, let out a soft chuckle, thinking, the foolish dog has finally come to his senses. Chun Mo instinctively shivered. It was truly a dire situation. If he were to capture Xiang Yi, would that not guarantee him a worry-free life? Chi Fei's voice was sharp and cold, inquiring. What are you thinking? Chun Mo, almost reflexively, shook his head, thinking of the shipment. He was indeed losing his sanity, compared to being carefree. He might very well be the first to be thrown into the sea for the sharks to feast upon. Just a shipment, after all. Chi Fei chose not to dwell on the evident lies of his assistant. Chun Mo exclaimed, that shipment is worth 300 million. You can argue over 80 million with Xiang Yi, yet you remain indifferent to 300 million. TSK, the feasibility of kidnapping Xiang Yi was indeed quite high. Chapter 19. Finding a way out, Chi Fei lifted his gaze and cast a fleeting glance at Chun Mo, stating, Chun Mo, I do not wish to see such information again. It wastes my time. Chun Mo suddenly snapped back to reality, instinctively nodding in response, yes. Only then did Chi Fei return his attention to the figure on the screen. Once Xiang Ye's legs were able to walk, he approached the door with a noticeable difference in height. He grasped the doorknob and exerted all his strength. The door remained immovable. He shifted tactics, targeting the window instead. Still, it did not budge. He refused to believe it. Xiang Yi picked up a chair and hurled it at the window. Remarkably, not a single crack appeared. Was this reasonable? Outside the screen, Chi Fei smirked, foolish dog. However, the sight of him so earnestly trying to escape was rather endearing. Had he managed to create even a small gap in the bulletproof glass, Chi Fei would not be in his position today. Within the confines of the screen, Xiang Yi exhausted all his efforts, and the glass remained unscathed. He collapsed onto the sofa in despair. He resigned himself to fate, muttering to the chain around his ankle. Teacher, I know you can hear me. It won't take a month. I made up my mind. I won't breach our contract. I will follow you for a lifetime. He paused, his tone suddenly somber. As long as you do not abandon me. Just wait a little longer. Once I save enough money, I will confess. Chi Fei's heart softened slightly, as if immersed in warm water, yet he refrained from speaking to Xiang Yi. First, it would serve as a small punishment to prevent that certain someone from constantly irritating him with foolishness. Second, remaining at home for a month was safer than venturing outside, where even with protection, one could not be entirely secure. Lastly, he had left a computer in his study, waiting for that certain someone to recall it. Unbeknownst to Xiang Yi, Chi Fei's intentions, he continued to pour out his heart to the chain on his ankle. Yet, with no response, he sighed, idly fiddling with the birdcage. Supporting his chin with his left hand, elbow resting on his left knee, he pondered, does this lack the ability for dialogue? It shouldn't. Chi Fei's peculiar tools meant to counter me are all exceptionally intelligent. Teacher? Teacher. Chi Fei. Chi Fei. Xiang Yi urgently muted himself. This cannot be articulated. Silence does not equate to absence of perception, and the cost of such a test is exorbitant. The sky outside had darkened. Xiang Yi returned to his room in search of a watch. It was already 9 o'clock. At his feet lay the necklace he had discarded. He crouched down, contemplated for a moment, and ultimately decided to retrieve it. Upon inspection, he noticed a fracture at the connection point. A frown creased his brow. Regrettably, it had been severed. He placed the necklace on the bedside table and turned towards the bathroom. Chi Fei listened to Xiang Yi's mutterings throughout the journey, yet even upon reaching their destination, he did not remove his earphones. A throng awaited him outside, and as he stepped out of the vehicle, they chorused boss. Originally, the title had been master, but Chi Fei, disliking it, had changed it since his appointment. At that moment, he happened to hear Xiang Yi call his name and responded nonchalantly. Why are there so many people? Chun Mo recognized the impatience in Chi Fei's tone and hurriedly dismissed the crowd, leaving only the person in charge. The three of them conversed as they walked. Chun Mo inquired, "What's the situation?" The responsible party, appearing somewhat simple-minded, replied, "We've already reached their presidential palace." Chun Mo was not surprised by this and further asked, "What about the goods?" With the boss present, he naturally had to put on a show. Chi Fei paid little heed to their exchange. The name Chi Fei felt like a distant echo. Since their second encounter, the youth had referred to him as Teacher Chi, later shortening it to just Teacher, and it had not changed since. The sentiment lingered for merely 3 seconds. Chi Fei lifted an eyebrow. "TSK, you've grown bold enough to insult him." The voice of the responsible person gradually sharpened. "We lost half." Chun Mo expressed astonishment. "You moved so slowly? You allowed them to take half? That's 150 million. Chi Fei was enveloped in the sound of rushing water in one ear and the responsible party's attempts at justification in the other. It was their president who led the charge for the supplies. Immediately, they had ordered the boxes to be opened, revealing brand new weapons, which were distributed among them. The responsible party felt aggrieved. Who could have anticipated that the president of Country X would personally lead the raid? Chi Fei's eyelids drooped slightly. "Once you resolve this matter, you shall face the consequences yourself." The responsible person straightened, lacking the familiarity he had shown Chun Mo. "Understood, boss." Chi Fei entered his quarters. "Have someone compile the information on the 2C family for me." "Yes." After hearing the acknowledgement, he closed the door, leaving the two outside, and proceeded to the bathroom. Xiang Yi's shower had already concluded. Chi Fei activated the screen, placing his phone on the bathtub shelf. Unbeknownst to Xiang Yi, someone was monitoring the surveillance, scrutinizing his face. At that moment, he had already drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, at the police station, Xiao Peng repeatedly exclaimed, "My brother Xiang Yi has been unlawfully detained. Will you do nothing about it? Save him. Is there no law left?" It was the same officer. Moved by Xiao Pang's determination, it was nearly 10 o'clock, yet this individual still had the strength to shout, "Sir, you should understand what the law entails. To be frank, we cannot handle this matter. However, I can assure you that Xiang Yi is safe and living quite comfortably." The officer scrutinized Xiao Pang, remarking that he appeared far more prosperous than before. Xiao Pang, incredulous, retorted, "How could that be possible? He couldn't he have been a willing participant? Being imprisoned is not a form of harm." The officer, seeing that the man was impervious to reason, lost his patience for further discourse. "I'm afraid, sir, there is nothing we can do. However, I must insist that you cease your shouting, lest you encounter consequences you would rather not face." Xiao Pang glared, exclaiming, "Are you implying that you intend to resort to extrajudicial measures?" The officer responded coolly, "Sir, we possess numerous methods. Are you certain you wish to test them?" Xiao Pang fell into despair, cursing inwardly at Xiang Yi, lamenting the burdens he had borne for him. The following day, Xiang Yi awoke before 7 and hastily made his way to the kitchen, hoping to encounter someone. After all, the meals could not have materialized out of thin air. Yet, the kitchen was deserted. The pots, pans, and utensils gleamed with cleanliness, meticulously arranged in the cupboards. Only the warming box continued its diligent work. Frustrated, Xiang Yi returned to his room, buried himself under the covers, and fell into a fitful sleep. Upon awakening again, it was already 9 o'clock. He washed up and descended the stairs, neglecting to grab a bowl, and began to eat directly from the warming box. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. Without pausing to set down his chopsticks, he dashed upstairs. Outside the screen, Chi Fei raised an eyebrow, pondering if he had gone to the study. In Chapter 20, was there surveillance in the villa? Xiang Yi inspected the glass in every room, except for Chi Fei's study. He muttered to himself, "Why is it so securely locked? Am I expected to navigate through the ventilation ducts? Given that it's outfitted with bulletproof glass, this wall must be anything but ordinary. If the glass can't be shattered, the wall is surely impenetrable." He gazed intently at the air conditioning vent. Outside the screen, Chi Fei chuckled softly, realizing he had perhaps overestimated him. Standing nearby, Chun Mo suppressed a smile and quietly presented a document to his superior. Chi Fei observed as Xiang Yi maneuvered the bedside table beneath the vent. In this moment, the clumsy giant proved to be of use. Chi Fei shook his head and returned his attention to the document. Within a minute, he remarked to Chun Mo, "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth." Chun Mo tilted his head slightly, acknowledging the photograph Chi Fei indicated. Xiang Yi toiled for a considerable time. The good news was that he managed to open the vent. The bad news was that he could not enter. Frustrated, he tossed the cover aside, exclaiming, "Why create such a large opening for a flat duct vent?" Chi Fei replied, "You did mention ventilation. What else could be done? You haven't overlooked even the storage room. Why not the study? Clearly, you visited the study frequently when he was present." "Yes, when he was there." Was Xiang Yi truly so fearful of him? Inside the screen, Xiang Yi plopped down onto the bed, declaring, "Teacher, my air conditioning is broken. Could you send someone to fix it for me?" Suddenly, a thought illuminated his mind. People. He believed there was no way Chi Fei would allow him to starve. With this revelation, Xiang Yi sprang to his feet and dashed downstairs. Upon reaching the door, he hesitated, returning to fetch his chopsticks. Leaving them in his room would invite pests. He returned to the kitchen to grab a new pair of chopsticks, then resumed his breakfast. Subsequently, he turned on the television, brought a platter of fruit, and settled himself before the screen, unwilling to budge. As he munched on the fruit, he murmured, "Teacher, I am hungry. I crave dessert. The freshly made kind. Teacher, what about the cleanliness of the house this month? Surely, I won't have to spend my time in a garbage dump. Teacher, I truly do not wish to terminate our agreement. Teacher, I miss you. When will you return?" It was only with the final utterance that Chi Fei leaned back against the chair, his fingers idly twisting. A month later, he would not change his mind. Viang Ye, unable to hear Chi Fei's voice, stubbornly sat down just as the chef entered. At the moment the door swung open, he erupted forth with astonishing speed, directly colliding with the leading chef. The instant his foot crossed the threshold, before he could even revel in his triumph, he crashed into someone even taller than himself. Inevitably, An accident ensued, and he tumbled to the ground with a thud, his nose streaming blood. Xiang Yi pressed one hand to his nose while the other braced against the floor, struggling to lift his gaze to discern the identity of this person. Standing at an impressive height of 185 meters, he found this individual towering over him. Where had Qi Fei found such an assortment of peculiar characters? A glance revealed two more individuals matching the height of the towering man, while the remaining two appeared even more robust. Was it truly necessary to have 5 people escort a chef? He instinctively lowered his head, sitting cross-legged, and lamented at his feet. "Teacher, my nose hurts. I am sorry." The person he had collided with bowed in apology. Although he was quite tall, he now appeared small, helpless, and pitiable. Another individual, of similar height to Xiang Yi, hurried forward to inspect his nose. Speaking to no one in particular, he proclaimed, "The nasal bridge is intact. It's not a major issue." The man of similar stature promptly supported Xiang Ye's arm, lifting him onto the sofa while saying, "Young master, please sit up." Thus, Xiang Yi found himself reluctantly perched on the sofa, as the inspecting individual retrieved a first aid kit from the living room cabinet, providing a comprehensive service of cleaning, applying ointment, and bandaging. Glancing at the reflective television screen, Xiang Yi mused that if the bandage were red, he would resemble a clown. He observed the 3 individuals surrounding him and declared, "I wish to speak with Qi Fei," who, upon entering another's home, would have the audacity to rummage through the medicine cabinet. He could guarantee that the person on the other side was either Chen Mo or Qi Fei, with a high probability leaning towards Qi Fei. If it were merely Chen Mo, the person he had collided with would never have apologized in such a manner. The one attending to his injuries replied, "I apologize, but the boss does not consent. He insists you must reflect on your actions." Immediately, Xiang Yi shouted, "Teacher, I have already reflected, and I do not wish to terminate our agreement. Please, let me go. The boss has declined your request." Resorting to a compromise, Xiang Yi asked, "Could you at least return my phone?" In front of so many people, he found it impossible to soften his voice and plead. Instead, he spoke in his usual tone, "Teacher, I genuinely wish to chat with you. Furthermore, I am quite bored here alone." The person before him replied in a matter-of-fact tone, "The boss has refused your request." With a heavy sigh, Xiang Yi collapsed back onto the sofa, his gaze vacantly fixed on the crystal chandelier. It seemed there was no hope left. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed 3 more individuals ascending to the second floor. Xiang Ye's attention snapped back. Was that not the cleaning lady from the villa? What is the tall individual doing upstairs? Xiang Yi leisurely rose from the sofa and ascended to the second floor. This time, no one followed him. Upon reaching the upper level, he discovered that the door to his room was ajar and proceeded toward it. The ventilation outlet had been installed, and 2 cleaning ladies were tidying up. Xiang Yi descended the stairs again, for he was certain that Qi Fei could hear him. He muttered repeatedly, "Teacher, I want a phone, teacher, teacher, teacher." Downstairs, the chefs had prepared the dishes, all elegantly arranged on the dining table. The head chef, the very person he had bumped into earlier, stood with his hands clasped. Seeing Xiang Yi come down, he extended one hand, saying, "Young master, the dessert is ready, but the boss has instructed that you may only have it after the meal." With a weight of 158 pounds and a spirit of rebellion at 150 pounds, Xiang Yi replied defiantly, "I shall not." He then sincerely apologized. "Are you all right? But you cannot blame me. Remember to ask Qi Fei for work injury compensation." The head chef, visibly flustered, waved his hands in denial, smiling as he replied, "I am fine. I have plenty of fat on me. No need for compensation." Xiang Yi settled at the edge of the dining table, reaching out for a dessert, only to see someone quicker. He glanced up, bewildered at how this person had appeared behind him. "Who are you?" he casually inquired before reaching for another dessert. "If you wish to eat, help yourself. I'm not opposed, but why take mine?" It was the individual who had bandaged him, so Xiang Yi did not mind him taking his dessert. However, the relentless theft persisted. After being robbed for the 3rd time, he looked at the person in exasperation. "Did I not say you could take your own if you wanted to?" "My apologies," the man replied. "The boss insists that you must eat first." Xiang Yi assessed his own situation. He had not donned his necklace, and his feet were tucked beneath the table. How could Chi Fei have seen him? Was there surveillance in the villa? Chapter 21. Peninsula. Xiang Ye's gaze swept around the room. He realized how foolish he had been. With the array of smart devices Chi Fei possessed, it would be effortless to conceal a couple of pinhole cameras anywhere. Moreover, he had no doubt that they were indeed pinhole-sized cameras. He picked up a pair of chopsticks, musing on when he could manage to place those smart items on Chi Fei. The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. He quickly shook his head. Such thoughts were dangerous. If Chi Fei were to discover it, he would be finished. After taking a mouthful of food, he sensed something amiss. After chewing and swallowing, he turned to the man beside him. Would you like to eat? Thank you. We have already dined, the man replied. Xiang Yi forced a smile. Then could you not stare at me? The man paused for a moment. Certainly. He then took a tray and removed all the desserts. Diang Yi pouted, certain that this was Chi Fei's doing. Outside the screen, Chi Fei was also having his meal, though it was dinner. Chen and Mo stood nearby, reporting on the progress of affairs. Boss, Chier's illegitimate son has been captured. Chier requests to speak with you. Chier was the head of the Tosi family, and this illegitimate son had been skillfully concealed all this time. His sons were oblivious to his existence, and without a moment's thought, Chi Fei instinctively knew it was the work of Chi Fei. Chi Fei elegantly wiped his hands, dismissing the need for further action. He simply delivered his son's hand, leaving the remaining parts to be exchanged for energy. Chi Fei stood up, remarking as he walked, I am heading to Jade Peninsula today. Chen Mo nodded in affirmation, understanding the gravity of the situation above. The Jade Peninsula is not merely an island, but a collective of islands. Decades ago, the QI family discovered a jade mine on one of these islands, and mining required manpower, while the military needed a training ground. Thus, the previous head of the QI family, Chi Fei's grandfather, established the QI family's military training facility there. Each island boasted distinct terrain, perfectly complementing their constructed training grounds. After turning 10, Chi Fei was sent to the training facility by the former head of the QI family. 3 years later, he underwent more rigorous trials and, upon passing, entered the core underground arsenal of the QI family. This facility comprised 5 levels, replete with training grounds and armories. Each individual within could contend against 10 adversaries. 10, not denoting mere individuals, but a minimum of 10. They could be classified as personal guards, covert operatives, or lethal assassins. After an additional 3 years, Chi Fei assumed comprehensive command over the QI family's assassins, leaving the former family head with only a nominal title. This was the pathway of inheritance for the QI family, though Chi Fei embarked on it rather early. Meanwhile, as Chanimo delegated various matters, Chi Fei took the elevator to the rooftop, where a plane was already stationed and prepared for takeoff. Concurrently, Xiang Yi finished his meal, and dessert was presented before him. Yet, he still failed to ascertain the name of the person who had examined him, not even a code name. The vast villa was once again reduced to his solitary presence, and Xiang Yi felt as though he might sprout fur. This life, once a dream he longed for, now felt like a prison from which he desperately wished to escape. Placing the dessert on the coffee table, he seated himself on the carpet before the sofa, leaning against the soft cushions. With his right leg crossed and his left bent upon the carpet, he switched on the television and spooned a bite of dessert into his mouth. Just as he intended to casually select a show for background noise, he noticed that the homepage featured his newly released drama. Instantly intrigued, he decided to review it, eager to see his performance and identify potential areas for improvement. On the other side, Chi Fei, hearing the sounds emanating from Xiang Ye's direction, frowned in displeasure. Chen Mo's breathing had grown significantly quieter. An hour later, they arrived at the main island of Jade Peninsula. As the plane soared above the peninsula, Chi Fei sensed weapons aimed at him. Upon disembarking, they were surrounded by a throng of individuals. Upon recognizing Chi Fei, everyone holstered their firearms and bowed in respect. Satisfied with this display, Chi Fei noted it was a far cry from the wariness often required in dealings with others. His voice took on a stern tone. Continue the training. Yes, came a unified response, and everyone resumed their previous training. The chief instructor remained behind, inquiring, Boss, shall we conduct a demonstration? This demonstration referred not to a mere exercise, but to a real combat scenario one where lives could be lost, specifically the lives of those belonging to the QI family. However, this is limited to ground training fields. Chi Fei has always voiced his concerns about this, but there are too few who dare to challenge them. Unprovoked attacks on other nations easily lead to trouble. Conducting exercises without real combat serves little purpose. No, Chi Fei said, his brows furrowing in the future. Drills should be replaced with missions as much as possible. He had repeated this sentiment many times, yet missions were scarce, and Chi Fei was not fond of war, prompting the chief instructor to inquire each time. Yes, boss, Chinamo interjected, glancing at his phone. There is currently an opportunity for real combat. Chi Fei turned his gaze. Chinamo simply stated, Chier is being unruly. One wonders who gave him the audacity. A defeated foe, restless as he is, even dares to retaliate. Chi Fei nodded, his gaze returning to the chief instructor. Did you hear that? Yes, I will prepare someone immediately. Chi Fei did not head to the training ground, but went directly to the monitoring room, primarily to keep a close watch on these instructors. Boss. The individuals in the monitoring room stood as he entered. Chi Fei nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, a rustling sound came through his earpiece. Chi Fei took a moment to check his phone. He raised a hand, fingers poised together, signaling them to sit. The screen displayed a shift in position to a private cinema within a villa, showcasing a film featuring Chi Fei. Xiang Yi appeared serious, studying his expressions. Was it not said that a private cinema was detrimental to learning? Chi Fei glanced briefly before dismissing it, for he noticed an instructor neglecting his duties in his peripheral vision. Chinamo, take note of that. Yes. Chun Imo silently mourned for the negligent individual in his heart. Supplies on this island were provided sporadically, sometimes via helicopter drops, other times by boat. Occasionally, mercenaries would be involved, or even those slated for execution, serving as a form of indirect training. However, each occurrence was unique, lacking any pattern. This individual likely was not new to such behavior. He merely happened to have crossed paths with the wrong situation this time. Chi Fei observed for another 2 hours, during which the chief instructor dispatched a team. Just as he was about to conclude his surveillance, he noticed an instructor stripping another person of their clothing. Chi Fei's demeanor darkened. Have the nearby instructors deal with them now. Understood. This resolution was not a definitive end. In the training grounds, strength dictated the narrative, and being countered was not uncommon. Yet, even if they survived, they would face repercussions. Remaining undetected was a testament to their skill, once discovered. It equated to defying military regulations, a sure path to ruin. The one who stripped the clothing, even if he survived, would do well to hope for mutual consent in the matter. Otherwise, the consequences would be severe. Chi Fei had a particular disdain for those who could not control their baser instincts. Chapter 22. Who gets hurt is uncertain. The negligent individual was eliminated. Yet the one who had stripped the clothing survived. Before long, the instructors gathered before Chi Fei, accompanied by a junior soldier. Chi Fei sat upright in his chair and inquired, "Was it voluntary?" The stripped individual immediately knelt, tears streaming down his face, his voice trembling. No. He said that in the army, strength is paramount, and those who do not heed his words will meet a dire fate. Is that so? Chi Fei gazed pensively at the instructor. The man spoke candidly, his tone resolute. Yes, indeed. Chi Fei nodded in agreement. The individual who had been stripped of his clothing was instantly engulfed in despair. Unexpectedly, a loud thud echoed through the air. The instructor collapsed, his eyes still wide open. The other instructors remained unfazed, not even blinking. Chi Fei toyed with his firearm, casting a regretful glance at the gaping wound on the instructor's head. But in this army, my word is law, he remarked. He then turned his attention to the soldier who had been undressed, noting his youthful appearance. What is your name? Reporting number 9152. Chi Fei furrowed his brow. Is this your first experience with murder? 9152 swallowed hard, his gaze evasive. Yes, I just entered the training ground a month ago. A month. Indeed, Chi Fei mused, nodding. A suitable duration. He raised his hand, prompting everyone to disperse. Chun Mo quietly stepped forward, positioning himself beside Chi Fei. In another month, if your abilities do not match those of that instructor, Chen Mo began. Then they're doomed. Chi Fei interjected. In my presence. Those who are strong yet lack self-control deserve to perish, while the weak who dare not resist are even more deserving of their fate. He recalled his first encounter with Chi Fei. At that time, he was merely 15, having just begun his training, and his handsome features had caught the attention of an instructor. Much like the current one, that instructor had been brazen and assertive. Chen Mo had found himself utterly outmatched. Just as he was in distress, Chi Fei happened to pass by, and he urgently sought assistance. Chi Fei, then known by the codename 1111, had already been entrenched in training for a year. To his dismay, Chi Fei had remained indifferent, observing the scene as if admiring flowers and plants. The instructor had not dismissed him. Instead, he proceeded to strip Chen Mo of his clothing, laughing maniacally as he said, "Seeking help from 1111? You've made a grave mistake. Everyone knows he despises the weak." Chen Mo's countenance turned ashen, seemingly resigned to his fate. The instructor's laughter grew more derisive, his excitement palpable. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Mo had already acquired a branch that had mysteriously fallen within arm's reach, its end sharpened, clearly not a mere casualty of nature. As he feigned weakness to distract the instructor, he seized a branch and thrust it toward him. Being a novice in the training ground, he was no match for the instructor, yet that branch became a lethal weapon against his adversary. Chen Mo refused to accept defeat, striving to resist until he found himself firmly held captive by the instructor. Just when he thought death was imminent, Chi Fei intervened. He survived and followed Chi Fei ever since. Chen Mo once inquired, "Aren't you the one who most despises the weak?" "Indeed," Chi Fei replied. "Then why did you save me?" Chi Fei's words resonated deeply within him. Those who do not dare to resist are the true weaklings. Thus you are not. You fought back, you are strong. Even if not now, you will be in the future. Suddenly, Chi Fei turned to Chen Mo and asked, "How long has it been since you exercised?" Chen Mo hesitated for a moment, replying, "Half a year." Chi Fei tilted his head. "Would you like to play a game?" "Sure, but it could be deadly. Even if not fatal, injuries are inevitable." Thus, the instructors, who had just dispersed, regrouped to engage in a game of live-action combat. In a span of one day, the living emerged victorious. After 24 hours, a portion of the instructors had